Chapter 1. A Weekend of Reluctant Matchmaking. In the vibrant city of Jiangsheng, China, July's scorching heat begins to wane. All right, mother, I understand, Lin Nanfeng replied impatiently as he ended the call. I'm almost at the CAF for the matchmaking. You can rest assured this time I will take it seriously. Gazing out of the taxi's window at the towering skyscrapers and the mighty Yangtze River flowing beneath the bridge, he felt a swell of irritation. A young man, compelled by his family to go on a blind date? The taxi driver, sensing Lin Nanfeng's mood, remarked, the pressures of youth can be overwhelming. With the current job market being so dire, it seems the only options in Jiangsheng are rather bleak, either work in a factory tightening screws or make calls to recruit others for. The same that as the driver spoke, Lin Nanfeng fell into deep contemplation. After graduating from university, he had served in the military for 4 years before returning to Jiangsheng to work. He subsequently found a position in an advertising firm, where he earned an annual income of around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, barely enough to survive, yet not enough to starve. Now at the age of 27, his parents fretted over his single status and frequently orchestrated blind dates, urging him to marry. Last year alone, they had arranged over 10 matchmaking meetings during the Spring Festival. Unfortunately, either the women expressed dissatisfaction or the encounters felt superficial. Combined with his own shortcomings, he had yet to find success in any of these endeavors. This time, he approached the blind date as merely a task assigned by his mother. Glancing anxiously at his phone, he urged the driver, "Could you please hurry? I'm going to be late." "Don't worry, young man. In Jiangsheng, our yellow Ferraris are never late. We'll arrive right on time. Just hold on tight," the driver reassured him. After a swift ride, Lin Nanfeng finally arrived at the CAF by the Yangtze River, just 3 minutes before the scheduled meeting. Stepping out of the taxi, he felt a wave of dizziness. "Your speed is a bit too much, sir," he remarked, slightly breathless. In September, the chill of the Jiang wind brought a slight shiver, momentarily cooling Lin Nanfeng. He traversed the quaint, traditional Chinese CAF, making his way to the garden behind. Table 6, table 6. My mother said my blind date would be at table 6, he murmured to himself as he walked down the corridor into the depths of the courtyard. His gaze fell upon a poised young woman seated by the window, typing on her laptop. The morning sunlight bathed her in a warm glow, while petals from the peach blossom tree danced in the breeze, settling delicately in her hair. With her dark locks cascading over her shoulders, she wore a white blouse paired with a light blue jacket. Her features were strikingly beautiful, exuding an undeniable aura of quiet elegance. She was like a ray of warm sunshine, dispelling the chill of the morning river breeze. As he observed the serene beauty before him, Lin Nanfeng could hardly believe this enchanting woman was indeed his blind Datian introduction through his mother's friend, Aunt Wang. Although he had encountered many beautiful women in his line of work, this one eclipsed them all with her radiance. After confirming that the woman was indeed seated at table 6, he approached and gracefully took a seat across from her. "Hello, beautiful. My name is Lin Nanfeng. I graduated from Southwest University of Science and Technology, and I currently work in a corporate planning position with an annual income of around 70,000 to 80,000. I have no car, no house, and no savings," Lin Nanfeng casually remarked, his words dripping with frivolity as he gazed at the enchanting woman across from him. In his mind, he thought that this blind date was merely a task to complete. Given her stunning beauty, she would undoubtedly look down upon him. He wished to conclude the conversation swiftly to avoid wasting each other's time. Upon hearing the man speak, Yun Zhiyi lifted her gaze from her computer screen. Her eyes, as clear and serene as autumn waters, regarded the man earnestly introducing himself. A gentle smile instinctively graced her lips. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily entranced by the sight of Yun Zhiyi smiling before him. It was as if a beauty had stepped forth from a painting. Noticing the shift in Lin Nanfeng's expression, Yun Zhiyi slowly closed her laptop. "Hello, I am Yun Zhiyi. I graduated from Harvard University and have been working for over a year as a teacher at a university in Jiangsheng, earning over 500,000 annually. I own a car and a house. So she is a little heiress. What brings her to this blind date with me? Surely, she is here at her family's insistence." Lin Nanfeng recalled having promised his mother that he would approach the matchmaking seriously, and he couldn't afford to give Yun Zhiyi any leverage against him. "May I call you Teacher Yun?" he inquired, to which she nodded. Lin Nanfeng then lifted the coffee just delivered by the waiter, took a small sip, and loudly called out to the server, I can't quite handle this coffee. Do you have any alcohol? Either white or beer will do. Bring me 2 or 3 bottles. The waiter paused momentarily, looking at Lin Nanfeng as though he were a fool, then shook his head and smiled, replying, Sir, this is a coffee shop. We don't serve alcohol here. If you wish to drink, turn right outside, and there's a bar next door. Lin Nanfeng set down his coffee, turning back to boast, Teacher Yun, I don't have many hobbies. I just enjoy going to bars with friends for a drink. I don't consume much. About a couple of gin of liquor, and perhaps 5 or 6 bottles of beer. He thought to himself that he could report back with this, and that this blind date could be concluded. Yun Zhiyi remained silent for a moment before softly responding. Drinking is not inherently bad. A little now and then could be beneficial for health, and I believe I could help you. Reduce your consumption. After saying this, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Nanfeng's eyes, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. Something felt amiss. This approach had always worked for her before. Shouldn't she be suggesting that they were incompatible? Was her script not aligned with his today? Or had she perhaps misread the cues? Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat a few times and hastily interjected, Teacher Yun, not only do I enjoy drinking, but I also love smoking. He then reached into his pocket, rummaging for his cigarettes, only to find nothing. His expression fell into one of dismay. Damn it! Forgetting to bring cigarettes felt akin to a soldier forgetting his weapon on the battlefield. Oh heavens, save me! I am eternally grateful to my ancestors. An awkward silence enveloped the space between him and Yun Zhiyi. Moments later, after placing the laptop in her nearby bag, Yun Zhiyi slowly inquired, Are you trying to sabotage this blind date? Oh no, could you have seen through him? Lin Nanfeng pondered silently. Teacher Yun, let me be frank, although I consider myself quite remarkable, I feel somewhat unworthy of you. Lin Nanfeng expressed candidly. You acknowledge your own excellence. So how could you possibly be unworthy of me? Yun Zhiyi replied with a smile. How stubborn can Yun Zhiyi be? Lin Nanfeng thought, realizing he was up against a formidable opponent during this blind date as he observed her ethereal demeanor. At that moment, a glint of mischief flickered in Yun Zhiyi's clear eyes, accompanied by a subtle smile, and she no longer pressed Lin Nanfeng. I suppose I will have to figure out how to explain this to Aunt Wang. Lin Nanfeng's expression froze. He was still grappling with the situation, and it appeared to be coming to an abrupt conclusion that he then set aside his nonchalant demeanor, adopting a sincere and warm tone as he said, Teacher Yun, I feel quite apologetic. It seems you might not find me appealing either, and our blind date seems unnecessary. You must have been compelled by your parents to participate. What a fool I am. Both of us are here under parental pressure, yet I have to ask this delicate and charming woman to return to the matchmaker and decline. A look of guilt crossed Lin Nanfeng's face. May I have your phone number? In the midst of his contemplation, Yun Zhiyi suddenly asked. Sure, Lin Nanfeng replied without thinking, the words slipping out. Oh no, why did I agree to give her my number? Lin Nanfeng fell into regret right after speaking. After they exchanged numbers, he gallantly went to settle the bill. Yun Zhiyi watched his departing figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. It had been a long time since they had last met. Chapter 2. The Deceiver of Cloud University. After settling the bill, Lin Nanfeng exited the CAF alongside Yun Zhiyi. As Yun Zhiyi approached the sleek black sedan parked beside the CAF, she turned back to Lin Nanfeng and inquired, Would you like me to give you a ride? Upon closer inspection, Lin Nanfeng noted the luxurious BMW 5 Series, valued at no less than 500,000, a vehicle beyond the reach of an average household. Ms. Yun, you truly are a little heiress, Lin Nanfeng remarked playfully. Yun Zhiyi responded with a radiant smile. Are you regretting it now? Lin Nanfeng, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he gazed at her beside the car, replied, No need, Ms. Yun. With that, he turned and walked towards the street. Seated in the car, Yun Zhiyi watched Lin Nanfeng's retreating figure. She opened the canvas bag resting beside the passenger seat and retrieved a photo frame containing a cherished image. The photograph depicted a lively little boy clad in a hospital gown, holding the hand of a small girl whose eyes were swathed in bandages. Behind them blossomed a grove of peach trees. Her gaze grew distant and melancholic. Meanwhile, Lin Nanfeng strolled along the bustling street, his eyes drifting towards the towering skyscrapers and the thrumming crowds. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped him in this familiar city, rendering his presence forlorn. He had devoted his youth to this very place. At that moment, the familiar chime of a ringtone pierced through his reverie. Upon checking his phone, he found it was his close friend and current colleague, Wang Hao. The instant Lin Nanfeng answered, he was greeted by Wang Hao's urgent, familiar voice. "Fengzi, how'd the blind date go?" After a moment of silence, Lin Nanfeng replied, "It was fine, just fine." Wang Hao, seemingly exasperated, continued, "You Haven Tea failed again? Have you? After over a dozen blind dates in 5 years, can't you let go?" "Enough. How go? Please," Lin Nanfeng interrupted. All right. So what is your plan for tonight?" Wang Hao, sensing the shift in Lin Nanfeng's mood, tactfully changed the subject. After a brief contemplation, Lin Nanfeng answered, "I have no plans, just looking for a new place. My lease is nearly up, and the landlord's son is returning, so I want to be renewing. Suit yourself. Are you coming to the university reunion tonight? I hear someone special will be attending." Wang Hao concluded before hanging up. At the mention of this someone, Lin Nanfeng found himself momentarily dazed, his posture frozen in the act of holding the phone. Memories of a girl in a flowing white dress beneath the sycamore trees by the university playground flooded his mind. Her visage was both indistinct and vividly clear. Campus romance, so beautiful yet so fragile, could not escape the inexorable law of graduation leading to parting. The honking of a nearby car jolted Lin Nanfeng back to reality. As noon approached, hunger gnawed at him, prompting his return to the rented room. His landlord, Uncle Liu, had requested that he vacate the premises by the upcoming weekend. With little inclination to prepare a meal, he opted for takeout instead. Reclining on the sofa, he perused rental listings on his phone when a familiar ringtone resonated once more, this time revealing a call from his mother. As I glanced at the incoming call from my mother, it was evident that she was inquiring about the outcome of my blind date this morning. Lin Nanfeng hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to answer. But considering my mother's anxious disposition, I resigned myself to the inevitable scolding. With a deep breath, I answered the call nonchalantly. "Mom, what's the matter?" No sooner had I spoken than my mother's jubilant voice echoed in my ear. "Son, good news. Anwan just called to say that the girl was pleased with you." "What? Mom, could you repeat that?" I exclaimed, my face alight with astonishment. "I know you're thrilled. Dear, after so many blind dates, a girl has finally taken a liking to you. Truly, it feels like our ancestors are smiling down upon us. Tomorrow, I shall return to the countryside to pay my respects to our forebears. You must treat that girl well," she concluded before abruptly hanging up. "Hello, Mom?" I attempted to interject, but all I heard was the tone signaling the call had ended. It took a while for me to regain my composure. I then recalled the number of Yun Zhiyi, saved in my phone from our meeting at the CAF earlier that day, and promptly dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello. Who is this?" came Yun Zhiyi's voice. Hearing her gentle tone, I quelled the rising anger within me and replied in a subdued voice, "Teacher Yun, this is Lin Nanfeng." "Oh, so it's my blind date. Did you miss me so soon after we parted?" she teased, her tone devoid of surprise. The irritation I had just managed to suppress surged back. I frowned and retorted, "Yun Zhiyi, you are quite the deceiver. How could you say one thing to me this morning and another to Aunt Wang? As a respectable educator, shouldn't your words carry weight?" As soon as I finished speaking, her laughter resonated through the phone. I didn't say anything misleading. When Aunt Wang inquired, I simply told her you were wonderful. After a moment of contemplation, I replied with a wry smile, "Yun Zhiyi, do you realize that your words led my mother to misunderstand?" But before I could finish, she interrupted me. "All right, don't be upset. Please give me Andy's number, and I shall clarify things with her," Yun Zhiyi responded softly. Upon hearing her reply, I questioned with skepticism, "Do you genuinely intend to help? Please don't say anything foolish to my mother. If you don't believe me, then so be it. I'm tired and need to rest," she stated, sounding slightly agitated before hanging up. I was left listening to the beeping sound of the call, disconnecting. Yun Zhiyi, the grand deceiver, and now she's upset? I'm the one who should feel wronged. I threw my phone onto the sofa in frustration. After a moment, I picked it up again and altered her contact name to Yun the Great Deceiver. Having experienced a whirlwind of emotions, I entirely lost interest in house hunting and reclined on the sofa, contemplating the class reunion scheduled for that evening. As the thought of reuniting with her loomed, Lin Nanfeng gazed at the still watch resting on the table, a complex expression gracing his face. 5 years have passed. I wonder how you have fared. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng dialed Wang Hao's number. Brother Hao, could you send me the address for tonight's class reunion? Wang Hao replied, astonished. Are you certain? I will send the address to your phone shortly. Chapter 3. The class reunion. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the sudden ringing of Lin Nanfeng's phone jolted him from his nap. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he glanced at the hotel address Wang Hao had sent. The name Huangding Grand Hotel caused him to furrow his brow. The choice of venue for the reunion surprised him. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved his suit from his wardrobe and donned the watch that had long ceased to tick. As night descended upon Jiangsheng, a gentle rain began to fall, enveloping the once boisterous city in a serene hush. Lin Nanfeng, umbrella in hand, strolled along the streets, the rain mingling with the earthy fragrance of damp soil. Traversing the underground pedestrian walkway and crossing the overpass, he arrived at the plaza outside the Huangding Grand Hotel. Spotting a familiar figure at the entrance, Lin Nanfeng hurried over and lightly patted Wang Hao on the back, inquiring curiously, Brother Hao, what are you waiting for at the door? Wang Hao turned. Playfully punching Lin Nanfeng's shoulders, he replied, I was merely awaiting your arrival. Besides, I could no longer tolerate the atmosphere inside, so I stepped out for some fresh air. Lin Nanfeng chuckled and proceeded into the hotel, asking as he walked, Who has arrived so far? Wang Hao paused momentarily, then responded thoughtfully, Most of our classmates are here. However, the second and fourth members of our dormitory are unable to attend this reunion due to commitments out of town. Do you remember Gu Yunhe, the one who vied for Su Ro's affection alongside you? He is attending as well. And I hear he is now the future heir of the Gu group, looking quite impressive. A complex expression flickered across Lin Nanfeng's face upon hearing Wang Hao's words. During their university days, Su Ro was the belle of the class, adored by many suitors, with Gu Yunhe being the most persistent. Yet, despite his earnest pursuits, it was Lin Nanfeng who ultimately won Su Ro's heart, while Gu Yunhe continued to pursue her for some time thereafter. As Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao made their way toward the elevator, they inadvertently collided with a middle-aged man. Wang Hao quickly stepped forward to assist the gentleman. Upon closer inspection, Lin Nanfeng noted that the man wore a tailored black suit, his sharp eyes gleaming with intensity, exuding an air of restrained authority. He appeared to be in his 50s, and as a black briefcase slipped from his grasp, its contents scattered across the floor. Both Lin Nanfeng and the middle-aged man bent down to retrieve the fallen documents. While picking them up, Lin Nanfeng apologized, I'm terribly sorry, sir. I did not mean to bump into you. He then handed the papers to the man. As the gentleman stood and accepted the documents, a slight tremor coursed through his body upon locking eyes with Lin Nanfeng, revealing an expression of disbelief. However, he quickly masked the past, smiling as he remarked, It's nothing. I was reviewing documents while walking and wasn't paying attention. Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao only departed after thoroughly inquiring about his well-being. In the elevator, Lin Nanfeng pondered the subtle expressions of the middle-aged man from earlier, lost in thought. In the lobby, the middle-aged man turned to gaze in the direction Lin Nanfeng had departed, contemplating for a moment before making a call. Uncle Yi, is there something you need to discuss? A cold female voice came from the other end of the line. Miss, I encountered him today at one of the hotels under our group's ownership. After a brief silence, the woman slowly replied, Uncle Yi, please inquire with the hotel manager about his purpose for being there. If he has any requests, do your utmost to accommodate him, but ensure he remains unaware. With that, she hung up. At this moment, Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao arrived outside the gathering room. As they pushed open the grand door and entered, the previously lively room fell into an abrupt silence, with numerous pairs of eyes turning toward them. Lin Nanfeng scanned the crowd, noting the boys donned in sharp suits and the girls adorned in exquisite attire. Yet, the absence of that particular individual left him feeling a twinge of disappointment. Ah, the academic prodigy. It's been over 5 years since graduation, and you've been completely out of touch. You've missed every class reunion until now. A voice shattered the stillness. Lin Nanfeng turned to see the long-unseen class monitor. During their university days, he had often collaborated with the monitor, thus fostering a cordial relationship. Lin Nanfeng nodded and replied with a smile. I spent 4 years in the military after graduation and only returned to Jiangsheng for work last year. The class monitor exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, moving closer to Lin Nanfeng. Wang Hao, why don't you go mingle with the others for a bit? I'll keep Nanfeng company. It's been ages since we last met. Without waiting for Wang Hao's response, he pulled Lin Nanfeng aside, and soon a few classmates gathered around them. The monitor handed Lin Nanfeng a glass of water and gently inquired, "Nanfeng, where are you working now?" Casting a glance at the classmates nearby, Lin Nanfeng replied in a subdued tone, "I'm just getting by at a small company." Upon hearing his response, the surrounding classmates quickly lost interest and drifted away. The monitor observed the departing figures and whispered, "If it weren't for that incident back then, you wouldn't have lost your qualification for postgraduate recommendations." As the monitor's words sank in, Lin Nanfeng fell into deep contemplation. In his senior year, due to Su Ro's influence, he had struck Gu Yunhe and subsequently forfeited his opportunity for further studies. It was also on that fateful night that Su Ro had chosen to end their relationship. Amidst Lin Nanfeng's conversation with the monitor, the door to the room swung open once more, admitting a man and a woman. The man was tall and slender, clad in a black suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. The woman was graceful and lovely, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a flowing white gown. They appeared as a perfect couple, a striking embodiment of talent and beauty, none other than Su Ro and Gu Yunhe. Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of anxiety as he caught sight of Su Ro standing at the door. After 5 years apart, she remained as enchanting as ever, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Yet, had their intertwined lives ultimately reduced them to mere passers-by? Su Ro, noticing Lin Nanfeng from the room, exhibited a subtle change in her demeanor, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The atmosphere fell silent once more, with everyone displaying expressions of astonishment as they observed Su Ro alongside Gu Yunhe, as well as Lin Nanfeng within the room. However, some classmates quickly regained their composure and approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Young Master Gu, you've arrived a bit late today." Gu Yunhe too noticed Su Ro's unease and followed her gaze to Lin Nanfeng, his expression darkening momentarily before he masked it. "I apologize, dear classmates, for my tardiness today. Allow me to cover all expenses for the evening." The room erupted in vibrant cheers and applause. Chapter 4. The Banquet at Hongmen. Within the room, Gu Yunhe approached Lin Nanfeng, lifting a glass from the table and presenting it to him with a smile. "Nanfeng, although we have had our share of conflicts during university, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for letting go, as it has afforded me the chance to pursue Su Ro." Each of Gu Yunhe's words pierced Lin Nanfeng's heart like daggers. Struggling against his own anguish, he rose, accepted the glass, and remained silent. He downed the liquor in one swift motion, the potent drink provoking a fierce bout of coughing from Lin Nanfeng, who seldom indulged in alcohol. Cough, cough, cough. After Lin Nanfeng finished the drink, Gu Yunhe refilled his glass. At that moment, Su Ro, who had been standing silently beside them, seized the glass from Gu Yunhe's hand and drained it in one gulp, causing a slight flush to grace her beautiful face under the illumination. With a composed tone, she remarked, "If you cannot drink, must you abstain entirely?" Su Ro's voice ignited a flicker of warmth within Lin Nanfeng's heart, which he thought had long since extinguished. He gazed at her in a daze, and the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly, the previously cheerful countenance of Gu Yunhe darkening instantaneously. At that juncture, the class monitor intervened to alleviate the awkwardness in the room, urging everyone to take their seats. Wang Hao approached Lin Nanfeng, bowing his head slightly as he whispered, "Is Su Ro with Gu Yunhe now? You fought him for her once, losing your opportunity for postgraduate recommendations." Lin Nanfeng offered no response to Wang Hao, merely shaking his head. At the dining table, most classmates toasted to Gu Yunhe, reminiscing about their university days with animated discussions. Only Lin Nanfeng sat in silence, with Wang Hao engaged in conversation with those nearby, seemingly oblivious to Lin Nanfeng's distraction. "Nanfeng, I've heard you're working in the city now. Why not join the Gu group? They are in need of a security chief, and the compensation would be double what you earn now." Gu Yunhe gazed at Lin Nanfeng with a smile that bore an undertone of malice. Su Ro, seated beside him, furrowed her brow in concern. Lin Nanfeng perceived Gu Yunhe's intention to embarrass him at the reunion and, after a brief pause, replied, I appreciate young Master Gu's kind offer, but I am quite content with my current position. Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's words, Gu Yunhe furrowed his brows and remarked, Nanfeng, how can you expect to find a girlfriend with your current job? How will you ever start a family? Young Master Gu, who says Nanfeng doesn't have a girlfriend? He was with her this morning, and they're on the verge of marriage, right, Nanfeng? Wang Hao stood up, his face flushed with a hint of anger. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, all eyes turned to Lin Nanfeng, with Su Ro regarding him with a curious gaze. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by Wang Hao's words, staring at Wang Hao, who was blinking at him with his head bowed. Lin Nanfeng gazed into Wang Hao's eyes, as if questioning when he had acquired a girlfriend, let alone one with whom he was about to wed. Hadn't he been on a blind date this morning? What a scoundrel to put him in such a predicament. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to reply, I do have a girlfriend, and we were discussing marriage this morning. Gu Yunhe, sensing Lin Nanfeng's unease, pressed on relentlessly, Nanfeng, you're not being a good friend. You promised the entire class that you would bring your fiancée to our reunion after graduation. After saying this, Gu Yunhe shot a glance at Su Ro. To Lin Nanfeng, Gu Yunhe's words felt like a commitment he had made to Su Ro, yet time had passed, and circumstances had changed. At that moment, some classmates began to jest, urging Lin Nanfeng to call his girlfriend to join them, to which he could only respond with a troubled expression and a reluctant agreement. Only Wang Hao noticed Lin Nanfeng's embarrassment. His eyes were filled with remorse, realizing he had complicated matters. Lin Nanfeng cast a sidelong glance at Su Ro, who sat calmly beside Gu Yunhe. Suddenly, a fire ignited within him. He felt compelled to prove that he was leading a better life than Su Ro, demonstrating that her choice to end their relationship had been a grave mistake. He then stood up and said to Wang Hao, Haozi, I'll step out to make a call. Without waiting for Wang Hao's astonished reaction, he pushed open the door and exited. Once outside the room, Lin Nanfeng's mood cooled, his thoughts a whirlwind of emotions, his face etched with concern. He realized he had few female friends, most of whom were acquaintances of Gu Yunhe. Where could he find someone to impersonate his girlfriend? Suddenly, he recalled his blind date from the morning, Yun Zhiyi. After all, she had tricked him in front of his mother today. Perhaps inviting her to pretend to be his girlfriend wouldn't be such a bad idea. Lin Nanfeng mused. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Nanfeng dialed Yun Zhiyi's number, and as soon as she answered, he hurriedly said, Teacher Yun, it's Lin Nanfeng. I know it's you. What's the matter? Came a melodious voice from the other end. Taken aback by her tone, Lin Nanfeng quickly responded, Teacher Yun, you haven't had dinner yet. Have you? Let me treat you tonight. There was a brief silence on the line before Yun Zhiyi replied, Are you really so kind-hearted? This isn't some banquet of intrigue, is it? Lin Nanfeng felt a twinge of guilt, yet he feigned a bold tone. What a banquet of Hong San. We now reside in a society governed by law. The individual on the other end of the line is a law-abiding citizen, a promising youth of our socialist future. My invitation to dinner is merely an act of contrition. All right then, where shall we dine? Yun Zhiyi interjected, interrupting Lin Nanfeng's monologue. He glanced at the room number and declared, Huangding Grand Hotel, room 6012. Huangding Grand Hotel? Have you struck it lucky in the lottery today to afford such an upscale venue for our meal? Yun Zhiyi teased. Lin Nanfeng, maintaining his jest, replied, This hotel is owned by my family. There's no expense involved. Rest assured, indulge freely. Yun Zhiyi recognized the humor in Lin Nanfeng's words and instructed him to wait 30 minutes before hanging up. Upon entering the room, Lin Nanfeng observed that most of the attendees were gathered around Gu Yunhe, addressing him as Gu Xiao with great reverence, as if he were the star of the evening. Lin Nanfeng approached Wang Hao, patted him on the shoulder, and took a seat. Wang Hao turned to him and quietly remarked, You spoke too hastily. Your words lacked thought. But Gu Yunhe's remarks were clearly directed at you, with ill intentions. Do you think you can handle it? Lin Nanfeng shot him a reassuring glance, signaling that he could manage the situation. As the half-hour crawled by, Lin Nanfeng felt as if time had come to a standstill. pondering how to explain the situation to Yun Zhiyi and persuade her to masquerade as his girlfriend. He worried about what he would do if she refused to assist him. Finally, amidst his anxious anticipation, the door swung open, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. A hush fell over the gathering as all eyes turned toward the entrance. Chapter 5. The girlfriend following the gaze of the crowd. Lin Nanfeng saw Yun Zhiyi finally arrive, dressed in a light blue shirt paired with white trousers. She exuded simplicity and elegance. Her unadorned beauty, glowing like jade without the embellishment of makeup, appeared even more enchanting under the soft light. However, upon surveying the room's occupants, Yun Zhiyi furrowed her brows, her previously calm expression slowly reddening, her eyes blazing with indignation directed at Lin Nanfeng. Recognizing the fury in her gaze, Lin Nanfeng quickly rose and gracefully approached her side. Leaning in a whisper, he implored, "Teacher Yun, please assist me today, and I shall unconditionally grant you one request in return." Without awaiting her response, he gently took hold of her delicate hand. As she felt the warmth radiating from his grasp, Yun Zhiyi's heart raced, her breath quickened, and the flush on her cheeks deepened under the gentle illumination. She had not anticipated Lin Nanfeng's audacity. Noticing the subtle change in her demeanor, Lin Nanfeng summoned his courage, turned to the assembly, and proclaimed with conviction, "Yun Zhiyi is my girlfriend." With that declaration, he led Yun Zhiyi to an empty seat at the dining table, all the while keeping a watchful eye on her emotional response. Upon noticing that Yun Zhiyi displayed no signs of anger, Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had successfully navigated this challenge. At that moment, the others in the room also began to respond, visibly captivated by Yun Zhiyi's stunning beauty. "Nanfeng, when did you become acquainted with Miss Yun?" inquired Gu Yunhe, who sat opposite Lin Nanfeng, his voice tinged with jealousy. He cast a meaningful glance at the expressionless Su Ro beside him. Su Ro's demeanor had subtly shifted since Yun Zhiyi entered. During their university years, Lin Nanfeng had competed with Gu Yunhe for Su Ro's affection. Had it not been for his manipulative tactics at graduation, he feared he would have had no chance at all now. Just as Lin Nanfeng's tension eased, a sudden knot formed in his stomach as he prepared to respond. "Nanfeng and I have known each other since childhood. We simply lost touch as we grew up. We reconnected by chance last year and have been together since," Yun Zhiyi declared, fixing her gaze on Lin Nanfeng's face. With that, she sharply stepped on his foot, causing him pain that nearly brought him tears. To the others, it appeared to be a display of affection between a couple, but to Lin Nanfeng, it felt like retribution from Yun Zhiyi. "Yes, I suppose Zhiyi and I are childhood sweethearts. After we both remained single following our upbringing, we decided to be together," Lin Nanfeng echoed, following Yun Zhiyi's lead. "Miss Yun, where are you currently employed? Perhaps you could join my company as front desk," Gu Yunhe said insincerely, pulling out his business card. As soon as Gu Yunhe's words left his lips, Lin Nanfeng's anger surged. If he were still in the military, he would have already risen to confront Gu Yunhe. In a low voice, he retorted, "There is no need for you to concern yourself, young Master Gu. Zhiyi teaches at the university and is very content with her current position." Tension filled the dining table. At that moment, the squad leader stepped in to mediate, casting a knowing glance at Wang Hao while pulling Gu Yunhe toward a drink. "Miss Yun, with your exceptional qualities, how could you possibly choose him?" Su Ro, who had remained silent until now, suddenly directed her words at Yun Zhiyi. The dormant flames of conflict reignited, the atmosphere thick with tension. The room fell silent, as if a pin dropping could be heard, with everyone fascinated by the exchange between Yun Zhiyi and Su Ro, the former girlfriend and the current one. Only Lin Nanfeng felt as though he were on a battlefield, deeply anxious that Yun Zhiyi's facade as his girlfriend might be uncovered. He looked helplessly at Su Ro, never expecting her to turn her focus on Yun Zhiyi. Just as he contemplated how to extricate Yun Zhiyi from the predicament, she replied in a clear and resolute voice, "There is no particular reason. I simply like him, and that is sufficient." Lin Nanfeng gazed at Yun Zhiyi's unwavering expression, astonished. He thought to himself, could this girl truly be sincere? He, a man of no notable assets, no car, no house, no savings, seemed to possess little beyond a decent appearance and the ability to fight. Surely, This must be an act by Yun Zhiyi. He anticipated that she could perform so convincingly. It would be a shame for someone like her not to pursue a career in acting. Upon hearing Yun Zhiyi's response, Su Ro appeared unsatisfied, yet refrained from pressing further, allowing Lin Nanfeng to exhale in relief. Only Wang Hao, who sat beside them and was aware of the truth, nudged Lin Nanfeng with his elbow. It was only then that Lin Nanfeng, who had been focused on Yun Zhiyi, turned her head. Wang Hao extended his thumb from beneath the table, gesturing towards Lin Nanfeng, and in a tone only Lin Nanfeng could hear, remarked, "Crazy one, quite impressive. Where did you find this beauty? When will you introduce me to someone?" Lin Nanfeng shot him an exasperated glance and whispered back, "She has my blind date from this morning. It was quite a feat to get her here. And if you can persuade your lady friend, I might consider introducing you to a beauty as well." Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's words, Wang Hao stiffened. At the dining table, Yun Zhiyi had ceased conversing with the others. Her aloof demeanor prevented her from engaging in unnecessary dialogue with unfamiliar faces. She quietly savored the dishes Lin Nanfeng had served her: squirrel fish, braised sea cucumber, and longjing shrimp. "Make sure to eat plenty," Lin Nanfeng said softly as he continued to serve her. Before long, Yun Zhiyi's small bowl was nearly filled to the brim. "Are you feeding a pig? Why so much?" Yun Zhiyi gently set down her chopsticks and inquired. "Feeding a pig, yes, but a pretty little piglet," Lin Nanfeng retorted. "Besides, isn't it that wealthy Gu Shao picking up the tab today? I'm planning to take advantage of him later." Yun Zhiyi shot him a disapproving look and playfully asked, "That girl named Su Ro earlier, she was your ex, wasn't she? Her gaze towards you is rather peculiar. And she's quite beautiful." Lin Nanfeng, who had been serving Yun Zhiyi, froze momentarily, the chopsticks hovering in mid-air, surprised by her question. However, he quickly regained his composure, placed the food in her bowl, set down his chopsticks, and replied softly, "What ex? That's all in the past. My current girlfriend is the stunning Yun Zhiyi right in front of me." As soon as Lin Nanfeng finished speaking, Yun Zhiyi reached out and playfully pinched his thigh. "Ow! Ow, ow! Teacher Yun, be gentle. I was wrong." Just as Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi were playfully tussling, the hotel manager pushed the door open and entered, leaving everyone bewildered. Before anyone could speak, the manager, with a broad smile, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the manager of this hotel. I will be personally attending to your needs today, so please do not hesitate to ask." Moments later, after hearing the manager's words, everyone turned to Gu Yunhe and said, "It's all thanks to Gu Shao's influence that even the hotel manager comes to serve personally." Gu Yunhe, hearing their compliments, felt a surge of pride. Chapter 6. Drunkenness inside the room. Gu Yunhe observed Lin Nanfeng, who was pouring water for Yun Zhiyi with his head bowed. The smile that had adorned his face darkened momentarily, but soon returned. "Nanfeng, Miss Yun, if you have any requests, please feel free to mention them to the manager. After all, you rarely come here to dine, Nanfeng." As he spoke, he thought to himself about how Lin Nanfeng, a country bumpkin from a small town, was oblivious to these matters, and he beckoned the hotel manager to approach Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng noticed the manager approaching with a tablet in hand, his dark eyes subtly shifting as he leaned down to Yun Zhiyi, saying, "The opportunity has arrived. Today we shall ensure Gu Yunhe makes a generous contribution." Upon finishing his words, he took the tablet that the manager handed over. As he gazed at the menu displayed on the screen, he lifted his head and flashed a mischievous smile at Gu Yunhe, saying, "Dear young Master Gu, shall you be covering the bill today? Then I shall indulge." Gu Yunhe, catching the sinister undertone in Lin Nanfeng's laughter, felt an immediate sense of foreboding. However, he could not allow himself to lose face in front of Su Ro and his numerous classmates. "Today, I shall foot the bill. Order as you please." Gu Yunhe replied with a display of extravagant confidence. Lin Nanfeng chuckled upon hearing Gu Yunhe's response. Although he was not accustomed to dining in upscale restaurants, the prices were clearly marked on the menu. Since it was not his own money, he decided to opt for the most expensive items. Meanwhile, Yun Zhiyi, who was sipping water nearby, observed Lin Nanfeng sketching out his selections while emitting a rather lewd chuckle. She leaned over and whispered, "Are you really going to take advantage of your old classmate like this?" Lin Nanfeng, still perusing the tablet, replied, "He just spoke about you in such a manner." I'm merely assisting you in seeking retribution. With that, he handed the tablet to the manager standing beside them. The hotel manager glanced at the dishes Lin Nanfeng had chosen, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he maintained a polite smile as he addressed Lin Nanfeng. Sir, are you certain? The ingredients you selected are rather costly, and some require advance reservations. Lin Nanfeng nodded, pointing at Gu Yunhe. That old classmate of mine is not short on funds. Just serve whatever ingredients are available at the hotel. Very well, sir, the hotel manager said before exiting the room. Simultaneously, after leaving the room, the hotel manager ascended to the top floor of the hotel and paused before a luxurious office. Straightening his attire, he gently knocked on the door. Come in. A steady and resonant voice beckoned from within. The manager entered promptly, striding towards the desk. Seated at the desk was a middle-aged man in his 50s, the very same individual Lin Nanfeng had encountered in the hotel lobby. Mr. Yi, as per your instructions, I personally visited room 6021. Here are the dishes ordered by that gentleman, the manager stated as he presented the tablet to the middle-aged man. The man received the tablet, surveyed the ordered dishes, and chuckled softly. Such extravagant choices. Can he truly afford them? The hotel manager respectfully responded. That gentleman is attending a reunion. The bill will be settled by a wealthy young master with whom he shares a strained relationship, apparently Gu Yunhe of the Gu family. Gu Group, Gu Yunhe. The middle-aged man rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, appearing deep in thought. Since it is Gu Yunhe who is covering the expenses, prepare the dishes and send them over. Understood, Mr. Yi, the hotel manager replied, accepting the tablet before exiting the office. Several minutes later, the hotel manager re-entered the room, followed by a waiter pushing a cart laden with culinary delights. One by one, he introduced the names of the dishes. As he listened to the manager's presentation, Gu Yunhe's previously beaming smile gradually faded. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. This meal was estimated to cost upwards of 500,000, especially considering the several bottles of 1982 Lafite Lin Nanfeng had ordered, each priced over 30,000. Even for a wealthy heir, such extravagant spending is hardly permissible, especially given the rumors of impending acquisition threats facing his family's business. Lin Nanfeng discerned the pained expression on Gu Yunhe's face and filled a glass with a 1982 Lafite. Rising to address Gu Yunhe, tonight, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Gu for hosting us. With that, he drained the wine in one gulp, then, in a rather disdainful tone, remarked to Wang Hao, this 1982 Lafite pales in comparison to a mere bottle of cheap white liquor from street. Wang Hao chuckled in response. Watching Lin Nanfeng consume such an expensive drink made Gu Yunhe's heart ache, yet to maintain his image among classmates. He forced a smile through the pain and replied, We're all old friends. It's only fitting. The reunion continued until 9 p.m., during which some classmates inquired about the marriage plans between Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi, leaving Lin Nanfeng feeling quite awkward in Yun Zhiyi's presence. Ultimately, the gathering concluded with Gu Yunhe footing a staggering bill of over 600,000 yuan, as Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao stood at the hotel entrance. Watching their classmates depart one by one, Su Ro passed by and reminded Wang how to take good care of the inebriated Lin Nanfeng. You did splendidly tonight, Wang Hao said, draping an arm around Lin Nanfeng's shoulders. It's all in the past. I must look forward now, Lin Nanfeng murmured. Just as Wang Hao contemplated how to escort the drunken Lin Nanfeng home, a BMW pulled up beside them, and out stepped Yun Zhiyi, who had left earlier. I was only gone for a moment. How did he get so drunk? She asked anxiously while supporting Lin Nanfeng's shoulder. Wang Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Nanfeng has a low tolerance for alcohol. He would always get intoxicated back in school. If one cannot handle their drink, shouldn't they consume less? Yun Zhiyi furrowed her brow, echoing Su Ro's earlier sentiment. Allow me to drive you both home, she offered. No need, Ms. Yun. You take Nanfeng back. My wife will be here shortly to pick me up, Wang Hao declined, and Yun Zhiyi did not press the matter further. Together, they assisted Lin Nanfeng into the front passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. As they drove away, Wang Hao watched the car recede into the distance, muttering to himself, Nanfeng, my friend, this is where my assistance ends. Seize the opportunity before you. The night in Jiangsheng was ablaze with lights. the brilliance of glowing lanterns and shimmering neon signs enhancing the street's vibrancy. As Yun Zhiyi paused at a red light, she cracked open the window, allowing the scent of alcohol to waft out. However, the post-rain evening breeze carried a slight chill along the riverside, causing Lin Nanfeng, still inebriated, to shiver. What a fool! Yun Zhiyi mused to herself, draping her coat over Lin Nanfeng. With her left hand on the steering wheel, she gazed dreamily at the slumbering figure beside her. The honking of a car behind her snapped Yun Zhiyi back to reality. Chapter 7. Cohabitation. Lin Nanfeng seemed to be lost in a beautiful dream, one in which he was kissing a woman. But as he recognized her face, he was suddenly jolted awake. Yun Zhiyi, Lin Nanfeng, was abruptly awakened from his slumber. His mind was engulfed in dizziness, and a subtle ache coursed through his body, particularly in his back, which felt as if it had been scratched, causing him considerable discomfort. He gently massaged his throbbing temples and, with great difficulty, opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar room. The decor was simple yet elegant, exuding a warm ambience. The pale yellow accents enveloped Lin Nanfeng in a comforting glow. Drinking leads to trouble. I must curtail my intake, he muttered to himself, propping his head with his hand. Since leaving the military, he had seldom indulged in alcohol, never having succumbed to inebriation even during gatherings with colleagues. Where was he? This did not resemble a hotel. And hadn't he been with Wang Hao after the party last night? A haze of fragmented memories flitted through his mind. Just as he was lost in thought, the sudden ringing of his mobile phone on the bedside table jolted him back to reality. Without hesitation, he reached for the device. "Hello, Fengzi. How'd you sleep last night?" came Wang Hao's teasing voice through the receiver. Lin Nanfeng's mind struggled to process the situation. "Wasn't I with you last night? Where on earth have you taken me? This isn't my home." Wang Hao's expression was one of surprise. "Not your place? It was Yun Zhiyi who brought you home last night." Lin Nanfeng's demeanor shifted drastically as he shouted into the phone. "Yun Zhiyi brought me home? You let a girl take me back while I was drunk. What if something had happened?" He flipped the covers aside, inspecting his surroundings, and was met with the sight of himself clad only in his underwear, his outer garments discarded on the bedside table. A look of sheer terror washed over his face as beads of sweat trickled down his brow. "If anything did happen, just wait until I deal with you." Before Wang Hao could respond, Lin Nanfeng decisively ended the call. He hastily donned his clothes, meticulously scrutinizing every detail of the bed linens, and when he discovered nothing amiss, his anxiety began to dissipate. He pushed open the bedroom door and stepped outside, only to find Yun Zhiyi languidly reclined on the sofa in her comfortable loungewear, her dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders. She cradled a black and white panda plush toy in her left arm while idly scrolling through her phone with her right. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon her as a gentle breeze playfully tousled her hair. "You're awake." Her voice broke the spell of Lin Nanfeng's reverie, though it was tinged with fatigue. "I heard from Wang Hao that you brought me here. How did I end up in your home?" Lin Nanfeng inquired cautiously. "I forgot to ask for your address last night, and when I called Wang Hao using your phone, his was turned off, so I brought you back to my place," Yun Zhiyi replied calmly. "Damn Haozi." Utterly useless in critical moments, Lin Nanfeng thought, contemplating how to address his irresponsible friend, but then suddenly remembered his half-clad state in Yun Zhiyi's home. "Teacher Yun about my clothes," he began, but before he could finish, Yun Zhiyi's expression shifted to one of alarm, her earlobes flushing with color as her tone grew more hurried. "It was my neighbor who helped you take them off last night." With that, she sprang up from the sofa, attempting to flee, but suddenly her body weakened, and she began to topple towards the floor. As Lin Nanfeng hurriedly approached, he swiftly enveloped the fallen Yun Zhiyi in his warm embrace. Yun Zhiyi's eyes fluttered shut, yet instead of experiencing the cold hardness of the floor, she found herself nestled in the warmth of this man's arms, feeling the heat radiate from him. "Are you all right?" Lin Nanfeng's gentle voice whispered in her ear. However, the moment her earlobe felt the rush of warmth, Yun Zhiyi's body began to soften. She laboriously lifted her head, her gaze colliding with Lin Nanfeng's, their eyes intertwining in the air. Lin Nanfeng, feeling the beauty in his arms, was overwhelmed by the sweet fragrance of peach blossoms emanating from her. His heart raced, and his mind went blank, as if his soul had been elevated, akin to a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of light. The air in the room was thick with the scent of hormones, and after a prolonged moment, Lin Nanfeng's phone rang, shattering the intimate atmosphere. "Please let go." Yun Zhiyi, suddenly regaining her senses, pushed Lin Nanfeng away and hurriedly retreated into her room like a startled rabbit. Watching her flee into the bedroom, Lin Nanfeng's initially excited heart relaxed. Yet, the lingering scent of Yun Zhiyi still hung in the air. After a brief moment of daze, he picked up the phone. It was a call from his landlord, Mr. Liu. "Hello, Shaolin. You might need to move out before tomorrow." "Ah, Mr. Liu, didn't we agree on next week? I haven't found a new place yet." Lin Nanfeng inquired anxiously. "Shaolin, my son and daughter-in-law are returning from abroad earlier than expected, and since my daughter-in-law is pregnant and has nowhere to stay, I'll waive this month's utility fees." Upon hearing this from Mr. Liu, Lin Nanfeng felt it inappropriate to negotiate further and reluctantly agreed to vacate by the next day. After hanging up, he hurriedly scoured the internet for rental listings. But in a short span, he found nothing suitable. Just as he was at a loss, Yun Zhiyi emerged from her bedroom, her demeanor restored to its usual calm. "Are you looking for a place to rent?" "Yes. The landlord insists I move by tomorrow, and I haven't found a suitable home yet," Lin Nanfeng replied, his gaze fixed on his phone as he continued searching. "Why don't you stay here temporarily?" Upon hearing Yun Zhiyi's suggestion, Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Teacher Yun, are you serious?" Yun Zhiyi did not respond, turning to head towards the kitchen. As time passed, she remained in the kitchen, and soon the sound of chopping echoed through the air. Lin Nanfeng caught a whiff of something burning and quickly rose from the sofa, hastening to the kitchen door, where he found Yun Zhiyi flustered, stirring a pan. "You truly have a talent for this. You've managed to burn the tomatoes and eggs," Lin Nanfeng remarked, stepping beside her and observing the charred eggs in the pan. Without waiting for her reaction, he took the spatula from her hands and discarded the burnt contents into the trash. "Can you cook?" Yun Zhiyi, standing behind him, inquired playfully while handing her apron to Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng turned around, fastening his apron with a proud expression, and replied, "Here, boys learn to cook from a young age." After saying this, he gently pushed Yun Zhiyi out of the kitchen. Chapter 8. Conditions of Cohabitation. As noon approached, Lin Nanfeng finally prepared lunch, 2 dishes and a soup, which he brought to the dining table. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Yun Zhiyi set aside her computer and moved to the table. "The only vegetables in your refrigerator are cucumbers and tomatoes, so I made these 3 dishes. Just make do with it," Lin Nanfeng said as he served rice from the pot in front of Yun Zhiyi. At the dining table, she remarked, "Your cooking is quite delicious, though a bit spicy." Lin Nanfeng looked up at Yun Zhiyi, beads of sweat trickling down her charming face, tears welling in her eyes. "You should have told me you can't handle spice." "Drinking more tomato egg soup can help alleviate the heat," he said, taking Yun Zhiyi's bowl while ladling soup. "You're not from around here, are you?" "Most locals can handle spicy food," Lin Nanfeng observed, watching Yun Zhiyi dab her sweat with a napkin. Upon hearing her response, Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. She had come all the way from such a distance to work in Jiangxing. After finishing her soup, it took Yun Zhiyi a while to recover. "You could move in with me. I can reduce your rent by half, but you must agree to a few conditions," she suddenly stated. Lin Nanfeng, who had been eating, paused, put down his chopsticks, and looked at her with a smile. "Teacher Yun, do you have some hidden agenda for wanting me to live with you?" he teased. Yun Zhiyi shot him a disdainful glance. "I'm simply being kind, seeing that you currently have no place to stay." After a moment of silence, Lin Nanfeng contemplated his lack of housing options and the exorbitant rent in Jiangxing, concluding that staying with Yun Zhiyi would not be a bad idea. "What conditions?" "As long as they aren't too unreasonable," he replied. "Rest assured, they are not excessive," Yun Zhiyi said, walking over to the study and soon returning with a stack of A4 paper, placing it before Lin Nanfeng. Upon picking up the stack, Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment to Yun Zhiyi, "These are your conditions? There are dozens of them. Read through them carefully. Whether you sign is up to you, but if you choose to stay here, Signing is mandatory, Yun Zhiyi stated, indifferent to Lin Nanfeng's reaction as she exited the dining room toward her study. Lin Nanfeng gazed at the conditions laid out on the A4 sheets, realizing that this girl had spent the entire morning compiling them out of boredom. From the first stipulation of not bringing strangers home to the last forbidding smoking within the house, the conditions were numerous. Overwhelmed, Lin Nanfeng could only manage a wry smile, feeling as though he had been coerced into servitude for Yun Zhiyi. Reluctantly, he signed the agreement. After tidying up the dishes, Lin Nanfeng noticed that Yun Zhiyi had remained in the study without emerging. He cautiously opened the door to her study, peeking inside to see her diligently occupied at her desk. "Teacher Yun, I need your assistance," he called out. "What is it?" she replied without lifting her gaze. "I have too many belongings to move, and I was hoping to borrow your car," Lin Nanfeng said, mustering his courage. "The car keys are on the shoe cabinet." "Help yourself." Yun Zhiyi's cold voice resonated in the room, her attention still fixated on her work. Lin Nanfeng reluctantly closed the door, pondering the unpredictable temperament of Yun Zhiyi, whose moods seemed to oscillate between warmth and coldness. Around 3 in the afternoon, he drove Yun Zhiyi's car to the apartment complex where he was renting. After gathering a few essential items, he felt a twinge of reluctance towards the modest abode he had occupied for just a few months. On his way back, Lin Nanfeng noticed a black Toyota that had been tailing him since he had seen it leave Yun Zhiyi's residence. Initially, he dismissed it as mere coincidence, but as he exited the rental, the vehicle continued to follow him. Drawing from his extensive experience as a special forces operative, he sensed that the situation was far more complex. Could it be targeting him? His identity and information were classified as top secret by the military, especially since he was the sole survivor of a particular mission. Was it possible that this was related to Yun Zhiyi? He parked beside a pharmacy and entered to purchase some medicinal ointment for bruises. Through the store's glass, he caught sight of the black Toyota parked at a distance. Returning to his vehicle, he confirmed that it was still following him. Opting for caution, Lin Nanfeng drove to a nearby market to procure some groceries. By the time he returned to Yun Zhiyi's home, night had fallen. Upon opening the door, he found Yun Zhiyi had emerged from her study, seated cross-legged on the sofa, watching television while occasionally glancing towards the entrance. "I thought you had driven off with my car," she remarked. "In this lawful society, where could I possibly go?" Lin Nanfeng replied with mild irritation. "I noticed your gait this afternoon seemed off, and you nearly slipped. I just bought you some ointment from the pharmacy," he stated, placing the medication before her. Yun Zhiyi's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, and she swiftly hurled a cushion at him from the couch. Catching it deftly, Lin Nanfeng heard her retort, "No wonder your ex-girlfriend broke up with you. It's no surprise you're single." Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of confusion. "Yun Zhiyi, esteemed teacher, I kindly purchased you medicine, and you're upset? Truly, my goodwill seems to be met with ingratitude." Without uttering a word, Yun Zhiyi sprang from the sofa, and as she passed by Lin Nanfeng, she stomped down hard on his foot before striding directly into her study. Wincing from the pain, Lin Nanfeng called after her, "Yun Zhiyi, do you derive pleasure from stepping on people?" Ignoring him, she pushed open the door and entered her room, leaving Lin Nanfeng in a state of disarray. He carried his suitcase into the room, noting that the bed was already furnished with linens. Thus, he only needed to bring a few changes of clothes and toiletries. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng opened his laptop and accessed a mysterious website to contact an enigmatic individual. "Please assist me in tracing a specific license plate," he typed, simultaneously sending the number. After a short while, the individual responded, "This license plate belongs to the National Security Committee of Jiangxing. What is your interest in this information? Have you encountered some trouble?" Lin Nanfeng refrained from responding, closing the website and shutting down his computer, deep in thought. If today the National Security Council in Jiangxing is investigating me, the military would have already contacted me. Therefore, if the one being followed today is not me, it must be Yun Zhiyi. Is Yun Zhiyi not merely an ordinary university lecturer, or does she possess some other identity? Lin Nanfeng glanced at the clock. It was already 7 in the evening. He recalled a stipulation in their cohabitation agreement that mandated him to assume the responsibility of cooking when he was at home. Sigh. In order to save on rent, he had truly sold himself to Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng ambled towards the kitchen. At the dining table, Yun Zhiyi was still sulking, not uttering a single word. Lin Nanfeng pondered over the matter of the National Security Council surveillance from earlier that afternoon. Teacher Yun, what do you teach at the university? I teach business management and finance. Why do you ask? Oh, no particular reason. Isn't it said that liberal arts is a dead-end major? Yun Zhiyi replied earnestly. There is no such thing as a dead-end major. If you delve deeply into any field, you will become a beacon in that domain. Having said this, she began to clear the dishes and headed towards the kitchen, adding, since you cooked today, I won't take advantage of you. I'll wash the dishes tonight. Chapter 9. The Red Scorpion Organization at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. The sun had already risen above the city's horizon, ushering in the morning with its unpolluted fresh air. Yun Zhiyi was about to start her car to head to school when a figure suddenly appeared at her window, startling her. It was Lin Nanfeng, who had gone out for breakfast. Holding a bag of soy milk and steamed buns, he cheerfully greeted, Good morning, Teacher Yun. Do you walk without making a sound? Yun Zhiyi gently patted her chest to steady her racing heart. Lin Nanfeng circled around the front of the car and climbed into the passenger seat. What are you doing here? Get out, Yun Zhiyi said, pushing against him with her hands. Teacher, my workplace is on the way to your school. Let me hitch a ride, Lin Nanfeng shamelessly insisted, remaining firmly seated in the car. Yun Zhiyi found herself momentarily at a loss with him. Brushing aside the hair that obstructed her vision, her face flushed with irritation. You look really cute when you're angry, Teacher Yun, Lin Nanfeng teased, munching on a bun beside her. Scoundrel! Yun Zhiyi suddenly started the car, causing Lin Nanfeng, who had not yet fastened his seatbelt, to slam his face against the windshield, then bounce back, the remaining soy milk splattering onto him. Yun Zhiyi, you did that on purpose. Lin Nanfeng hastily buckled his seatbelt, glaring at her with a fuming expression while using a tissue from his pocket to wipe off the spilled soy milk. Serves you right, Yun Zhiyi replied, her gaze fixed on the road, her tone serious. The atmosphere in the car fell into silence as Lin Nanfeng refrained from speaking to Yun Zhiyi. Through the rearview mirror, he observed and noticed no sign of the car that had followed them the previous day. Could it be that my assumptions from last night were mistaken? Just as Lin Nanfeng was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a large truck in the rearview mirror. The truck accelerated abruptly, charging towards Yun Zhiyi and Lin Nanfeng's vehicle. Watch out! There's an out-of-control truck behind us, Lin Nanfeng shouted. Yun Zhiyi was startled by Lin Nanfeng's shout and caught sight of the out-of-control truck in the rearview mirror, prompting her to accelerate in haste. A life-and-death race unfolded along the city's expressway. Lin Nanfeng realized that the truck behind them was not merely experiencing brake failure. It was evidently intent on colliding with them. Ahead, a traffic light revealed numerous vehicles queued in anticipation. Suddenly, Lin Nanfeng spotted a fork in the road, offering a swift escape to the opposite lane. When we reach the fork, hand me the steering wheel and trust me, he instructed. Yun Zhiyi, momentarily at a loss for alternatives, complied with Lin Nanfeng's plan. As they approached the fork, Lin Nanfeng leaned over to seize the steering wheel, deftly maneuvering the vehicle into a drift, swiftly transitioning to the oncoming lane. The truck behind was momentarily caught off guard, veering dangerously close to the roadside barrier, missing the small car by a mere 5 centimeters. A wave of dread washed over Lin Nanfeng. The small car gradually came to a halt, with Yun Zhiyi seated in the driver's seat, visibly shaken by the recent events. Lin Nanfeng unbuckled his seatbelt, intending to step out, but Yun Zhiyi urgently grasped his hand. He turned to her, reassuringly stating, There's no need to panic. I will go check, just keep the car door closed. Be careful, she replied, her concern evident. Lin Nanfeng exited the vehicle and approached the truck. By now, onlookers had already alerted the authorities. Flames engulfed the truck as he quickly ascended to the driver's seat, attempting to rescue the driver, only to discover that the man had already perished. Notably, he observed a scorpion tattoo on the driver's arm, leading him to a sudden realization: the Red Scorpion Organization. Lin Nanfeng furrowed his brow, recalling that this group was a notorious century-old international assassination syndicate, infamous for its involvement in kidnapping, drug trafficking, and murder, among other nefarious activities. Their presence often correlated with the outbreak of minor conflicts across the globe. Members of this organization infiltrated various nations, and he was taken aback to find them in a country as vigilant as Huagua. In recent years, multiple nations had launched military campaigns against the Red Scorpion organization, and Lin Nanfeng had previously encountered them in his dealings. Just as he was about to leave, the black Toyota car that had been tailing him yesterday reappeared. A man and a woman disembarked. The woman rushed to Lin Nanfeng, anxiously inquiring, "Mr. Yun, Mr. Yun?" Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Yun Zhiyi was merely an ordinary university lecturer, but her identity was evidently far more complex. "She's fine." Lin Nanfeng pointed toward the distant vehicle. The young woman visibly relaxed, exclaiming, "Damn it, I leave for just a moment, and Yun Zhiyi gets into trouble." The man beside her cursed under his breath before making a phone call. Lin Nanfeng had no intention of becoming embroiled in this mess and was about to leave when the man who had just finished his call blocked his path. "Mr. Lin, my name is Zhang Yuan, and I am with the Jiangsheng National Security Committee. My superior wishes to meet with you. This is my partner, Luo Chushuang," he said, producing identification for Lin Nanfeng to inspect. After a moment of silence, Lin Nanfeng accepted the credentials. He, too, wished to ascertain the origins of the matter and the identity of Yun Zhiyi. "Very well, but first I must escort Yun Zhiyi to school." Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Thereupon, Lin Nanfeng proceeded toward the vehicle where Yun Zhiyi was situated. "What does he mean? Is he looking to meet Lin Nanfeng?" Luo Chushuang inquired, her brow furrowed as she observed Lin Nanfeng's retreating figure. Zhang Yuan lowered his gaze to examine the driver's lifeless body. "This Mr. Lin Nanfeng is not as simple as he appears. His identity has been classified as top secret by the military. This driver was a member of the Red Scorpion organization, a tenacious entity that remains resilient even in death." Zhang Yuan informed Luo Chushuang. With a grave expression, Luo Chushuang remarked, "Wasn't the Red Scorpion organization recently besieged by multiple nations? How is it that they have resurfaced?" "It is not so straightforward. This organization was established during World War II and has endured for nearly a century," Zhang Yuan replied, shaking his head. "Let's depart. The authorities will handle this matter." Lin Nanfeng returned to the car, at which point Yun Zhiyi had regained her composure and turned to him with a query. "How is the situation with the accident? Was there anything amiss with that large truck?" Desiring to alleviate Yun Zhiyi's concerns, Lin Nanfeng, with a reassuring smile, responded, "It's nothing to worry about. Merely a typical accident. The driver has been rescued, and medical personnel along with traffic police are en route." Yun Zhiyi's face reflected astonishment and contemplation. For safety's sake, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi exchanged places, with Lin Nanfeng taking the wheel. Zhang Yuan and Luo Chushuang followed closely behind in their vehicle. Upon reaching the school gate, Lin Nanfeng alighted, preparing to depart. Yun Zhiyi lowered the car window and advised him, "Please drive safely." Lin Nanfeng waved dismissively, signaling her to proceed. He lingered by the roadside, smoking a cigarette, contemplating how Yun Zhiyi's arrival might disrupt his previously tranquil existence, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Approaching a black Toyota, he knocked on the window before getting in and driving away. Chapter 10. Chi Tongwei. The car traversed the bustling city, then the serene countryside, eventually entering a military-controlled area on the outskirts of the city, halting beside an antiquated four-story building. Lin Nanfeng and Zhang Yuan made their way to the left-side office on the fourth floor. Ding, ding, ding. Zhang Yuan gently pressed the doorbell, and a deep male voice resonated from within. "Please come in." Zhang Yuan carefully pushed the door open, followed closely by Lin Nanfeng. Reporting to the director, "Mr. Lin Nanfeng has arrived," Zhang Yuan respectfully announced to the middle-aged man who was bowing his head. The man raised his gaze, meeting Lin Nanfeng's eyes before swiftly rising and striding toward him. Lin Nanfeng scrutinized the imposing figure before him, whose eyes were piercing. Zhang Yuan introduced, "Mr. Lin. This is Director Chi Tongwei of the National Security Committee of Jiangsheng." Just as Lin Nanfeng was about to respond, Chi Tongwei warmly interjected, "Mr. Lin Nanfeng, it is a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Zhang, you may step out. I wish to have an in-depth conversation with Mr. Lin." He gestured for Lin Nanfeng to take a seat, and after pouring a cup of water, Zhang Yuan quietly exited the room. Seated, Lin Nanfeng exhibited no trepidation toward Qi Tongwei's esteemed position. During his service in the military, Lin Nanfeng encountered numerous high-ranking officials of considerable stature, so he straightforwardly inquired, "Director Qi, what brings you here?" Qi Tongwei, unfazed, responded with a smile, "Mr. Lin, I am aware of your enigmatic identity. With my authority, I can only ascertain that you once served in the nation's highest secretive unit." Lin Nanfeng remained silent, prompting Qi to continue. "The purpose of my visit today primarily concerns Yun Zhiyi. Does Yun Zhiyi possess some secretive identity? The Red Scorpion organization is also after her today," Lin Nanfeng questioned, perplexed. Qi Tongwei did not answer directly. Instead, he retrieved a document from a nearby filing cabinet and handed it to Lin Nanfeng. Yun Zhiyi's father's team is engaged in research concerning life sciences, and a substantial amount of data is held by Professor Yun Tianjin. This research has the potential to impact the course of humanity and could also affect the balance of power among nations, Qi said gravely. Lin Nanfeng swiftly perused the materials, which contained basic information about Yun Zhiyi, including her family and employment status. Her connection to the Red Scorpion organization stemmed from her father's circumstances, to which Qi nodded in affirmation. Due to the exposure of Professor Yun Tianjin's identity, certain foreign organizations had begun to focus their attention on his daughter. "What do you need me to do?" Lin Nanfeng inquired, closing the document. "According to our investigation, you are currently residing with Yun Zhiyi. I would like you to serve as an external member of the Jiangxing National Security Council, which would facilitate her protection," Qi proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng acknowledged, "On a professional level, although I have retired, I once bore the duty as a soldier to safeguard the nation's assets and the safety of its citizens. On a personal level, as a friend of Yun Zhiyi, I wish to ensure her safety. I can protect Yun Zhiyi, but I am not with her during the day. Therefore, we intend to assign you a new position," Qi replied, handing Lin Nanfeng another document from his desk. "You will be the security director at Jiangxing University. This will be your new identity." Lin Nanfeng looked at the document in his hand and smiled at Qi Tongwei, saying, "Your actions are remarkably swift. It seems you have long harbored intentions towards me. When do I start? The sooner, the better. Moreover, should any urgent situations arise, you may contact me directly or reach out to Zhang Yuan," Qi responded. Lin Nanfeng stood, picked up a cigarette from the table, and turned to leave, holding the cigarette aloft as he remarked, "Consider this your gift for my new appointment." Qi Tongwei watched Lin Nanfeng's departing figure, chuckling and shaking his head. "This fellow," he mused, before turning back to his computer, where only Lin Nanfeng's basic information was displayed, marked as top secret with restricted access. He fell into deep contemplation. On his way back, Lin Nanfeng observed Zhang Yuan, who was driving. "Director Zhang, how long have you been protecting Yun Zhiyi?" he asked, having gleaned Zhang Yuan's specific position from the documents. "Mr. Lin, we have been protecting her for 2 months," Zhang responded. "During these 2 months, has she faced any attacks or encountered any incidents?" Lin Nanfeng inquired. Zhang Yuan shook his head in reply. "No, today marks the first occurrence of an unexpected event." Lin Nanfeng gazed into the distance at the dark clouds looming over the city, foreboding a tempest. Zhang Yuan escorted Lin Nanfeng to the foot of the company building. Just as he alighted from the car, his phone rang. "Hello, Fengzi, where have you run off to? It's already 10 in the morning, and I can barely keep your absence under wraps," Wang Hao inquired anxiously. "I will arrive at the company shortly." Upon reaching the entrance on the 15th floor, Lin Nanfeng spotted Wang Hao waiting. "Fengzi, Manager Xie has inquired about you several times. The HR department mentioned they would deduct your performance bonus for this month." But Manager Xie intervened, Wang Hao said hurriedly as he approached Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Thanks, brother, but I am here to resign today." With that, he strode towards Manager Xie's office. "Resign?" Wang Hao's face displayed astonishment. He opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Nanfeng had already entered Manager Xie's office. Manager Xie, named Xie Yuni, was 29 years old, a divorced single mother with a beautiful 5-year-old daughter named Xianin. By chance, he once picked up Xie Yuni's daughter from kindergarten after work. Consequently, he became somewhat acquainted with Xie Yuni, and they had shared meals at her home on several occasions. Wang Hao had even joked about him pursuing her. Lin Nanfeng pushed open the door to Xie Yuan's office, where she was diligently processing documents at her desk, clad in a black professional suit, rivaled in beauty only by Yun Zhiyi. Manager Xie, I have come to resign today. Before Xie Yuan could respond, Lin Nanfeng spoke again. Xie Yuan displayed a look of surprise, setting down her pen and softly inquiring, is there something amiss? You're quite late today. No, I have simply found a better opportunity. After a moment of silence, Xie Yuan replied, since you found a good job, I cannot in good conscience attempt to retain you. Upon hearing her words, Lin Nanfeng prepared to leave when Xie Yuan called out from behind, Nanfeng, will we still be good friends after you resign? Of course, I have a fondness for him as well. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Lin Nanfeng turned around to look at the now standing Xie Yuan and assured her. Outside the office, Wang Hao lamented, brother, you leave me here to toil while you flee. Tears streamed down his face. Enough, I'm resigning, not leaving the city. No, you must treat me tonight to soothe my wounded heart. All right, I shall treat you tonight, but keep your distance. Your embrace might lead to misunderstandings. Lin Nanfeng pushed away Wang Hao, who had wrapped his arms around him. Chapter 11. Campfire Barbecue at 4 in the afternoon. Lin Nanfeng had spent the better part of the day successfully handing over his current projects. Just as he arrived at the smoking area to indulge in a cigarette, Wang Hao burst in unexpectedly. The projects I was handling have been transferred to you, as discussed with Manager Xie. Lin Nanfeng exhaled a cloud of smoke. Thank you, brother. Wang Hao gazed at Lin Nanfeng with deep emotion. Get away. I am not interested in that. Lin Nanfeng felt a chill run down his spine. What are your plans after resigning? Lin Nanfeng fell into silence for a moment. Wang Hao was an ordinary man, and he did not wish to involve him in the affairs concerning Yun Zhiyi. Previously, a leader in the military had assigned him the responsibility of ensuring security. It seemed promising, a stable job indeed, with an abundance of beautiful university women. Lin Nanfeng cast an exasperated glance at him. Are we inviting General Xie along for dinner tonight? Wang Hao suddenly inquired with a grin. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. This fellow was still trying to matchmake him with Xie Yuan. Considering he had few friends in the company, and Xie Yuan had often lent him assistance at work, including covering for his tardiness, he thought he might check with her later to see if she had any free time this evening. As dusk fell, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the river, and the nocturnal life of Jiangsheng commenced. The evening's vibrant atmosphere dissipated the day's grievances of the city's workers. After work, Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao made their way to Nanshan by the Yangtze River, where they could overlook the entire expanse of the river. At the barbecue site, Wang Hao stared at Lin Nanfeng in astonishment. You invited me here for barbecue this evening? Isn't barbecue delightful? Just look around, enjoying barbecue, feeling the river breeze, gazing at the Yangtze, embracing the joys of life. Wang Hao was momentarily speechless. Did you not invite General Xie? I fear it might be awkward for just the two of us men. My wife is coming too. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. Wang Hao's wife was a local from the city, a nurse at a hospital. After their marriage, he frequently lamented, claiming that marrying a woman from Jiangsheng was akin to inviting troubles upon oneself, asserting that marriage was a man's grave. Nevertheless, overall, he seemed to be living a relatively content life. As Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao prepared the barbecue, Xie Yuan and Wang Hao's wife, Ding Xiaoye, arrived. Although Ding Xiaoye was not as stunning as Xie Yuan, she possessed a charming simplicity, and their presence turned the heads of the young men at the sight. Upon seeing Ding Xiaoye, Wang Hao immediately approached her, taking the drink from her hand. Ding Xiaoye and Xie Yuan were also acquainted, and the atmosphere among the four was devoid of any awkwardness. Lin Nanfeng handed over the barbecue he had just grilled to Xie Yuan. Why didn't you bring her? It's too late. I already sent her home. Is she alone at home? I hired a maid for tonight. She will keep her company. While Lin Nanfeng conversed with Xie Yuan, his phone suddenly rang. It was Yun Zhiyi calling. He stepped aside to answer. Are you working overtime? The bathroom light bulb is broken. Could you buy one on your way back? Wang Hao and I are dining out. I'll get it when I return. What are you having? Barbecue. Barbecue? I rarely eat it. May I join? There was a hint of excitement in Yun Zhiyi's voice. Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of exasperation. He had received a message from Zhang Yuan at 5 o'clock stating that Yun Zhiyi had already returned home. Surely, she had not eaten yet. He glanced at Wang Hao and the others and resignedly said, "Come on over. We're at Nanshan by the Yangtze River." With Zhang Yuan arranging protection and the National Security Bureau intensifying its scrutiny of the Red Scorpion organization today, Yun Zhiyi was unlikely to encounter any danger in the short term. Thus, he felt reassured about Yun Zhiyi coming alone. He hung up the phone and returned to Cohabit's side, observing the three engaged in conversation. "A friend of mine will be joining us shortly," Lin Nanfeng informed the trio. "Who is it? Do I know them?" Ding Xiaoye, sitting beside Wang Hao, inquired with curiosity. Lin Nanfeng scratched his nose. Only Wang Hao knows him. Wang Hao's expression turned one of surprise. "Who is it?" "Yun Zhiyi." "Who is Yun Zhiyi?" Ding Xiaoye asked. Her curiosity piqued at the distinctly feminine name. Even Cohabit, who had previously shown little interest, perked up to listen. "Yun Zhiyi, she's Yun Nanfeng's blind date from last week, and she even pretended to be Nanfeng's girlfriend at the weekend class reunion." Upon hearing Wang Hao mention a blind date, Cohabit cast a sidelong glance at Lin Nanfeng. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng recalled how Yun Zhiyi had brought him home after he had gotten drunk at the reunion, and he turned to Wang Hao with irritation. "You're aware of the weekend reunion, yet I haven't confronted you about it. You just abandoned me while intoxicated and let Yun Zhiyi take me home." He halted his speech, noticing the curious expressions on Ding Xiaoye and Wang Hao's faces. "Is everything all right? Why did you stop mid-sentence?" Wang Hao probed with an inquisitive tone. "Get lost," Lin Nanfeng retorted, somewhat annoyed. Meanwhile, as the four conversed, Yun Zhiyi arrived at the campsite entrance. Lin Nanfeng waved at her and, upon her approach, promptly stood up and naturally took her bag. He introduced her to the others. "Wang Hao, you know him. Beside him is his wife, Ding Xiaoye. This is my superior and good friend, Cohabit." As Lin Nanfeng mentioned Cohabit, Yun Zhiyi looked at him with keen interest. After exchanging pleasantries with Ding Xiaoye and Wang Hao, she extended her hand to Cohabit. "I didn't expect such a beautiful female leader to be by your side." "Hello, I am Yun Zhiyi." Cohabit, taken aback by the remarkable grace of the young woman before her, felt somewhat overshadowed. "Hello, I'm Cohabit. You can just call me Yundi." Cohabit reciprocated the handshake with Yun Zhiyi. Observing the handshake between Yun Zhiyi and Cohabit, Lin Nanfeng sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere and quickly interjected. "Teacher Yun, haven't you yet had dinner? You should have some grilled food first." His words shattered the awkward ambience. Wang Hao and Ding Xiaoye also noticed the discord between Yun Zhiyi and Cohabit and urged Yun Zhiyi to take a seat. "This barbecue has too little chili," Lin Nanfeng remarked, placing a plate of skewers in front of Yun Zhiyi and pouring her a glass of water. "Thank you," Yun Zhiyi replied, taking small bites. Wang Hao observed Lin Nanfeng with a peculiar expression, sensing that the relationship between Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi was anything but simple. Just as Wang Hao was about to speak, a man with tattoos on his arm approached their camp, beer in hand. "Three lovely ladies. Allow me to introduce myself," he declared flamboyantly, whistling as he approached. Yun Zhiyi looked at the advancing man with disdain, ready to voice her disapproval. "Get lost," as Lin Nanfeng's voice resounded. He stood up to shield Yun Zhiyi from view. "Kid, recognize your place and step aside. Otherwise, I won't hold back." The man threatened with a fierce demeanor. Lin Nanfeng regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion, as though examining a corpse, while Wang Hao also rose to his feet. "It seems you've had a bit too much to drink and forgotten your identity, daring to harass a woman. Feng Zi, if he continues to act recklessly, we should call the police." Chapter 12. Scar Brother Call the Police? "Kid, you should be aware of your surroundings. Who in Nanshan doesn't know of the Qingjiang Society, or the infamous Crow, the Qingjiang Society? It appears that even in this modern legal society, there exists refuse lurking in the shadows." Lin Nanfeng's icy voice resonated throughout the camp. He turned to take Yun Zhiyi away. "Kid, you're courting death. Be careful," Yun Zhiyi exclaimed in alarm. The man brandished a beer bottle, aiming a strike at Lin Nanfeng's head. Upon hearing Yun Zhiyi's cry, Lin Nanfeng swiftly pulled her behind him. With a quick motion, he seized the man's wrist and twisted forcefully, causing the beer bottle to drop to the ground. "Ow, that hurts!" The man cried out in agony as Lin Nanfeng's right hand tightened around his throat. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Lin Nanfeng's eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a feral beast ready to tear apart the man before him. His voice sent shivers down the spines of those present. Yun Zhiyi, sensing Lin Nanfeng's fury, perceived that this man appeared as though he had risen from the grave. She gently tugged at Lin Nanfeng's arm. He turned his head, his bloodshot gaze fixated on her. Yun Zhiyi, looking at Lin Nanfeng's crimson eyes, gently shook her head. Nanfeng, let it go. If he continues to act out, we can call the police. Wang Hao, Xie Yunyi, and Ding Xiaoya also urged him to relent. Observing Yun Zhiyi's pitiful expression and the pleas of those around him, Lin Nanfeng gradually emerged from his rage. He released his grip on the man and slowly approached him, revealing a dazzling smile. My dear brother, it seems I was in the wrong earlier. I hope I did not hurt you. He then took the time to straighten the man's disheveled clothing. To the man, Lin Nanfeng's voice sounded like that of a demon from the depths of hell. As he beheld Lin Nanfeng's playful grin, recalling the earlier moment when this very man sought his demise, a chill ran down his spine. Brother, it was my fault. I'll leave immediately. The man turned to flee, desperate to escape the situation. Stop, Lin Nanfeng said, approaching him with a somber expression. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Lin Nanfeng clasped the man's head and whispered into his ear, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will not hesitate to ruin you. Before departing, he gently patted the man's cheek. Watching the man flee in disarray, Lin Nanfeng sighed. Had it been in the past, the man would never have left so easily. However, just moments ago, the crow indeed crossed its limits, as Lin Nanfeng slowly seated himself beside Yun Zhiyi. I hope I didn't startle you, he remarked. Yun Zhiyi shook her head in response. What did you whisper to him? Lin Nanfeng paused for a moment before answering with a smile. I advised him to mend his ways and become a good young man who contributes positively to society. Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance. Nanfeng, are you all right? Asked Xie Yunyi, who was nearby. What could possibly happen? You know how formidable he used to be in fights. Even several grown men would struggle against him. Wang Hao murmured from the side. You talk too much. Just eat your barbecue, Lin Nanfeng retorted, shoving a chicken wing into Wang Hao's mouth. As night enveloped the camp at 9 o'clock, other visitors gradually departed. Just as Lin Nanfeng and his companions finished their barbecue and prepared to head home, a group of individuals suddenly appeared in the campsite. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man, his face marred by a prominent scar, accompanied by the recently departed crow. Noticing this group, Yun Zhiyi rose and moved closer to Lin Nanfeng. Nanfeng, she began. It's nothing, Lin Nanfeng gently reassured her. Xie Yunyi, realizing the group was approaching them, suggested to Lin Nanfeng, should we call the police? Lin Nanfeng remained silent, his expression dark as he watched the approaching men, then turned to Wang Hao, saying, keep an eye on the 3 girls for me. Kid, you're the one who just hurt my brother, the scar-faced man declared, fixing his gaze on Lin Nanfeng. Brother Scar, he asked the one who hit me just now. The crow pointed at Lin Nanfeng, with a cigarette in hand. Lin Nanfeng regarded the crow with disdain. I just let you off, and you still dare to linger? It seems you're seeking your own demise. The scar-faced man, emboldened, retorted, don't boast, kid. Today, with Brother Scar here, you should be begging for mercy on your knees. Kid, you've injured my brother, and I want to even ask for compensation. You can either lose an arm or let these 3 lovely ladies accompany us for the night. What do you say, brothers? Brother Scar grinned lewdly. Exactly, Brother Scar, his underlings echoed with laughter. If I refuse, Lin Nanfeng finished his cigarette. Then let me help you make a choice. Who dares? We live in a society governed by law. There are still rules in this world. Yun Zhiyi's cold voice pierced the air. Brother Scar's lips curled slightly. Rules? In Nanshan, who dares to disrespect me? Clenching his fists, Brother Scar lunged at Lin Nanfeng. In a flash, Lin Nanfeng extended his right hand to block the incoming punch, while his left hand seized Brother Scar's shoulder, throwing him to the ground. With a powerful kick, he struck Brother Scar in the abdomen, sending him flying across the space before anyone could react. Brother Scar, are you all right? The crow rushed to Brother Scar's side, helping him up. Brothers, this kid is tougher than he looks. Let us all go after him. As the imposing figure of Brother Dao rose to his feet, clutching his injured abdomen, he addressed his comrades behind him. Lin Nanfeng furrowed his brow, a stormy expression clouding his face. Since you have chosen to court death, I shall oblige. He directed Housie to keep a watchful eye on the women. Be cautious, he added, swiftly advancing to engage the onrushing thugs. In a brief flurry of chaos, the majority of the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Brother Dao, surveying the fallen, gestured for Crow to capture Yun Zhiyi and her companions. Just as Lin Nanfeng dispatched the last of the remaining thugs, he noticed Crow approaching with 2 more ruffians, making his way toward Yun Zhiyi. He dashed to interpose himself before her, shielding her with his back from the blow aimed by Crow. Yun Zhiyi gasped in shock as Lin Nanfeng absorbed a fierce strike from Crow's weapon. Turning to face Crow with a fierce intensity, Lin Nanfeng's gaze instilled fear in Crow, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. After dispatching the 2 thugs beside him, Lin Nanfeng advanced toward the retreating Crow, who appeared visibly anxious. With a powerful strike, he incapacitated Crow's right hand, eliciting a piercing scream. Witnessing Crow's plight, Brother Dao turned to flee. Seizing a nearby club, Lin Nanfeng hurled it with force, sending Brother Dao crashing to the ground. Approaching the groaning Brother Dao, Lin Nanfeng stepped on his fingers with a sardonic smile. Now speak. Who sent you? Brother Dao, with a menacing glare, retorted, You may revel in your triumph, but once you cross the Xinjiang society, someone will come for you. Seems like you're not in much pain yet, Lin Nanfeng replied, pressing down harder on Brother Dao's fingers. Can we talk now? All right. It was Gu Yunhe from the Gu family who sent me to trouble you, Brother Dao confessed. Gu Yunhe. It appears my old classmate is still determined to make my life difficult, Lin Nanfeng mused thoughtfully. At that moment, the camp was pierced by the blaring of sirens. Chaptur Onuchianran. Several police vehicles arrived at the scene. Captain Li Tianming of the Nanshan precinct gazed in astonishment at the multitude of Xinjiang society members sprawled on the ground. He had rushed to the scene immediately after receiving the report, wasting no time. The Xinjiang society was a source of significant frustration for him, its vast network and tangled alliances posing an overwhelming challenge. Did you single-handedly bring down all these men? Li Tianming inquired, frowning in suspicion as he observed Lin Nanfeng, who stood disheveled, his white shirt stained with crimson. The air was thick with cries of distress. Officer, please help me. Brother Dao whimpered in pain beneath Lin Nanfeng's foot. Li Tianming's frown deepened as he regarded the injured man. Sir, you are currently infringing upon another's life. I must insist that you cease immediately. He signaled to the officers beside him. Officer, they initiated the violence. We were merely defending ourselves, Yun Zhiyi interjected from behind, stepping forward. Xie Yunyi also presented a video from her phone to Li Tianming. I have video evidence that they struck first. Li Tianming gazed at the video on his mobile phone, then raised his head and inquired, Who reported the incident? Officer, it was I who alerted the authorities. Wang Hao slowly raised his hand. Officer, do not believe them. We are the victims, cried the injured Crow, who had lost an arm, in anguish. Li Tianming surveyed the injured members of the Xinjiang society scattered across the ground and turned to Lin Nanfeng, saying, Sir, I am Li Tianming from the Nanshan substation. Please accompany us to the police station. He simultaneously instructed the officers beside him to take the severely injured to the hospital and bring the lightly wounded back to the station. Yun Zhiyi, upon hearing that Lin Nanfeng was to be taken away, approached Li Tianming with a frost-laden expression and spoke in a low voice. Officer Li, why must you take Lin Nanfeng? Li Tianming regarded the strikingly composed woman before him, his expression tinged with helplessness. Miss, given the gravity of this situation, an investigation is imperative. Lin Nanfeng stepped forward and reassured Yun Zhiyi. It's all right, rest assured. I am merely cooperating with Officer Li's inquiry. You should return home. He turned to Wang Hao. Housie, please escort Teacher Yun and Xie Yunyi home later. Li Tianming addressed Yun Zhiyi and the others. You are all involved in this matter and must accompany us to the police station for questioning. With that, he led Lin Nanfeng to the police vehicle. In the western district of Jiangsheng, within a villa adjacent to the Yangtze River, Gu Yunhe stood by the window, his face contorted in fury. Young master, Scar and his men have failed. How could they fail? Did I not instruct you to have Scar teach Lin Nanfeng a lesson? The wine glass in Gu Yunhe's hand shattered on the floor. Your former classmate is quite formidable. Scar and his men were all injured. Lin Nanfeng is now at the Nanshan police station. Moreover, young master, the price you previously quoted cannot be reduced at all. The man on the other end of the line concluded before abruptly hanging up. You scoundrel, seeking payment for an unfinished task. Gu Yuna's expression darkened. He had been on the verge of having Su Ro agree to be his girlfriend. Yet since the reunion, she had been distant. Lin Nanfeng, Su Ro is mine, and will always be. Why do you persist in appearing before her? This time, I shall ensure your disgrace, leaving you no chance of redemption. After a moment of silence, Gu Yuna picked up the phone, donning his formerly refined demeanor. Uncle Wang, good evening. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I require your assistance. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away, in a room where a strikingly beautiful young woman was working at her desk, her mobile phone suddenly rang. Yun Zhiyi, is there something urgent this late? Miss, there is trouble. Mr. Lin has been taken to the police station due to a fight. A fight? I have learned that Gu Yunha from the Gu family sent the Qingjiang Society to trouble the young master. Is he uninjured? No. But Gu Yunha will undoubtedly not let Mr. Lin off easily. The voice of the young woman in the room turned icy, reminiscent of snowflakes falling in the depths of winter, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Uncle Yi, arrange for a lawyer to go to the police station immediately and expedite the acquisition of shares in the Gu Group. Understood, Mississippi. The woman in the room is Yi Anren, a formidable figure in the business realm of Huagua. Approaching the window, the relentless demands of her work leave her feeling dizzy. As the pride of the Yi family, she graduated from Stanford Business School at the age of 23 and, through resolute measures, completely seized control of the vast Yi Group in less than 2 years. Remembering her father's last words, Yi Anren's eyes gleam with determination. Father, rest assured, I will safeguard the Yi family and take good care of my brother. No one shall harm him. At the Jiangxing Nanshan police station, Yun Zhiyi steps out after giving her statement. Teacher Yun, what should we do now? Nanfeng still hasn't come out, Wang Hao anxiously queries. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhiyi steps aside to make a phone call. Uncle, it's me, Xiaoyi. I have a friend at the Nanshan police station, and I need your assistance. She explains the circumstances of the situation over the phone. Xiaoyi, do not worry. I'm aware of the matter and will arrange for someone to handle it immediately. A warm voice responds from the other end. After hanging up, Yun Zhiyi turns back to Wang Hao and the others, assuring them, rest easy, Lin Nanfeng will be fine. Meanwhile, in the police station, Li Tianming is interrogating Lin Nanfeng. Name, Lin Nanfeng. Age, 27. Occupation, currently unemployed. You are a veteran. Why did you engage in a fight? Officer Li, although I am a veteran, my friend was in danger, and I had to protect him, Lin Nanfeng answers candidly. After concluding the interrogation, Li Tianming returns to his office, searching for Lin Nanfeng's identity information on the intranet, only to find that his access is insufficient. A wave of surprise washes over him as he stares at the data, realizing Lin Nanfeng's identity is anything but ordinary. At that moment, the office door swings open as two middle-aged men enter, one of whom is Lu Yuan, the deputy director of the Nanshan police station. Director Lu, still at work this late? Li Tianming inquires as he rises. Tianming, I heard you apprehended a young man named Lin Nanfeng tonight. Director Lu, it's not an arrest. It's merely an inquiry as per protocol. Li Tianming senses the underlying meaning in Lu Yuan's words. Captain Li, I am Du Luo, Mr. Lin Nanfeng's lawyer, the other middle-aged man states, handing his business card to Li Tianming, who is taken aback. Du Luo, a partner at the renowned Tianqing law firm, one of the most prestigious in southwestern Huagua, continues. Captain Li, I have reviewed the entire case concerning my client, and according to the law, Mr. Lin Nanfeng acted in self-defense. He should be released immediately after the inquiry. Lu Yuan adds, Tianming, if the inquiry is complete, then release Mr. Lin Nanfeng. Deputy Director Lu, the investigation is not yet thorough. Releasing him now may not adhere to protocol. A mocking voice suddenly interjects. At that moment, a middle-aged man enters the office. It is Wang Hai, the other deputy director of the station. Lu Yuan's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkens. Chapter 14. Various Forms of Assistance Deputy Director Wang. The investigation into the Lin Nanfeng case has been thoroughly completed. Detaining him in the interrogation room, is merely a waste of our police resources. Lu Yuan stated expressionlessly as he addressed Wang Hai. Wang Hai responded with a contemptuous smile. Deputy Lu, has the investigation into Lin Nanfeng truly reached a conclusion? The fact remains that he was involved in an altercation resulting in injury, and the victim is still hospitalized. An altercation resulting in injury? Lin Nanfeng was clearly acting in self-defense, Lu retorted. Self-defense, you say? His actions were excessive, Wang countered. Li Tianming watched the two deputy directors quarrel with a wry smile. What initially appeared to be a minor case had escalated into a direct confrontation between the two high-ranking officials. He understood the underlying motives. Director Ma from the Nanshan branch was approaching retirement, and the directorship would likely be contested between the two of them. Lu Yuan aimed to strengthen his ties with Du Luo, especially since Tianqing law firm possessed an extensive network of connections, while Wang Hai's involvement in the case was intriguing. Meanwhile, in the holding cell, Lin Nanfeng was confined alongside Brother Dao. Brother Dao glared menacingly at Lin Nanfeng, saying, "Kid, now that you're here, there's no way you're getting out. Do you believe I can't leave tonight?" Lin Nanfeng replied with a smile as he approached Brother Dao. Brother Dao curled his body, his voice trembling as he said, "What do you want? This is the police station. I am but a fine young man in society. How could I possibly engage in a fight?" Lin Nanfeng jested. Brother Dao, observing the refined youth before him, recalled the fierce visage he had displayed during their earlier confrontation, truly a blend of angel and devil. Lin Nanfeng glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and murmured to himself, "By my calculations, they should have arrived by now." In the office, Du Luo's serious voice interrupted the dispute between the two deputy directors. "Director Wang, if you do not provide evidence of my client's guilt within 24 hours, you must release Mr. Lin Nanfeng." Wang Hai furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. He had merely intended to assist Gu Yunha, hoping to secure a favor from the Gu family. However, things had taken an unexpected turn, embroiling Tianqing law firm and Lu Yuan in the matter. At that moment, the phone in the office rang abruptly. "Hello, is this Captain Li Tianming of the Nanshan police station? This is Secretary Fong from the mayor's office." Upon answering, Li Tianming's pupils dilated, disbelief flooding his expression, but he quickly regained his composure. "Hello, Secretary Fong. This is Li Tianming from the Nanshan police station. Captain Li, once the inquiry into Lin Nanfeng's case is complete, you are to release him tonight," came the authoritative voice from the other end, leaving no room for discussion. "Understood, Secretary Fong." After hanging up, Li Tianming was left in a state of amusement. Who exactly was Lin Nanfeng to have so many people advocating for him, even prompting a call from the mayor's secretary? He looked at Wang Hai, who was still deep in thought. "Director Wang, Director Lu, I just received a call from Secretary Fong at the mayor's office, instructing me to release Lin Nanfeng." "Are you certain it was Secretary Fong who called to release Lin Nanfeng?" Wang Hai's expression reflected his incredulity. Li Tianming nodded. "Well, old Wang, can we release him now?" Lu Yuan's face beamed with delight, though he was equally perplexed about Lin Nanfeng's identity. At that moment, the door to the police station office swung open, and Zhang Yuan strode in briskly. Observing the four individuals within the room, he promptly declared his identity. "I am Zhang Yuan from the National Security Council, and this is my identification." He then handed his credentials to Wang Hai, who stood closest to him. Wang Hai's eyes widened, and his eyelids twitched slightly as he received Zhang Yuan's identification. "Director Zhang, I am Wang Hai, the Deputy Chief of the Nanshan Police Bureau. May I inquire about the matter at hand?" The National Security Council operates directly under the jurisdiction of the highest state authority, possessing the right to act swiftly without prior approval within its domain. The other individuals present were equally taken aback by Zhang Yuan's identity, especially Li Tianming, who pondered whether this visit was related to the release of Lin Nanfeng. Zhang Yuan surveyed Wang Hai and the others, recognizing the weight his position carried. "Director Wang, among those your bureau detained for questioning tonight is a gentleman named Lin Nanfeng, and I must take him with me immediately." A wave of shock rippled through the gathered crowd. Wang Hai's trembling hands could not conceal the disbelief in his eyes, as beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks. He mentally berated Gu Yunha, realizing that offending both the National Security Council and the mayor's secretary could spell disaster for his position as chief. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, standing beside him, wore a broad smile, feeling vindicated in his gamble. Yet he seized the moment to further undermine Wang Hai. Director Zhang, Captain Li Tianming and I were just about to release Mr. Lin Nanfeng, but Deputy Chief Wang insisted on holding him. Lu Yuan's words not only sought to align himself with Li Tianming, but also to drive a wedge deeper into Wang Hai's predicament. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's remarks, Wang Hai hastily turned to Zhang Yuan, exclaiming, "Release him at once. Captain Li, do hurry." Still momentarily stunned, Li Tianming quickly regained his composure and addressed the silent Du Luo. "Lawyer Du, you are now Mr. Lin Nanfeng's representative. Let us proceed together." Du Luo nodded in agreement. Inside the detention room, Li Tianming and Du Luo entered together. Li Tianming smiled at Lin Nanfeng, saying, "Mr. Lin, our investigation has cleared you of any wrongdoing. You are free to leave." Brother Dao, present in the room, widened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. "Officer Li, surely there must be some mistake." Li Tianming regarded Brother Dao with an impassive expression, his voice icy. "Do you not trust our police bureau?" The weight of Li Tianming's authority stifled Brother Dao, rendering him speechless. Du Luo quickly approached Lin Nanfeng, excitement evident as he grasped his hands. "Mr. Lin, I am your lawyer, Du Luo, and I am here to escort you out." Lin Nanfeng regarded Du Luo with a hint of confusion, wondering if he had been retained by Yun Zhiyi and the others, as he lacked the means to hire a lawyer himself. The trio exited the interrogation room, and, as they traversed the corridor, they encountered Zhang Yuan waiting there. "At this late hour, you still come to my aid," Lin Nanfeng remarked half-jokingly. "Even without my intervention, you would have been released. Your connections are indeed impressive. Even the mayor's secretary has inquired about you, along with the renowned lawyer Du Luo by your side." Zhang Yuan's curiosity deepened, pondering who had arranged for Du Luo's presence and the mayor's secretary's involvement in securing his release. Outside the police station, Yun Zhiyi and the others awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Nanfeng emerge from the precinct, they immediately rushed forward to greet him. As Du Luo and Zhang Yuan observed Yun Zhiyi approaching, they prepared to take their leave. Yun Zhiyi stepped beside Lin Nanfeng, her expression fraught with anxiety, the late night dew dampening her cheeks. "Are you all right?" she inquired, her eyes fixed on him. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" he replied, spinning around in place. At that moment, Wang Hao also drew near. "You had us all terribly worried, especially with teacher Yun pacing back and forth at the police station entrance." Lin Nanfeng glanced at Yun Zhiyi beside him, warmth blossoming in his heart. "Nanfeng, would you like me to give you a ride home?" asked Xie Yuanyi. "No need, Manager Xie. Anan is still at home. You should head back. Teacher Yun and I are going in the same direction." "In the same direction?" The other three questioned, puzzled. Wang Hao regarded Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi with a peculiar look. "Oh, good for you, brother." Yun Zhiyi's face flushed crimson as she walked toward the car, turning back to Lin Nanfeng, who stood frozen in place, and teasingly said, "Aren't you getting in? Do you wish to stay here overnight?" Chapter 15. Ambiguity inside the room. Lin Nanfeng lay in bed, perplexed as to why Du Luo and the mayor's secretary had gone to the police station to rescue him. During his time at the station, he had inquired with Du Luo, but the latter had stated that his employer demanded confidentiality. Just then, the door creaked open, and Yun Zhiyi slowly entered. Approaching the bed, he curiously asked her, "Teacher Yun, is there something you need at this hour?" "I came to help you with your injuries. I brought some medicine," she said, raising the first aid kit in her hand. "There's no need. They're just minor wounds, and I've healed already," Lin Nanfeng asserted, rising to gently usher her out. However, in the midst of their playful pushing, Yun Zhiyi lost her balance and stumbled backward, letting out a startled cry. "Be careful," Lin Nanfeng exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to catch her hand. Yet, due to the momentum, they both fell onto the bed. In that unexpected moment, he inadvertently kissed her lips, his mind blanking, heart racing wildly. Yun Zhiyi, who had landed atop him, widened her eyes in shock, her body instinctively growing limp. The sound of the first aid kit clattering to the floor jolted them both back to reality. Her cheeks flushed a deep red as she quickly rose from Lin Nanfeng's side. "Ahem, Teacher Yun, You were the one who fell back. I was merely trying to catch you, he stammered, standing at the edge of the bed, avoiding her gaze. The room was enveloped in an awkward silence. As they both remained mute, Yun Zhiyi, her face still flushed, bent to retrieve the first aid kit and murmured, "Please take off your shirt. I'll tend to your wounds." "Ah, all right," Lin Nanfeng replied, anxious that refusing might lead to further mishaps. He removed his shirt and sat on the bed with his back to her. Yun Zhiyi's eyes fell upon the numerous scars on his back, some still bearing the marks of gunshot wounds, her voice quivering slightly. "How did you sustain so many injuries?" "These are old wounds from my time in the military. They are but distant memories," he replied, noticing the change in her tone. "Does it hurt?" Yun Zhiyi meticulously applied the medicine, dismissing the pain of this minor injury as inconsequential for the night. Simultaneously, Wang Hai successfully reached Gu Yunhe by phone. "Yunhe, on behalf of your father, I must caution you. Refrain from provoking Lin Nanfeng in the future." Gu Yunhe, currently imbibing at a bar, inquired with confusion, "Uncle Wang, is there something amiss?" "Lin Nanfeng." Wang Hai interrupted. "Lin Nanfeng has already been released. He is backed by many who protect him. Furthermore, avoid contacting me unless absolutely necessary." With that, he terminated the call. Inside the bar, an irate Gu Yunhe hurled his phone to the ground, frantically shouting at the nearby hostess, "Leave. All of you get out. Lin Nanfeng, I am determined to drive you out of Jiangcheng." "Miss, the young master has been released from the police station and is awaiting news," said a voice over the phone. "Very well, Uncle Yi, ensure you rest early." "Miss, it appears that a young lady from the Yun family has an unusual relationship with the young master." Yi Anren, about to hang up, paused in surprise. The Yun family, was it not the esteemed family from Suzhou? Today at the police station, Du Luo had seen Yun Zhiyi present as well. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Anren instructed, "Investigate Yun Zhiyi's intentions in approaching him." The following morning, Lin Nanfeng boarded Yun Zhiyi's car, en route to school. Jiangxing University stands as one of Huagua's premier institutions, particularly renowned for its programs in business management and finance. Inside the vehicle, Yun Zhiyi, who had been gazing out the window, abruptly turned to Lin Nanfeng and asked, "Are you truly intending to work at Jiangxing University?" Lin Nanfeng nodded, while casually replying, "I shall be hitching rides with you two and from work from now on." As the car swiftly entered Jiangxing University, the vibrant atmosphere of youth enveloped them, with students bustling along the paths. Reminiscing about the glorious past, the youthful exuberance resonated in the air. Many college students paused to gaze at Lin Nanfeng, captivated by his recitation. Yun Zhiyi lowered her head, feigning ignorance of him. "Excuse me, how does one reach the comprehensive office building?" Lin Nanfeng, bemused by Yun Zhiyi's demeanor, responded, "You should find out for yourself." Quickly distancing herself from him, Yun Zhiyi left him speechless. The campus of Jiangxing University was extensive, and Lin Nanfeng inquired with several classmates before locating the correct building. In the principal's office, he faced an elderly gentleman with graying hair, the esteemed Principal Zhou Anjia. Zhou Anjia, perplexed by the sudden assignment of such a young individual to oversee the security department, expressed his concerns as Lin Nanfeng was about to leave. "Director Lin, most of the security personnel are retired veterans, some of whom can be rather unruly and challenging to manage." Lin Nanfeng smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Principal Zhou." As Zhou Anjia watched Lin Nanfeng depart, he shook his head, reflecting on the fearlessness of the current youth, akin to a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. At the entrance of the school, several men gathered in the security room. "Boss, I've heard that a leader will be dispatched to us from above. Is that true?" inquired a short-statured man. The one referred to as boss was Zheng Shuji, the head of security at Jiangxing University, who nodded in acknowledgement. "If he can turn a blind eye, we'll show him respect, but if he tries to assert his authority in front of us, just watch how I deal with him. Zhao Tian, you should be cautious. After all, he is sent from above," Zheng Shuji replied with a hint of resignation. A burly man beside him chimed in, "Boss, what is there to fear? If it comes to that, we want to stick around. We'll stand by you." Just then, Lin Nanfeng pushed open the door to the security room and walked in. The three men turned to regard the young man entering. Lin Nanfeng quickly introduced, "This is Captain Zheng Shuji." Zhang Shuji looked at Lin Nanfeng in confusion and stepped forward. I am Zhang Shuji. And you are? Lin Nanfeng extended his hands to shake Zhang Shuji's. Captain Zhang, my name is Lin Nanfeng. Zhang Shuji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, greeting Lin Nanfeng with enthusiasm. Hello, Director Lin. However, an unharmonious voice emerged from behind Zhang Shuji. So, you are the new director overseeing us. Zhao Tian cast a disdainful glance at Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng's lips curled into a sly smile as he replied, Are you both unwilling to accept my authority? If you want us to acknowledge you, then defeat us with your strength. Zhang Shuji hastily interjected, Zhao Tian, Tiniu, do not be disrespectful. It's fine. Since a fight is on the table, let's head to the training room for the arena. Captain Zhang, please gather all the security personnel after the match. We can convene a meeting, Lin Nanfeng declared while stretching his arms. In the training room, aside from the temporarily assigned security personnel, nearly everyone was present. The crowd below the arena murmured amongst themselves. The new security director is rather arrogant, thinking he can compete against Zhao Tian and Tiniu. Only Captain Zhang stand a chance against them. Zhang Shuji watched the three men in the arena, fully aware of Zhao Tian and Tiniu's skills, worry etched across his face. Yet he sternly instructed, Zhao Tian, Tiniu, do not injure Director Lin. On the arena, Zhao Tian leaned against the edge of the platform, his hands clenched tightly, fingers popping with tension. Director Lin, you may choose. Will it be me or Tiniu? Lin Nanfeng stood at the center of the arena, calmly replying. No need to waste time. Both of you can come meet together. Arrogant. You think your frail body can take on both of us? Allow me, Tiniu, to teach you a lesson, Tiniu retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch towards Lin Nanfeng. The spectators below had yet to react when, in the blink of an eye, Lin Nanfeng effortlessly blocked the punch with one hand, his stance unwavering. Impressive strength, but still lacking, he remarked. Tiniu's expression shifted slightly as he prepared to throw another punch, but Lin Nanfeng did not grant him the opportunity. Instead, he executed a swift grappling maneuver, bringing Tiniu down to the ground. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. The Iron Bull, anxious and pinned to the ground, addressed Zhao Tian, Brother Tian. Are you still watching the show? Why don't you make a move? Beside him, Zhao Tian was astounded by Lin Nanfeng's prowess, yet he quickly advanced toward him. Unleashing a fierce offensive. Zhang Shuji observed the two on the stage, exerting all their might in their attacks, while Lin Nanfeng effortlessly fended off their advances. It was evident that Zhao Tian and his companion were on the verge of defeat. Indeed, Lin Nanfeng seized upon the openings in their assaults. In an instant, he grasped both their throats. With the slightest exertion, he could sever their windpipes. Zhang Shuji's expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. Director Lin, please show mercy. Lin Nanfeng gradually lowered his hands. He had no intention of taking their lives, for they were not enemies but merely engaged in friendly competition. Rest assured, Captain Zhang. Do you think these two will concede now? Zhao Tian and the Iron Bull widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief, as the man opposite them had merely defended until now. Yet, with a single decisive strike, they faced defeat. Director Lin, Iron Bull, and I are completely convinced. Had you not held back in your final blow, we would have either perished or been left crippled. The crowd beneath the stage was equally captivated by Lin Nanfeng's display. Lin Nanfeng surveyed the audience, straightening his disheveled attire from moments prior, and spoke slowly. Regarding the future administration of the security department, I shall propose 3 requests. First, during my tenure, all personnel are to refrain from causing unnecessary trouble and focus on their respective duties. I do not wish to attract complications. Second, for any matters, do not approach me directly. As usual, consult Captain Zhang. Third, any suspicious individuals on campus must be reported directly to me. The assembly was taken aback by Lin Nanfeng's 3 stipulations, wondering if the newly appointed director intended to be a hands-off manager. The hall fell into a hush. Is that understood? Lin Nanfeng's voice rose abruptly. Understood, Director Lin. The crowd responded in unison. Lin Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. His primary purpose for joining the security department at Jiangxi University was the safety of Yun Zhiyi. While at work, he preferred a cup of tea and a pack of cigarettes, content to clock out when the time came. As noon approached, Lin Nanfeng, along with Zheng Shuji and another companion, ascended to the second-floor dining hall of Jiangxing University. Observing the bustling student crowd, Lin Nanfeng felt as if he had stepped into another realm. Just as he contemplated finding a place to sit and enjoy his meal, a sudden eruption of gasps emerged from a corner of the dining hall, and students swiftly gathered, forming a circle. Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of curiosity. Zheng Shuji, accustomed to such scenes, remarked, "It must be a student confessing their feelings. It's quite common, especially on the 520th day, when many boys profess their love beneath the girls' dormitory." Lin Nanfeng smiled faintly, realizing that the methods of confession among university boys had remained unchanged over the years. As he intended to navigate toward a nearby seat, he caught sight of the girl being confessed to. It was Yun Zhiyi. His body jolted, frozen in place, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Director Lin, what's wrong?" Zheng Shuji and the others sensed the shift in his demeanor. Lin Nanfeng steadied himself and spoke with righteous conviction. "Captain Zheng, I find myself exceedingly dissatisfied with your team's routine work. With such a large gathering of people, should a stampede or any safety incident occur, it would be an act of irresponsibility towards our students." Lin Nanfeng, with a heart-wrenching expression, caught the attention of the three individuals beside him, leaving them momentarily astonished. No sooner had he spoken than he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, prompting Zheng Shuji and the others to hastily follow suit. "Make way. What are you all doing here?" Lin Nanfeng declared as he navigated through the throng of students. Upon reaching the center of the crowd, his gaze fell upon a student, nearly 20 years of age, who was presenting a bouquet of flowers to Yun Zhiyi in a declaration of affection. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi appeared dazed, her expression still in disbelief, having never anticipated that a student would profess their feelings for a teacher. Beside her sat a beautiful female teacher, her mouth agape in utter astonishment. "What are you all doing here? Disperse," Lin Nanfeng commanded sternly. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yun Zhiyi regained her composure and softly responded, "Dear student, the teacher has someone she adores." She raised her gaze to meet Lin Nanfeng's eyes, which left him momentarily bewildered, pondering why Yun Zhiyi was looking at him. The male student, kneeling on one knee, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, his eyes dimming with despair. Nevertheless, he persisted in offering the roses to Yun Zhiyi. Just as she was about to decline, Lin Nanfeng interrupted with a sharp inquiry. "What is your major, and which class are you from? Who is your advisor? You are causing a disturbance here. Captain Zheng will note your name." Zheng Shuji, equally perplexed, whispered to him, "Director, is that really necessary?" The male student, upon realizing Lin Nanfeng's seriousness, changed his expression, dropped the roses, and fled, shouting, "I'm Fang Hao from Class 5 of Financial Management. Come and catch me if you can." Lin Nanfeng was left in a state of confusion. Do university students really leave their names when they misbehave? However, some students in the crowd recognized him and murmured, "Isn't that Ding Hung Hao from Class 1 of Finance?" The students began to disperse. Zheng Shuji and the others worked to clear the onlookers. Once the crowd thinned, Lin Nanfeng approached Yun Zhiyi, remarking with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems that teacher Yun's charm remains undiminished, captivating even the university students." Chapter 17. A reunion. Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's sardonic tone, Yun Zhiyi smiled brightly, stunning everyone present, including Zheng Shuji and the others behind Lin Nanfeng. "Were you just feeling jealous?" she playfully inquired. The female teacher, sitting nearby, was taken aback by Yun Zhiyi's words. She was aware that Yun Zhiyi seldom conversed with strangers and had never spoken in such a manner to any man, even though she was familiar with. However, considering the senior who was pursuing Yun Zhiyi, a knowing look filled her eyes. As Lin Nanfeng raised his cup to drink, Yun Zhiyi's comment nearly caused him to choke, prompting a fit of coughing. "Teacher Yun, why would I be jealous? I was merely teaching him to respect his teachers." "Oh, is that so?" Yun Zhiyi rose gracefully and approached Lin Nanfeng, the distance between them a mere few centimeters. Lin Nanfeng could distinctly hear the rhythm of her breath and catch a whiff of her delicate peach blossom fragrance, a scent uniquely hers, intoxicatingly refreshing. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng's heart raced uncontrollably, a flutter of emotions igniting within him. Standing at a modest height of 1.70 meters, Yun Zhiyi gazed intently at Lin Nanfeng, as if seeking to unveil any hint of vulnerability in his expression. Yet, Lin Nanfeng dared not meet her gaze directly, opting instead to avert his eyes towards the ceiling. Yun Zhiyi chuckled softly. Let's go." With that, she sidestepped past him. "Zhiyi, wait for me." As the female teacher, she passed by Lin Nanfeng. She bestowed upon him a warm smile. "Handsome, I have my eye on you." Lin Nanfeng turned to watch the silhouettes of Yun Zhiyi and Jiangxi depart until they vanished from sight, at which point he could no longer bear it. "Tainyo, lend me a hand. My legs have gone numb." He slumped back into his seat. "Director, you truly are impressive. I am utterly convinced now." Zhao Tian, with a sycophantic demeanor, assisted Lin Nanfeng in rubbing his thigh. Lin Nanfeng, perplexed, inquired, "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Not at all." "Who is Yun Zhiyi?" "She is the most stunning beauty among the faculty at Jiangxing University. The line of suitors stretches from the head of the Yangtze River to its tail, and she has never shown such attention to any male student," Zhao Tian boasted. "Zhao Tian, don't blow things out of proportion." Lin Nanfeng coughed lightly. "Director, Zhao Tian is not exaggerating. There are indeed many pursuing teacher Yun, especially some of the younger professors at our school. You must seize this opportunity." Zheng Shuji chimed in supportively. However, Lin Nanfeng fell into deep contemplation. He was uncertain about the tumult of emotions he felt upon witnessing Yun Zhiyi being confessed to. It had left him quite unsettled. Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? No, that was impossible. His earlier actions were solely to protect her, with no ulterior motives. Lin Nanfeng adamantly reassured himself. At 4 p.m, time seemed to crawl as Lin Nanfeng remained in the office. In the security hall, only a few guards were monitoring the surveillance feeds. Zheng Shuji had already led a patrol team out into the campus. Boredom washed over Lin Nanfeng, prompting him to desire a stroll outside. On the tree-lined avenue of Jiangxing University, numerous couples nestled against the sycamore trees, indulging in affectionate embraces and tender kisses. An elderly professor passing by observed this scene and remarked, "Such a disgrace to decorum. The morals of society are declining. What a disgrace." Lin Nanfeng, hearing the professor's words, refrained from voicing his opinion, recognizing that each generation holds its own perspectives. After all, he too had once shared intimate moments with Su Ro beneath the grand trees on campus. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. "Nanfeng, what brings you here?" The tone was tinged with surprise. Lin Nanfeng looked up to see Su Ro standing not far away, her hair styled into a high ponytail, exuding a polished demeanor. As he hesitated to greet her, Su Ro had already approached him. Lin Nanfeng replied awkwardly, "I left my previous job and found a position here. Today is my first day." "Hello, is there something bringing you to Jiangxing University?" "The group is here for recruitment, and I'm the person in charge of this hiring process." Lin Nanfeng suddenly snapped back to reality. Once again, it was graduation season. The months of September and October were bustling with numerous companies coming to campus for recruitment. "Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, would you like to take a walk?" Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, but realized that in such a public setting, there was no need for avoidance. He nodded in agreement. As they strolled side by side beneath the sycamore trees on campus, both were enveloped in a profound silence. Su Ro gazed at the couple seated beneath the trees. 5 years ago, you and I walked here together. How swiftly time has flown by," she remarked, a hint of melancholy in her voice. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of emotion, longing to inquire about the true reason behind their breakup. Yet he quickly quelled that impulse. The days of their youth had long passed, and he was no longer the impetuous young man who would fight for love. All that remained was the mundane reality of life. Su Ro continued to muse aloud. "You were such a fool back then, doing whatever I asked." With reddened eyes, Lin Nanfeng interrupted her. "Su Ro, it's all in the past. I've moved on." Su Ro turned to look at the man before her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. And once again, silence enveloped them. "How is your father these days?" Lin Nanfeng broke the quietude. Recalling how he had known about Su Ro's father's long-term illness during their time together and often visited her family. Furthermore, Su Ro's family was not in a favorable economic situation. Su Ro was taken aback by Lin Nanfeng's inquiry and fell into silence for a moment. He's all right. He still often brings you up in conversation. Lin Nanfeng observed Su Ro's demeanor, a wave of sorrow washing over him. I saw that at the last class reunion. You came with Gu Yunha. Are you two together now? Is he treating you well? To his surprise, Su Ro did not answer directly, but instead posed a question back to Lin Nanfeng. Do you think he and I are together now? Lin Nanfeng was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her query. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi and Jiangxi happened to emerge from the adjacent teaching building. Jiangxi, with sharp eyes, spotted Lin Nanfeng beneath the sycamore tree. Zhiyi, isn't that Director Lin from this afternoon cafeteria? Who's that girl beside him? Quite lovely. Yun Zhiyi, pas noticing Su Ro, replied coldly. That's my ex-girlfriend. After a brief pause, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts, she began walking towards Lin Nanfeng and Su Ro. Jiangxi, sensing the excitement, wondered if a dramatic confrontation akin to one from a television show was about to unfold. Zhiyi, wait for me. While Lin Nanfeng pondered how to respond to Su Ro's question, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Miss Su, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Nanfeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation within. Even a casual meeting with his ex-girlfriend seemed to attract attention. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 18. A whiff of jealousy. Su Ro was equally surprised to encounter Yun Zhiyi here. Yet she maintained her composure. Teacher Yun, it's been a while. Yun Zhiyi traversed the distance to stand beside Lin Nanfeng, who initially intended to elucidate matters to her. However, the more he contemplated, the more he felt it was illogical. What was there to explain? He and Su Ro were merely old classmates engaging in innocent conversation. Did Miss Su's arrival at Jiangxing University warrant an explanation? If so, perhaps Zhiyi could offer assistance. I have completed my matters, Nanfeng. I must take my leave, Su Ro declared before turning away. Lin Nanfeng gazed at her departing silhouette, his mind adrift, unable to regain tranquility. Is the esteemed Director Lin feeling a surge of emotions upon encountering an ex-girlfriend again? Yun Zhiyi teased from the side. Lin Nanfeng seemed oblivious to her jest, lost in thoughts of Su Ro's departure, lamenting, the days of youth have long since faded into oblivion. Once he steadied his emotions, he turned to find Yun Zhiyi's countenance shrouded in gloom. Are you unwell? Your complexion is rather poor, he inquired. Yun Zhiyi's voice was frigid, akin to the biting cold of winter's chill. Lin Nanfeng shivered at her tone. He swiftly departed, contemplating how her temperament shifted as unpredictably as the weather. Meanwhile, Jiangxi, who had been observing, remarked with a pinched nose, what a potent aroma of jealousy. A blush crept upon Yun Zhiyi's cheeks as she cupped her flushed face, pondering. Zhiyi, what has come over you? You're typically so magnanimous. Why the change today? As night fell, the seasons approached the autumnal equinox, with the sun's zenith gradually shifting from the Tropic of Cancer towards the equator, resulting in equal lengths of day and night. Lin Nanfeng arrived at the parking lot early, eagerly awaiting the end of the workday. Upon spotting Yun Zhiyi, he rushed towards her. Working late today, are we? You must be exhausted, he said, his expression rather lecherous, his voice overly flattering. Yun Zhiyi looked at him, astonished. Didn't you finish work at 5? Why are you still here? I'm merely saving on transport costs by hitching a ride with you, he replied. Exasperated, Yun Zhiyi retorted, I will take the subway home. She strode towards her BMW, retrieving her keys to unlock the door, leaving Lin Nanfeng in her wake. Ouch, that hurts, Lin Nanfeng exclaimed, a pained expression crossing his face as he bent over, clutching his stomach. Yun Zhiyi, alarmed, rushed to his side, supporting him with urgency. Nanfeng, what's wrong? Hold on, I'll contact the school doctor immediately. Her face was etched with concern as she fumbled for her phone, but Lin Nanfeng seized the moment to dash to her car, leaving a bewildered Yun Zhiyi behind. In that instant, a mix of shock and fury washed over her, her ears burning red, possibly from anger. You scoundrel, Lin Nanfeng. Inside the car, Yun Zhiyi appeared to be still simmering from the earlier incident, not uttering a word to Lin Nanfeng. All right, please don't be angry anymore. I acknowledge my mistake, he pleaded. Lin Nanfeng coaxed Yun Zhiyi as one would soothe a child. Yun Zhiyi remained silent, her gaze fixed angrily out the window. Handing her a bag from beside him, Lin Nanfeng continued, "You haven't eaten yet after working late, have you? I bought some candied chestnuts outside the school just after finishing work." Reluctantly, Yun Zhiyi accepted the bag, yet her hands did not cease their task of peeling the chestnuts. Observing her gluttonous demeanor, Lin Nanfeng smiled and inquired, "Are they delicious?" At that moment, Yun Zhiyi's eyes curved into crescent moons, her face radiating satisfaction as she mumbled through mouthfuls, "Delicious." She appeared exceedingly endearing now, a side of her that Lin Nanfeng had not anticipated from the usually gentle and dignified woman. "Since you haven't had dinner, let me take you to savor some local delicacies in Jiangsheng. By the way, you don't eat spicy food, right? Have you ever tried hot pot?" While munching on chestnuts, Yun Zhiyi shook her head. "No, in Jiangsheng, one simply must indulge in a hot pot meal. Tonight, I shall take you for hot pot." As night fell gradually, they arrived at a renowned hot pot restaurant in Jiangsheng, famous for being both economical and delectable. Lin Nanfeng often frequented this establishment with his friend Wang Hao. "Waiter, a table for two, please. We'll have a Yinyang pot base, with the spicy broth being mildly hot." Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's order for a Yinyang pot, the server's face displayed surprise. "Sir, are you sure you want the Yinyang pot?" Lin Nanfeng nodded, slightly embarrassed. He noticed the puzzled expression on Yun Zhiyi's face and explained, "In Jiangsheng, it's customary to order the spicy broth. Mildly spicy is the baseline here." Understanding dawned on Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng proceeded to order various ingredients such as beef tripe, duck intestines, and sliced pork. In the end, he requested the sole ingredient of the Yinyang hot pot, pea shoots. "Isn't the hot pot delightful?" Lin Nanfeng observed Yun Zhiyi, now sweating from the heat of the meal. "Delicious. I didn't expect Jiangsheng's hot pot to be this good," she replied, thoroughly satisfied and beaming with joy. Lin Nanfeng noticed the grease on her lips and gently reached for a napkin to wipe it away. As Yun Zhiyi was enjoying her hot pot, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her chopsticks froze in midair, leaving both of them in a rather awkward situation. Lin Nanfeng, regaining his composure first, quickly retracted his hand. "You had some grease on your face." At that moment, he wished to disappear into the ground. He was unsure how it had come to this. Seeing the grease on her face had made him instinctively want to help her clean it off. Wasn't such an action typically reserved for couples? Yun Zhiyi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap caught Lin Nanfeng's attention. As he passed by, Lin Nanfeng detected the distinct scent of mercenaries, something he was all too familiar with from his years of dealings with foreign mercenaries. The overwhelming stench of blood lingered, and even after multiple washes, Lin Nanfeng's keen sense of smell could still discern it. This middle-aged man slowly sat down at the table next to them, his gaze seemingly fixed on Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi. At this moment, Lin Nanfeng's gaze was profound, reflecting a contemplative demeanor. "Teacher Yun, I trust you've had your fill. Given how late it is, let us return home for the evening." The bustling atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant made Lin Nanfeng apprehensive about potential unforeseen circumstances, prompting his suggestion to leave. Yun Zhiyi, harboring similar intentions to return home, nodded in agreement. At Binhai Huafu, within the confines of Yun Zhiyi's residence, Director Zhang instructed, "Please review the surveillance footage from the Linjiang hot pot restaurant at 8:30 p.m. last night for a middle-aged man wearing a duckbill cap." "Mr. Lin, I will arrange for an investigation immediately," came Zhang Yuan's understanding voice over the phone, acknowledging the urgency of the matter. Lin Nanfeng opened the window of his room, where thunder rumbled ominously outside. Flashes of lightning illuminated the pitch-black sky, and torrential rain poured down. Chapter 19. The Cobra Mercenary Group, the following day. The rain-soaked morning welcomed sunlight filtering through thick clouds, awakening Lin Nanfeng to the melodious chirping of birds outside, accompanied by the sudden ringing of his phone. "Mr. Lin, we have uncovered the identity of the individual from yesterday. He is merely an ordinary man, a doctor named Deng Qi from a local hospital. Aside from having traveled abroad 5 years ago, there are no unusual circumstances surrounding him," reported Zhang Yuan over the line. After hanging up, Lin Nanfeng was filled with confusion. Could he have misjudged? The brutal scent of blood emanating from that middle-aged man yesterday was eerily reminiscent of the mercenaries he had encountered before. Yet, with Zhang Yuan's findings, he could only suppress his skepticism. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, the very man from the hot pot restaurant, Deng Qi, made his appearance. Shortly after, 4 Asian men emerged from the ruins, led by a middle-aged man with a serpent tattoo adorning his arm. "Dark Serpent, I thought you wouldn't show up today," rasped the leader, his voice chillingly cold. Deng Qi furrowed his brow, responding somberly, "Cobra, you should not be in Huagua at this time." The man called Cobra smirked slyly. "I am aware that Huagua is a forbidden territory for mercenary organizations and that both military and police forces pose significant challenges. However, the price offered by the Red Scorpion organization is exorbitant. Other mercenary groups fear Huagua and dare not accept the job, yet I am willing to take the gamble." Upon hearing this, Deng Qi remained silent, his head bowed. The middle-aged man approached Deng Qi, patting him on the shoulder as he continued, "Dark Serpent, I know your daughter requires substantial funds for her treatment. If you assist me in completing this task, the commission will be more than sufficient to cover her medical expenses." Only then did Deng Qi raise his gaze to meet Cobra's eyes. "What exactly do you need me to do?" Cobra pondered for a moment before articulating. "The 4 of us have entered Huagua via clandestine means, and our identities are precarious. I need you to provide us with target intelligence and a secure escape route. The target has already been sent to you." At Jiangxing University, Lin Nanfeng's curiosity about the middle-aged man from yesterday deepened. Perusing the relevant information sent by Zhang Yuan, he noted Deng Qi, a 39-year-old respiratory physician at Jiangxing Second Hospital, divorced with a 10-year-old daughter. However, born with a severe illness, long-term treatment is required. Lin Nanfeng set down the materials in his hand, lost in thought, only realizing the cigarette had burned down to his fingers when he felt the sting. He retrieved his phone and dialed an unknown number. "Boss, what a surprise to receive your call." A voice filled with delight emanated from the other end. Lin Nanfeng responded with a serious tone, "Tianqi, I need you to investigate someone, Deng Qi, a doctor at the Second Hospital of Jiangxing." Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's grave demeanor, the person on the line subdued his playful intentions and replied calmly, "I will need some time." "The sooner, the better," Lin Nanfeng concluded, hanging up the phone. Hundreds of kilometers away in Luqing, in a room filled with computers, a young man in his 20s sat beside a computer. "I never expected the boss would call me. If there is a task, I must complete it swiftly." He then focused intently on the keyboard. While Lin Nanfeng was searching for information, he summoned Zheng Shuji and the other 2 to the conference room. "You 3 must meticulously monitor the individuals entering and exiting the campus. Any unfamiliar visitors must be registered, and suspicious persons should be reported to me immediately. Furthermore, should teacher Yun Zhiyi leave the campus, I need to be informed at once." Zheng Shuji and the others exchanged puzzled glances. "Director, are you here at Jiangxing University for a specific task?" Lin Nanfeng preferred to keep Yun Zhiyi's situation discreet. "Do not concern yourselves with that. Your primary focus should be safety. Report anything unusual promptly." Afternoon, the ringing of the phone awoke Lin Nanfeng, who had been napping in his office. "Boss, I found something." On the surface, Deng Qi is a doctor at the Second Hospital of Jiangxing, but every year, a sum of money is transferred from abroad into his bank account. I infiltrated the foreign bank system linked to this transfer and discovered the funds originate from the Cobra Mercenary Corps. His expression changed drastically. The Cobra Mercenary Corps is the 5th-ranked mercenary organization in the world. Lin Nanfeng immediately attempted to contact Yun Zhiyi, but the call indicated her phone was off. While notifying Zheng Shuji to check the school surveillance, he accessed the internal network to find Jiang Shi's phone number. In a voice laced with urgency, he inquired, "Teacher Jiang, this is Lin Nanfeng. Is Yun Zhiyi with you?" Jiang Shi responded, puzzled, "No, she has a meeting in a county near Jiangxing. She left after lunch today." Lin Nanfeng's expression darkened. Zheng Shuji reported over the phone regarding the surveillance footage of Yun Zhiyi. "Director, when teacher Yun went out at noon, the security guard on duty did not see her leave. The footage shows she exited around 1:30. After pondering for a moment, Lin Nanfeng dialed Zhang Yuan. Director Zhang, I've uncovered that Deng Qi may be a member of the Cobra Mercenary Corps. Find a way to apprehend him. Additionally, Yun Zhiyi has gone to the county, and her phone is off. Please notify the county police to locate her and provide covert protection. I will head to the county immediately. Without waiting for Zhang Yuan's response, Lin Nanfeng hastily ended the call. Zhang Yuan, upon hearing this, wore a tense expression and promptly arranged for personnel to control Deng Qi at the second hospital, while also alerting the county police to search for Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng was driving the only shared vehicle in the security room at a rapid pace on the highway. Mr. Lin, Deng Qi has already relayed the message, but he has informed the incoming Cobra organization. How many have they sent this time? 4 individuals, and they are now heading towards the county. Mr. Lin, please exercise caution. The distance from Jiangsheng to the county typically requires an hour and a half at normal highway speeds. However, after Lin Nanfeng exceeded the speed limit, he arrived at the county toll station almost simultaneously with Yun Zhiyi. The police also intercepted Yun Zhiyi at the county toll station. As Lin Nanfeng observed Yun Zhiyi being questioned by the police, his tense emotions suddenly relaxed, and he felt as though fortune smiled upon him. Initially, he had intended to reprimand Yun Zhiyi upon finding her, but the moment he beheld her familiar visage, his anger was extinguished. With a roguish grin, he approached her. Teacher Yun, you arrive in the county without a word, and your phone is off. Startled by the sudden voice, Yun Zhiyi replied, What are you doing here? Aren't you at school? Lin Nanfeng's eyes flickered as he quickly formulated a response in his mind. The county is my hometown. There are matters at home, and I have taken leave from the school. Really? Yun Zhiyi regarded him with a skeptical gaze. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Cobra mercenary group had also arrived in the county, which now lay in the calm before the storm. Chapter 20. Life and Death at Breakneck Speed in the County. After Lin Nanfeng identified himself to the local police, he deliberately signaled them to impound Yun Zhiyi's car. He forcibly pulled Yun Zhiyi into his vehicle while tossing her BMW to the police. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan was racing towards the county with members of the National Security Agency. Inside the car, Yun Zhiyi remained perplexed by the actions of the county police. It must be due to some unresolved incidents involving your BMW, Lin Nanfeng jested, sincerely analyzing the reason for the police's seizure of her vehicle. Yun Zhiyi, however, paid him no mind, her spirits dampened by the recent delay caused by the car seizure. Teacher Yun, even with my eyes closed, I could find my way in the county. With me as your driver, you can rest assured we will arrive on time. Just then, a black Toyota suddenly burst forth, breaking through the vehicles of the undercover officers trailing behind. In an instant, Lin Nanfeng had no time to react as the Toyota collided with his vehicle. The force of the impact knocked Yun Zhiyi unconscious in the passenger seat, and Lin Nanfeng's arm was lacerated by shattered glass. He saw 3 men emerge from the Toyota, armed with weapons, members of the Cobra mercenary group. One of the men, speaking in hesitant Mandarin, said, You are indeed clever. You tracked the target's phone directly. Enough chatter, Viper, hurry up. The Hua Country Police will respond immediately. Eliminate the man and take the woman. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Lin Nanfeng's eyes as he reached for the shards of glass that had fallen. In a bid to avoid harming Yun Zhiyi, the Viper stealthily approached the driver's seat with a 2011 pistol in hand, poised to eliminate Lin Nanfeng with a single shot. Seizing the moment, Lin Nanfeng flung open the car door, crashing it into the Viper. Taken by surprise, the Viper was knocked to the ground, and Lin Nanfeng swiftly seized the opportunity, using a shard of glass to slice across the Viper's throat. The Viper, momentarily stunned, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape as he struggled to utter a word. The pistol clattered to the ground as he instinctively reached for the fatal wound on his neck, a deadly blow. At this juncture, Yun Zhiyi had already been abducted into a Toyota. However, upon witnessing the Viper's demise, the Cobra and his accomplice were instantly engulfed in fury. Damn the Viper! The Cobra brandished a Knight's Armament M4 rifle, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Lin Nanfeng, who could only take cover behind the car for safety. In that critical moment, the blaring sirens heralded the arrival of Zhang Yuan and the Jiangxing SWAT team. The swift response from the Huahua police compelled the Rattlesnake to cover their retreat. Upon hearing the sirens, the cobra used a radio to alert the sniper, the rattlesnake, before hastily driving away. As Lin Nanfeng witnessed the cobra's departure and emerged from his cover, an icy shiver ran down his spine. His brain sent out danger signals, a sixth sense honed over the years that had saved his life on numerous occasions. Instinctively, he sidestepped just as a bullet whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in a nearby tree. He could distinctly feel the vibration in the air as the bullet sliced through. Quickly, Lin Nanfeng ducked back behind the car. "Stay back. There's a sniper," he shouted at the approaching Zhang Yuan. On a nearby rooftop, after a missed shot, the cobra, armed with a 14 enhanced combat rifle, peered through the scope, fixated on Lin Nanfeng's position. "We've encountered a formidable opponent. Rattlesnake, buy me 10 minutes, then regroup," the cobra's voice crackled through the earpiece. As time slipped away, Lin Nanfeng felt an urgent anxiety wash over him. He studied the leaves around him, mentally calculating the bullet's trajectory. Wind speed, 3 meters per second. Wind direction, southwest. Humidity, 60. Temperature, 20 degrees. Adjust down by 1 mil and left by 2 mils. 1 o'clock direction, he muttered to himself. Simultaneously, he glanced through a shattered car mirror to spot the sniper on the rooftop at 1 o'clock. "Director Zhang," Lin Nanfeng called out loudly. "The sniper is on the rooftop behind you at 2 o'clock, approximately 500 meters away." Aware of the rattlesnake's location, Zhang Yuan swiftly instructed the SWAT sniper to take him out. With a sharp crack, a bullet struck the rattlesnake squarely between the eyes. Target neutralized. Zhang Yuan received confirmation from the SWAT sniper. Meanwhile, the cobra, fleeing in his vehicle, heard the distant gunshot through his earpiece. "Rattlesnake! Rattlesnake! Respond!" Frustrated, the cobra hurled the earpiece into the car. Upon hearing that the sniper had been killed, Lin Nanfeng picked up the pistol from the ground, promptly commandeered an undercover officer's vehicle, and pursued the escaping cobra along his route of retreat. Zhang Yuan watched anxiously as Lin Nanfeng's vehicle disappeared from view. He promptly instructed the deployment of police forces to control traffic entering and exiting the county, aiming to intercept the assailants. Given the assailants were armed, the utmost attention to personal safety and the safety of hostages was imperative. After ensuring the county police managed the scene, Zhang Yuan led his team in pursuit. Lin Nanfeng, behind the wheel, was diligently searching for the location of the cobra. "Mr. Lin, the Sky Network has pinpointed the assailant's position, which is 2 kilometers away. The coordinates have been sent to your phone, and I have arranged for police to converge on your location." Upon receiving the coordinates from Zhang Yuan, he accelerated towards the cobra's direction. Ahead, the Chinese police were setting up a blockade. "No need to worry, just push through," Cobra commanded his men, his expression taut with tension. However, as they rushed past the blockade, the vehicle's tires were instantly rendered useless by spike strips, causing the car to come to a gradual halt. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng opened fire from the opposite lane, instantly killing one of the Cobra mercenaries behind the wheel. Zhang Yuan, accompanied by the SWAT team, surrounded the vehicle belonging to the Cobra, announcing, "Those inside, you are encircled. Lay down your weapons and the hostage and surrender." The car door swung open. The Cobra, brandishing an Italian Beretta 92, aimed it at the unconscious Yun Zhiyi's head, uttering in halting Mandarin, "The military and police of Huagua truly live up to their reputation. I am in awe." Lin Nanfeng's gaze fell upon the unconscious Yun Zhiyi, his expression darkening as he struggled to contain his rage. He was taken aback to discover that the infamous leader of the Cobra mercenary group was, in fact, a foreigner. The Cobra, puzzled, inquired, "Who are you, to have taken down 3 of my brothers?" Lin Nanfeng raised his firearm, aiming it at the Cobra. "Who I am is inconsequential, but your infiltration into my country and the abduction of my fellow citizens is unforgivable. You shall not escape. Surrender now." Seizing an opportunity to catch the Cobra off guard, he aimed to deliver a fatal shot, vociferously rebuking, "You have nowhere to run." In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Nanfeng fired, the bullet striking the Cobra squarely between the eyes. He dashed forward, scooping up the unconscious Yun Zhiyi from the vehicle. Chapter 21. The meeting of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law at the County People's Hospital Lin Nanfeng rushed into the emergency room with the unconscious Yun Zhiyi cradled in his arms. However, he was halted at the door by the attending physician. Closely following was the visibly tense Zhang Yuan, who was on the phone, urgently contacting hospital officials to assemble a team of specialists for a consultation. Regret flooded Lin Nanfeng as he lamented that he should have brought Yun Zhiyi back to Jiangcheng at the toll station. The corridor outside the emergency room was enveloped in silence, save for the frantic breaths of Lin Nanfeng and Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Lin Nanfeng turned his gaze towards the sound, spotting the consulting team hastening towards them under the leadership of the hospital director. Zhang Yuan approached, his expression grave, his voice imbued with an authoritative insistence. Director Wu, the patient is of utmost importance. You must do everything within your power to save her. Director Wu understood the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Director Zhang, we have assembled a team of specialists and will commence the consultation immediately. This is Director Lin Ing of our hospital's neurosurgery department, renowned for her expertise in treating brain comas resulting from external trauma. Dean Wu gestured towards the amiable-looking female doctor beside him. Upon seeing the doctor's visage, Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother. However, he quickly regained his composure, remembering in his anxious state that his mother was a doctor at the county hospital. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Yuan, Lin Ing intended to enter the emergency room, but was startled to find Lin Nanfeng leaning against the wall by the entrance. "What are you doing here?" she questioned with a hint of surprise. Lin Nanfeng, feeling quite awkward, resembled a schoolboy caught skipping class by his mother, offering a sheepish grin in response. "I'm here on a business trip. The patient inside is a friend of mine." Lin Ying's gaze fell upon the crimson stains on Lin Nanfeng's shirt, and her expression shifted dramatically. Rushing to his side, she gently lifted his sleeve. "How did you injure your arm?" Her voice quivered with concern. "Mom, it's nothing serious. I accidentally cut myself on the glass during a car accident. It's just a small wound," Lin Nanfeng reassured her, raising his arm where the bleeding had ceased. Lin Ing, calming herself, playfully chided, "You rascal, you have me worried out here. Remember to go to the nurse's station to have that wound redressed to prevent infection." Lin Nanfeng nodded, acknowledging her advice. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the consulting doctors emerged from the emergency room, where Zhang Yuan and the dean were engaged in discussion regarding Yun Zhiyi's condition. Lin Nanfeng hurriedly approached, anxiety etched on his face as he inquired of Lin Ing, "Mom, how's my friend? Is there anything wrong?" Removing her mask, Lin Ing replied slowly, "She is fine. She has a mild concussion and a slight sprain in her calf. A few days of rest will suffice." Lin Nanfeng felt the tension ease from his heart, breathing a sigh of relief. "When will she wake up?" "Approximately 2 to 3 hours, Lin Ing answered. Lin Nanfeng gazed through the glass window at Yun Zhiyi, still unconscious in her hospital bed, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. At that moment, Lin Ing regarded Lin Nanfeng with a curious expression. "So, this girl is more than just a friend to you, isn't she?" Lin Nanfeng's eyes flickered, and he raised his voice to mask his inner turmoil. "Mom, what are you talking about? She is merely a friend and colleague." "Really? I find her face somewhat familiar, resembling the photo of your last blind date sent by Antwan." After a brief silence, Lin Nanfeng deliberately changed the subject. "Mom, aren't you supposed to be making your rounds at this hour?" Noticing his evasiveness, Lin Ing chose not to press further. "You rascal, remember to come home for dinner tonight." Lin Nanfeng gently pushed her away, replying, All right, I got it." At 7:30 in the evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Nanfeng reclined on the sofa in the single patient room, resting with his eyes closed. Zhang Yuan, having learned that Yun Zhiyi's injuries were not severe, had left the hospital to manage the aftermath of a significant terror incident in the county, leaving only 2 police officers for protection. A coughing sound echoed in the room, causing Lin Nanfeng to open his eyes and rush to the bedside. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi began to regain consciousness, her expression bewildered. "Where am I?" Lin Nanfeng softly replied, "This afternoon, there was a car accident. A runaway sedan collided with us, and now I am at the hospital." As soon as Lin Nanfeng finished speaking, Yun Zhiyi's eyes trembled slightly, revealing her inner tension, and she anxiously inquired, Are you hurt? Lin Nanfeng shook his head to indicate that he was unharmed. Observing Yun Zhiyi's pale complexion and frail form leaning against the hospital bed, looking utterly pitiful, Lin Nanfeng felt an involuntary pang of sympathy. Are you hungry? Lin Nanfeng asked. Yun Zhiyi gently stroked her abdomen, biting her lip, and looked at him with a deeply aggrieved expression. I'm hungry. Lin Nanfeng picked up the thermos from the side table, which contained the dinner that Lin Ying had just delivered. Inside were yam ball soup, steamed egg custard, and a small dish of sautéed lettuce. He took a spoon and brought the food to Yun Zhiyi's lips. She took small bites, savoring the meal. Is it delicious? It is. Even better than what you usually cook. Nanfeng, which restaurant did you buy it from? A smile blossomed on Yun Zhiyi's face, spreading to her brows. Her laughter softening her features, transforming her arched eyebrows into crescent moons. Lin Nanfeng, momentarily entranced while feeding her, was suddenly interrupted when the hospital room door swung open, revealing Lin Ying in her white coat, entering to check on her patients. Upon seeing Lin Nanfeng feeding a girl in the hospital bed, she was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place, yet a sense of comfort welled up within her. This rascal has finally come to his senses. The pig I raised is finally rooting through someone else's cabbage, and a beautiful one at that. Both Yun Zhiyi and Lin Nanfeng were startled by Lin Ying's abrupt entrance. Lin Nanfeng, regaining his composure, lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the floor, unable to meet Lin Ying's eyes. He felt as if he were caught in a secret romance during school. Although Yun Zhiyi initially felt awkward, her lack of knowledge about Lin Ying's identity allowed her to maintain her composure. Lin Ying was the first to break the silence. Miss Yun, your health seems stable. A few days of rest, and you will be able to discharge. Thank you, Doctor. Yun Zhiyi responded warmly. Lin Ying approached the bedside, casting a glance at the meal on the table, her eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity as she looked at Lin Nanfeng. Be sure to eat regularly and consume nutritious food. It will aid in your recovery. Yun Zhiyi nodded in agreement, leaning back against the bed. After completing her rounds, as Lin Ying was about to exit the room, she suddenly turned back to Lin Nanfeng. Aren't you going home to sleep tonight? As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Zhiyi, reclining on the bed, looked at Lin Ying in confusion. Lin Nanfeng also raised his head and softly replied, Mom, I probably won't be going home tonight. Then you should keep Miss Yun company here, Lin Ying said with a smile, before pushing the door open and leaving. Yun Zhiyi's expression instantly became dazed. A flush crept up her cheeks, her small hands tightly gripping the edge of the blanket, and she buried her face beneath it, feeling utterly mortified. Chapter 22. Continuing forward 3 days later, Yun Zhiyi's sprained leg gradually healed. During her hospital stay, she encountered Lin Ying several times during her rounds, behaving with great restraint and shyness. Outside the hospital room, Lin Nanfeng met Zhang Yuan, who was waiting for him. Mr. Lin, the matters concerning the Cobra Mercenary Corps have been largely resolved. Yun Zhiyi is now in minimal danger within the county. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng turned to Zhang Yuan and inquired, with foreign mercenary organizations so brazenly appearing within the borders of our nation, has there been no response from the upper echelons of government? Zhang Yuan, after some reflection, quietly replied, Mr. Lin, this pertains to state secrets, and my knowledge is rather limited. However, I can assure you that the Cobra Mercenary Corps has been eliminated from this world. Lin Nanfeng understood that the state had taken decisive action to eliminate the Cobra Mercenary Corps as a means of deterring other foreign organizations. He felt a sense of relief and jestingly remarked to Zhang Yuan, It seems that Yun Zhiyi and I shall enjoy a few days of tranquility. In the hospital room, Yun Zhiyi was able to rise from her bed and walk. At that moment, she gazed through the glass window at the setting sun and the beautiful evening glow. You must be feeling stifled in here. How about taking a stroll tonight? Lin Nanfeng's words interrupted her moment of contemplation. As Yun Zhiyi turned around, Lin Nanfeng waved the car keys in front of her. Her eyes widened, and a joyful smile spread across her face. You brought the car back. Everything has been clarified, and your BMW is perfectly fine. As night fell along the riverside of the county, the sounds of vendors calling out mingled with the bustling crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Nanfeng assisted Yun Zhiyi as they walked along the riverbank. Observing the delectable offerings at nearby stalls and the array of intriguing activities, Yun Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. When they passed a vendor offering prizes for popping balloons, Yun Zhiyi stopped in her tracks, looked up into Lin Nanfeng's eyes, and pointed ahead with her small finger, cheerfully exclaiming, "I want that." Lin Nanfeng followed her and saw a pink teddy bear. The vendor, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, "Hey there, handsome and beautiful. This is our grand prize. Pop 20 balloons in a row, and it's yours." Noticing Yun Zhiyi's eager expression, Lin Nanfeng declared, "Vendor, let us start with 20 shots." At that moment, a nearby couple interjected, "Hey, vendor, is there something wrong with your gun? We shot 30 times and only hit 3 balloons." The vendor, eager to clarify, demonstrated that the gun was indeed functional, hitting several balloons himself. Lin Nanfeng took the gun offered by the vendor, missed his first shot, and then realized the sight was misaligned. A faint smile crossed his face, and he proceeded to hit 19 balloons in succession. "Vendor, let us have another 20 shots." At this point, Lin Nanfeng was thoroughly engrossed, hitting all the subsequent shots as well, leaving the couple beside him in astonishment and the vendor's expression growing increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Yun Zhiyi gleefully embraced the teddy bear presented by the vendor. Lin Nanfeng initially intended to request another 20 shots, but the vendor quickly interjected, "Handsome, this is a small business. Consider the teddy bear a gift for you both." The vendor, anxious about his impending bankruptcy, grabbed Lin Nanfeng's arm, hoping to halt the relentless spree. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng returned the gun to the proprietor, recognizing that he could not recklessly jeopardize someone's livelihood. A lesson would suffice. Just as he and Yun Zhiyi were about to depart, 2 high school students clad in uniforms approached from the throng, and Lin Nanfeng found the girl's figure strikingly familiar. He overheard the boys speaking to the girl beside him. "Qinxue, I've discerned the pattern of firing. This time I am confident I can secure the grand prize." The girl named Qinxue displayed a look of skepticism and feigned ferocity, retorting, "Zhou Xiaofeng, are you certain? I skipped class to be here. If you dare deceive me, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." As they hastened towards the vendor, the girl suddenly noticed Lin Nanfeng, her expression shifting dramatically to one of alarm, prompting her to turn and flee, beckoning the boy to follow. "Lin Qinxue, stop right there." Upon her approach, Lin Nanfeng confirmed her identity as his half-sister, Lin Qinxue, who was 10 years his junior. Once discovered, Lin Qinxue halted, turning back with a forced smile and saying, "Brother, I heard from Mom that you're back." Lin Nanfeng's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor stern, and Yun Zhiyi also fixed her gaze on the high school girl. "Aren't you supposed to be in study hall? What are you doing here?" Lin Nanfeng questioned sharply. Lin Qinxue fidgeted, her head lowering with increasing shame. She slowly approached Lin Nanfeng, grasping his large hand and shaking it. "Brother, I know I was wrong." She pouted, her expression one of utmost grievance. Observing her distressed countenance, Lin Nanfeng's stern expression softened, his gaze growing gentler. "You know you were wrong. Are you still not back at school? I'll return immediately. Who was that chubby boy who just ran off? If you dare to have a crush, just wait and see how I'll handle you." No, no, no. He is merely a classmate. I don't like him at all." At that moment, Lin Qinxue noticed Yun Zhiyi beside her, her eyes widening with curiosity as she inquired, "Brother, the sister next to you is so beautiful. Is she your girlfriend?" Yun Zhiyi's ears flushed slightly as she gently patted Lin Qinxue's forehead, calmly responding, "Qinxue, I am not yet your brother's girlfriend." After saying this, she glanced meaningfully at Lin Nanfeng. Lin Qinxue, eager to continue her questioning, was promptly silenced by Lin Nanfeng. "Hurry back to school, or I will inform Mom and Dad right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinxue took off running. "Brother, remember to keep tonight's secret." Lin Nanfeng could only shake his head in exasperation. This girl, by the riverside, a gentle breeze swept through, causing ripples to dance upon the water surface. As a full moon ascended, the night deepened. Lin Nanfeng, bearing the drowsy Yun Zhiyi on his back, strolled along the riverbank, while the girl murmured, "I wish you could carry me like this forever." 2 days later, it was time for Yun Zhiyi to leave the hospital and depart the county. In the hospital room, Lin Ning was holding Yun Zhiyi's hand, speaking warmly. "Zhi, this time Annie is quite busy, and Nanfeng's father is still away on a business trip, so we couldn't invite you over for dinner. Next time you visit the county, Annie will definitely invite you to our home for a meal. After spending several days together, Yun Zhiyi and Lin Ning had developed a close bond. With a smile, she replied, Andy, it's all right. During these days in the hospital, I've been enjoying the meals you prepared. Thank you for taking care of me. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng had completed the discharge procedures and packed his belongings. Lin Ning said sternly, You little rascal, now that you are living with Zhiyi, you must not bully her. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi shyly lowered her head. Chapter 23. A gentle kiss at Jiangxing University in the office of the head of security. Monkey, the enemy has pushed onto our high ground, and you're still out jungling. Little egg, as a marksman, why are you building tank items? Mid-lane mage, what are you playing at? Just uninstall the game. Your stats are 015. And you, Pincher bro, why do you always hide behind me? You're the tank. You should be flashing in to control the enemy marksman. In that moment, Lin Nanfeng transformed into a furious online critic, vocally berating his teammates. You have been killed by the tower, killed by minions, team wipe, defeat. Frustrated, Lin Nanfeng threw his phone onto the desk and exclaimed, A bunch of useless teammates. Since returning to Jiangxing from the county, Lin Nanfeng had not faced any repercussions for his unauthorized absence from work, thanks to Zhang Yuan's intervention with the school. The university administration, aware of his extraordinary background, turned a blind eye to his actions. Consequently, Lin Nanfeng settled into a 9-to-5 routine, taking Yun Zhiyi to work in the morning and picking her up in the afternoon. At this moment, Zhang Shuji entered the office, clutching a stack of documents. Director, at 1:30 p.m., the school will hold the Jiangxing Business Conference, attended by many large enterprises. Our security department is required to maintain order. Lin Nanfeng, engrossed in his mobile game, replied absent-mindedly, You can handle that yourself. No need to consult me. Zhang Shuji, visibly excited, responded, Director, aren't you going? The president of the Yi Group will also be attending this conference. The Yi Group, a leading enterprise in Huagua, ranks among the top 50 in the world. Suddenly, Lin Nanfeng paused in his game, his face revealing a complex expression. The Yi Group, was that the company established by that individual? The very same entity responsible for his mother's unwed pregnancy, which led to her facing scorn from others since his birth. Since he was a child, the neighborhood kids would often taunt him as a wild child. Yi Xianen, could it be you? At 5:30 p.m., after 4 long hours, the conference finally concluded. Having spent a day playing games in the office, Lin Nanfeng wandered around the campus, feeling somewhat bored, and fortuitously encountered the end of the meeting. Oh, ISNT, this my old classmate? I heard you're working as a security guard at Jiangxing University. As Lin Nanfeng stood in a daze, a voice laced with mockery pierced through his reverie. Following the sound, he discerned that it was Gu Yunhe who spoke, flanked by Su Ro. Gu Yunhe's expression was dark, burdened by recent troubles as his family business faced the threat of acquisition. Su Ro, too, treated him with indifference, a consequence of the man standing before her. Lin Nanfeng shrugged and, with a playful grin, remarked, Young Master Gu, I heard it was you who summoned the Xinjiang Society to trouble me after my brawl that landed me in the police station. Gu Yunhe's face paled at once, glancing at Su Ro before hurriedly retorting, Lin Nanfeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Ro regarded Gu Yunhe with a gaze of skepticism. Lin Nanfeng sauntered closer to Gu Yunhe, gripping his shoulder as he leaned in to whisper, Gu Yunhe, you would do well to temper your behavior. If you dare to harm those around me, no one will be able to save you. I'm no longer the Lin Nanfeng of my university days. Gu Yunhe shrugged off Lin Nanfeng's hand, his contempt evident as he looked down on him. Lin Nanfeng, the current society does not rely merely on brawls. It is governed by wealth and power. Do not presume that your association with Yun Zhiyi grants you victory. I have 100 ways to ensure you are expelled from Jiangxing. Lin Nanfeng glanced at Su Ro, who wore a frown of concern. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi emerged from the building alongside a strikingly handsome young man. Upon spotting Lin Nanfeng, a smile lit up her face as she hastened toward him. The handsome young man trailing behind observed her delight with clenched fists, a shadow passing through his deep-set eyes. As Yun Zhiyi drew near, she naturally linked her arm with Lin Nanfeng's and introduced the man behind her. Nanfeng, allow me to introduce my university senior, Xiao Chuluo. Senior Xiao, this is my boyfriend. Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng stood momentarily bewildered, gazing down at Yun Zhiyi's earnest expression. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Yun Zhiyi discreetly pinched Lin Nanfeng's thigh, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I appreciate your care for Zhi during her university days, Lin Nanfeng said with a smile, extending his hand. Xiao Chuluo's demeanor darkened upon learning that the man before him was Yun Zhiyi's boyfriend, though this fleeting shadow was quickly masked. Lin Nanfeng, however, caught the shift in expression, inwardly wryly reflecting on the emergence of yet another rival in love. Xiao Chuluo extended his hand, grasping Lin Nanfeng's firmly. Sensing the strength behind the handshake, Lin Nanfeng merely smiled in response. Mr. Lin must be quite exceptional to have won Zhi's favor, Xiao Chuluo remarked. Nearby, Gu Yunhe recognized Xiao Chuluo's position as the vice president of Jinzhong Group, one of Jiangxing's leading enterprises with a significant standing in the business community. Sensing Xiao Chuluo's potential interest in Yun Zhiyi, Gu Yunhe spared no effort in his derisive words directed at Lin Nanfeng. He flatteringly addressed Gu Yunhe, saying, "My old classmate is still working as a security guard, and I dare say this job might have been secured through Ms. Yun's influence." The implication was clear. Lin Nanfeng was perceived as living off the success of others. Xiao Chuluo suddenly froze, and then, with a tone laced with mockery, addressed Lin Nanfeng. Brother Yunhe, it seems that Mr. Lin possesses some remarkable qualities that have captured Zhiyi's affection. At this moment, Yun Zhiyi furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with coldness. As for my boyfriend's merits, there's no need for you to concern yourself. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chuluo's expression shifted, darkening slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Nanfeng, observing the banter between Xiao Chuluo and Gu Yunhe, boldly wrapped his arm around Yun Zhiyi's shoulders, speaking in a gentle tone. As for my capabilities, Zhiyi is well aware of them at home. Right, Zhiyi? He cast a suggestive glance at Yun Zhiyi in his embrace. Stunned by Lin Nanfeng's words, Yun Zhiyi momentarily failed to grasp their implication, but quickly realized, her cheeks flushing with shyness. At that moment, Xiao Chuluo's face darkened even further. After bidding farewell to Yun Zhiyi with a scowl, he departed, his mood evidently sour. Gu Yunhe hastily followed suit. As Su Rou passed by Lin Nanfeng, she intentionally cautioned him to be wary of Gu Yunhe. Lin Nanfeng released Yun Zhiyi's delicate shoulder, teasingly remarked, "How was my performance? When can I be officially recognized?" Yun Zhiyi stood on her tiptoes and, unexpectedly, placed a gentle kiss on Lin Nanfeng's cheek, responding with a flirtatious smile, "It depends on your performance." This unexpected gesture left Lin Nanfeng utterly astonished, rooted in place, his heart tumultuous. Just then, a clear female voice rang out behind them. "Miss Yun, you spoke quite well at the meeting. Would you be interested in pursuing a career in corporate development?" Chapter 24. More than friends, less than lovers at Jiangxing University. Lin Nanfeng followed the direction of the voice. Three individuals emerged from the entrance of the school auditorium. At the forefront was a strikingly beautiful young woman, followed closely by a man and a woman. Lin Nanfeng's emotions were intricate. He recognized the leading young woman as his half-sister. During his time in the military, he had utilized his authority to uncover information about Yi Xianin. He had also discovered that Yi Xianin had a daughter, the very woman standing before him, Yi Anren. The middle-aged man behind her was someone he had encountered before, the individual he had bumped into at a previous class reunion. Yun Zhiyi regarded Yi Anren's approach with a tranquil expression, her voice calm and unhurried. "I am not interested. Ye are non similit charmingly." Bypassing Yun Zhiyi to stand before Lin Nanfeng. Upon seeing the striking resemblance to her father and the man before her, Yi Anren momentarily appeared dazed. She turned to Yun Zhiyi and inquired, "Miss Yun, might you introduce this gentleman?" A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Zhiyi's eyes. She perceived Yi Anren's ulterior motives. Curious, she glanced at Lin Nanfeng, pondering whether this man truly possessed such allure, attracting numerous beautiful women. She linked her arm with Lin Nanfeng's, offering a composed smile. "Miss Yi, this is my boyfriend, Lin Nanfeng." Yun Zhiyi looked at Yi Anren, as if asserting her claim. Yet, Yi Anren chose to disregard Yun Zhiyi. her gaze fixed upon Lin Nanfeng's cheek. "Mr. Lin, you bear a striking resemblance to my father." In that instant, Lin Nanfeng discerned from Yi Anren's expression and her words that she had uncovered his true identity. He surmised that among those who had come to rescue him at the police station was someone from Yi Anren's circle, and he responded slowly, "Miss Yi, I appreciate your assistance at the Nanshan police station." Yi Anren momentarily stood in astonishment. Her keen intellect grasped the implications of Lin Nanfeng's words, leading her to suspect that he was aware of her identity as well. A complex expression flitted across her face before she offered a slight smile. Meanwhile, Yun Zhiyi remained utterly perplexed. After Yi Anren and the others departed, she regarded Lin Nanfeng with a peculiar look and teased, "It seems your charm is quite potent. Even the president of the Yi group is intrigued by you." With that, she turned and strode ahead. Lin Nanfeng quickly matched Yun Zhiyi's pace, stepping in front of her with a feigned look of surprise and remarked, "Teacher Yun, do you detect a hint of jealousy in the air? Can you smell it?" Yun Zhiyi halted her steps, pretending to be miffed, and retorted, "Carry me." Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the students bustling around them, he whispered, "Teacher Yun, is that wise? What if someone we know sees us? Tomorrow, we might trend on the school as hot search." Yet, Yun Zhiyi, still maintaining her mock sternness, insisted, "No, you must carry me." With a resigned sigh, Lin Nanfeng crouched down. Yun Zhiyi climbed onto his back, resting her head beside his ear, thinking to herself, "I have sought you for over a decade. I shall not lose you again." As Lin Nanfeng traversed the campus paths with Yun Zhiyi on his back, it felt reminiscent of the days he carried Su Ro. However, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Yun Zhiyi was the entirety of his world. At the Bund of Jiangsheng, within the opulent private room of the Yinhua bar, Gu Yunhe looked anxiously at Xiao Chuluo. "President Xiao, is there truly no solution?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chuluo replied slowly, "The Yi Group is poised to make significant inroads into Jiangsheng's commercial sector, while your Gu Group has expended vast resources on renewable energy development. The financial shortfall is substantial. Only the Yi Group's investment can revitalize the situation." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunhe's complexion paled. He was desperate to prevent his family's enterprise from falling into foreign hands. His father had been worn out recently due to matters concerning the business. Observing Gu Yunhe's distress, Xiao Chuluo swirled the drink in his glass, feigning profundity, and said, "Young Master Gu, there are indeed options." Hope ignited in Gu Yunhe's eyes as he urgently inquired, "President Xiao, what means can save the Gu Group?" Xiao Chuluo sensed the opportune moment had arrived. Setting down his glass and speaking firmly, "Young Master Gu, if you provide me with the core data of your group's renewable energy research, I can persuade the board of the Jinzhong Group to invest in the Gu Group." Gu Yunhe felt bewildered, at a loss for words. The core data was already entrusted to the Yi Group, and Yi Anren had come to Jiangcheng precisely for that purpose. Xiao Chuluo helplessly spread his hands. "I find myself at an impasse. Lacking the core research and development materials of your esteemed conglomerate, I am unable to persuade the board. I am currently risking offense to the Yi Group by collaborating with you." Gu Yunhe fell into a contemplative silence, while Xiao Chuluo continued with gentle persuasion. "Mr. Gu, should the Yi Group seize control of the Gu Group, your family would undoubtedly be ousted from it. Surely, you understand that one cannot allow others to slumber beneath their own bed." Gu Yunhe, resolute in his decision, drained his glass in one go. "Within 3 days, I shall deliver the core materials for the new energy research and development to you. I hope, Mr. Xiao, that you will honor your promise." Xiao Chuluo handed Gu Yunhe the cup from the table, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Gu, may our collaboration be fruitful." After several rounds of drinks, Gu Yunhe departed. Once he left, Xiao Chuluo's assistant inquired in a hushed tone, "Mr. Xiao, do you truly intend to offend the Yi Group for the sake of the Gu Group? The board may not approve of your plan." Xiao Chuluo's gaze darkened, a cold smile playing on his lips. "It is merely to acquire the core technology of the Gu Group." The assistant stared at Xiao Chuluo in astonishment. "Yet you still agreed to invest in Gu Yunhe." Rising from his seat, Xiao Chuluo coldly replied, "Gu Yunhe is but a pawn. In the business arena, it is either your demise or mine." Securing the core technology of new energy would ensure that even if the Yi Group's venture into Jiangxing fails, our conglomerate would eliminate a formidable rival. Upon returning home, Lin Nanfeng found Yun Zhiyi retreating into the study, where she remained absent for a considerable time. Bored, Lin Nanfeng lounged on the sofa, watching a football match, and lamented aloud, "I wonder if I shall live to see the day when the Chinese men's football team makes it to the World Cup." Just then, Yun Zhiyi emerged from the study, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, and suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "Nanfeng, how shall we define our current relationship?" Surprised by her words, Lin Nanfeng, still engrossed in the game, felt a rush of anxiety as he cautiously replied, "More than friends, yet less than lovers." Turning to face Yun Zhiyi, he noticed the tenderness in her gaze. "Then declare your feelings for me." "Very well." Yun Zhiyi's unexpected proclamation left Lin Nanfeng momentarily stunned, filled with astonishment at her typically demure demeanor. "All right." He was unsure why he acquiesced so readily, yet his voice rang out with conviction. Before encountering Yun Zhiyi, he believed his life would drift aimlessly. However, this girl brought color and hope to his previously mundane existence. Chapter 25. Nanfeng understands my intentions. Yun Zhiyi gazed earnestly into Lin Nanfeng's eyes, her expression pure and unblemished. "What are your feelings for Su Ro? Are you even clear about them? Your decision was made in a moment of impulse, was it not?" Yun Zhiyi's inquiries doused the flames of passion igniting within Lin Nanfeng like a bucket of cold water. He averted his gaze from her, bowing his head in deep contemplation. As each encounter with Su Ro stirred complex emotions within him, he was uncertain whether this emotion was love or merely a sentiment, just as Yun Zhiyi had remarked. He found himself equally perplexed regarding his feelings for Su Ro. After observing Lin Nanfeng's silence, Yun Zhiyi discerned the answer, her heart sinking into disappointment. She gathered her spirits, cupped Lin Nanfeng's face in her hands, and softly said, "Nanfeng, until you find your way out of this, I will wait for you, endlessly, until the day you willingly confess your feelings to me." She gently pressed her lips to his forehead, and as she prepared to leave, Lin Nanfeng felt the lingering warmth of her kiss ignite a flame within him. With a sudden movement, he pulled Yun Zhiyi into his embrace, turning to press her against the sofa, his breath quickening as he gazed at her. "Teacher Yun, your repeated provocations today. Are you planning to leave now?" Yun Zhiyi could sense the urgency in his breath and see the fierce fire burning in his eyes. "Lin Nanfeng, you rogue, let me go." Yet, her soft voice and pitiful demeanor only served to further provoke him. "Dare you bully me? I will call Aunt Lin." Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yun Zhiyi to use his mother as a threat. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Yun Zhiyi twisted her body and pushed him away with force. With a crash, Lin Nanfeng fell from the sofa to the floor, gazing up at her with a bewildered expression. He quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face to quell the fire within. The living room was left echoing with Yun Zhiyi's laughter. After 10 minutes of cooling off, Lin Nanfeng's restless heart gradually calmed. He returned to the living room, only to find Yun Zhiyi peacefully asleep on the sofa. Approaching her quietly, he knelt beside her and gently lifted her, carrying her towards her room. He softly opened the door, stepping into her sanctuary for the first time after staying at her home for quite some time. The room was immaculate, and his gaze fell upon a pink teddy bear on the bed. He carefully laid Yun Zhiyi down, tenderly covering her with a blanket. Although she stirred slightly at the sound, she quickly returned to slumber. Just as Lin Nanfeng was about to exit the room, he turned to see a framed photograph on the bedside table, freezing in place. The figure of the little boy in the picture was strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed himself, and the little girl obscuring her eyes beside him was none other than Yun Zhiyi. His mind raced, eyes widening in shock, disbelief washing over his face. The photograph transported him back to a memory. During their childhood, when the medical conditions in their county were poor, he had been sent to Jiangxing People's Hospital for treatment due to a serious illness. In the same ward, he encountered a sobbing little girl who had been admitted for an eye injury. At that time, he found her incessant crying quite bothersome, as her parents, busy with work, had left her alone in the hospital. He often regaled the little girl with tales, consistently bringing joy to her heart. and this photograph was taken beneath the peach trees outside the hospital. Lin Nanfeng appeared lost in thought, gazing tenderly at the slumbering Yun Zhiyi, reflecting on their blind date. It dawned upon him that all unexpected encounters had been meticulously orchestrated. Nanfeng understood my intentions. With a deep sigh, Lin Nanfeng's gaze grew dreamy, and his hand instinctively caressed her cheek with tenderness. "Z, wait for me. It won't be long until the day I confess my feelings to you." The following morning, Yun Zhiyi awoke from her dreams, suddenly realizing that she had returned to her room at some unknown hour the previous night. Her expression shifted slightly as she noticed the photograph still resting at her bedside, and she exhaled in relief. Upon entering the living room, she found Lin Nanfeng had already prepared breakfast, not uttering a word about the events of the previous night. At the dining table, Lin Nanfeng abruptly inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Yun Zhiyi, with a hint of suspicion in her tone, asked, "Were you the one who brought me back to my room last night?" Lin Nanfeng smiled and nodded. Yun Zhiyi felt a wave of anxiety rise in her throat, fearful that Lin Nanfeng might have seen something in the photograph. And she nervously asked, "Did you see anything last night?" "See what?" "I returned you to your room and didn't even turn on lights," he replied casually. "Is that true?" Yun Zhiyi asked, half convinced. "Indeed. Why would I lie to you?" "Hurry and eat. You'll be late for work," Lin Nanfeng responded nonchalantly. After breakfast, as Yun Zhiyi leaned against the kitchen doorway, she suddenly spoke to Lin Nanfeng. "My cousin is coming to Jiangsheng next week and will be staying at her home. She's coming with a purpose." While washing the dishes, Lin Nanfeng chuckled and asked, "What purpose?" Yun Zhiyi's expression turned slightly awkward as she hesitated before replying. "My family has been pressuring me to return home for blind dates, so I told them I already have a boyfriend and mentioned your name. Therefore, during my cousin's visit, you will need to pretend to be my boyfriend." Lin Nanfeng froze, looking at Yun Zhiyi with a mix of surprise and panic. Blushing, she continued, "That girl is quite clever, so for the next few days, you should put your luggage in my room. When she arrives, you can sleep in my room." Lin Nanfeng was left speechless, taken aback by the audacity of it all. Thoughts of Yun Zhiyi's slender figure involuntarily filled his mind. Noticing the flustered expression on his face, Yun Zhiyi blushed fiercely and glared at him. "If you dare to bully me like you did last night, I will tell Aunt Lin and have her deal with you." At 8:30 in the morning, at Jiangxing University, aboard Lin Nanfeng received an unexpected phone call. "Brother, it's Yi Anren. I know you're aware of my identity. Are you free to talk?" The sweet voice of Yi Anren came through the phone. Lin Nanfeng pondered for a moment before responding calmly. "Where shall we meet?" Yi Anren, filled with delight, replied joyfully, "I'll be waiting for you at the Ruishing CAF on Heitangxi Road." After Lin Nanfeng hung up the phone, he clenched his hands tightly around the device and sighed to himself. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Chapter 26. Marriage certificate in the Ruishing CAF on Heitangxi Road, Jiangsheng. Lin Nanfeng sat across from Yi Anren, who appeared like a delicate blossom perched on her chair, stirring her coffee with a silver spoon. With a sorrowful expression, she gazed quietly out at the misty rain beyond the window. Outside, the morning after the rain revealed a thin veil of mist rising over Jiangsheng. The unique sea of clouds, reminiscent of traditional Chinese ink paintings, enveloped the city. "Brother, did you know?" Yi Anren began, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "When I was young, I often heard my father speak of the rain-soaked Haidang Road as one of Jiangxing's 12 wonders. I used to pester him to take me here, and now, in a way, I've fulfilled that childhood dream." Lin Nanfeng observed the woman before him, her melancholy gaze glistening with unshed tears. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Is he in good health?" He extended a tissue across the coffee table towards Yi Anren. She accepted the tissue and wiped away her tears. Her eyes dim and voice choked as she replied, "Father passed away last year." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression froze. He slowly lit a cigarette, his face betraying no emotion, yet his trembling hands revealed his inner turmoil. Yi Anren, sensing the turbulence within him, looked at him with concern. "Please do not blame my father. He was forced to leave Aunt Lin, compelled by family to marry my mother. After my mother's passing, he wished to return to find Aunt Lin, but upon learning she had married, he dared not intrude upon your lives." Lin Nanfeng lowered his head, his heart in turmoil. The person he had despised most in life had now departed from this world. Yi Xianin, whose image he had only seen in photographs, now flickered in his memory, vague yet distinct. Raising his head, Lin Nanfeng softly asked Yi Anren, "Did he leave any parting words?" Yi Anren retrieved a beautifully bound scroll from her bag and handed it to Lin Nanfeng. "A month before his passing, my father personally wrote a marriage certificate for each of us. He said he felt unworthy to bestow this upon you, but he wished to leave you and your future sister-in-law a gift while he was still alive." Silently, Lin Nanfeng opened the scroll. "To unite two families, to forge a bond. May a good fate be eternally entwined, and may both be equally matched. As I behold the peach blossoms bloom today, suitable for a harmonious family, let us anticipate a future filled with blessings and prosperity. With this vow of lifelong companionship, I inscribe it upon this fine paper to solidify the promise of our union. Witness, Ye Kwanan." Yi Anren continued. "He wanted me to convey his apologies. He said he was unworthy of being your father. Before he passed, he made a will, bequeathing half of the Yi Group's assets to you." Lin Nanfeng interrupted her. "No need for that. The Yi Group was founded by him, and during his lifetime, it was you who cared for him. Just as he said, he was unworthy of being my father, and I am equally unworthy of inheriting his wealth." He rose, preparing to leave. Yi Anren hurriedly rose and grasped Yi Nanfeng's garment, pleading, "Brother, please don't leave just yet. Come with me to a place, will you?" Upon witnessing Yi Anren's expression, Yi Nanfeng's heart softened. After all, she was his own sister. He entered Yi Anren's luxurious Mercedes, and the vehicle sped towards the outskirts of the city. Following closely behind was a Toyota, occupied by 3 men. "Huge brother, the opportunity has arrived. The target is heading out of the city." One of the men spoke into his phone, his voice low. "Biaozi, this target possesses a unique identity. You are to seize the USB drive without harming the individual. Once the task is completed, I will transfer the funds to your accounts, and you must leave Jiangsheng immediately." As Yi Anren navigated the winding mountain roads towards the summit of Yinshan, an air of silence enveloped the car. Yi Nanfeng gazed at the scenery flanking the road, perplexed as to why Yi Anren was driving to Yinshan. After half an hour of travel, they finally reached the mountain peak. The summit was desolate, offering a breathtaking view of the boundless sea of clouds below. Yi Anren retrieved an exquisite box and scooped a handful of earth from the mountain soil. "This is where our father first met your mother. He was studying at university in Jiangsheng at the time. They encountered each other while climbing the mountain with classmates. Before he passed, he wished for a handful of this soil to be placed beside his gravestone." Upon hearing the tale of his parents' first meeting, Yi Nanfeng sighed deeply and bent down to gather a handful of earth as well. Faces may fade away, yet the peach blossoms continue to bloom in spring. He must have harbored regrets at his passing. He loved our mother in the first half of his life, but could not be with her in the latter half. At that moment, 3 masked men wielding knives approached from the front. Yi Nanfeng furrowed his brow and pulled Yi Anren behind him. Although Yi Anren noticed the approaching robbers, she remained composed, her expression unchanging. "This tree I planted, this road I opened. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll," one of the shorter robbers bellowed. The stocky robber beside him kicked him in the rear, causing him to tumble to the ground. "Lower your voice. Why are you shouting? Do you want the whole world to know we are robbing?" The middle robber reprimanded. "All right, second, third, it's time to get down to business. Do not expose our identities." The other 2 robbers replied in unison, "Understood, huge brother." Suddenly, the robber called huge brother froze, his eyes widening as he slapped the faces of the other 2 robbers. "What did you just call me? Did I instruct you to call me by my name before we acted?" With a loud clatter, the masks of both robbers fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. The 3 robbers stood there, dumbfounded. "My mask has fallen. Our identities are exposed," the stocky robber exclaimed anxiously to huge brother. Meanwhile, Yi Nanfeng and his sister quietly observed the antics of the 3 robbers, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement at the absurdity of such bumbling criminals. "Silence, everyone. Since the truth is out, let's be straightforward," the robber known as Brother who declared as he removed his mask. "Miss Yi, We are not ones to engage in underhanded dealings. Our intent is solely to rob. Hand over the USB drive you possess. Lin Nanfeng stepped out from behind Lin Nanfeng. Her brow furrowed as she inquired in a low voice, "Who sent you?" Brother Hu advanced, brandishing a knife towards Yi Anren. "We adhere to our principles as robbers. Do you truly believe I would disclose my employer's identity? Enough of this nonsense. Just surrender the USB drive." Brother Hu signaled to the other two robbers, who pressed forward with their knives. Yi Anren's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly as she continued resolutely. "How much did he offer you? I can give you double." The advancing robbers paused, glancing back at Brother Hu. "What are you two still doing? We have a code of conduct in this industry. Otherwise, how can we survive on the streets?" The two robbers lunged towards Yi Anren. However, in an unexpected turn, they were suddenly sent flying backward. Chapter 27. A mother's love can spoil her child atop the mountain. Lin Nanfeng bound the hands of the three robbers with their own belts behind their backs. Yi Anren joyfully approached Lin Nanfeng, clutching his arm. "Brother, I always knew you were a formidable fighter." Lin Nanfeng shot her a disapproving glance. The esteemed president of the Yi Group, wielding economic power over much of Easterhuagua, yet still possessing the heart of a child. In the future, do not come to such remote places with strangers. "Understood, brother," Yi Anren replied, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. She moved closer to the bound robber, Brother Biao. "Who sent you?" Brother Biao feigned a noble demeanor, as if prepared to sacrifice himself. "Do as you wish. I fear not death." Brother 3. "Even if your head falls, in 18 years, we shall still be brothers." Despite her repeated inquiries, Brother Biao remained silent. She turned to Lin Nanfeng, saying, "Brother, are these people lacking in intelligence?" Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng grasped Brother Biao's shirt. "Brother, please, no face strikes. I shall speak." Lin Nanfeng playfully patted Brother Biao's cheek and asked, "Who sent you? I'll tell you if you can spare us 3 brothers. You still believe you have a leverage to negotiate?" After a moment of contemplation, Brother Biao spoke. "Brother Hu from the Xinjiang Society gave us a sum of money to retrieve the USB drive from Miss Yi. Beyond that, I know nothing." The Xinjiang Society. Indeed a persistent specter, Lin Nanfeng mused. After Yi Anren called the police, they promptly arrived on the scene, taking the 3 robbers into custody. Following their statements, Lin Nanfeng and Yi Anren entrusted the ensuing matters to her lawyer. Outside Jiangxing University, within the car, Lin Nanfeng casually asked Yi Anren, "Do you now know who the mastermind behind this is?" "I have my suspicions." A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Anren's eyes. Lin Nanfeng intended to offer assistance, but reconsidered, knowing that Yi Anren's connections in Jiangxing likely surpassed his own. Yi Anren observed Lin Nanfeng's hesitant expression, as if she wished to speak but held back. "Rest assured, I can handle this matter adeptly." "Brother, is that Yun Zhiyi destined to be my future sister-in-law?" Yi Anren casually shifted the topic, playfully inquiring. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng feigned a stern expression. "Why are you so inquisitive? Focus on your own affairs." As they exited the vehicle, he hesitated and advised Yi Anren, "Be cautious in Jiangxing. Take more people with you when you go out, and call me if anything arises." "Understood, brother." Yi Anren watched Lin Nanfeng's departing figure, clutching a box filled with soil tightly, her face icy and her voice chillingly cold. "Gu family, I initially intended to leave you some leeway, but I did not wish to resolve matters so swiftly. You have brought this upon yourselves." Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa by the riverside, Gu Yunhe returned from the bar. Upon pushing open the grand door of the villa, he was met with the stern visage of his father, Gu Tianyang, seated on the sofa in the hall. "Father, did you not go to the office today?" Gu Yunhe absent-mindedly picked up a cup from the table. "Did you send someone to seize Yi Anren's USB drive?" Gu Tianyang demanded with a harsh tone. Gu Yunhe froze momentarily, yet smiled as he replied, "Father, how did you know?" Gu Tianyang's countenance turned frigid, a cold smirk curling his lips. "The lawyers from the Yi Corporation personally called my phone, and I have my informants within the Xinjiang Club." At this revelation, Gu Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically. "Father, if I could obtain the core research data on Yi Anren's new energy project, Xinjiang Group would invest in our enterprise." Gu Tianyang rose in a fury. "Foolish. Do you think that once you acquire the research data, Jinzhong Group will invest in the Gu family? The Yi Corporation is currently at its pinnacle. Would Jinzhong Group dare to offend them? They are merely watching to see if we can mutually destroy each other, allowing them to profit from our downfall. Gu Yunhe remained undeterred, insisting, Xiao Chuluo from Jinzhong Group has already promised me that he can persuade the board. Gu Tianyang slapped Gu Yunhe across the face. Chu Yu, Gu Yunhe's mother, descended the stairs and, upon witnessing her son being struck, rushed to shield him, fiercely exclaiming, Gu Tianyang, why did you hit our son? She turned to gently caress Gu Yunhe's swollen face. Does it hurt, dear? Gu Tianyang, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger, placing a hand over his chest, muttering, a doting mother spoils her son. The family steward hastily retrieved medicine from Gu Tianyang's pocket, anxiously stating, Sir, your heart is not well. Please calm down. After taking his heart medication, Gu Tianyang sat on the sofa, trying to steady his racing heart, pointing a finger at Gu Yunhe's face as he spoke. I once thought you were merely a spoiled rich kid, idling away your time, and I turned a blind eye. Now, you have proven utterly incompetent, being used as a pawn without the slightest awareness. I painstakingly negotiated terms with the Yi Corporation to secure a place for the Gu family in the future, yet now. Gu Yunhe fell silent, shaking off Chu Yu's hand as he strode towards the door. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Go back to your room. Uncle Wu, do not allow him to leave this house without my command. Gu Tianyang barked. As Lin Nanfeng approached the security department of Jiangxing University, he encountered Zheng Shuji standing at the entrance. Director, you have returned. Teacher Yun has been waiting for you in your office for quite some time. Lin Nanfeng gently pushed open the office door, revealing Yun Zhiyi, who had fallen into a deep slumber atop the desk. He removed his outer garment and tenderly draped it over her. As the clock approached 2 p.m., Yun Zhiyi was roused from her slumber by the insistent beeping of her phone. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar visage of Lin Nanfeng. Where did you go this morning? You weren't at school for lunch either, and your phone was turned off? She remarked nonchalantly as she removed the garment from her shoulders. Lin Nanfeng, momentarily taken aback, stammered, Where else could I have gone? Just out for a stroll. My phone ran out of battery while I was playing games. Yun Zhiyi moved closer, scrutinizing him with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Is that so? Yet I detect the scent of another girl on your clothes. Lin Nanfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he sniffed the air around him. Are you a bloodhound? I can't smell anything. He unconsciously leaned closer to her. Hey, get away! Yun Zhiyi exclaimed, pushing him back with both hands. I came to tell you that my sister will be arriving this weekend. You need to tidy up your room tonight. Lin Nanfeng nodded with a smile. And during my sister's stay, you are forbidden from cavorting with others. At 5 p.m., as Lin Nanfeng was preparing to leave, an unexpected visitor entered the office. President Xiao, what brings you here? Lin Nanfeng casually closed his computer. He filled a paper cup with water from the dispenser and placed it on the table before Xiao Chuluo. Xiao Chuluo surveyed the office, a flicker of disdain crossing her face, her smile laced with subtle mockery. Director Lin, let me be frank. I'll offer you 1 million. Walk away from Z. Lin Nanfeng regarded the lofty Xiao Chuluo with incredulity. Is this how the wealthy combat their rivals? Were he to boast online about offering 1 million to someone, the netizens would undoubtedly say that such wealth had finally come knocking at his door, with others clamoring for their share. He chuckled softly, raising the cup of water. Is Yun Zhiyi really worth so little to you? It seems she holds little significance in your eyes. Xiao Chuluo's gaze darkened, her voice low and ominous. Director Lin, with your salary, it would take you over a decade of frugality to save that amount. 1 million yuan is sufficient for your lifetime. You and Z are from entirely different worlds. Do not overestimate your worth. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression brightened as he teased, President Xiao, you acknowledge that saving 1 million may take me 10 or even 20 years. However, if I were to enjoy the perks of being with Yun Zhiyi, given her affluent background, I could likely amass that amount in under a decade. Xiao Chuluo possessed a profound depth of character, entirely unlike the brash Gu Yunhe. Remaining unperturbed by Lin Nanfeng's scornful remarks, he suppressed the anger simmering within, maintaining an impassive countenance as he calmly addressed Lin Nanfeng. It appears that Director Lin has chosen to disregard my counsel. I advise you to exercise caution, for one can never predict when misfortune might strike. His tranquil tone was laced with subtle threats. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Nanfeng replied with nonchalance, "Mr. Xiao, allow me to remind you not to provoke me, nor those who stand by my side." At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted their exchange. Yun Zhiyi entered the room and, upon spotting Xiao Chuluo, furrowed her brow, her voice icy as she inquired, "Senior Xiao, as a busy individual, what brings you here?" After speaking, she positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Nanfeng, her expression as frigid as frost as she regarded Xiao Chuluo. "I merely stopped by to check on Director Lin and see if he required assistance," Xiao Chuluo replied, though a blaze of fury ignited within him, his smile betraying none of his inner turmoil. Yun Zhiyi's tone remained somber as she responded, "No need for that. I suggest you refrain from visiting him in the future. If there is nothing else, please take your leave." Her stance was unyielding, offering Xiao Chuluo no quarter. Reluctantly, he departed. Inside the room, Lin Nanfeng, amused by Yun Zhiyi's resolute demeanor towards Xiao Chuluo, jested, "Teacher Yun, that is your senior. You offered him not a shred of leniency." Puffing up her cheeks in irritation, Yun Zhiyi retorted, "He is truly bothersome. I made it clear during university that I held no affection for him. Yet he has persistently intruded upon my life since my return from studying abroad." "I didn't bully you, did I?" Lin Nanfeng, flexing his biceps, responded, "I am quite capable of defending myself. He could never best me. From now on, no more fighting," Yun Zhiyi admonished, her tone sharp. All right. No fighting," he acquiesced. In the car, Xiao Chuluo, having just exited Jiangxing University, unleashed his pent-up fury upon the steering wheel, the sound startling pedestrians on the street. "What is so special about driving a luxury car? Those entitled scoundrels!" one man shouted angrily, still seething. Xiao Chuluo reflected on his infatuation with Yun Zhiyi during their university days. Though she appeared approachable, she had always kept him at arm's length. He had never witnessed her so fiercely defend another man, and he could not comprehend his defeat, especially to a destitute individual. Lin Nanfeng, "Very well. I shall ensure you are removed from Yun Zhiyi's side," he vowed. At 9 p.m., within Yun Zhiyi's room, she directed Lin Nanfeng, "This item is too large. It won't fit." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Nanfeng finally managed to stow it in the wardrobe. In a modest 30-square-meter space, Lin Nanfeng's clothing, shoes, and various belongings occupied the closet, while the photograph on the bedside table had been hidden away by Yun Zhiyi. She opened the drawer beside the bed, preparing to place some small items inside. "Teacher Yun, what medication is this in your drawer? The packaging hasn't even been opened." Lin Nanfeng cast a fleeting glance at the box of medicine nestled within the drawer. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly dashed in front of Lin Nanfeng and pushed him onto the bed. With urgency, she retrieved the medicine box from the drawer and concealed it behind her back. Her demeanor tense as she stammered, "I have a slight stomachache. I picked up some gastrointestinal medication from the school infirmary yesterday afternoon." Seeing Yun Zhiyi's flustered expression filled Lin Nanfeng with an inexplicable confusion. Rising from the bed, he regarded her with curiosity. "Is there a medication called levonorgestrel?" He had merely glanced at the box, failing to discern its name entirely, catching only a fragment of it. "Yes, of course," Yun Zhiyi replied, her face a mask of heightened anxiety, her voice raised. "Put your things away and leave," she urged, pushing him out of the room. Leaning against the door, Yun Zhiyi's breaths came in rapid succession, her face flushed, her chest rising and falling with each hurried inhalation. Embarrassed, she cast her gaze down at the medicine box in her hands, which bore the name levonorgestrel. Such a rascal. Outside the door, Lin Nanfeng found himself utterly perplexed. In the following 2 days, Yun Zhiyi seemed to be evading him, remaining silent in the car during their commutes. Upon returning home from work, she sequestered herself in the study, not emerging. On Friday evening, as Lin Nanfeng perused the news, he learned that the Gu Group had been acquired by the Yi Group, subsequently rebranding as the Nanfeng Group and becoming a subsidiary of the Yi Group. So this was the reason for Yi Anren's arrival in Jiangxing, Lin Nanfeng contemplated. Nanfeng Group. Nanfeng. Why does that name seem so familiar? Isn't Nanfeng my own name? He furrowed his brow, certain that Yi Anren had orchestrated this change. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi emerged from the study and caught sight of the news on television. The renamed Nanfeng group shares your name, she remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng chuckled awkwardly. It's merely a coincidence, surely just a coincidence. As he observed Yun Zhiyi seated on the sofa, he hastily placed the freshly washed fruit from the refrigerator before her. Finally, this girl is speaking to me today. Holding the fruit, Yun Zhiyi murmured. Will you accompany me to the airport tomorrow to pick up my sister? Lin Nanfeng paused, realizing he had nearly forgotten about her sister's arrival. Chapter 29. The official sets fire, the commoners light lamps at Jiangxing Airport. We've finally arrived at the airport. Teacher Yun, how did you manage to obtain your driver's license? What should have been a brief hour-long journey took you nearly 2.5 hours, Lin Nanfeng exclaimed, gripping the safety belt in the passenger seat, his shirt dampened by sweat from the fright. Today, he had witnessed the terrifying prowess of a female driver. The roads in Jiangxing are so convoluted, and I am unfamiliar with this area near the airport. Plus, the navigation is inaccurate. Yun Zhiyi pouted, expressing her discontent. Initially, Lin Nanfeng was supposed to drive, but after twisting his arm that morning, Yun Zhiyi took on the driving duties. Inside the airport, Yun Zhiyi was glancing around, incessantly chattering to Lin Nanfeng beside her. Sister, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you at the airport for nearly an hour. If you don't arrive soon, I might just take a taxi and leave. Lin Nanfeng followed the direction of her voice, spotting a girl seated in the airport lounge, her face etched with worry. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Yun Zhiyi, yet unlike her sister's composed elegance, this girl exuded a quirky charm. This must be my brother-in-law. He's quite handsome, she exclaimed with a playful smile. I'm Yun Xiaoya, your sister's younger sister. She assessed Lin Nanfeng from head to toe, giggling all the while. Lin Nanfeng observed this whimsical girl and sensed that she would be quite easy to get along with. Yun Zhiyi shot Yun Xiaoya a disapproving glance, admonishing, at your age, you should act more mature, not like a child. I think Xiaoya is delightful. Young people should embody vitality, unlike us who are so dreary, Lin Nanfeng remarked, enjoying the affectionate title bestowed upon him by Yun Xiaoya. Just indulge her. Yun Zhiyi glared at Lin Nanfeng once more. Indeed, brother-in-law. I wonder why my sister always wears such a frosty expression. Yun Xiaoya beamed. As they drove home, Lin Nanfeng was at the wheel while Yun Xiaoya marveled at the enchanting nightscape of Jiangxing. Is that ancient building across the river a distinctive tourist attraction in Jiangxing? Lin Nanfeng nodded with a smile, replying, to visitors like you, it may seem picturesque, but to us locals, it's merely a glowing structure. Sister, brother-in-law, this weekend, we must explore all the sights of Jiangxing, Yun Xiaoya declared exuberantly within the car. Upon arriving home, Yun Zhiyi led her sister to the room Lin Nanfeng had once occupied. During your stay this week, you will be in this room. It has been cleaned, and the sheets and covers are freshly changed. With that, Yun Zhiyi proceeded to the kitchen, where Lin Nanfeng was preparing dinner. She whispered, is everything in the room tidied up? That girl is quite clever. I fear she might uncover something. Lin Nanfeng teased with a smile. Rest assured, everything is spotless. If she does find anything, I shall confess my feelings to you immediately, turning raw rice into cooked. Ouch, be gentle. Yun Zhiyi pinched Lin Nanfeng's waist. At that moment, Yun Xiaoya pushed open the kitchen door. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you two doing? Your brother-in-law has a bit of a wrist strain today. I'm just helping him with his arm, Yun Zhiyi replied, casting a warning glance at Lin Nanfeng. Is that so? Yun Xiaoya asked, somewhat skeptical. Just then, Yun Zhiyi squeezed Lin Nanfeng's waist with greater force, her eyes filled with a threatening glint. Really right, Nanfeng? Indeed, it is true. Xiaoya, why don't you step outside for a moment? At that moment, Lin Nanfeng was on the verge of tears from the pain, internally urging Yun Xiaoya to leave quickly. Fearing her sister's wrath would intensify, Yun Xiaoya, still puzzled, retreated from the kitchen. Once the grip on Lin Nanfeng's waist loosened, he finally sighed in relief. Dare to speak nonsense in front of me again, and you shall see how I handle it. Yun Zhiyi raised her small hand, speaking in a feigned, fierce manner. At the dining table, Lin Nanfeng brought the last dish of soup to the table. Brother-in-law, Your cooking is truly delightful. It's no wonder my sister chose you. Yun Xiaoya mumbled while chewing her food. Am I not a good cook? Don't forget who prepared your meals last summer. Yun Zhiyi interjected, serving vegetables to Yun Xiaoya. Your cooking is quite dreadful. You put so much salt in the dishes that I nearly choked on your food, Yun Zhiyi retorted. Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto her face, and Lin Nanfeng couldn't help but smile slightly. Brother-in-law, do you and my sister have that kind of relationship? Yun Xiaoya suddenly shot Lin Nanfeng a peculiar glance. Lin Nanfeng, taken aback by Yun Xiaoya's question, curiously inquired, What do you mean by that? Oh, the kind of thing that happens in bed, Yun Xiaoya exclaimed loudly. As soon as her words fell, Lin Nanfeng nearly spat out his food, staring at Yun Xiaoya in shock. Kids born after 2000 really say anything. They lack any sense of modesty. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi was equally astonished by Yun Xiaoya's bold remark, her cheeks flushed and her ears slightly warm, as she glared and admonished, You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Yun Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Yun Zhiyi, retorting, Come on, it's 2024. What's so taboo about that? Are you two pretending to be a couple? Yun Zhiyi suddenly froze, the blush on her face still lingering, and subtly gestured towards Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng quickly caught on, wrapping his arm around Yun Zhiyi's shoulders and smiling. Of course, I am in a relationship with your sister. He then leaned in and kissed Yun Zhiyi on the cheek. You two are so cheesy, like a sickly sweet middle-aged romance. It's giving me goosebumps, Yun Xiaoya remarked, shuddering at the sight. I've had enough to eat tonight. I won't be consuming your dog food. As she left, she turned to Yun Zhiyi and added, Sister, keep your voices down tonight. I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Just as the flush on Yun Zhiyi's face faded, it returned once more, and before she could scold Yun Xiaoya, the latter had already scurried back to her room and shut the door. Only Yun Zhiyi and Lin Nanfeng remained in the dining area. You had quite a bold moment just now. Daring to kiss my cheek, Yun Zhiyi asked directly, looking up at Lin Nanfeng, who was still holding her close. Teacher Yun, is it permissible for officials to light fires while the common folk are forbidden from lighting lamps? You have already kissed my cheek twice. Lin Nanfeng replied with a teasing smile. Yun Zhiyi shot him an annoyed glance. At 10 p.m., after washing up, Yun Zhiyi sat on her bed reading. Lin Nanfeng gently pushed open the door, locking it behind him. Observing this, Yun Zhiyi asked curiously, Why did you lock the door? I was worried that Xiaoya would burst in unexpectedly. We would be exposed, Lin Nanfeng answered with a grin. Chapter 30, Supervision. On the floor, I have already laid out the bedding for you. If you feel cold while sleeping tonight, there are extra down blankets in the closet. Yun Zhiyi glanced at Lin Nanfeng and continued to read her book in bed. Lin Nanfeng looked at the quilt spread out on the floor and couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He raised his injured hand and teasingly asked, Teacher Yun, I am a patient after all. How can you let me sleep on the floor? Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's audacious remark, Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance. You want to sleep in bed while I take the floor? Lin Nanfeng rubbed his nose and replied with some reluctance. If you think it's acceptable, we could both sleep in the bed. Get lost. Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Zhiyi had already hurled a pillow from the bed at him. Lin Nanfeng swiftly dodged and caught the pillow, muttering, No need to resort to murder. It's just sleeping on the floor. Yun Zhiyi wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, retrieved a pair of scissors from the drawer by the bed, and pointed them at Lin Nanfeng. If you dare come to bed tonight, I will cut off your below. After saying this, she pretended to glare fiercely at him. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Lin Nanfeng felt a chill in his lower half, awkwardly chuckling as he said, I am a man of virtue, not a lecher. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly burrowed under the blanket on the floor. After the lights were out, Yun Zhiyi rustled in her blanket, changing into her sleepwear. No peeking. A clear voice emanated from the darkness. Lin Nanfeng, somewhat speechless, replied, Sister, you've turned off the lights. The room is pitch black, and I don't possess X-ray vision to see you change. You never know. You could be a great lecher, and what if you lose control? With a pair of scissors beside your bed, what more could I do to you? That night, Lin Nanfeng had never slept so soundly. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, waking him from sleep due to urgent knocking at the door. Sister, brother-in-law, it's already past 8. Aren't you awake yet? Came the playful voice of Yun Xiaoya from outside the door. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi, still drowsy, reluctantly opened her eyes. What are you doing crawling in my bed? Shoo, keep it down. Xiaoya is outside the door. Lin Nanfeng quickly covered Yun Zhiyi's lips. Hearing Yun Xiaoya knock, he hastily tidied up the quilt on the floor and stowed it in the cabinet. Woo-woo, are you trying to suffocate me? After breaking free from his hand, Yun Zhiyi said irritably. Lin Nanfeng awkwardly withdrew his hand and whispered, I'm sorry, I panicked a bit. I was worried Xiaoya might barge in. Yun Zhiyi rolled her eyes at him, somewhat speechless. Didn't you lock the door last night? How could you get in? Lin Nanfeng froze, his expression turning quite awkward. You brat, your sister finally gets to sleep in on the weekend, and you're out there making noise. Yun Zhiyi scolded toward Yun Xiaoya outside the door. After saying this, she prepared to cover herself with the quilt to continue sleeping, but realized the position she and Lin Nanfeng were in was quite awkward. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi were lying under the same quilt. Yun Zhiyi's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she shyly glanced at Lin Nanfeng, exclaiming, You rascal! How long do you intend to lie on my bed? At that moment, her bashful demeanor left Lin Nanfeng utterly mesmerized, his heart racing wildly. The captivating fragrance emanating from Yun Zhiyi enveloped him, and his breath quickened. Why don't you get up? Yun Zhiyi shot him a reproachful glare, her cheeks tinged with shyness. All right, Lin Nanfeng finally responded, coming to his senses. At the dining table, an awkward silence hung in the air as Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi shared breakfast. The events of the morning still lingering between them. Sister, brother-in-law, did you sleep well last night? I didn't hear anything. Yun Xiaoya remarked with an enigmatic smile directed at Yun Zhiyi. Irritated, Yun Zhiyi glared at her sister and retorted, You're already 18. What on earth are you thinking about all day? If you keep babbling, I'll send you to our uncle's house. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaoya's expression faltered, and she mournfully replied, Please, sister, I dread our uncle. Don't send me there. Then why did you come to Jiangsheng and stay at my house? Are you here to spy on me? Yun Zhiyi asked, her gaze piercing. Lin Nanfeng, playing along, offered a gentle smile and said, Zhi, how could you say that about Xiaoya? She traveled all the way to Jiangsheng. It's perfectly fine for her to stay a few extra days. Under the combined pressure of Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi, a pouty Yun Xiaoya lamented, Sister, our family is trying to set you up with someone. And since you refuse to go home, my aunt sent me to check if you really have a boyfriend. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will certainly speak highly of you in front of my aunt, she added. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, realizing that Yun Zhiyi truly intended to use him as a shield. Yun Zhiyi shot a glance at Lin Nanfeng, exuding confidence as she gently addressed her sister. You know what to tell our mother when you return, right? Don't worry, sister, I will definitely praise brother-in-law, Yun Xiaoya giggled. However, she continued, but brother-in-law, do be cautious. My sister's suitor is quite impressive, and my aunt is very pleased with him. As they exchanged knowing looks, Lin Nanfeng playfully asked Yun Xiaoya, If I am with your sister, which side are you on? With a pout, she promptly replied, Of course, I'm on your side. But don't worry. As long as my uncle is around, no one will dare pressure my sister. Your uncle is also in Jiangsheng? I've never heard you mention him before. Lin Nanfeng inquired, puzzled. My uncle is definitely in Jiangsheng. He is even a city official, Yun Xiaoya began to explain. But Yun Zhiyi quickly silenced her by stuffing a bun into her mouth. In the future, I'll introduce you to my uncle, Yun Zhiyi said to Lin Nanfeng after halting Yun Xiaoya's chatter. After breakfast, Lin Nanfeng had initially planned to accompany Yun Zhiyi and her sister to explore the scenic spots of Jiangsheng. However, just before their departure, he received a phone call from Yi Anren, inviting him to lunch. Initially, he was reluctant to go, but Yi Anren insisted that she needed to leave Jiangsheng to return to the city that afternoon and wished to see him. Lin Nanfeng had no choice but to comply. Following the incident involving Yun Zhiyi, the Jiangxing National Security Bureau had intensified its search and oversight in the city, while the government issued warnings to foreign organizations. Thus, in the short term, Yun Zhiyi was unlikely to encounter any safety issues, allowing Lin Nanfeng to rest assured about her and Yun Xiaoya's outings. Chapter 31. Jealous of my sister-in-law at the entrance of the Huarding Grand Hotel, Lin Nanfeng found himself somewhat dazed. This hotel had been pivotal in altering the course of his life. It was here that he attended a class reunion, deceived Yun Zhiyi into impersonating his girlfriend, and subsequently was taken home by her after a night of drunkenness. Mr. Lin, the young lady is waiting for you in the private room. Yi Fei, a middle-aged man emerging from the hotel, said respectfully to Lin Nanfeng. As Lin Nanfeng followed his lead, he remarked, "The last time I encountered you here, Yi Anren was already aware of my identity." "Mr. Lin, the young lady has actually been paying attention to you for quite some time," Yi Fei replied with a smile. "In truth, the Yi group is not as prosperous as it appears. The young lady is struggling to keep it afloat. The internal dynamics of the group are not as cohesive as one might think, and she requires your assistance." Taken aback, Lin Nanfeng realized that managing such a large group was not as effortless for his sister as it seemed. Inside the room, upon seeing Lin Nanfeng, Yi Anren, who was engrossed in her paperwork, broke into a delighted smile. "Brother, you're here," she exclaimed, rushing to his side and taking his hand. Lin Nanfeng, observing his sister, felt a smile break through his previously tense demeanor. After all, she was his sister, and he could not remain indifferent. "You didn't summon me merely to dine, did you?" With a charming smile, Yi Anren led Lin Nanfeng toward the dining table. "Brother, you're as astute as ever. I'm about to return to the city and intend for you to manage the Nanfeng group." Stunned, Lin Nanfeng replied, "But the Nanfeng group is yours, and I lack the capability to manage such a large organization. What's yours is mine. The Nanfeng group is a subsidiary of the Yi group, and it is indeed a part of you." Yi Anren pouted, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Do you want your sister to bear this burden alone? Please agree to help me, brother." Ye fi, litne sing ye anrans chilike demenor, vore a contented e preson. Since their father's passing, it had been a long time since she had appeared this joyful. Unable to resist her charming pleas, Lin Nanfeng reluctantly said, "I am unfamiliar with some of the operations and management of the Nanfeng group. I fear I won't perform well. Moreover, I have pressing commitments at Jiangxing University that I cannot neglect." With a cheerful grin, Yi Anren replied, "Brother, you needn't worry. Uncle Yi will assist you in managing everything. Let me formally introduce myself, Mr. Lin. I am Yi Fei, and I can help you oversee the daily operations of the Nanfeng group." Yi Fei looked at Lin Nanfeng and smiled. Lin Nanfeng fell into contemplation as Yi Anren continued. "If you encounter anything you do not understand, you may also consult my future sister-in-law, Yun Zhiyi." Yun Zhiyi, although she majored in business management, has only attended classes at school and has never participated in actual corporate management, Lin Nanfeng said, somewhat astonished. "You may not be aware of her prowess while studying abroad. She held an executive position at a company ranked among the top 100 in the world. However, for reasons unknown, she chose to teach at Jiangxing University," Yi Anren said mysteriously. After hearing Yi Anren's words, Lin Nanfeng pondered, contemplating that Yun Zhiyi's arrival in Jiangxing might somehow be linked to him. Ultimately, after Yi Anren's persistent pleas, Lin Nanfeng reluctantly agreed. After dinner, Lin Nanfeng and Yi Anren exited the hotel together. The Huangding Grand Hotel is situated in the heart of Jiangxing, adjacent to some of its most renowned attractions. "Sister, isn't that brother-in-law?" exclaimed Yun Xiaoya, who was taking photographs, as she suddenly spotted Lin Nanfeng at the hotel entrance. Yun Zhiyi followed Yun Xiaoya's gaze, her brow furrowing. Not only did she see Lin Nanfeng, but she also noticed Yi Anren beside him. "Who is that girl next to him? Brother-in-law actually deceived us while he is out on a date with another woman," Yun Xiaoya whispered, casting a sidelong glance at the suddenly icy Yun Zhiyi, her voice dwindling. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng had already boarded Yi Anren's car and departed. Yun Xiaoya looked at Yun Zhiyi with concern. Is brother-in-law being supported by a wealthy woman? Yun Zhiyi remained silent, gripping Yi Anren's hand tightly, unable to conceal her inner turmoil. "Sister, please be gentle. It hurts." Later that evening, Lin Nanfeng accompanied Yi Anren to the airport and, after dropping her off, returned home to the villa she had purchased in Jiangxing. Upon entering the house, he found only Yun Xiaoya in the living room, watching television. "Is your sister not home?" Lin Nanfeng asked as he removed his shoes at the entrance. After noticing Lin Nanfeng's return, Yun Xiaoya glanced towards the kitchen and quietly remarked, "Brother-in-law, you are in trouble. You've upset my sister. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, perplexed as he inquired, Xiaoya, how could I have angered your sister? I haven't been with her all afternoon. Brother-in-law, even though I am on your side, your behavior of maintaining a red flag at home while waving colorful flags outside is quite excessive, Yin Xiaoya said, somewhat irate. Lin Nanfeng was utterly bewildered, more confused than ever. Oh dear, brother-in-law, you got into a beautiful lady's car at the entrance of the Huangding Grand Hotel this afternoon. Are you being supported by a wealthy woman? Yun Xiaoya asked curiously. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing this, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, realizing that even his sister-in-law was feeling jealous. What on earth are you imagining? She's a friend of mine, Lin Nanfeng replied with a smile. At that moment, a clattering noise emanated from the kitchen, startling Yun Xiaoya. Fearfully, she said, whenever my sister is in a bad mood, she likes to take a knife and chop things in the kitchen. Brother-in-law, you've upset my sister. You should go and appease her. With that, Yin Xiaoya quickly retreated to her bedroom. Lin Nanfeng held the candied chestnuts he had purchased that evening, fully aware of Yun Zhiyi's fondness for sweet treats. As he pushed open the kitchen door and stepped inside, he beheld Yun Zhiyi wielding a knife, relentlessly chopping at a cucumber. A chill coursed through him, and he silently resolved to help her abandon the habit of taking out her frustrations on innocent vegetables. Teacher Yin, what are you cooking? Lin Nanfeng gently took the knife from her hands and presented the chestnuts to her with a cheerful smile. Yet, Yun Zhiyi remained silent, her gaze fixated on the dismembered cucumber before her. Clearing his throat softly, he ventured, Teacher Yun, are you feeling jealous? No sooner had he spoken than Yun Zhiyi turned her body, her eyes locked onto Lin Nanfeng with intensity. Yanran is my half-sister, he quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, surprise washed over Yun Zhiyi's face as she stared at him in disbelief. Chapter 32. Sharing the same bed in the living room. Yun Zhiyi sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on the candied chestnuts Lin Nanfeng had brought. He offered her the peeled chestnuts with a resigned gesture. So, Yanran is indeed your half-sister, he confirmed with a sigh. When did you become the lost heir of the Yi family? Yun Zhiyi teased. Lin Nanfeng retrieved a cigarette from his pack, preparing to light it, his expression melancholic as he confessed, I am at a loss on how to face the Yi family, and I dread telling my mother that he has passed away. Yun Zhiyi gently snatched the cigarette from his lips, her voice soothing as she said, You should find an opportunity to speak to Aunt Lin. Lin Nanfeng turned to her, a playful smile on his face, and asked, Teacher Yun, are you still feeling jealous? A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she shot him a glare. Let's not forget, we are in a romantic relationship now. If you're caught flirting with someone else and Xiaoya finds out, do not expect to sleep in my room. At that moment, Yun Xiaoya peeked her head out from her room. Brother-in-law, you have no idea, my sister is jealous tonight and has been pinching my hand so hard it still hurts. Yun Zhiyi shot a disapproving glance at her sister and sternly replied, Mind your own business, and do not mention this to our mother. With a playful tongue-out gesture, Xiaoya retreated into her room. Yun Zhiyi turned back to Lin Nanfeng and urged, Why are you still standing there? It's late. You should be in bed. Later that night, in the bedroom, a torrential downpour began outside, accompanied by loud thunder and flashes of lightning illuminating the night sky. Are you asleep? Yun Zhiyi switched on the bedside lamp, casting light upon Lin Nanfeng, who lay on the floor, lost in thoughts of the day. I'm not, he replied, still wide awake. Then, why not join me in bed? Yun Zhiyi stammered slightly. Lin Nanfeng chuckled teasingly. What is this, Teacher Yun? Are you afraid of the thunder tonight? He recalled how, during her childhood hospital stays, Yun Zhiyi had been particularly fearful of thunder, insisting on keeping the lights on whenever storms rumbled outside. You're just talking nonsense. I'm concerned that you'll be uncomfortable sleeping on the floor due to your arm injury. Yun Zhiyi replied with a hint of pride. Aren't you worried about what might happen if we share a bed? Lin Nanfeng chuckled, tilting his head to look at her. You dare. Don't forget, I have a pair of scissors right beside me. Yun Zhiyi retorted, feigning a fierce expression as she glared at Lin Nanfeng. Suit yourself. If you choose not to sleep on the bed, so be it, she pouted, her voice low as she switched off the bedside lamp. After a moment of contemplation, sitting on the floor, Lin Nanfeng stood up and lay down on Yun Zhiyi's bed. You scoundrel! What do you think you're touching? She exclaimed. Oh, my apologies, I thought it was just a blanket, Lin Nanfeng said, lying on the bed and hesitant to move. As he settled down, he could feel Yun Zhiyi's body tremble slightly beside him. The delicate fragrance of her peach blossom scent wafted into Lin Nanfeng's nostrils. Yet he felt no wicked thoughts arise within him. In the darkness, gazing at Yun Zhiyi, who lay against his back, he never imagined he would share a bed with her. After a while, drowsiness washed over him, and he drifted into a hazy sleep. Morning arrived, and Lin Nanfeng awoke from his dreams, only to be startled to find Yun Zhiyi nestled in his embrace, having slipped into his arms during the night. A cold sweat broke out as he realized her head rested on his arm. He gently attempted to withdraw his hand from beneath her head, but the slight movement roused her from her slumber. "You're awake," Lin Nanfeng said awkwardly, looking at the now conscious Yun Zhiyi. "Ah," she squealed, quickly pulling away and burying her face in the blanket. "You naughty boy. I knew you wouldn't behave while sleeping," she murmured from within the covers. Lin Nanfeng cast a glance at the scissors on the bedside, swallowing hard. "I didn't hold you last night. Perhaps you rolled into my arms on your own. You scoundrel, and you still dare to say that? Fine, you can sleep on the floor tonight," Yun Zhiyi said, blushing. At the lunch table, Yun Xiaoya chimed in, "Sister, I won't disturb your little world any longer. I've already bought my ticket back to Hangzhou for tonight." She giggled playfully. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi exchanged a glance, both sighing in relief. "Brother-in-law, do you really want me to leave?" Yun Xiaoya teased. "Of course not. Your sister and I hope you'll stay in Jiang City a few more days," Lin Nanfeng said, grinning at Yun Zhiyi. Yun Zhiyi took a soup spoon from the table and served a bowl of soup to Yun Xiaoya, softly saying, "When you get home, make sure to tell my mother how great my brother-in-law is." "Got it, sister. But brother-in-law, you and my sister need to hurry up and create a little one. That way, even if my second aunt opposes it, it will be too late to change anything," Yun Xiaoya suggested animatedly. "Little brat, just drink your soup," Yun Zhiyi said. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Nanfeng chuckled inwardly, realizing he was not yet her brother-in-law, and playfully remarked, "That mainly depends on your sister's wishes. But I believe your suggestion is quite feasible." No sooner had he spoken than Yun Zhiyi turned to glare at him. Lin Nanfeng promptly closed his mouth, his voice trailing off into a whisper. That evening unfolded quietly. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi finally sent Yun Xiaoya off on her flight. He also moved out of Yun Zhiyi's room, feeling a tinge of disappointment within. He somewhat hoped that Yun Xiaoya would visit Jiangxing again in the future. In the following days, Yi Anren executed sweeping reforms within the Nanfeng group. Lin Nanfeng held a nominal position as vice president in the group, yet he did not disclose this information to the internal staff. Even the senior management was unaware. Daily operations were entrusted to Yi Fei. At Jiangxing University, Lin Nanfeng and Zheng Shuji, both smokers, were idling in the office, enjoying a cigarette. "Director, I heard some rumors at school that they might be discussing your dismissal," Zheng Shuji inquired with concern. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. Logically, Principal Zhou of Jiangxing University should have an inkling of his connections with national security. "Is Principal Zhou not at the school?" Lin Nanfeng asked, puzzled. Zheng Shuji shook his head. "Principal Zhou went abroad for a conference last week and may not return until next week. Currently, Vice Principal Qian is overseeing the school's affairs." Vice Principal Qian, Lin Nanfeng mused. He rarely interacted with the upper management at the university, so it was evident that someone wanted him gone. The only individuals in Jiangxing who had a conflict with him were Gu Yunhe and Xiao Chuluo. After the Gu group was acquired, Gu Yunhe had kept a low profile. Could it be that Xiao Chuluo wished for him to leave Yun Zhiyi? "Rest assured, where there's a will, there's a way," Lin Nanfeng said, placing his cigarette in the ashtray as he spoke to Zheng Shuji. Chapter 33. I believe in him in the office of the vice principal at Jiangxing University. Xiao Chuluo addressed Vice Principal Qian. "I need your assistance regarding Lin Nanfeng." The middle-aged man before him smiled. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, I will ensure that such a disruptive element is expelled from the school." Vice Principal Qian's voice was grave. However, regarding the project proposal from Jiangxing University, before he could finish, Xiao Chuluo silently cursed, "Old fox, no rabbit, no hawk." "Principal Qian, our Jinzhong group has quoted a price above the market average for your institution, but the actual transaction will adhere to the market average. The surplus will naturally be returned to you personally. Very well, Mr. Xiao. It won't be long before Lin Nanfeng is out of Jiangxing University. Vice Principal Qian laughed heartily. At noon, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi were having lunch together in the university cafeteria. Students and teachers passing by cast peculiar glances at Lin Nanfeng. Teacher Yun, what's going on today? I feel like the looks from the faculty and students could kill me, Lin Nanfeng murmured. Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance. Zhi, you and Director Lin have trended on social media, Jiang Shi remarked, approaching them with her phone, observing Yun Zhiyi with curiosity. No wonder everyone at school is looking at me strangely today, Lin Nanfeng realized. What has been said online? Yun Zhiyi asked, puzzled. There are photos of you two together, and the comments suggest that you are supporting Director Lin financially, while others claim that Director Lin is being supported by many, Jiang Shi whispered. Supported? Am I being supported by many? I am merely being supported by Teacher Yun. The rumors circulating online are utterly unfounded, Lin Nanfeng remarked, pretending to be indignant. Jiang Shi scrutinized Lin Nanfeng with a look of astonishment and exclaimed, You are indeed being supported by Zhiyi. Yun Zhiyi shot him a glare, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, Qian Tong and Xiao Chuluo arrived at the school cafeteria, and Xiao Chuluo immediately noticed Lin Nanfeng beside Yun Zhiyi. His expression shifted slightly, a shadow passing through his gaze. Following Xiao Chuluo's line of sight, Qian Tong jested, Xiao, Teacher Yun is the belle of Jiangxing University. Xiao Chuluo appeared oblivious to Qian Tong's comment, striding directly toward Lin Nanfeng. Observing Xiao Chuluo's approach, Yun Zhiyi furrowed her brows, icily mocking. It seems that Senior Xiao has ample leisure time to frequent Jiangxing University. Before Xiao Chuluo could utter a word, Yun Zhiyi had already silenced him. Lin Nanfeng, witnessing the scene, ambiguously remarked, Zhiyi, how can you speak of Senior Xiao in such a manner? Xiao, I apologize on behalf of my dear Zhi. Xiao Chuluo's countenance darkened, his voice laden with menace as he stated, Lin Nanfeng, I hope you will seriously consider the suggestion I made last time. Zhi, Lin Nanfeng is simply unworthy of you. He cannot grant you happiness. Before his words could fully resonate, Yun Zhiyi's voice grew even colder, her expression as frigid as winter's frost. Lin Nanfeng is my boyfriend. No one else has the right to speak of him. I trust that he will bring me happiness. Should there be a next time, we may not even remain friends. Yun Zhiyi's voice rang out like thunder, leaving Lin Nanfeng and Jiang Shi in a state of shock. Xiao Chuluo had no choice but to depart in dissatisfaction. Director Lin, this is the first time I have witnessed Zhiyi's wrath, Jiang Shi remarked peculiarly. Lin Nanfeng gazed thoughtfully at Xiao Chuluo's retreating figure, realizing that it was indeed Xiao Chuluo who was orchestrating this. Yun Zhiyi, noticing Xiao Chuluo approach Qian Tong, frowned and said, There are rumors circulating at school that you are to be expelled. It is likely that Qian Tong and Xiao Chuluo wish to force you out of Jiangxing University. Initially, Yun Zhiyi intended to offer Lin Nanfeng some words of caution, but recalling the backing of the Yi group behind him, she considered that even if he left Jiangxing University, he would have other opportunities. At 3 p.m, Lin Nanfeng was summoned to Qian Tong's office. As he pushed open the door and entered, he discovered Xiao Chuluo was also present. At that moment, Xiao Chuluo regarded Lin Nanfeng with a derisive glare. Lin Nanfeng, you are hereby expelled from Jiangxing University. You may proceed to the Human Resources Department after work to complete your resignation formalities, Qian Tong stated in a somber tone. My personnel appointment falls under the jurisdiction of Principal Zhou. It seems Vice Principal Qian lacks the authority, Lin Nanfeng casually responded while lounging on the office sofa. Principal Zhou is not on campus. All personnel orders at Jiangxing University are currently under my control, including yours. Qian Tong's face darkened instantly. In response, Lin Nanfeng turned to Xiao Chuluo and declared, Xiao, do you believe that I will be expelled from Jiangxing University today? Lin Nanfeng, a wise person, knows how to adapt. We are not on the same level, and crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant, Xiao Chuluo scoffed, just as the three found themselves in a stalemate. Qian Tong's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he heard Zhou Onjia's faint laughter. Old Qian, Lin Nanfeng is someone sent down from above. What can you do to him? Just keep one eye open and the other closed at school. Principal Zhou, Lin Nanfeng, plays games during working hours. He is a bane to the school. To maintain the integrity of the faculty, he must be dismissed, Qian Tong declared with an air of righteousness. At that moment, Zhou Anjia found himself at a loss for words. Although he was the principal, he was nearing retirement, having transferred most of his authority at Jiangxing University to Qian Tong. It was highly likely that Qian Tong would succeed him as principal after his retirement. With a deep sigh, Zhou Anjia resignedly said, "Old Qian, take care of yourself." After hanging up, Qian Tong sneered, "Lin Nanfeng, it's futile to call Principal Zhou. Today, Jiangxing University will expel you." "Is that so, Vice Principal Qian?" Zhang Yuan entered with 2 inspectors. "Who are you?" Qian Tong furrowed his brow. Xiaochu Luo watched the 3 national officials enter, and his heart filled with unease as he noticed Lin Nanfeng sitting calmly on the sofa. "Vice Principal Qian, we have received a report accusing you of abusing your position for personal gain," one of the inspectors said as he approached Qian Tong. "You will come with us for an investigation." Qian Tong's expression changed drastically, crying out in protest. However, when the inspectors presented evidence of the investigation, he ceased his cries of innocence. Eventually, he was taken away by Zhang Yuan and the 2 inspectors. Lin Nanfeng rose and walked over to the visibly pale Xiaochu Luo. Smiling as he said, "Mr. Xiao, it seems I have triumphed." "Don't get too smug, Lin Nanfeng," Xiaochu Luo retorted darkly as he left the office. To which Lin Nanfeng called after him, "Mr. Xiao, if they're essay next time, it might be you who ends up in trouble." Chapter 34. A cold as night fell over Jiangxing at 7 o'clock. A gentle rain began to fall outside. Lin Nanfeng idly watched television in the living room to pass the time. Suddenly, the front door swung open, and Yun Zhiyi peeked in, looking nervous as she cautiously scanned the room, clutching a box wrapped in black packaging. Lin Nanfeng regarded her with curiosity. She had claimed to be stepping out after work that afternoon. Given the recent crackdown on foreign criminal organizations in Jiangxing, he had felt reassured about her going out alone. Yun Zhiyi tiptoed into the living room, concealing the wrapped box behind her. Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat softly, questioning, "What were you doing out just now?" Her expression shifted slightly as she stammered, "I was feeling a bit unwell, so I went out to get some medicine." Lin Nanfeng, now even more puzzled, asked, "Don't you have digestive medicine in your room?" Yun Zhiyi's face flushed, and she replied sternly, "The medicine at home is all gone. Can I go buy more?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she walked straight towards the bathroom. Lin Nanfeng observed Yun Zhiyi as she seemed to flee, leaving him utterly perplexed. After a considerable time, Yun Zhiyi emerged from the restroom and settled onto the sofa, her face reflecting a peculiar expression, a blend of disappointment and relief. Lin Nanfeng placed a banana before her, suggesting that some fruit might soothe her troubled stomach. She caressed her abdomen gently, only to suddenly cast an irate glare at him. Confounded by her sudden anger, Lin Nanfeng chuckled and inquired, "Yun Zhiyi, has your monthly visitor arrived? Shall I prepare a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water for you?" "Get lost," she retorted, hurling a cushion towards him. Fortunately, Lin Nanfeng reacted swiftly, dodging the flying sofa pillow. After her outburst, Yun Zhiyi marched directly to her bedroom. Lin Nanfeng, still bewildered, concluded that it must indeed be that time of the month for her, a period when women are particularly prone to irritability. With that thought in mind, he departed the living room and made his way to the kitchen. An hour later, Lin Nanfeng entered Yun Zhiyi's bedroom, gently pushing open the door while carrying a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water. She lay on the bed, her back turned to him. He placed the concoction on the bedside table and softly urged, "Teacher Yun, I have prepared the ginger tea. Please rise and drink it." Upon hearing his voice, Yun Zhiyi buried her head under the covers, still miffed, and hoarsely replied, "I want tea, drink it. You have it yourself." Hearing her raspy voice, Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of anxiety. He spoke in a low tone, "Teacher Yun, you haven't caught a cold from being out in the rain, have you?" He gently lifted the blanket covering her head and placed his hand on her forehead, discovering she was drenched in perspiration. The heat radiating from her forehead was alarming. Supporting her body, he leaned her back against the bed and furrowed his brow, saying, "You must have been caught in the rain and caught a chill. You're also running a slight fever." Drink this ginger soup to ward off the cold. Yun Zhiyi pouted, appearing reluctant. Yet she accepted the ginger tea from Lin Nanfeng. Do we have any cold medicine at home? Lin Nanfeng inquired after she finished the soup. Check the medicine cabinet in the living room. There should be some left. She responded hoarsely. Lin Nanfeng searched the living room and, after rummaging through various drawers, finally unearthed a somewhat dusty medicine box from a corner. Upon opening it, he discovered cold and fever medication, but was dismayed to find they were past their expiration date. With no other option, he fetched warm water from the restroom and retrieved some alcohol he had previously bought for Yun Zhiyi. In the bedroom, she leaned against the bed, coughing incessantly, her face glistening with sweat. Lin Nanfeng dampened a cloth and gently placed it on her forehead. The cold and fever medication has expired. I shall go out shortly to procure some fresh supplies. Yun Zhiyi gazed out the window, observing the darkness that enveloped the world outside, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. Clearing her throat, she remarked, "A brief rest will suffice. It's quite late, and with this light rain, there's no need for you to fetch any medicine." Lin Nanfeng chuckled, responding, "With my robust constitution, do you truly worry that I might catch a cold like you?" He poured a small amount of alcohol onto a cotton cloth, delicately wiping her hands. However, as he traced along her neck, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the strap of her bra. Yun Zhiyi's body trembled slightly, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Lin Nanfeng coughed softly, suggesting, "Miss Yun, you should apply the alcohol on your neck and wrist yourself. I shall step out to procure the medicine." Already flushed from her cold, Yun Zhiyi's cheeks deepened in color as she shyly replied, "All right, please return soon." As the clock neared midnight, Lin Nanfeng returned home after acquiring the medicine, only to find Yun Zhiyi peacefully asleep in bed. He gently roused her to take the medication before retiring to his own room. In the early morning, the previous night's gentle rain had escalated into a torrential downpour. Lin Nanfeng opened the bedroom door and stepped into the living room, finding it deserted. At this hour, Yun Zhiyi would typically be awake. He entered her bedroom, furrowing his brows as he felt her forehead, which was even warmer than the previous night. Miss Yun," he called softly, shaking her gently. Yet, she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Panic gripped his heart as he draped her usual coat over her shoulders and carried her towards the hospital. At Jiangcheng First Hospital, Lin Nanfeng found himself at the receiving end of the attending physician's reprimand. "How can you call yourself a husband? The patient's fever is severe, and you bring her to the hospital at such a late hour. Doctor, is she all right now?" Lin Nanfeng anxiously inquired, glancing at Yun Zhiyi on the hospital bed. Noticing his distress, the doctor's demeanor softened slightly as he responded, "After receiving intravenous fluids, her temperature has decreased. Please ensure she has a light diet moving forward." With that, he handed Lin Nanfeng the payment slip, instructing him to settle the hospital fees at the front desk. In the hospital payment hall, while Lin Nanfeng queued to pay, someone accidentally bumped into him. "I apologize, sir," a familiar female voice chimed in his ear. Turning around, he saw Su Ro, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Su Ro?" Lin Nanfeng questioned, puzzled. Upon hearing his name, Su Ro realized it was Lin Nanfeng she had collided with. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a distant voice from a doctor echoed through the hall. "Family of Su Ming, please proceed to room 621 on the 6th floor." Su Ro glanced at Lin Nanfeng, hesitating momentarily before hurriedly departing, her expression still tense. Lin Nanfeng watched her retreating figure, bewildered, recalling the doctor's call for Su Ro's father's name. Su Ming, Uncle Su. Chapter 35. Future husband in the hall. Lin Nanfeng was lost in thought. During their university days, he and Su Ro had once visited her home, which was situated in a small county beneath Jiangcheng. Originally, Su Ro's family was quite well off, operating a small processing factory in a modest county town. However, during Su Ro's second year of high school, her father suddenly fell gravely ill, and coupled with the bankruptcy of the factory, this brought severe calamity to their once prosperous household. Subsequently, it was Su Ro's mother who bore the weight of their struggles. The family held a favorable impression of Lin Nanfeng, had he not parted ways with Su Ro. They might have already been wed. Lin Nanfeng could only shake his head with a bitter smile. In the hospital room, after settling the fees, Lin Nanfeng returned to find Yun Zhiyi had awakened. You're awake. The doctor said you have a viral flu and need to be hospitalized for observation for a day. I've already taken care of your absence from school, he gently informed her while handing her a cup of water from the table. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhiyi hoarsely replied, Then you should go out. What if I infect you with my cold? My body is quite robust. I'm not worried about catching anything from you, Lin Nanfeng responded with a smile. After this exchange, Yun Zhiyi lay back down to rest. As her foredrip had already concluded, Lin Nanfeng called for a nurse to remove the four from the back of Yun Zhiyi's hand. I just remembered. Yun Zhiyi's face flushed as she spoke in a fragmented voice. Lin Nanfeng looked at her with curiosity and softly asked, Teacher Yun, what do you wish to do? I can assist you. I need to use the restroom, Yun Zhiyi admitted, her face burning as she propped herself up on the hospital bed, attempting to rise but failing due to her weakened state from the illness. Observing her predicament, Lin Nanfeng quickly realized what was needed. He supported her as they made their way to the restroom, waiting outside the door for her. After a moment, the sound of the toilet flushing echoed from within. Yet Yun Zhiyi did not emerge. Nanfeng, could you help me? Close your eyes and come in, her bashful voice called from the restroom. Ah, ok, Lin Nanfeng replied, shutting his eyes as he stepped inside. No peeking. I'm not looking. You're touching the wrong spot. Go lower. Ah, alright. The sound of Lin Nanfeng's flustered voice filled the restroom. As Lin Nanfeng assisted Yun Zhiyi, they unexpectedly encountered a nurse who had just returned to the ward. She regarded them with a peculiar expression. Just as Lin Nanfeng was about to explain, the nurse, with a knowing look, remarked, The patient needs to rest. You young ones should exercise some restraint. Before her words could fully settle, Yun Zhiyi's face turned crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Once the nurse exited the room, Lin Nanfeng, feeling embarrassed, murmured, This is all your fault. Teacher Yun, you were the one who asked me to come in, he retorted. Well, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. After all, I am your future husband, Lin Nanfeng teased with a grin. In the afternoon, Yun Zhiyi's health gradually improved. To alleviate her boredom in the hospital, Lin Nanfeng took her for a stroll. Isn't that Su-ro? Yun Zhiyi suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Following her gaze, Lin Nanfeng saw Su-ro anxiously conversing with the doctor. Dr. Zheng, are there no ordinary wards available in the hospital? Ms. Su, the wards are currently at full capacity, and your father's condition has stabilized. Given the patient's circumstances, a second surgery is required. It will be best for you to schedule an appointment with Dr. Chen Tianyu before coming to the hospital. Otherwise, keeping the patient here would only exacerbate your burdens, the doctor expressed with a hint of frustration. After speaking, Dr. Zheng shook his head and departed, leaving Su-ro standing in the corridor, her expression laden with worry, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Nanfeng observed this scene with a mixture of emotions. From the conversation between Su-ro and the doctor, it was evident that her father, Su-ming, was facing a rather complicated medical situation. You should go comfort her and inquire about her father's condition, Yun Zhiyi suggested softly. After a moment of silence, Lin Nanfeng replied, Take care on your way back. Yun Zhiyi nodded with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nanfeng approached Su-ro and handed her a tissue. Is Uncle Su's condition quite complicated? I inadvertently overheard your conversation with the doctor. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su-ro lifted her gaze to meet the man's eyes. She accepted the tissue from Lin Nanfeng, wiping away her tears. Thank you for your concern, but I do not wish to burden you with my father's illness, she responded. Turning to leave. Su-ro, even though we are not romantically involved, we are still good classmates and friends, and Uncle Su is, after all, my elder, Lin Nanfeng called after her as she walked away. Just then, Su-ro's mother, Sun Mei, emerged from the ward and, upon witnessing the scene, grasped Su-ro's arm, preventing her departure. Auntie, it has been a while, Lin Nanfeng greeted her warmly as he approached. Shaolin, what brings you to the hospital? Sun Mei replied with equal warmth. I have a friend here, Annie. Is Uncle Su's condition serious? Sun Mei spoke with concern. Su-ro's father underwent surgery a few years ago and showed some improvement, but now it has relapsed, and he requires a second operation. Lin Nanfeng inquired with confusion. Then what is the situation with the wards? Jiangcheng First Hospital is the largest in the city. Surely, there should not be a shortage of beds. I'm not sure how it happened. The hospital notified us this morning that they had insufficient beds and instructed us to complete the discharge procedures. Sun Mei replied solemnly. Mom, I will handle the matter regarding the beds. Su Ro interrupted, seemingly reluctant to involve Lin Nanfeng. At this moment, Lin Nanfeng felt quite awkward and said to Su Ro, if the issue with the beds is not resolved, I can assist. Su Ro replied curtly, no need. Seeing her resolute attitude, Lin Nanfeng fell silent for a moment before taking his leave. After he departed, Sun Mei lamented, such a fine young man. If it weren't for our family's burdens, you two might have even had children by now. Mom, let's not dwell on the past. I missed my chance with him, and all I want now is to ensure my father's recovery. Su Ro responded earnestly. Can you manage the situation with the beds? Oh yeah. Perhaps we should heed the doctor's advice and return home for now. Sun Mei continued. You need not worry. I will secure a bed for my father. Su Ro stated before departing. She proceeded to a secluded area of the hospital, retrieving her phone to make a call. Chapter 36. The Weight of Authority. Su Ro. Have you made your decision? If you're certain, I can arrange for Uncle Su to be transferred to a private ward immediately. Came the teasing voice of Gu Yunhe from the other end of the line. Gu Yunhe, do not pressure me. Su Ro retorted angrily upon hearing his voice. Gu Yunhe, his demeanor darkening, replied, do not forget that when your father required surgery upon your graduation, it was I who provided the funds exceeding 500,000 for his treatment. It has been over 4 years since you graduated, yet you still cling to Lin Nanfeng. What do I lack compared to that impoverished youth? Su Ro felt a haze descend upon her as memories flooded back to when Gu Yunhe had leveraged her father's illness to coerce her into breaking up with Lin Nanfeng. She had been forced to leave him during the lowest ebb of his life. For 4 years, I have repaid you a sum each year, and I have now cleared the debt you lent me. Su Ro continued. Gu Yunhe let out a cold laugh, slowly stating, although the monetary debt has been repaid, the love you owe me from these 4 years remains unsettled. Do not expect assistance from anyone else. If you wish for your father's treatment, you must agree to marry me. With that, he hung up, leaving Su Ro alone in the corridor, her cries echoing in the void. At present, she had no one to turn to for support. Over the past 4 years, she had worked tirelessly to repay the money Gu Yunhe lent her, all while waiting for Lin Nanfeng, hoping to find him once her debts were settled. However, he was now in a relationship with someone else. She did not wish to burden or disturb Lin Nanfeng with her father's illness. In the hospital room, Yun Zhiyi sat on the bed, observing the silent Lin Nanfeng upon his return. She casually inquired, how is Su Ro's father? His condition is quite complex, and he may require surgery. But the hospital has not arranged a bed for him, Lin Nanfeng replied bitterly. If she needs assistance, I can help arrange a bed for her father. Yun Zhiyi said thoughtfully after a moment. Lin Nanfeng looked taken aback, surprised by her offer. Noticing his astonishment, Yun Zhiyi calmly continued, do not regard me with such disbelief. While Su Ro may be your ex-girlfriend, I have a favorable impression of her. Teacher Yun, if you can truly assist in arranging a bed for her, I shall be immensely grateful, Lin Nanfeng expressed with sincerity. Yun Zhiyi, upon hearing this, shot him an exasperated glance before picking up her phone to make a call. Hello, Zhiyi? What prompts you to call me? Came a warm voice from the other end. Auntie, I have a friend at your hospital, but I have heard there are no available beds, and they are unable to accommodate her. I would like to ask for your assistance, Yun Zhiyi replied kindly. After a moment of silence, the woman on the phone, somewhat astonished, remarked, your friend is in that department. Currently, the hospital has ample bed availability. I shall check for you. It's in the neurology department. The patient's name is Su Ming. There should still be extra beds available. I will promptly arrange one for your friend. Thank you, Auntie, Yun Zhiyi replied with delight. The woman on the line chuckled and said, Xiao Yi, having worked in Jiangsheng for so long, you rarely come home to visit. Your uncle misses you often. I heard you are dating someone. Next time you come home, do bring your boyfriend along so your uncle can meet him. Of course, Annie, I will definitely bring him next time, Yun Zhiyi promised. Casting a glance at Lin Nanfeng in the patient room. After hanging up, she spoke calmly. You need not worry about Su Ro's father's situation. The hospital will arrange a bed for him shortly. Lin Nanfeng, puzzled, inquired, who is your auntie that possesses such influence? Yun Zhiyi smiled mysteriously. You'll meet her in due time. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Nanfeng arrived outside Su Ming's hospital room and saw Sun Mei and her daughter sitting on a bench outside the ward. Sun Mei was holding Su Ro's hand, her face etched with worry, while Su Ro wore a complex expression as if she were grappling with a significant decision. Lin Nanfeng approached swiftly and spoke softly. "Aunt Sun, you need not worry. Uncle Su's bed has been arranged. The doctor will likely transfer him from the temporary ward soon." Lin Nanfeng's voice startled Sun Mei and her daughter from their reverie. "Shaolin, is that true?" Sun Mei's face, once clouded with concern, now lit up with joy. Lin Nanfeng nodded with a smile. "I will go share this good news with Uncle Su." Sun Mei joyfully entered the room. As Su Ro rose, she looked at Lin Nanfeng with a complicated expression and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Nanfeng shook his head with a smile, replying, "If you are to express gratitude, let it be to Yun Zhiyi. She is the one who helped arrange the bed for Uncle Su." Su Ro stood momentarily stunned at his words. After a brief pause, Dr. Zheng, Su Ming's attending physician, arrived to arrange a new bed for him, and Lin Nanfeng followed him into the room. "Shaolin, I just heard from Aunt Sun. Please assist in arranging the bed." Su Ming, lying on the sick bed, said softly. Lin Nanfeng grasped his hand and replied with a smile. "Uncle Su, no need for thanks. Focus on your recovery." Su Ming smiled back at Lin Nanfeng, but inwardly he felt a bitter smile, if not for his illness. This young man before him might have become his son-in-law. Lin Nanfeng also assisted the doctors and nurses in transferring Su Ming to the new room. But just as he intended to leave, a commotion erupted from outside the door. "Dr. Zheng, who authorized you to place this patient in this room?" Upon pushing the door open, Lin Nanfeng observed a balding middle-aged male doctor reprimanding Dr. Zheng. "Director Liu, it was Deputy Director Li who instructed me to assign patient Su Ming to this room," Dr. Zheng replied. Dr. Zheng replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke sternly. "In this department, it is not Li Mingyuan who holds authority. I have explicitly informed you that this patient cannot be allocated a bed. Do you not regard me as the head of this department?" After listening to their exchange, Lin Nanfeng felt a sudden clarity. Despite the presence of available beds within the hospital, the allocation was obstructed by the machinations of the department head. He approached the two. Speaking solemnly, "Director Liu, the mission of our hospital is to treat and save lives. Your discriminatory treatment of patients suggests you may have received some undue benefits." Upon hearing this, Lu Lang's face paled in an instant, and in anger, he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our hospital has its own regulations, and the admission of patients is not determined by outsiders like you. Moreover, in this department, I am the one who has the final say." With that, Lu Lang intended to have Su Ming removed from the ward. In that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Nanfeng's eyes. Just then, a chilling voice resonated behind him. "Director Liu, it seems that you are wielding quite a bit of authority as the newly appointed head of the department." Chapter 37. Confession. Lin Nanfeng turned to see Yun Zhiyi approaching with a middle-aged woman. Lu Lang's expression changed drastically upon seeing the two women, and he appeared exceedingly anxious. "Dean Song, what brings you here?" he asked, a hint of fear in his voice. Hearing the commotion outside, Sun Mei and her daughter stepped out of the room. "If I had not come, the reputation of Jiang City First Hospital would likely have been tarnished by you. Have you forgotten our duty as doctors to save lives?" Song Qingyi's cold voice rang out from outside the ward. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang stammered, "Dean Song, I will immediately have Dr. Zheng arrange for the patient's admission." Internally, he had been cursing Gu Yunhe. Had he known that Su Ming had such a powerful background that could disturb the dean, he would have refrained from involving himself in this matter. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback to discover that Dean Song was Yun Zhiyi's aunt. Noticing that Song Qingyi had not responded, Lu Lang hurriedly departed. Song Qingyi approached Su Ro, gently saying, "I apologize, family member of the patient. This is a matter of mismanagement on our part." Su Ro, astonished that the dean of the first hospital would intervene, gratefully replied, "Thank you, Dean Song, for arranging a bed for my father. Dr. Zheng, as the attending physician, you must exert every effort to assist the patient," Song Qingyi instructed firmly. "Rest assured, Dean, I will do my utmost for the patient," Dr. Zheng responded, somewhat taken aback. Song Qingyi nodded, casting a glance at Lin Nanfeng, who was now standing beside Yun Zhiyi. This young man must be Xiaoyi's boyfriend, she remarked with a smile. Before Lin Nanfeng could speak, Yun Zhiyi placed her small hand on his waist. Her gaze fixed intently on his eyes, as if silently warning him, "Dare to speak recklessly, and you shall see what I will do." Lin Nanfeng found himself in an amusing predicament and chuckled awkwardly. "Hello, Aunt Song. I have often heard Z speak of you. What a fine young man. I hear that it was you who promptly brought Xiaoyi to the hospital when she fell ill," Song Qingyi remarked. Song Qingyi appraised Lin Nanfeng up and down, smiling as she spoke. Yun Zhiyi's delicate hand remained on his waist, prompting Lin Nanfeng to respond. "Of course, after all, I am her boyfriend. Auntie, you've met him today. So let's refrain from further inquiries," Yun Zhiyi interjected with a smile. Her words interrupted Song Qingyi, who feared that further questioning might unravel the facade of their pretend relationship. "You little girl, with Lin here, you still need to earn the approval of her parents," Song Qingyi remarked in a serious tone. "Aunt Song, rest assured, I will ensure her happiness," Lin Nanfeng declared with unwavering conviction. Yun Zhiyi gazed at him in surprise, while Song Qingyi nodded approvingly. After Song Qingyi departed, Su Rose softly addressed Yun Zhiyi. "Miss Yun, thank you for your assistance." Linking her arm with Lin Nanfeng's, Yun Zhiyi smiled gently. "As a university classmate and friend of Nanfeng, it is only natural for me to help." Lin Nanfeng offered an awkward smile, suggesting that Su Rose thank Yun Zhiyi, but she insisted that Su Rose express her gratitude to him instead. After bidding farewell to Su Rose, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi took their leave. Observing their retreating figures, Sun Mei turned to Su Rose and said, "Ruer, if you wish to cry, let it out. I understand how difficult this is for you." "Mom, Su Rose plaive," leaning her head on Sun Mei's shoulder. Sun Mei caressed her hair and sighed softly, lamenting that Lin Nanfeng's girlfriend was not only beautiful, but also came from a well-off family. She had initially hoped for Su Rose to reconcile with Lin Nanfeng, but that now seemed impossible. Meanwhile, in the office of the neurology department head, Gu Yunhe sat calmly, sipping red wine. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a loud bang. "Director Liu, has Su Ming been expelled from the ward?" Gu Yunhe inquired, noticing Lu Lang's furious expression. Lu Lang tossed a bank card onto Gu Yunhe's desk and replied sternly, "Young Master Gu, take this money back. I cannot accept your funds." Gu Yunhe was taken aback, a look of tension crossing his face as he stared at Lu Lang, attempting to return the card. "Director Liu, what is going on? Was Su Ming not removed from the ward?" Lu Lang brushed Gu Yunhe's hand away. "I will pretend I know nothing about the money. Furthermore, I must inform you that the Dean is personally investigating Su Ming's case. I cannot assist you. Please leave." Gu Yunhe's complexion turned ashen, frozen in place as he grappled with the fact that Su Rose had somehow garnered the Dean's assistance at the municipal hospital. It was clear that his plans were now in shambles. "Young Master Gu, are you not leaving? Shall I call security?" Lu Lang stated in a low tone, noticing Gu Yunhe's lingering presence. Reluctantly, Gu Yunhe exited the office. Later, before the hospital closed for the afternoon, Lin Nanfeng completed Yun Zhiyi's discharge procedures. In the car, she suddenly asked, "What do you feel when you face Su Rose now?" Lin Nanfeng replied calmly, "I am as tranquil as still waters. My interactions with her are merely those of an old friend, a concern arising from friendship." Yun Zhiyi fell silent after hearing this, and Lin Nanfeng playfully inquired, "Teacher Yun, could it be that you are still feeling jealous?" Yun Zhiyi lifted her gaze to meet his, softly replying, "Nanfeng, tonight, confess your feelings to me." Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by her words, and the small car gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Fixing his determined gaze upon Yun Zhiyi, he said, "Very well, I shall take you to a special place tonight." By the riverside at night, the city lights shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a glittering spectacle. Lin Nanfeng held Yun Zhiyi's hand as they walked along the riverbank, where a grove of peach trees blossomed in full bloom. He led her beneath the flowering branches and, lowering his head, kissed her forehead, saying, "Zhiyi, that night, I happened upon the photograph on your bedside table. Upon seeing the peach grove depicted in the picture, I was reminded of the promise I made long ago to shake the blossoms for a little girl." At this moment, tears streamed down Yun Zhiyi's face as she cried, "I knew you would remember. Do you realize that during the darkest times of my life, it was you who bestowed hope upon me? You told me stories every night. Those were the happiest moments of my existence. Yet, I searched for you for so long afterward, to the point that I nearly forgot your visage." Lin Nanfeng withdrew his lips from her forehead, cradling her face in his hands, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. He softly replied, "Z, do not weep. It is I who owe you an apology for forgetting our promise. The Buddha says that it takes 500 glances in a past life to earn a meeting in this one. To encounter you in this life is my greatest fortune. Here, beneath this peach tree, I vow to you a lifetime of commitment to shake the blossoms for you for all eternity." Chapter 38. Valentine's Day that night. Lin Nanfeng held Yun Zhiyi's hand as they strolled through the streets of Jiangsheng. The city was particularly lively, with flower shops lining the roads. "Teacher Yun, did you anticipate that there would be so many couples holding hands on the streets of Jiangsheng tonight?" Lin Nanfeng asked with a smile as he looked at Yun Zhiyi. She glanced at the couples passing by, shaking her head in confusion. Before meeting Lin Nanfeng, she had been single for over 20 years. Suddenly, they approached a gathering of people, where jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. "Let us go take a look," Lin Nanfeng said, pulling Yun Zhiyi forward. They squeezed through the throngs of people, and amidst the excitement, shouts arose, "Promise him! Promise him!" A young man, holding a cart full of roses, was confessing to a beautiful girl nearby. However, his declaration ended in disappointment, which was somewhat regrettable. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Nanfeng turned to Yun Zhiyi with a smile, saying, "Today is the 520 Valentine's Day. Hence, many couples are making declarations of love tonight. Yet, this year's celebration seems less boisterous than in previous years. Observe how few flowers are being sold in the shops." Yun Zhiyi murmured, "I wish to have one." At that moment, a little girl selling flowers approached them, softly saying, "Uncle, please buy a rose for the beautiful sister beside you." Upon hearing the words, Lin Nanfeng was left speechless, while Yun Zhiyi burst into hearty laughter. He touched his own face, pondering whether he truly appeared so aged. Squatting down, Lin Nanfeng playfully addressed the flower-selling little girl, asking, "You call me uncle? Do I really look that old?" After saying this, he feigned an attempt to scare her. "Enough of this. At your age, you shouldn't be bickering with a child," Yun Zhiyi gently reminded him, observing the girl who was nearly in tears. "Little one, if you call me brother, I shall buy every flower in your hands tonight." Lin Nanfeng smiled at the girl. The little girl, her expression tense, gazed at him with innocent eyes, her face revealing a hesitance as she glanced at the flowers she held. "Brother, buy a bouquet of roses for the pretty sister beside you," she said. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng felt a sense of satisfaction and purchased all the roses from the girl. Once she received the money, the little girl joyfully ran off, exclaiming, "Strange uncle! Strange uncle!" Yun Zhiyi erupted in laughter at her words, while Lin Nanfeng could only shake his head in amusement. He handed the roses to Yun Zhiyi and softly suggested, "Teacher Yun, how about I transfer you a 520 red envelope like they do online?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi took out her phone. Moments later, Lin Nanfeng's phone chimed, indicating, "Ding, you have received 52,000 yuan." Yun Zhiyi caressed Lin Nanfeng's cheek, teasingly saying, "From now on, your life belongs to me." Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. "Teacher Yun, have I truly become your kept man?" Yun Zhiyi chuckled lightly. "I lack the means to keep you. However, you do have a wealthy sister." Just then, Lin Nanfeng's phone rang, and he saw that it was a call from Wang Hao. He hesitated for a moment, but after 3 seconds, he answered. "Hello, Haozi. What brings you to call at this hour?" Lin Nanfeng inquired curiously. Wang Hao's drunken voice came through the line. "Nanfeng, come quickly to our usual bar for a drink." "Drinking? Are you alone?" Lin Nanfeng asked, puzzled. "Did you have another argument with Ding Xiaoye?" Wang Hao often quarreled with his wife, Ding Xiaoye, due to the disparity in their family backgrounds. Whenever they fought, he would often go out for drinks, frequently inviting Lin Nanfeng to join him as a peacemaker. Glancing at Yun Zhiyi beside him, Lin Nanfeng awkwardly said, "Wang Hao and his wife are arguing. He's drinking alone outside. I should go check on him." After a moment of silence, Yun Zhiyi replied, "I'll go with you." The unnamed bar, located in the heart of Jiangxing, was a place Lin Nanfeng frequently visited with Su Ro during his university days. As they entered the bustling bar, the vibrant atmosphere drew the attention of many young men. Yun Zhiyi seemed somewhat uncomfortable in the lively environment. "Do you come here often?" Yun Zhiyi gazed at Lin Nanfeng's face, furrowing her brows as she quietly inquired. Lin Nanfeng, slightly awkward, rubbed his nose and replied, "You know that once I start drinking, I tend to get quite intoxicated. Since graduation, I rarely come here. I usually come to find Wang Hao." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance. "From now on, do not come to this place without my permission." Lin Nanfeng raised both hands in surrender and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "All right, my dear." A faint blush crept onto Yun Zhiyi's cheeks. Lin Nanfeng took Yun Zhiyi by the hand, searching for Wang Hao amidst the bustling bar. "Sister Jing, have you seen Wang Hao around here?" Lin Nanfeng inquired, looking at the enchanting Chun Jing, who was mixing drinks at the bar. Chun Jing, the bar owner, had known them since their college days. Lin Nanfeng had even worked part-time here. "Oh, isn't this Nanfeng? It's rare to see you here and not visiting your sister." Wang Hao is in his usual spot, Chun Jing teased, her every movement exuding charm. Lin Nanfeng coughed lightly, glancing helplessly at Chun Jing. "Sister Jing, you still love to joke." Beside them, Yun Zhiyi frowned at the exchange. Through the dim light, Chun Jing noticed Yun Zhiyi beside Lin Nanfeng and playfully remarked, "Is the beauty next to you your girlfriend? She is far more lovely than the girl you used to bring here." Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of tension as he looked at Yun Zhiyi. The girl Chun Jing referred to as Su Ro, but seeing Yun Zhiyi's calm demeanor, he sighed in relief. He dared not let Chun Jing continue, pulling Yun Zhiyi towards Wang Hao's location. "Did you often bring Su Ro here before?" Yun Zhiyi placed her hand on his waist. Lin Nanfeng broke into a cold sweat. Moments ago, he had thought Yun Zhiyi would be jealous. But now his voice faltered as he replied, "When I worked here part-time, Su Ro did come to find me. Sister Jing knows her too." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi finally withdrew her hand from his waist. He was wary of letting her know how frequently he had brought Su Ro here. As it was a matter of the past, over their time together, he had discerned that Yun Zhiyi could be somewhat possessive and prone to jealousy. At last, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi located Wang Hao amid the cacophony of the bar. "Fengzi, you're here. Come, let us drink together." Wang Hao, oblivious to Yun Zhiyi's presence behind him, called out, "Did you have another quarrel with Ding Xiaoya?" Lin Nanfeng helplessly set his drink down on the table. "I didn't argue with her. She started it." Wang Hao, inebriated, clung to Lin Nanfeng, wearing a bashful expression as he complained, "After I divorce her, we'll live together." Yun Zhiyi behind them looked on in shock. Lin Nanfeng felt immensely awkward and pushed Wang Hao away, sternly saying, "Get off me. I have a girlfriend, and I'm not interested in that." "Girlfriend? Where did you get a girlfriend?" "You and Su Ro broke up ages ago." Wang Hao drunkenly shook his head, rambling nonsensically. Lin Nanfeng tugged at the dazed Yun Zhiyi behind him and coldly introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Yun Zhiyi." Yun Zhiyi frowned at Lin Nanfeng and said in a stern tone, "If you ever act like him when drunk, do not set foot in my home or share my bed." Lin Nanfeng awkwardly smiled at Yun Zhiyi, assuring her that such behavior would not be repeated. At that moment, Wang Hao, regaining his composure, interjected, "Fengzi, you shouldn't aspire to something unattainable. Can you truly pursue Teacher Yin?" Lin Nanfeng disregarded his words and in a low voice inquired, "What was the reason for your quarrel with your wife, Ding Xiaoya, this time?" Before he could finish, Wang Hao lunged forward, embracing Lin Nanfeng while weeping in despair. "I merely went fishing on Valentine's Day instead of being home with her. I even prepared a gift set for her. Yet, she locked me out and refused to let me return." Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi exchanged exasperated glances. Lin Nanfeng teased, "Fortunately, you are not from Jiangxing. Otherwise, I would be in trouble." Yun Zhiyi shot him a glare and slowly replied with a smile, "If you don't accompany me on Valentine's Day, I will treat you like Xiaoya and keep you outside." Lin Nanfeng sighed deeply, patting Wang Hao's shoulder while chuckling, "How good, don't you know? Only the mighty He Chong can conquer the formidable mountain that is Jiangxing women." Wang Hao, resting his head on Lin Nanfeng's shoulder, drunkenly murmured, "Marriage is the grave of love. I must conquer that mountain. Fengzi, don't marry. Women are." Lin Nanfeng hastily covered Wang Hao's mouth. as he noticed Yun Zhiyi's expression darkening. Yun Zhiyi coldly remarked, I initially thought my only rival was your ex-girlfriend, Su Ro. It seems you are quite the charmer. Wife, my heart belongs to you, Lin Nanfeng replied with a wry smile. What heart? My heart also has room for you, Wang Hao asserted, mistaking Lin Nanfeng for Ding Xiaoye and attempting to kiss him. This scene not only startled Yun Zhiyi, but also drew peculiar glances from others in the bar. Lin Nanfeng quickly dodged, feigning embarrassment while inwardly cursing Wang Hao, thinking, damn Haozi, once you sober up, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget. What to do now? Should he notify Xiaoye, or take him home directly? Yun Zhiyi looked at Wang Hao with disdain. Before she could finish, Wang Hao suddenly shouted, I won't go back. Fengzi, I refuse to go back. After saying this, he slumped onto Lin Nanfeng's shoulder and fell asleep. Witnessing this, Yun Zhiyi said exasperatedly, perhaps you should stop dating me and just be friends with Wang Hao. Lin Nanfeng could only respond with a wry smile. Teacher Yun, please don't take your anger out on him. Why not bring him home tonight? He often stays at my place when drunk, and Ding Xiaoye is aware of it. He looked at Yun Zhiyi with a conciliatory expression. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhiyi resignedly replied, very well, it seems we have no other choice. It was nearing 10 p.m. Lin Nanfeng finally placed the deeply slumbering Wang Hao on his bed. After returning home, Yun Zhiyi headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of excitement, pacing back and forth in the living room, contemplating the possibilities that the night might hold. Once Yun Zhiyi finished her bath and emerged, she looked curiously at Lin Nanfeng, who was anxiously pacing. What is you so thrilled? She inquired. Clearing his throat, Lin Nanfeng, somewhat bashful, replied, Teacher Yun, the night is beautiful, adorned by the full moon. This evening, hearing this, Yun Zhiyi's cheeks flushed, and she shyly interjected, you should shower first. Upon hearing her words, Lin Nanfeng was overwhelmed with excitement and hurried toward the bathroom. Moments later, trembling with anticipation, he reached for the doorknob of Yun Zhiyi's bedroom. Teacher Yun, why is the door locked? He asked, puzzled. Just then, Yun Zhiyi's voice floated from inside. You can sleep with Wang Hao tonight. I'm not quite prepared for this, and besides, he likes you. Lin Nanfeng stood outside, astonished, and dejectedly replied, all right. The following morning, Wang Hao awoke from his slumber, greeted by a face filled with resentment. Lin Nanfeng, observing Wang Hao's bewildered expression, gripped his arm sternly and said, next time you argue with Ding Xiaoye and decide to drink, don't call me. Last night had held the promise of a romantic entanglement with Yun Zhiyi, only to be thwarted by this guy, who had made him sleep on the couch, enduring mosquito bites all night. Wang Hao, feeling embarrassed, looked around the unfamiliar room and asked, is this your new rental? It seems quite nice. Lin Nanfeng tossed a shirt at him and said gravely, put on your clothes and get out. If you get drunk again, I want to take you home. As they stepped outside, Wang Hao continued to jest with Lin Nanfeng until he caught sight of Yun Zhiyi on the couch, which left him utterly astonished. Fengzi, are you living with Teacher Yun now? Lin Nanfeng nodded in affirmation. Yun Zhiyi regarded Wang Hao with a penetrating gaze. Why do I feel like Teacher Yun is looking at me strangely? It's rather unsettling, Wang Hao whispered, retreating behind Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng sighed in exasperation. How could it not be intimidating? Just last night, Wang Hao had clung to him, attempting to kiss him, leading everyone in the bar to nearly believe they were involved in something more. After rising, Yun Zhiyi approached Lin Nanfeng, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Hao, and said through gritted teeth, Wang Hao, I used to appreciate your care for Nanfeng, but that is no longer necessary. Wang Hao appeared utterly perplexed, unable to decipher the underlying message in her words. Yun Zhiyi wrapped her arm around Lin Nanfeng's, stating now, I am Nanfeng's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's face registered sheer shock, disbelief evident in his voice as he exclaimed, you've really struck gold. Lin Nanfeng shot him a glare, mentally chastising him for his lack of tact, oblivious to Yun Zhiyi's displeasure. He subtly gestured to Wang Hao, urging him to make a swift exit. Wang Hao suddenly understood the situation, feigning a phone call, and quickly said, Nanfeng, Teacher Yun, I must head home now. My wife is looking for me. With that, he escaped the room, narrowly avoiding the predatory gaze of Yun Zhiyi. Chapter 40. the largest number in the living room. Lin Nanfeng slowly regained his composure after a lengthy pause, glancing at the still-standing Yun Zhiyi, and with a playful smile remarked, "Teacher Yun, you see, Wang Hao has left, and this morning is radiant with sunshine, a vibrant scene of rejuvenation." Yun Zhiyi furrowed her brow. Her eyes filled with confusion as she replied, "Could you please get to the point?" Clearing his throat nervously, Lin Nanfeng awkwardly suggested, "There is still some time before work. Shall we continue what we left unfinished last night?" Instantly, Yun Zhiyi's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare. "You lecherous man, thinking of such sordid things in broad daylight." At her words, Lin Nanfeng's previous embarrassment vanished without a trace, and he proclaimed with righteous indignation, "I am merely contributing to the population growth of our nation. The number of newborns in our country has been steadily declining. As a dedicated educator, you too should lend your efforts." Yun Zhiyi stared at him in shock, incredulous at his audacity to elevate such a personal matter to lofty ideals. Rolling her eyes at Lin Nanfeng, she retorted, "I believe you're ill-suited to be a security guard. You should be a matchmaker in Jiang City, and perhaps that would significantly boost the marriage rates in our country." With that, she departed the living room to prepare for her day, leaving Lin Nanfeng in a state of bewilderment. After noon, Lin Nanfeng strolled along the tree-lined avenue of Jiangxing University, his spirits exceptionally high. Even the large dog that usually barked at him on his way to work seemed endearing today. Satisfied with his current life, he observed the dejected university students wandering about in search of jobs and silently mused, "The youth today are far too restless. I wish I could tell them to graduate and become security guards directly, saving themselves 2 decades of detours." Ding, ding, ding. Lin Nanfeng retrieved his phone from his pocket, noticing a call from Wang Hao, and paused for several seconds in disbelief. Surely he hasn't drunk too much again, he thought, reluctantly answering the call. "If you're drunk, don't call me. Just go find Ding Xiaoya," Lin Nanfeng chastised angrily over the line. Wang Hao, taken aback for a moment, queried with confusion, "Fengzi, who has upset you to this extent? How could I not be angry? Last night, I could have been with Yun Zhiyi, and it's all your fault, you disaster of a brother-in-law," Lin Nanfeng replied despondently. "Is there something you need? If so, don't bother me. I'm irritated just seeing your name. You have changed. Ever since you got together with Teacher Yun, I hardly recognize you anymore. We were once brothers who shared a bed." Wang Hao pretended to lament over the phone. A shiver ran down Lin Nanfeng's spine at those words, and he felt an overwhelming urge to reach through the phone and give Wang Hao a good thrashing. After calming his temper, he resignedly asked, "After you returned home this morning, did Ding Xiaoya cause any trouble for you?" "She dares, yet he," Wang Hao boldly declared, though his tone revealed a hint of insecurity. Lin Nanfeng sighed inwardly, recognizing yet another strong-willed man from Jiangxing. How much better is our esteemed Teacher Yun, despite her occasional stinginess and penchant for jealousy. Contemplating this, he inquired of Wang Hao over the phone, "Why are you chatting with me instead of attending to your work? Aren't you concerned about attracting trouble from the HR department?" Wang Hao, with a wry smile, responded, "What work? The company is on the verge of collapse. We have no business coming in, and I'm about to be unemployed. You're lucky to have escaped in time." Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. He had only resigned a little over 2 months ago, and given Xie Yuan's management skills, it should not have reached this point. With a hint of disbelief, he asked, "Is that so? There were still many unfinished projects when I left." Wang Hao erupted, "It's that mad dog from Jinzhong Group, relentlessly pursuing us and snatching away our business. Many employees have already left. They even wish to acquire our company, and Xie is set to negotiate with them tonight." Lin Nanfeng pondered this deeply. Jinzhong Group is one of the largest enterprises in Jiangxing, and their business does not overlap with Xie Yuan's firm. Why would they target a company of just a few hundred employees? Could it be that Xiao Chuluo is involved? Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in realization. Xiao Chuluo, the deputy general manager of Jinzhong Group, holds significant decision-making power. He spoke gravely. "How's he? Keep me updated on any developments regarding Jinzhong Group." After ending the call, Lin Nanfeng gazed at the clear sky, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. "Xiao Chuluo, I hope you are not scheming. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy to this senior of Yun Zhiyi." As night fell, the laborers of Jiangsheng, exhausted from a long day under the yoke of capitalism, finally clocked out, though some remained tethered to their tasks. Lin Nanfeng drove home, observing the brightly lit office buildings in the distance, and he couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. "Why don't you come to my room tonight?" Yun Zhiyi's shy voice broke through the silence of the car. Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and the car instinctively pulled over to the side of the road as he regarded her with surprise. Embarrassed under his gaze, Yun Zhiyi lowered her head and murmured, "I need to buy something from the pharmacy up ahead. I don't want to contribute to the population before marriage." Yun Zhiyi's delicate, enticing voice reverberated in Lin Nanfeng's mind, stirring excitement within him as his breath quickened. "Wait here. I'll be right back," he declared, leaping from the car and sprinting toward the pharmacy with the urgency of a sprinter. Upon reaching the counter, panting heavily, he exclaimed, "One box, the largest size." By the time Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi returned home, she had yet to remove her shoes. Lin Nanfeng, filled with excitement, picked up the bewildered Yun Zhiyi and made his way towards her room. "Ah, you lecherous man, we've only just returned home," Yun Zhiyi said shyly in his embrace. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng replied in a low voice, "Teacher Yun, it was you who mentioned it in the car. I did not coerce you." Holding the enchanting Yun Zhiyi, he swiftly pushed open the door to the bedroom and gently laid her on the bed. As he leaned down to kiss her, just as their emotions reached a fever pitch, his phone rang abruptly, shattering the intimate moment with a jarring sound that echoed in their ears. Chapter 41. Trials and tribulations instantly pulled from his reverie. Lin Nanfeng became acutely aware of Yun Zhiyi's hurried breaths. Realizing their position, she shyly buried her face in the blankets. Damn it, who could be calling at this critical juncture? Lin Nanfeng cursed internally. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on his phone and, upon answering, was met with the sound of a sobbing little girl. "Uncle, my mommy is missing. I just called her, but she didn't answer." The familiar voice of the girl brought Lin Nanfeng to a halt for a few seconds before he recognized it as Xie Yuan's daughter. "And then, don't panic. Your mother may be busy. Stay at home, and I will help you find her," he reassured gently. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi emerged from the blankets, looking at him with a mixture of surprise and concern. After quickly ending the call, Lin Nanfeng donned the clothes he had just removed. His gaze filled with remorse as he explained to Yun Zhiyi, it was Xie Yuan's daughter calling. "She said her mother hasn't returned home yet, so I'm going to check on her." After a moment of silence, Yun Zhiyi responded, "It's quite late. I shall accompany you. It's not convenient for you to look after a young girl alone." Lin Nanfeng glanced at the time on his phone, which read nearly 9:30 p.m., and nodded in agreement. Inside the BMW, Lin Nanfeng stole a glance at Yun Zhiyi, who sat beside him, her demeanor calm. Reflecting on the events of the night, he sighed inwardly, feeling remorseful for not reciprocating her boldness, as she had been so proactive today, in contrast to her usual composed self. Xie Yuan is a single mother, striving alone in this city with her child. I had previously left my number on NN's smartwatch when I helped pick her up, which is why she called tonight. He felt compelled to clarify, worried that Yun Zhiyi might misunderstand and feel upset. Yun Zhiyi shook her head with a gentle smile, her voice tender as she said, "There's no need to explain. I trust you. You are my future husband, and we will face many challenges together." Hearing this only deepened Lin Nanfeng's guilt, solidifying his resolve to ensure she would never be harmed. "You know where to find Xie Yuan. It hasn't been 12 hours since she went missing, so we cannot report it yet," Yun Zhiyi softly remarked. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. He had called Xie Yuan just before leaving, but there had been no answer. In a state of utter confusion, Lin Nanfeng was attempting to locate Xie Yuan when he suddenly recalled Wang Hao mentioning that Xie Yuan was scheduled to negotiate with the Jinzhong group that evening. "How's he? Do you know where the meeting place is?" Lin Nanfeng anxiously inquired as he dialed Wang Hao's number. After a brief moment of silence, Wang Hao, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I heard General Manager Xie mention this afternoon that it would be at the Jufeng Grand Hotel in the Southern District. Is something wrong with her?" Upon learning the address, Lin Nanfeng hastily ended the call without providing any explanation. Upon arriving at the Jufeng Grand Hotel, Lin Nanfeng spotted Xie Yuan being supported by Xiao Chuluo and 3 other men. one of whom was inappropriately touching her. A surge of fury ignited within Lin Nanfeng as he rushed towards them, with Yun Zhiyi following closely behind. General Manager Xie from Huading is quite the beauty. Why not let her accompany me tonight? One of the men leered. Xiao Chuluo, though disdainful, maintained a smile and said, "Since Mr. Jiang is so fond of her, we shall grant you this beauty, but Mr. Wang must consider how to explain this to her come morning." Jiang Fengyi roared with laughter. "To die under the peony is to be a spirited ghost, and Huading's fate lies in my hands. She will obediently comply." As Lin Nanfeng drew nearer, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Before Xiao Chuluo and the others could react, his fist struck Jiang Fengyi's face with blinding speed. Ah! Jiang Fengyi fell to the ground, howling in pain. Xiao Chuluo, momentarily stunned, rushed to assist Jiang Fengyi, but upon recognizing Lin Nanfeng, he spoke in a low voice. "Lin Nanfeng, how dare you attack someone in broad daylight?" Jiang Fengyi shouted, "Call the police! Hurry, call the police!" Lin Nanfeng, still clenching his fists, was about to strike Jiang Fengyi again when Yun Zhiyi stepped forward and grasped his hand, shaking her head. Xiao Chuluo's expression shifted upon seeing Yun Zhiyi. He was about to explain when she coldly interjected, "If you wish to call the police, then do so. I just captured on my phone how you were manhandling a drunken girl. I trust the law will deal harshly with those who molest women." Jiang Fengyi's expression changed drastically at her words, and he ceased his clamoring for the police. The thought of the video being handed to the authorities and media would undoubtedly tarnish both the Jinzhong group's reputation and his own. Lin Nanfeng took Xie Yuani from the other two men, speaking in a deep voice, "I will let you off today, but you, Xiao Chuluo, if you dare to bully my friends again, I will not spare you." Beside him, Yun Zhiyi gently supported Xie Yuani's arm and coldly remarked, "Xiao Shixiao, I once believed you to be a man of integrity, but it seems I was mistaken. From this point forward, we are no longer friends. I hope you will conduct yourself with more respect." "Z, let me explain," Xiao Chuluo stammered, his face paling as he quickly rose to his feet. Yun Zhiyi simply ignored the situation, while Lin Nanfeng assisted Xie Yuani in departing together. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Yun Zhiyi retrieved the keys from Xie Yuani's bag and unlocked the door. At the entrance of the room stood a little girl, cradling a large panda that towered over her, her face adorned with confusion as she gazed at Yun Zhiyi. However, upon noticing Lin Nanfeng supporting Xie Yuani, she hurriedly rushed over, clutching Lin Nanfeng's leg, and cried out, "Uncle, what happened to my mother?" Witnessing this scene, Yun Zhiyi knelt down, her heart aching as she gently stroked the little girl's head, saying, "Anin, your mother is a bit tired and needs to rest now." Anin ceased her tears, her innocent eyes turning towards Lin Nanfeng. "Is that true?" she asked. Lin Nanfeng smiled and nodded. After assisting Xie Yuani into bed and covering her with a blanket, he approached Anin and said, "Anin, your mother needs peace right now, so please do not disturb her." After a moment of silence, Anin nodded and then pointed at Yun Zhiyi, exclaiming, "Who is this sister? She is even prettier than my mother." Lin Nanfeng bent down with a smile, replying, "This sister is your uncle's girlfriend and also a good friend of your mother." Upon hearing this, Anin suddenly burst into tears. Yun Zhiyi quickly lifted her into her arms, using a tissue to wipe away her tears while softly asking, "What is wrong, little Anin?" Anin, with a tear-streaked face, innocently replied, "Uncle Wang Hao used to say that Uncle Lin would be my mother's boyfriend and would also be my daddy." Yun Zhiyi shot Lin Nanfeng a peculiar look, while he, drenched in sweat, inwardly cursed Wang Hao for his foolishness. Chapter 42. A seed after settling in N and Xie Yuani comfortably. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi returned home at midnight. During the journey back, he hesitated to speak to Yun Zhiyi, as the atmosphere in the car was steeped in silence. Upon arriving home, she leaned back against the sofa without a word. Observing this, Lin Nanfeng, with a grin, nestled beside her on the sofa, wrapping his arms around her. Yun Zhiyi merely squirmed slightly in his embrace, letting out a soft, cold hum. "My dear, are you feeling jealous?" Lin Nanfeng teased, recalling An's innocent words. He leaned closer to Yun Zhiyi's cheek, feeling the warmth radiating from her. In response, she pouted and softly remarked, "I am not angry at all. An is so adorable. I truly adore her." At that moment, Yun Zhiyi's face was illuminated with a radiant smile, exuding the unique glow of maternal affection. Seeing her joyful expression, Lin Nanfeng gently inquired, "Then how about we have a little girl in the future? You could teach her to read and write, while I would teach her to defend herself, ensuring she won't be bullied as she grows." His eyes sparkled with dreams of a beautiful future. Yun Zhiyi, raising her head to glare at him, retorted, "If you're the one teaching her, I fear she might turn into a wild child." Lin Nanfeng chuckled broadly. "By the way, you might want to thoroughly discuss with Yun the reasons behind the Jinzhong Group's acquisition of their company tomorrow." Yun Zhiyi gently extricated herself from Lin Nanfeng's embrace and spoke softly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "How did you come to know about Jinzhong Group's acquisition of Yun's company?" Yun Zhiyi replied with calm assurance, "Have you forgotten that I teach corporate management and finance? I am well aware of the slightest movements in Jiangxing's business circles, especially when it comes to the maneuvers of a large corporation like Jinzhong Group." As Lin Nanfeng gazed at the woman before him, a sudden realization dawned upon him. She was not merely an educator confined to the walls of a classroom. Yanren had mentioned that she was once an executive at a Fortune 100 company. With her qualifications and capabilities, she could easily surpass the management of any domestic enterprise. Given what you know, can you ascertain the reasons behind Jinzhong Group's acquisition of Huading? Lin Nanfeng asked. After a few moments of silence, Yun Zhiyi slowly responded. "Based on the market intelligence I possess, Jinzhong's primary objective in acquiring Huading may be to gain access to the burgeoning market for new energy solutions." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Having worked at Huading for over a year, he understood that the company boasted advanced production lines for new energy solutions. The domestic new energy sector was thriving, with major enterprises vying to innovate. Yanren's acquisition of the Gu family business was also motivated by new energy. Could it be that Jinzhong Group sought to enter this industry as well? With a grave expression, Lin Nanfeng remarked, "Currently, in Jiangxing, the frontrunner in the new energy sector is Nanfeng Group. Jinzhong's acquisition of Huading suggests they may also be advancing in new energy research." Yun Zhiyi smiled faintly and softly added, "In fact, I have a certain admiration for Yanren's strategic foresight. She began positioning herself in the new energy sector quite early. And her choice of Jiangxing is wise, given its comprehensive industrial framework. However, your sister now faces competition. Although Xiao Chuluo may lack integrity, his managerial skills are commendable." Rising to his feet, Lin Nanfeng leaned closer to her, teasingly asking, "My dear, why not choose Xiao Chuluo? Despite his questionable character, he is wealthy and has pursued you since university." Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance and replied wistfully, "Who could forget that someone planted a seed in the heart of a 10-year-old girl?" A blissful expression crossed Lin Nanfeng's face upon hearing her words. "So, my dear, may I still sleep in your room tonight?" "Return to your own room," Yun Zhiyi suddenly retorted, her expression darkening. With that, she turned and walked towards her own chamber. Lin Nanfeng stood momentarily stunned, watching her retreating figure, and called out, "Teacher Yun, I thought you weren't upset anymore?" The only response was the sound of Yun Zhiyi locking her door. Dejected, Lin Nanfeng returned to his own room. On his bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Bored, he took out his phone to browse the internet. A user named Nyang Ao lamented, "I'm 28 and still can't find a girlfriend. My life is over." Lin Nanfeng perused the numerous comments below. 28? What is that? I'm 35 and still single. Brothers, heed my advice. Never seek a girlfriend. In the past, I thrived on a modest salary of 4,000. Yet now, with a monthly income of 10,000, I find it insufficient to sustain the expenses of a relationship. Some netizens lamented, "I am at my wit's end. At 30, I have been on countless blind dates without success. Brothers, do you have any suggestions? Do not seek me. I am presently a solitary soul." Many users echoed similar sentiments in the comments. After scrolling through the comments, Lin Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, "Brother, I have a suggestion. If only one could be reborn to 10 years ago and plant a seed in a girl's heart, it would eventually take root, and she would come seeking you. Go away. If I could be reborn, why would I bother with love? I would focus on entrepreneurship and amass great wealth." Perhaps I could become the future tycoon of Huagua, and women would merely influence the speed of my earnings, many netizens angrily retorted online. As Lin Nanfeng prepared to face the onslaught of criticism alone, Yun Zhiyi suddenly sent him a message. Are you asleep? Can't sleep. What about you? Me neither. If you could tell me a story like you did when we were kids, I might just fall asleep. Lin Nanfeng smiled at this. Regardless of how the netizens scolded him in the comments, they were merely a group of lonely souls. He happily typed out a little story for Yun Zhiyi. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd boy who, out of boredom, would shout to the villagers. The next morning, Lin Nanfeng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazed at Yun Zhiyi and sighed deeply. The online comments ring true. Having a girlfriend can indeed take a toll on one's health. After breakfast, he escorted Yun Zhiyi to school and then drove off to find Xie Yuani. Upon arriving at Huading, Lin Nanfeng wore a broad smile, humming a cheerful tune as he opened the window to greet the morning. However, his mood soured instantly when he bumped into Wang Hao. Fengzi, what brings you here? Surely, you're not seeking me out. Wasn't I the one who interrupted you and teacher Yun that day? Are you truly following the internet cable to find me? Wang Hao observed Lin Nanfeng's grim demeanor and cautiously leaned to the side, tiptoeing while whispering his inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng scolded loudly with a stern expression. You spend your days with nothing to do, flapping your mouth about everywhere. You've nearly driven me to despair. Chapter 43, Collaboration. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Fengzi, what do you mean? I have never spoken ill of you. You seem to have forgotten your brothers now that you've found a woman. Remember our days in the dormitory? We were so close that we often shared a bed during the cold winter nights, and when we were broke, we would share a cigarette. Wang Hao feigned deep grievance, pretending to wipe away non-existent tears. Lin Nanfeng rubbed his forehead, bemused. Stop. No need for theatrics in front of me. I forgive you, all right? All right. Fengzi, you truly are a brother in arms, Wang Hao replied, lowering his hand from his eyes and grinning mischievously. Lin Nanfeng gazed at him, feeling utterly speechless. It is truly a pity that this fellow did not pursue a career in acting back in the day. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been awarded an Oscar. He took a drag from the cigarette handed to him by Wang Hao and inquired in a low voice, Has Xie Yuani arrived at the company today? After lighting his own cigarette, Wang Hao, with a hint of confusion, responded, You sought out General Manager Xie last night. Today, I noticed her complexion was quite rosy, and you've come to find her so soon. Could it be that the two of you, a look of sudden realization crossed Wang Hao's face, accompanied by a rather lewd expression? What on earth are you thinking? I went to see her last night with Yun Zhiyi. As he observed Wang Hao's lascivious grin, Lin Nanfeng felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing, hoping to impart a lesson on the formidable prowess of the Southwest Hammer King. Did you spend the night with both of them? Wang Hao's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Lin Nanfeng suppressed his rising anger and replied through gritted teeth, If you dare to speak recklessly in front of Yun Zhiyi again, don't come near me, just leave. Wang Hao understood that Lin Nanfeng was jesting and replied earnestly, We are brothers. I would never speak out of turn in front of Teacher Yun. After hearing this, Lin Nanfeng tossed his cigarette into the designated trash can. I will go find her General Manager Xie. Upon entering the office of the General Manager of Huading, Lin Nanfeng found Xie Yuani lost in thought, her face marked by worry. She did not even notice his entrance. Clearing his throat gently brought her back to reality. I heard from him that it was you and Zhiyi who brought me home last night, Xie Yuani said, standing up and forcing a smile. Lin Nanfeng casually found a place to sit in the office and accepted the cup of water she offered, stating gravely, In the future, whenever there are business gatherings at the company, you should bring Wang Hao along. That lad is reputed to be able to drink endlessly. It's unsafe for a girl like you to go alone. Xie Yuani nodded with a forced smile. I heard from Wang Hao that Jinzhong Group is looking to acquire Huading. How did the negotiations go last night? Lin Nanfeng asked slowly after taking a sip of water. Xie Yuani sighed with a bitter smile. It seems the negotiations may have failed. Jinzhong Group will surely begin to encroach upon Huading's market. With the company's financial chain breaking down, we are perilously close to bankruptcy. Lin Nanfeng observed Xie Yuani's demeanor and recalled that both he and Wang Hao were aware that Huading was a company left behind by her father. which had started as a small enterprise with merely a few dozen employees. However, after Xie Yuani took charge, she implemented sweeping reforms, introducing new production lines, leading to the current scale of the company. Are they attempting to acquire Huading for the advanced production line you imported from abroad? Lin Nanfeng asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Xie Yuani looked at him in astonishment and replied helplessly, Jinzhong Group is suppressing Huading primarily to acquire our factory in the county at a low price. Business has decreased significantly, and the factory workers are becoming restless, demanding to resign. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng understood the precarious situation of Huading. Without orders, the company would inevitably face acquisition and bankruptcy restructuring. You might consider collaborating with Nanfeng Group, Lin Nanfeng suggested after a moment of contemplation. Xie Yuani shook her head in response. Jinzhong Group currently holds significant power in Jiangxing, and many enterprises dare not offend them. Nanfeng was established on the foundation of the Gu family group, and it may not be able to compete with Jinzhong. That may not necessarily be the case, Lin Nanfeng replied with a mysterious smile, proceeding to elaborate on his reasoning. Jinzhong Group is currently trending towards entering the new energy sector. I suspect their acquisition of Huading is primarily to consolidate the upstream of Jiangxing's new energy industry chain. Consequently, they could potentially become Nanfeng Group's most formidable competitor in Jiangxing and the entire southwest region. Should you propose a collaboration with Nanfeng Group, they would undoubtedly assist Huading. Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's analysis, Xie Yuani's eyes brightened. Lin Nanfeng continued, I have a friend at Nanfeng Group. I will send you his contact information shortly. With the backing of the Yi family, Nanfeng Group possesses the capability to contend with Jinzhong Group. Xie Yuani felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. As she was about to speak, Lin Nanfeng interrupted, You need not thank me. We are friends. Moreover, Wang Hao often mentions that I could be Ann's godfather, and I have a fondness for that little one, so assisting you is only right. As noon approached, Lin Nanfeng departed Huading, bidding farewell to Xie Yuani and Wang Hao. Seated in Yun Zhiyi's BMW, he pondered for a moment before dialing a number. Hello, Uncle Yi. I am considering a collaboration between Nanfeng and Huading and would like to know the group's stance on this matter. Lin Nanfeng recognized that he merely held a position at Nanfeng Group and was not intimately familiar with its internal dynamics, hence his desire to seek Yifei's opinion. Huading, is that the company Jinzhong Group intends to acquire? Yifei inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The acquisition of Huading by Jinzhong could be aimed at consolidating the upstream of Jiangxing's new energy sector, effectively stifling Nanfeng's development. Moreover, I suspect Jinzhong is also engaged in the research of new energy technologies, Lin Nanfeng stated gravely. Yifei's expression grew serious upon hearing this. I will promptly report this matter to the young lady. If she agrees, I will arrange for collaboration with Huading. Lin Nanfeng understood that Nanfeng's strategy in Jiangxing's new energy landscape was personally orchestrated by Yi Anren, thus requiring her approval as well. After hanging up, Lin Nanfeng intended to drive back to school to have lunch with Yun Zhiyi when he noticed a call from Lining. Pausing for a moment, he answered, chuckling, Mom, what brings you to call me at this hour? On the other end, Lin Ying's voice trembled with emotion. Xiaofeng, please come home today and bring Ziyi with you. Chapter 44. Familial obstacles, Mom. Please don't panic. Has something happened at home? Upon hearing Lin Ying's choked voice, Lin Nanfeng's expression shifted slightly, yet he spoke soothingly. Today, your grandfather's condition has relapsed and is exceedingly grave. I have taken him to the county hospital. He wishes to see you and Lin Ying said, her expression fraught with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's countenance changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief, and the cigarette he held slipped from his fingers onto his clothing. In his childhood, he was often bullied by the children in the hospital, who taunted him as an unwanted wild child. Whenever he faced such torment, he would seek refuge at his grandfather's home, where his grandfather would often take him to fish at the village creek. However, after graduating from university, he rarely returned to his grandfather's house, and the memories of that place had grown hazy. Mother, why not transfer grandfather to Jiangxing's major hospital? The medical facilities there are far superior to those of the county hospital, Lin Nanfeng exclaimed passionately. Your grandfather is stubborn. He refuses to go to Jiangxing. He says he wishes to return to his roots, not wanting to leave this world away from home. Lining wept. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng comforted Lining, saying, "Do not worry. Zhiyi and I will return immediately. You and father should try to persuade grandfather." After ending the call, Lin Nanfeng sat in the car, dazed, and after a few moments of contemplation, he dialed Yun Zhiyi's number. "Hello, do you have a clear understanding of the specific reasons behind Huading's acquisition?" Yun Zhiyi replied lazily over the phone. After a moment of reflection, Lin Nanfeng spoke in a subdued tone. "Could you possibly take the afternoon off from school today?" "What's the matter?" Yun Zhiyi waited, somewhat puzzled. "My grandfather is gravely ill. He wishes to see us one last time." After a brief pause, Yun Zhiyi softly responded, "All right, I will wait for you at the school gate." At 1:30, on the highway from Jiangsheng to the county, the car was enveloped in silence. "It will be all right, Nanfeng. Your grandfather has his guardian angel. He will surely overcome this ordeal." Yun Zhiyi gently reassured him. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing her words, replied quietly, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit melancholic. I rarely see him since growing up and leaving home." At that moment, Lin Nanfeng's phone rang, and he answered using his Bluetooth headset. "Xiaofeng, where are you now?" "Mother, please do not worry. I'm almost there, just 40 kilometers away from the county toll station. Your grandfather has heeded your father's and my advice. We are currently on the highway towards Jiangsheng's first hospital. Please find a place to turn around and head back to Jiangsheng." Lin Nanfeng glanced at the phone's map displayed on the dashboard. "Mother, I can only exit the highway at the county toll station. I may arrive at the first hospital after you." After hanging up, he looked at the somewhat puzzled Yun Zhiyi and said, "My mother is taking grandfather to Jiangsheng's first hospital. We need to return to Jiangsheng." Upon their arrival at Jiangsheng's First People's Hospital, Lining was already standing outside the ward. "How is grandfather's condition? What did the doctor say?" Lin Nanfeng grasped Yun Zhiyi's hand, his expression tense as he addressed Lin outside the ward. "Nanfeng, please do not fret. Let's first listen to Aunt Lin," Yun Zhiyi softly suggested. "The doctor is currently examining him, and your father has gone to complete the admission paperwork," Lining said, pulling Yun Zhiyi's hand as they sat on a bench outside the ward. Lin Nanfeng paced back and forth outside the ward, his demeanor exceedingly anxious. "Xiaofeng, please take a seat. Walking back and forth like this will only make your mother anxious." A deep voice resonated from behind Lin Nanfeng. It was his stepfather, Lin Wenxuan, a tall and robust middle-aged man. Lin Nanfeng approached him and accepted the bag from his hands. "The hospitalization procedures have been completed," Lin Wenxuan softly informed Lining. "You must be Xiaofeng's girlfriend, Zhiyi," he kindly inquired, looking at the seated Yun Zhiyi. Rising gracefully, Yun Zhiyi responded with a warm smile. "Hello, uncle. I've often heard Nanfeng speak of you." Lin Wenxuan nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and the doctor emerged. The four of them immediately surrounded him. "Doctor, how is my father's condition?" Lining asked anxiously. The doctor removed his mask, his expression grave, as he replied, "The patient's situation is currently very precarious. To stabilize his condition, a set of specialized equipment is required, but—" Lin Nanfeng, noticing the doctor's hesitance, quickly interjected, "Doctor, we can afford the medical expenses. This is not merely about the cost. The equipment is imported from abroad, and the hospital's set has already been lent out." The doctor shook his head. Lining, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious and inquired, "When will that equipment be returned?" The doctor could only shake his head, indicating he did not know when it would be available again. Lin Wenxuan promptly supported Lining, speaking gently, "Don't worry, we will think of another way. Nanfeng, take good care of Annie." "I have an idea," Yun Zhiyi softly suggested. Her words ignited a flicker of hope in Lining. "Zhiyi, thank you so much," Lining expressed gratefully. Yun Zhiyi merely shook her head. Lin Nanfeng, realizing she intended to seek help from Song Qing, looked at her with profound gratitude. By 4 in the afternoon, only Lin Nanfeng and Lining remained outside the ward, as his grandfather, Lin Jiayong, had been in a state of unconsciousness since arriving at the hospital. Lin Nanfeng held Lin Ying's hand. She seemed hesitant, her gaze revealing her worry. "Mom, feel free to say whatever is on your mind." Lin Nanfeng smiled at her. "Son, Is Zhiyi's family very well off? Lin asked quietly. Lin Nanfeng paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Why do you ask? I'm a bit concerned. Concerned about what? I worry that Zhiyi's affluent background might lead her parents to disapprove of our relationship, just as your mother did. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng fell into contemplation. Although he did not fully comprehend Yun Zhiyi's family circumstances, he was certain they were not ordinary. He had only gathered information about her father, but from Lin Xiaoya. He understood her mother might not support his relationship with Yun Zhiyi. Mom, rest assured, your son is quite exceptional too, Lin Nanfeng said with a touch of bravado. Lin chuckled softly at this. As a mother, I don't wish for you to achieve great success. I just want you to be happy with Zhiyi. Do not place too much pressure upon yourself. Your mother will always stand by your side. Upon hearing these words, Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of warmth within. Nodding with a smile, suddenly reminded of something, Lin Nanfeng's voice lowered as he said, Mom, there is something I must tell you. Chapter 45. Chun Tianyu, what is it? Lin inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. Lin Nanfeng sighed inwardly, his voice hesitant as he replied, Yi Xianin passed away last year. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying's previously joyful expression froze, her phone slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Mom, you. Lin Nanfeng's gaze was tense as he looked at her. Do you wish to know about the events of that year between him and me? Lin Ying's countenance was now filled with complexity. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng gently nodded. Back then, your father and I were classmates and also fellow townsfolk. During our third year, we went on a date to climb Cloud Mountain. While hiking, we encountered him. He had twisted his ankle, and I went over to offer him assistance. Unlike your father, who is rather serious, he had a knack for telling jokes that girls enjoyed and understood their hearts. Thus, we began to be together, and eventually, you came into the world. Do you resent him? He abandoned you when you were pregnant with me. Lin Nanfeng asked in a low voice. After a moment's thought, Lin Ying replied slowly. At first, I harbored some resentment towards him, but as time passed, my memories of him became increasingly blurred, and gradually, I no longer resented him. Perhaps we were fated to be apart. That is why your mother worries that you and Zhiyi might encounter familial obstacles like I did with him. Lin Nanfeng gently patted her shoulder and said, You must trust your son. Zhiyi and I will not end up like that. Is his grave in the city? When you have the time, please visit him for me. After all, he is your biological father, Lin Ying said solemnly. Lin Nanfeng's expression became distant upon hearing this. After all, blood is thicker than water. Perhaps he no longer felt much hatred towards him and should indeed pay a visit. Linny, how did you and Nanfeng end up here? A familiar female voice exclaimed in surprise. Lin Nanfeng looked up, his gaze aligning with Lin Ying's as they turned towards the source of the voice. Su Ro stood nearby, holding a thermos. Su Ro? Lin Ying regarded the girl with a hint of suspicion. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, nearly forgetting that Su Ro's father was also hospitalized in the neurology department at Jiang City First Hospital. Lin Jing recognized Su Ro, as she had brought her back to the county during a summer vacation in college. Mom, Su Ro's father is ill and also in the neurology department. Lin Nanfeng hurriedly explained. It has been a long time. You have grown and changed so much that I almost did not recognize you, Lin Ying remarked with a smile. Auntie, you have not changed at all. You still look so young, Su Ro replied warmly. Your flattery remains as sweet as ever, Lin Ying responded with a smile. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Nanfeng, standing to the side, coughed vigorously. Annie, we can chat more when we meet again, Su Ro said, glancing at the coughing Lin Nanfeng. After speaking, she turned and walked away. Lin Ying watched Su Ro's departing figure before turning to shoot Lin Nanfeng glare. Are you still in contact with Su Ro? What on earth are you thinking, Mom? She and I are merely friends, Lin Nanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Don't let me catch you straddling two boats. I shall deal with you accordingly. Lin Ying spoke in a grave tone. Is your son such a person? I am certainly not like Chen Shimi, Lin Nanfeng retorted. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Mom, do you not like Zhiyi? Nonsense. In my heart, Zhiyi is the epitome of the perfect daughter-in-law. More than worthy of you. As evening descended, Lin Nanfeng noticed Yun Zhiyi returning to the hospital room and promptly approached to assist her with her bag. My dear wife, you have worked hard, he said, offering her a cup of water. Auntie, I've already made arrangements. The equipment will be delivered at 8 o'clock tonight. Yun Zhiyi replied slowly after finishing her drink. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Zhiyi, Lin expressed with delight. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi smiled and shook her head. He is Nanfeng's grandfather, and he is also mine. With that, Yun Zhiyi clasped Lin Nanfeng's hands tightly, and he reciprocated her embrace. Watching the young couple, Lin sighed inwardly, hoping their journey would not be as arduous as hers had been. After dinner, the doctor promptly utilized the equipment upon its arrival at the hospital. As night approached around 9 o'clock, Lin Nanfeng gently grasped Lin Jiatong's hand and asked softly, Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Xiaofeng, I thought I would not see you one last time. Lin Jiatong replied in a faltering voice. Father, please rest first. We can speak after your treatment, Lin Wenxuan said softly. Lin Jiatong shook his head from the bed. I fear if I sleep again, I may miss seeing you all. Aying, is Qianshui here? Father, Qianshui is about to take her college entrance examination, so we did not let her come. Lin replied in a low voice. I have but one daughter in my life, and among the grandchildren, there are only Nanfeng and Qianshui. Father, please do not say such things, Lin said, her voice trembling with tears. Grandpa, do you not wish to see Zhiyi? I will bring her to you, Lin Nanfeng said, pulling Yun Zhiyi closer. Yun Zhiyi softly added, Grandpa, please rest well. I heard from Nanfeng that you enjoy fishing. Once you recover, Nanfeng and I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiatong's face brightened with joy. Very well. Outside the hospital room, Lin Nanfeng and the doctor discussed the treatment plan. At present, we can only stabilize the condition. To achieve a cure, surgical intervention is necessary. However, due to the patient's advanced age and the complexity of the condition, the surgery would be exceedingly challenging. Hence, I recommend conservative treatment. The doctor spoke solemnly. Can your hospital perform the surgery? Lin Nanfeng inquired, furrowing his brow. At that moment, a voice interjected. For surgeries like the one needed for Mr. Lin, currently in Huagua, only one person is capable, Dr. Chen Tianyu, a luminary in the medical field. However, securing Dr. Chen Tianyu's assistance for Mr. Lin's surgery would prove to be quite difficult. Song Qingyi approached with a team of neurologists. Director Song, Annie, Yun Zhiyi, greeted calmly. Is Chen Tianyu the one from the Municipal People's Hospital? Lin Nanfeng asked, his brow furrowed in intrigue. Song Qing nodded in affirmation. Chen Tianyu, a prodigious physician, at the tender age of 31, has completed a series of intricate neurosurgical procedures. Countless individuals seek his expertise, yet securing an appointment proves exceedingly challenging, particularly given that he is located over 1,000 kilometers away. However, unbeknownst to many, Chen Tianyu is a comrade who shared life and death experiences with Lin Nanfeng during their time in the military, where Lin Nanfeng saved his life on multiple occasions. After his discharge, Chen Tianyu commenced his career at the Municipal People's Hospital. I should be able to enlist his assistance, Lin Nanfeng remarked as Lin Ying and others expressed their disappointment. Su Rou, from a distance, overheard Lin Nanfeng's voice. Chapter 46, Sister-in-law Xiaofeng, can you truly reach Dr. Chen? Lin Ying exclaimed in astonishment. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Nanfeng responded, Chen Tianyu was a close comrade during our military service. He is likely to agree to come to Jiangsheng to assist my grandfather with the surgery. With that, Lin Nanfeng stepped aside. Crazy, what made you think to call me? Chen Tianyu's surprised voice echoed through the phone. As Lin Nanfeng recognized the somewhat familiar, yet strange tone, he found himself transported back to those fervent days. They had fought together against criminals abroad, safeguarding the borders of their homeland, and faced life and death together in the snowy mountains and jungles. After a brief pause, he said, I wish to invite you to Jiangxing to assist with a surgical procedure. Do you have time? Chen Tianyu replied playfully, look at you. Since a crazy person like you is asking for my help, I will certainly come. Please send me the patient's medical records. I should have time to arrive in Jiangxing tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng smiled and said, when you come to Jiangxing, I will make sure to entertain you well. Ha ha, that is assured. You cannot escape. By the way, when I introduced my sister to you, you stubbornly refused. Have you managed to win her back? Chen Tianyu inquired wistfully. Lin Nanfeng glanced at Yun Zhiyi in the distance and awkwardly replied, A fruit forced from the vine is not sweet. I dare not make you my brother-in-law. During their military service, Chen Tianyu had once intended to introduce his sister to Lin Nanfeng, but at that time, Lin Nanfeng was preoccupied with thoughts of Su Ro and declined the offer. Chen Tianyu had also lamented that his sister was as beautiful as a fairy and expressed a desire to see if the girl Lin Nanfeng longed for was more exquisite than his sister. After ending the call, Lin Nanfeng approached the others and announced, "Dr. Chen has agreed to come to Jiangsheng to perform the surgery for my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Lin Ning and Lin Wenxuan displayed expressions of delight. Nearby, Song Qing could not help but regard the young man with newfound respect. Later that night, while Lin Wenxuan remained at the hospital to accompany the patient, Lin Nanfeng and the others returned home, arriving just past midnight. "Auntie, there are only 2 bedrooms. Which one will you sleep in tonight?" Yun Zhiyi inquired softly, her cheeks flushed. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, but secretly rejoiced, thinking, if Mom chooses the other room, could I share a bed with Teacher Yin? Upon hearing this, Lin Ning shot a glance at Lin Nanfeng and smiled. "I shall not intrude upon your little romance. I will take the room where Nanfeng used to sleep. Mom is the best. I will strive to ensure you hold a grandchild soon." Lin Nanfeng secretly rejoiced in his heart, continually urging Mom, "You should rest early. You've been busy all day." Lin Ning cast an unusual glance at Lin Nanfeng and slowly replied, dousing his thoughts with cold water. "When you two are together, please exercise caution. After marriage, a child is inevitable, but until then, it's wise to be cautious." After saying this, she went directly to her room to rest. Yun Zhiyi's face flushed even deeper, bashfully glaring at Lin Nanfeng. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Inside the room, after washing up, Lin Nanfeng tiptoed to the bedside. Yun Zhiyi was already lying down, clad in a thin cotton nightgown, her back turned towards him. Summoning his courage, Lin Nanfeng climbed onto the bed, sharing the same quilt, the same bed, lying beside the same person, yet his emotions were starkly different: excitement, surprise, or perhaps longing. Lin Nanfeng found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He wrapped his arms around Yun Zhiyi's back and felt her body tremble slightly in his embrace. "Wife, tonight we..." Lin Nanfeng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi trembled even more in his arms, stammering, "I. That time of the month has come." "What?" Her words extinguished the flames of passion ignited in Lin Nanfeng. In the darkness, he sighed deeply. Yun Zhiyi turned over and gently kissed the corner of Lin Nanfeng's lips, softly stating, "Consider this a compensatory reward." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng teased, "Teacher Yun, is that all?" Yet his hands were unrestrainedly exploring Yun Zhiyi's body. "You could be forceful if you wish, but I still have those scissors on my bedside table." Yun Zhiyi replied calmly, "How could I possibly go against a woman's will?" Lin Nanfeng felt a chill run down his spine. He could not let his future happiness be jeopardized this way. His hands instinctively halted, wondering where Yun Zhiyi had learned such tactics. He could only continue to hold her as they drifted into sleep, a night of silence enveloping them. The following morning, after escorting Yun Zhiyi to school, Lin Nanfeng went to the hospital with Lin Ning. To the school administration, Lin Nanfeng was merely a troublemaker, one they couldn't dismiss, as his absence made little difference. When he requested leave that day, the head of the administrative office wore a perpetual frown. At the hospital, Lin Nanfeng happened to deliver the test results to the doctor's office, and on his way back to the ward, he encountered Su Ro. Su Ro looked at Lin Nanfeng, her expression conflicted, as if she wished to say something but hesitated. Lin Nanfeng, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you working today?" Today was Wednesday. Typically, Su Ro's mother would care for Su Ming, and Su Ro would only visit the hospital after work. With reddened eyes, Su Ro spoke softly, "Last night, I heard you could contact Dr. Chen Tianyu to come to Jiangsheng." Lin Nanfeng nodded in confusion. "My father's illness may require Dr. Chen to perform surgery. I wanted to ask if you could inquire whether he could help once he arrives in Jiangsheng." Su Ro stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Nanfeng recalled that Su Ming also suffered from a neurological disorder. If Chen Tianyu could perform surgery on his grandfather, then treating Su Ming should pose no difficulty. After all, his grandfather's condition was even more severe than Su Ming's. After pondering for a moment, Lin Nanfeng said, "This afternoon, you will accompany me to the airport to welcome him. He will arrive in Jiangcheng today." Upon hearing this, Su Ro's eyes sparkled with hope, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. After finishing lunch, Lin Nanfeng and Su Ro arrived at the airport early to wait. "Crazy fellow, I've missed you dearly." As the words left his lips, Lin Nanfeng spotted Chen Tianyu, sporting a stylishly divided hairstyle and striding in an exaggerated manner, exuding flamboyance. He rushed over and embraced Lin Nanfeng. Chen Tianyu's antics utterly astonished Su Ro, who stood nearby. Ahem, take it easy. You're squeezing the breath out of me." Lin Nanfeng hastily pushed Chen Tianyu away, gasping for air, and cast a disapproving glance at Chen Tianyu, who wore a mischievous grin. "You're nearly 30, yet your demeanor remains unchanged. This lady is?" Chen Tianyu, noticing Su Ro beside them, inquired with curiosity. Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat and replied slowly, "This is Su Ro, my friend. I brought her here to seek your assistance. Isn't she the white moonlight you've always yearned for?" "Hello, sister-in-law." Chen Tianyu enthusiastically shook Su Ro's hand. Su Ro's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this, and she looked at Lin Nanfeng with a hint of confusion. Lin Nanfeng's expression darkened instantly as he quickly pried Chen Tianyu's hand away from Su Ro's, stating in a serious tone, "She is my friend, not my girlfriend." Exchanging glances, Chen Tianyu chuckled and remarked to Su Ro, "That is a pity. During his first year in the army, he would call your name in his sleep." Lin Nanfeng, hearing this, hurriedly covered Chen Tianyu's mouth. "Ugh, let me go," he awkwardly said to Su Ro. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He is just a big blabbermouth." Su Ro shook her head with a smile. Lin Nanfeng sighed in relief, worried that Chen Tianyu's comments might lead to misunderstandings. Although he might have mentioned Su Ro in his dreams before, that was a thing of the past, and he would never admit it now, especially not if it reached Yun Zhiyi's ears. He would be in serious trouble. "Are you trying to silence me?" Chen Tianyu gasped loudly. Lin Nanfeng glared at him, finding him even more reckless than Wang Hao. Su Ro chuckled lightly and replied thoughtfully, "Dr. Chen, his current girlfriend is not me." Lin Nanfeng laughed awkwardly and swiftly changed the subject. "Su Ro sought you out regarding her father's surgery." After a moment of silence, Chen Tianyu said, "We should return to the hospital to assess the patient's condition before making any decisions." Olait, Su Ro replied solemnly. At the hospital, Chen Tianyu was in consultation with the doctors from the first municipal hospital. Although he was invited by Lin Nanfeng, he still had to adhere to the hospital's standard procedures. After the consultation, Lin Nanfeng approached with a serious expression, asking, "Can you provide a specific treatment plan?" "Rest assured, although surgery carries certain risks, I will exert every effort to ensure a successful treatment," Chen Tianyu reassured. When Lin Nanfeng and Chen Tianyu arrived at the ward, it was nearing noon. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by the sight of Yun Zhiyi, also present in the room. "What brings you here at noon?" Lin Nanfeng inquired, somewhat taken aback. "I came to keep Aunt Lin company," Yun Zhiyi replied, walking over to Lin Nanfeng and linking arms with him. Chen Tianyu, standing nearby, widened his eyes, utterly captivated by Yun Zhiyi's beauty. He clutched his chest, feigning distress as he exclaimed, "No wonder you turned down my sister. It appears you have such a stunning girlfriend." Lin Nanfeng glared at him, gritting his teeth. Yun Zhiyi glanced at Chen Tianyu, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "And you are?" she asked. Just as Lin Nanfeng was about to respond, Chen Tianyu enthusiastically interjected, "Sister-in-law, I am Chen Tianyu, the good brother of the madman. You may call me Tianyu." He finished with a somewhat bashful smile. "Is this the esteemed Dr. Chen?" Lin Ning and Lin Wenxuan questioned, puzzled. Chen Tianyu approached them with a warm smile, saying, "I presume you are the madman's mother. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Since we are good friends, why not consider him your godson?" Lin Ning was momentarily speechless, feeling a bit awkward. "Dr. Chen, this." Lin Nanfeng maintained a stern expression throughout, while Yun Zhiyi stifled a laugh. In the afternoon, as Chen Tianyu prepared for the surgery, Yun Zhiyi also took a leave of absence from school. Outside the operating room, Lin Nanfeng and the others anxiously awaited news. "No wonder you are so silver-tongued. It seems you have a group of friends like these around you," Yun Zhiyi remarked with a smile. Lin Nanfeng chuckled awkwardly. realizing she was referring to Wang Hao and Chen Tianyu. He was about to counter her statement, but found it difficult to argue against the truth. Xiaofeng, do you think Dr. Chen will be successful in the surgery? Lin Ning expressed her concerns. Xiao Ying, have faith. Dad's surgery will undoubtedly succeed, Lin Wenxuan comforted, holding Lin Ying's hand. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng softly stated, Chen Tianyu is a capable individual. Since he has agreed to perform a surgery, he must possess confidence in its success. Mother, you are a doctor as well and understand that surgery entails certain risks. Aunt Lin, do not worry, Yun Zhiyi reassured. After 4 hours of surgery, when the operating room doors swung open, Chen Tianyu emerged, and Lin Nanfeng and the others hurriedly inquired with concern, how did the surgery go? Chen Tianyu removed his gloves and replied slowly, with my skills, success is a certainty. The patient's surgery was very successful. Madman, support me. I feel a bit weary. After a few more words, Chen Tianyu continued with a playful grin. Lin Nanfeng shot him an exasperated glance, while Yun Zhiyi observed him and Chen Tianyu with an intrigued expression. Upon hearing that the surgery had been successful, Lin Ying's tense heart finally relaxed, and a joyful expression illuminated her face. The patient will now be transferred to the intensive care unit for observation over the next 2 days. But there should be no major issues, Chen Tianyu added. Then, you should rest well after dinner tonight. I have arranged a hotel for you right at the hospital entrance. Lin Nanfeng said with a smile. Ah, my old comrade. You needn't see me off. I can make my way there myself. Chen Tianyu kindly spoke, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Nanfeng before departing. Yun Zhiyi observed this scene, her brow furrowing slowly as she contemplated Chen Tianyu's retreating figure. Lin Ning and the others had also gone to check on Lin Jiadong after the surgery. Outside the operating room, only Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi remained. At this moment, Yun Zhiyi stood in a daze, lost in her thoughts. Teacher Yun, what are you pondering so deeply? Lin Nanfeng inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yun Zhiyi turned to gaze into Lin Nanfeng's eyes, her tone contemplative as she asked, Is Dr. Chen married now? Lin Nanfeng chuckled, married? He doesn't even have a girlfriend at the moment. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi replied slowly, I must be cautious of him. Lin Nanfeng, further perplexed, asked softly, What do you need to guard against? Yun Zhiyi shot him a sharp look, a cold smile gracing her lips as she retorted, Isn't it because you are out there flirting with everyone? Truly deserving of being the man Yun Zhiyi have taken a liking to. You seem to be quite the charmer. Now I have to be wary not just of girls, but also of other boys. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, his mind involuntarily conjuring an image of himself lying in Chen Tianyu's embrace, affectionately calling him Brother Tianyu, sending shivers down his spine. Teacher Yun, why do you have such a vivid imagination like your cousin? Chen Tianyu and I share a perfectly platonic brotherly bond, he declared earnestly. Yun Zhiyi chuckled lightly. That may not be the case. There are so many male same-sex couples in Huagua now. You'd best not sleep in my bed tonight. Take the sofa instead. With that, she entered to check on Lin Jiadong. Outside remained a dejected Lin Nanfeng, who pondered the ambiguous glance Chen Tianyu had given him before leaving. Reflecting on it now, it seemed rather suggestive. He couldn't possibly have feelings for me, could he? Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity as goosebumps raced across his skin. Chapter 48, Brother-in-Law in the Heart of Jiangcheng. The night was aglow with vibrant neon lights at a local bar. 2 attractive barmaids accompanied Gu Yunhe, their laughter ringing out as they indulged in drinks. Today marked the first day Gu Yunhe was released from his father's confinement. Young Master Gu, why didn't you call us earlier to join the festivities? As the private room door swung open, 2 young men, one stout and the other slender, sauntered in. Gu Yunhe pushed the barmaid beside him towards the leaner of the 2, his voice low and serious. Have you gotten to the bottom of Su Ro's situation? The 2 men, Gu Yunhe's companions, were local rich heirs in Jiangcheng, known for their reckless behavior. Song Yuan Xiao, grinning as he embraced the barmaid beside him, raised his glass and spoke with a knowing glint in his eye. Su Ro is at the hospital with your old classmate. I hear Lin Nanfeng found a doctor in the city. Tomorrow, he has set to perform surgery on your future father-in-law. At this revelation, veins bulged on Gu Yunhe's hands. his expression contorted with rage as he smashed his glass onto the floor. The sharp sound of shattering glass filled the room as Gu Yunhe gritted his teeth and spat. Lin Nanfeng, and you, Su Ro, you deceitful wretch. The two barmaids screamed in fright, startled by his outburst. After exchanging a glance with Wen Yun, Song Yuanxiao ushered the young women out of the private room. With a mischievous grin, Wen Yun remarked, Gu Xiao, what are you playing at with this innocent act? Just drug Su Ro and take her to bed. Do you really think she would run away? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunhe, his eyes ablaze with fury, forcefully pushed Wen Yun onto the sofa, gripping his clothing as he bellowed. If I wanted to force her, would I still be waiting until now? I desire her to willingly remain by my side. Releasing his grip, Gu Yunhe downed the contents of a glass on the table in one gulp, shouting frantically, Lin Nanfeng, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Wen Yun straightened his disheveled attire and spoke softly. I have a way to make Su Ro obediently stay by your side. Gu Yunhe turned to him, contemplating. Su Ro worked at Nanfeng Group, and her father's surgical expenses were undoubtedly substantial. Your family still holds some influence within the Nanfeng Group. By threatening her with resignation, she would likely acquiesce. After this, Gu Yunhe fell into deep thought. The following afternoon at 5 o'clock, Lin Nanfeng encountered Chun Tianyu, who had just come out of surgery for Su Ming, in the hospital corridor. Recalling what Yun Zhiyi had said the previous day, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to turn and attempt to slip away. Where are you running off to? Chun Tianyu called out, puzzled from behind him. Lin Nanfeng halted, his face a mask of anxiety as he regarded him nervously. Chun Tianyu approached, his expression one of increasing confusion. What kind of face is that? Are you feeling insecure because of my good looks? After saying this, he narcissistically took out his phone for a selfie. Lin Nanfeng observed him, noting his refined appearance and delicate features. And a thought crossed his mind. Could this young man truly be homosexual? His eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Chun Tianyu, and after clearing his throat, he cautiously inquired, after all these years since leaving the military, why haven't you found a girlfriend to marry? Why look for a girlfriend? Isn't being single just fine? I can go wherever I please without anyone caring, Chun Tianyu replied, shaking his head. Lin Nanfeng scrutinized him more closely, increasingly convinced of his orientation, and whispered, Are you perhaps gay? I can't shake the feeling that you harbor some unusual thoughts about me. Upon hearing this, Chun Tianyu's face flushed crimson, and he retorted angrily, You bastard! Just because I'm not looking for a girlfriend now, you call me gay? And why would I have thoughts about you? You aren't even as handsome as I am. I truly don't understand what charm you possess that could attract both Yun Zhiyi and Su Ro. Relieved, Lin Nanfeng draped an arm around his shoulder, apologetically addressing the blushing Chun Tianyu. All right, I admit my mistake. Tonight, I will treat you to authentic hot pot from Jiangsheng as an apology. Chun Tianyu glanced at Lin Nanfeng before replying slowly, Tonight, I plan to feast on you thoroughly. We shan't return until we are completely intoxicated. Lin Nanfeng couldn't help but smile ruefully at this. Just then, a loud crash echoed behind them as something clattered to the floor. Both Lin Nanfeng and Chun Tianyu turned in bewilderment. Suddenly, Lin Nanfeng noticed Yun Zhiyi staring at them with wide eyes, her face a mask of disbelief as she watched the bag fall from her grasp. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng had one hand resting on Chun Tianyu's shoulder, and the three were enveloped in a stillness. Lin Nanfeng was the first to regain his composure. He quickly released his embrace of Chun Tianyu and hurried to Yun Zhiyi's side, awkwardly smiling as he said, You're off work so early. I was just about to go to the school to pick you up. Yun Zhiyi, with an expression of hostility directed at Chun Tianyu, replied coolly, I had no classes this afternoon, so I came to the hospital early. After picking up the bag from the ground, she shot Lin Nanfeng a peculiar glance as she departed. Once she was gone, Lin Nanfeng wore a look of melancholy, pondering how he had caused yet another misunderstanding. What was that all about? Why do I feel like she was glaring at me with such animosity? Lin Tianyu inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. Lin Nanfeng, at a loss for words, replied, She's envious of your good looks. That can't be right, Lin Tianyu protested. While I consider myself handsome, Yun Zhiyi is so stunningly beautiful that it shouldn't incite jealousy. Ah, I see now. It must be because I performed surgery on your ex-girlfriend's father, which is why she harbors such resentment towards me, he concluded, appearing enlightened. Lin Nanfeng, rubbing his forehead, regarded Chun Tianyu, whose thought process was astonishingly convoluted. He chuckled softly. You should head back to the hotel to change. I'll call you when Zhiyi and I are ready. Outside the hospital room, Lin Nanfeng encountered Yun Zhiyi, who was about to fetch some water. She glanced at him and, looking down, attempted to pass by without a word. He quickly pulled her into an embrace, whispering, Please let me explain, my dear. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi looked up at him and retorted, Who is your dear? Go embrace Dr. Chun instead. With that, she made a slight effort to wriggle free from his grasp. After releasing her, Lin Nanfeng guided Yun Zhiyi to a nearby bench and anxiously explained, Chun Tianyu is not gay. I asked him directly today. I merely had my arm around his shoulder. It's a gesture among brothers. Furthermore, if he had different feelings towards me, he wouldn't have introduced his sister to me. He quickly clamped his mouth shut after his last statement, his eyes fixed nervously on Yun Zhiyi. Who would have thought he might become your brother-in-law? Yun Zhiyi remarked with a teasing smile. Lin Nanfeng, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, chuckled awkwardly. So, you aren't angry anymore? Yun Zhiyi shot him an irritated glance before contemplating for a moment and then said, Are we inviting Dr. Chan to dinner tonight? Lin Nanfeng nodded, albeit with some confusion. Then I'll call Jiangxi to join us, she added slowly. Lin Nanfeng blinked in surprise at her suggestion. Why would you invite Jiangxi? He asked, puzzled. Yun Zhiyi smiled charmingly, of course, to introduce Xi to Dr. Chun. They are both single, and Xi deserves someone like him. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? After hearing the words, Lin Nanfeng awkwardly smiled and said, Of course I am willing. Chun Tianyu is already 30. It's time for him to find a girlfriend and settle down. Yun Zhiyi nodded in satisfaction, while Lin Nanfeng silently thought to himself, This isn't really about helping you. I can barely secure my own well-being. Having a girlfriend in Jiangsheng might just bring me more trouble. At 6 in the evening, in the Zhaoji hot pot restaurant in Jiangsheng, Chun Tianyu excitedly held the menu, eagerly exclaiming, To enjoy an authentic hot pot in Jiangsheng makes this trip worthwhile. Observing the incessantly chattering Chun Tianyu across the table, Lin Nanfeng suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Yun Zhiyi glanced at Lin Nanfeng and slowly addressed Chun Tianyu. A friend of mine will be joining us shortly. I will introduce you to her. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Nanfeng spotted Jiangxi, who was scanning the area at the entrance of the restaurant. Teacher Jiang. Over here. Lin Nanfeng stood up and called out, waving his hand. Jiangxi approached with a smile and inquired with some confusion, You two are dining together? And Zhiyi insisted on calling me over. Am I meant to be your third wheel? She then added, Oh, who is this handsome gentleman? Director Lin isn't introducing me? Just as Lin Nanfeng was about to introduce her to Jiangxi, he was taken aback by Chun Tianyu's bold move. With a bashful expression, Chun Tianyu shyly introduced himself. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a former comrade of Nanfeng from the army and now a good friend of his. Beside them, Yun Zhiyi chimed in with a smile. This is Dr. Chun Tianyu, who works in the city. He is here in Jiangsheng to assist with surgery for Nanfeng's grandfather. Upon hearing this, Jiangxi exclaimed, You are the renowned Dr. Chun Tianyu from the neurology department? Ah, it's merely a title, Chun Tianyu replied bashfully. Lin Nanfeng observed the lively conversation between the two with a darkening expression. What a rascal, he thought. This guy is undoubtedly a veteran in the realm of romance. I almost fell for his act, and he claims to have never had a girlfriend before. In a low voice, he remarked to Yun Zhiyi, Teacher Yun, I can't shake the feeling that you're pushing Jiangxi into the flames. Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated look. When she and Jiangxi went to the restroom, Chun Tianyu took the opportunity to sit beside Lin Nanfeng. Crazy. I feel like I'm falling in love, Chun Tianyu said with a silly grin. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback and shot him an annoyed glance. Stop pretending to be innocent here. You might fool Jiangxi and the others, but you certainly can't fool me. You must have had countless girlfriends in the past. Chun Tianyu responded with an awkward smile. Those were all just flings. Now, I am truly infatuated with Teacher Jiang at first sight. As your brother, you must help me. I warn you, if you toy with Jiangxi's feelings, do not pursue her. Otherwise, when she comes crying to Z later, I will not take the blame for you, Lin Nanfeng said sternly, glaring at him. After dinner, having consumed alcohol during the meal, Yun Zhiyi insisted that Jiang Shi accompany Chun Tianyu back to his hotel. Lin Nanfeng watched their departing figures, his mind slightly dizzy from the alcohol. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Are you truly comfortable allowing Jiang Shi to escort him back to the hotel? Aren't you afraid he might harbor ulterior motives towards her?" Yun Zhiyi, upon hearing this, wrapped her arm around Lin Nanfeng's and, supporting him, shot him a disapproving glare. "Do you think Dr. Chun is like you, drunk and driven by lust?" Lin Nanfeng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Driven by lust? When have I ever been driven by such impulses? In the past year, I have only been intoxicated at our last class reunion, and it was you who brought me to your home." Yun Zhiyi, suddenly recalling something, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Should we go to the hospital to pick up Aunt Lin? She quickly changed the subject, her face still flushed. She just called, saying she will be at the hospital with Grandpa tonight. "We're heading straight home," Lin Nanfeng replied softly. At 10 o'clock that night, Yun Zhiyi helped Lin Nanfeng to the sofa in their home. Standing up, she said in a huff, "You should drink less when you're out. Otherwise, I'll have to take charge of you. Having you as my wife is truly a blessing," Lin Nanfeng said, leaning close to Yun Zhiyi, the scent of alcohol lingering on his breath. "Why haven't you gone to freshen up? You reek of alcohol," Yun Zhiyi pouted, expressing her distaste. After saying this, she went to the kitchen to pour Lin Nanfeng some water. Seeing this, Lin Nanfeng couldn't help but smile, a look of profound happiness gracing his features. In the bathroom, as Lin Nanfeng was showering, he noticed that his usual body wash was finished and reached for a new bottle from the nearby cabinet. However, a black pouch suddenly fell out from the cabinet, piquing his curiosity. He picked it up and opened it, only to find a box containing a pregnancy test. A jolt of disbelief struck him, his expression one of shock. The presence of a pregnancy test in Yun Zhiyi's home was perplexing. Aside from the last visit from Yun Xiaoya, there were no other females in the household. Could it be that on the day Yun Zhiyi had a cold, Lin Nanfeng recalled her returning from the rain with a black pouch in hand? A wave of confusion washed over him as he remembered the medicine on the nightstand at her bedroom, whose name he hadn't seen clearly. But the packaging hadn't been torn open. Could it have been contraceptive pills? But when had they shared a room together? Perhaps it was after he got drunk at the last class reunion. He felt different the following morning, waking up exhausted and having dreamt of Yun Zhiyi that night, combined with her comment about his drunken impulses, made him wonder if he had truly crossed a line. His face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. With urgency, Lin Nanfeng opened the box, and upon seeing that the pregnancy test displayed a single line, he breathed a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with disappointment. When he finished rinsing, he emerged from the bathroom, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he gazed at Yun Zhiyi on the sofa. He sat down beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace. Looking up at him, Yun Zhiyi noticed his perplexed demeanor and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell after drinking tonight?" She then attempted to rise to check on him. "Do not move, Zhiyi. I truly feel like a complete fool, a colossal idiot. Despite the abundance of information laid before me, I failed to consider this aspect," Lin Nanfeng softly uttered, presenting the pregnancy test in his hand before Yun Zhiyi. Upon seeing the test, Yun Zhiyi's expression shifted subtly. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at Lin Nanfeng, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. In a hushed voice, she confessed, "I did not intend to deceive you. I was merely afraid of burdening you." Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing her words, gently caressed her cheek and tenderly replied, "I do not blame you. It is my own foolishness for not having deduced this sooner. You have sacrificed so much for me, and yet I remained oblivious. From now on, I shall be by your side. Regardless of your mother's approval, we shall not part." As his words lingered in the air, Yun Zhiyi suddenly pressed her lips against his. Lin Nanfeng lifted her in his arms and made his way to the bedroom, lost in the depth of their emotions. Outside, thunder rumbled and torrential rain fell. Chapter 50, Fury Morning Dawned. Lin Nanfeng wearily opened his eyes, only to find that Yun Zhiyi had already departed, leaving behind only her lingering fragrance. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, he could not help but chuckle and shake his head. After rising, he drew back the curtains. It was now 9 o'clock in the morning, and a thick fog enveloped Jiangcheng. Standing on the 15th floor, he could see the sun rising in the east. Lin Nanfeng slowly pushed open the window, allowing the cool, moist air to wash over him, rejuvenating him after a night of fatigue. In the following days, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi enjoyed an affectionate existence together. Whenever he had time after work, he would visit her at the hospital, and life felt exceedingly pleasant. On Thursday morning, while he was idling at work, he received a message from Yun Zhiyi. Nanfeng, Aunt Lin just called me. This afternoon, Grandpa is preparing to be discharged. Please pick me up at noon so we can go to the hospital together. At noon, while en route, Lin Nanfeng received a call from Chun Tianyu, who informed him that he would be heading to the airport to return to the city that afternoon. Lin Nanfeng had intended to personally escort him, considering the immense help Chun Tianyu had provided to his family. However, Chun Tianyu quickly declined, mentioning that Jiangxi would take him to the airport. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng chuckled softly, realizing that Yun Zhiyi had played the matchmaker quite effectively. At the hospital, Lin Nanfeng held Yun Zhiyi's small hand as he pushed open the door to the ward. Inside, Lin Ying and her husband were vigilantly standing by the bedside, where Lin Jiadong had nearly recovered. Mother, isn't it a bit hasty for Grandpa to be discharged just days after surgery? Lin Nanfeng inquired with confusion. Lin Ying smiled and replied, Your grandfather's health has improved significantly. Transferring him to the county hospital will allow me to care for him more conveniently while I am at work. Lin Wenxuan added, Your mother and I have taken enough leave. It is time for us to return to work. Moreover, your sister is approaching her college entrance exams and is alone at home, which concerns us. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng slowly responded, Very well. Let us first transfer Grandpa to the county hospital. I will find time to return with Zhiyi to visit him. As soon as the words fell, Lin Wenxuan looked at Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi with a hint of surprise and inquired, Why do you both seem to be in such good spirits these days? Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi's face flushed slightly. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet the gaze of the others in the room. Lin Nanfeng glanced at the bashful Yun Zhiyi and, feeling no embarrassment himself, cleared his throat and boldly declared, Father, it must be that you haven't rested well while caring for Grandfather these past few days, causing your complexion to appear rather poor. Meanwhile, Zhiyi and I return home every night to sleep, hence we look well. Lin Wenxuan, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of skepticism. Is that so? All right. Make sure to rest well tonight when you return home, and your complexion will surely improve. Lin Ying shot a disapproving glance at Lin Wenxuan. After that, she scrutinized Yun Zhiyi and Lin Nanfeng with a peculiar gaze. Meanwhile, she took Yun Zhiyi's hand and led her aside, whispering to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng noticed that the tips of Yun Zhiyi's ears turned a deep shade of red. On the 6th floor of the hospital, Lin Nanfeng was preparing to head down to the lobby to settle his discharge paperwork when he passed by a nearby lounge and overheard Su Ro's furious voice. He froze momentarily. He had no desire to listen, fearing that if Yun Zhiyi discovered he was with Su Ro, she might become jealous. However, after a sigh, just as he was about to leave, he heard Gu Yunhe's voice echoing from within the room. Lin Nanfeng halted his steps and, after a brief moment of hesitation, turned back to the lounge door and listened intently to the conversation inside. Don't overstep, Gu Yunhe, Su Ro shouted angrily from within. If you agree to marry me, I can assure the HR department that you won't be dismissed, Gu Yunhe replied. Currently, the Nanfeng group is not entirely under your Gu family's control. Is that so? Su Ro, although my Gu family may no longer hold the same power within the group, I can still manage to have you removed from your position as sales department supervisor. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Su Ro indeed worked at the Nanfeng group. A few days prior, he had heard Yi Fei mention that the Gu family had invested considerable resources to secure Gu Yunhe a mid-level position within the Nanfeng group. As Lin Nanfeng pondered this, the argument inside continued. What makes you think I am inferior to that Lin Nanfeng? After all these years, you still think of him? Enough. I will never like you, nor will I marry you, so you might as well give up on that. Very well. Once you are dismissed from the Nanfeng group, you will come begging for my help. Gu Yunhe, what are you trying to do? Let go of me. Su Ro's voice broke into sobs. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's face burned with fury, and he swiftly pushed open the door. Inside the room, Gu Yunhe was gripping Su Ro's hand with a twisted expression, pressing her against the sofa. Witnessing this scene, Lin Nanfeng's eyes flashed with cold fury as he quickly yanked Gu Yunhe away, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he struck him squarely in the face. Instantly, Gu Yunhe fell to the ground, his glasses shattered by the force of the blow. "Are you even a man, using such despicable means to coerce Su Ro?" Lin Nanfeng growled in a low, furious tone. After that, he draped his jacket over Su Ro's shoulders and pulled the tearful, red-eyed girl behind him for protection. At this moment, Gu Yunhe slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Glancing at Lin Nanfeng with a sinister smile, he sneered, "Indeed, you have conspired with this Lin Nanfeng. Do not get too complacent, for I can ruin your reputation and disqualify you from further studies, just as I did during our university days. I can make your life in Jiangsheng exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within him. But he recalled that if he were to injure Gu Yunhe and end up in the police station, his family, still in Jiangsheng, would worry about Linning. Gradually, he unclenched his fists and replied in a grave tone, "Gu Yunhe, your family is no longer as powerful as it once was. If I were you, I would refrain from causing trouble for your parents." Gu Yunhe let out a hearty laugh. "My family has been in business for 3 generations. You, a mere pauper from a small county, cannot even compare to my family's decline. And as for Su Ro, he cannot protect you now. Should you harm him, do not expect to feel remorse." Hearing this, Su Ro's expression changed dramatically. She stepped in front of Lin Nanfeng, shielding him, and exclaimed angrily, "If you have an issue, come at me. It has nothing to do with him." Seeing this, Gu Yunhe's anger intensified, and he coldly remarked, "You claim not to care for him? Very well. Su Ro, we shall see." Lin Nanfeng let out a silent sigh, suddenly grasping Su Ro's feelings for him. Yet, having already entered a relationship with Yun Zhiyi, he could not betray her. He and Su Ro seemed destined to be apart, but regardless of their circumstances, he would ensure Su Ro's safety. With this thought in mind, he spoke sternly to Gu Yunhe. "You would be wise not to provoke Su Ro. Since she does not harbor feelings for you, do not press your desires. If there is a next time, even your family will be unable to protect you." As Gu Yunhe prepared to leave the room, he merely scoffed in response. Chapter 51. Nanfeng Group. After Gu Yunhe's departure, only Lin Nanfeng and Su Ro remained in the lounge, engulfed in an awkward silence. To Lin Nanfeng, defending his ex-girlfriend seemed less than honorable. Clearing his throat softly, he broke the tension and inquired, "Did Gu Yunhe just say that Nanfeng Group intends to dismiss you?" Su Ro slowly removed the jacket draped over her shoulders, offering a bitter smile as she replied, "He is now the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department at Nanfeng Group. Since I did not acquiesce to his demands, I have no choice but to leave the company." After speaking, she handed her jacket to Lin Nanfeng. Taking the garment, Lin Nanfeng pondered for a moment before responding, "Uncle Su is currently ill and requires financial support. Leaving your position now is ill-timed." Upon hearing this, Su Ro glanced at Lin Nanfeng's expression and said softly, "Are you suggesting I should agree to Gu Yunhe's terms to remain at Nanfeng Group?" "Su Ro, that's not what I meant. I was indicating that there are alternatives for you to stay at Nanfeng Group without conceding to Gu Yunhe's demands," Lin Nanfeng hurried to clarify. "What alternatives?" "The Gu family wields significant power within Nanfeng. You cannot oppose them. Please do not involve yourself in my matters, lest Yun Zhiyi misunderstand." With that, Su Ro swiftly exited the lounge. In the room, Lin Nanfeng pondered for a few moments, understanding Su Ro's intentions to keep him uninvolved. However, should Su Ro resign, she would likely lose her financial support, as Gu Yunhe would undoubtedly ensure she found herself without employment. Expelling Su Ro from Nanfeng Group was merely his initial maneuver. After a brief interval, he decided that after sending Lin Ying and the others away in the afternoon, he would visit Nanfeng Group to discuss Su Ro's situation with Yifei. Having completed the discharge formalities in the hospital lobby, Lin Nanfeng returned to the ward to find Lin Ying and her companions had already packed their belongings from the hospital stay. "Why did you take so long to return?" Yun Zhiyi inquired with a smile, taking the discharge papers from Lin Nanfeng's hands. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing her question, replied slowly. I ran into a couple of old friends while handling the discharge procedures, which delayed me for a while. It must be Su Ro, right? Yun Zhiyi glanced at him and remarked nonchalantly. How would you know? Are you following me? Lin Nanfeng responded, his expression one of surprise, followed by a hint of confusion. As soon as the words left his lips, Yun Zhiyi shot him a playful glare, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, and teased. My sense of smell is quite keen. Any girl you've interacted with, I could discern just by having met her. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. At the hospital entrance, Lin Nanfeng helped Lin Ying and the others into their vehicle and watched as they departed. Turning to Yun Zhiyi beside him, he said, I will take you to school shortly, and then I'll head to Nanfeng Group in the afternoon. Initially reluctant to share this with her, he opted for honesty to prevent any misunderstandings. It's about Su Ro, isn't it? You seemed preoccupied after encountering her at noon. Yun Zhiyi observed thoughtfully after a brief pause. Lin Nanfeng, momentarily stunned by her insight, gently traced her nose with his finger and chuckled. My dear teacher Yun, you are remarkably astute. You guessed it right. All right then, come pick me up early before school ends, Yun Zhiyi said, playfully wrapping her arm around Lin Nanfeng's. Feeling a pang of affection, Lin Nanfeng regarded Yun Zhiyi with tenderness. Though she occasionally exhibited a tinge of jealousy, she consistently supported his decisions in significant matters. After escorting Yun Zhiyi to school, Lin Nanfeng casually grabbed a lunch outside. By around 2:30 in the afternoon, he arrived at the foot of the Nanfeng Group headquarters. Immediately taken aback by the grandeur of the building, which soared over 20 stories, housing the main offices of Nanfeng Group, he mused silently. No wonder Gu Yunhe had once possessed such audacity. This had all belonged to his family. Sir, whom are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Upon entering the lobby, Lin Nanfeng was greeted by 3 exceptionally beautiful receptionists who inquired warmly. After a moment of surprise, Lin Nanfeng smiled and replied, I have an appointment with your general manager, Mr. Yi, for this afternoon. My name is Lin Nanfeng. One of the elegant young women, visibly astonished, scrutinized Lin Nanfeng up and down before quickly adopting a professional smile and saying, Mr. Lin, please hold on a moment while I contact Secretary Wei from the general office. Lin Nanfeng smiled and nodded in agreement, then took a seat in the spacious hall, waiting patiently. During this time, a charming front desk girl brought him a cup of coffee. Lin Nanfeng, what brings you here? A voice filled with suspicion broke his moment of contemplation. It was Gu Yunhe. I never expected to see you so soon, Lin Nanfeng replied with a cold smirk, for he had come to address matters concerning Su Ro, only to encounter an adversary. At that moment, Gu Yunhe, having replaced his shattered glasses with a new pair, still bore the bruises of their previous encounter. Security! Security! Throw him out. When did the likes of him start entering the Nanfeng Group? Gu Yunhe shouted loudly in the hall. Manager Gu. He is a guest invited by General Manager Yi. 3 front desk girls rushed forward, urgently speaking to Gu Yunhe. A guest invited by General Manager Yi? How could someone of his stature be invited by someone of Ye's caliber? He must be deceiving you, Gu Yunhe retorted, attempting to expel Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng merely chuckled coldly, regarding Gu Yunhe as one would a buffoon. Just then, the elevator doors in the hall opened, revealing a slender and graceful woman, the very secretary who had followed Yi Anren at Jiangxing University. Manager Gu, Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest of General Manager Yi. Please show him the respect he deserves. Wei Youwei's icy voice resonated throughout the hall. The 3 front desk girls respectfully addressed Wei Youwei, acknowledging her authority. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing her, realizing she was an acquaintance. Gu Yunhe's expression shifted as he saw Wei Youwei approach. He understood that she was the chief secretary of the Nanfeng Group's executive office, a person of considerable influence within the company. Secretary Wei, how could he possibly be a guest of General Manager Yi? Are you certain there isn't a mix-up? Gu Yunhe's voice was heavy with skepticism. Wei Youwei merely cast him a fleeting glance. Had it not been for the dealings between the Gu family and the group, how could this pampered youth have been appointed to the position of deputy manager in the HR department, a role specifically arranged for him as a nominal position? Ignoring Gu Yunhe's remarks, Wei Youwei swiftly approached Lin Nanfeng and whispered, General Manager, Yi has been waiting for you for quite some time. and sent me to escort you." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng stood and walked beside the astonished Gu Yunhe, quietly advising him, "As an old classmate, I suggest you temper your attitude. After all, the Nanfeng group is no longer under the Gu family's influence." With that, he entered the elevator alongside Wei Yue. Gu Yunhe glared at Lin Nanfeng's departing figure, his fist clenched involuntarily, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 52: Misunderstanding Inside the Elevator. Lin Nanfeng followed Wei Yue directly to the top floor of the Nanfeng Group's headquarters. Aware of the special relationship between Lin Nanfeng and General Manager Yi, Wei Yue spoke softly, "Mr. Lin, we are now at the pinnacle of the Nanfeng Group. Both General Manager Yi and Deputy General Manager Yi Fei work here." Simultaneously, she pointed towards the room adjacent to the president's office, stating, "This is the secretarial room of the General Management Office. Should Mr. Lin have any matters in the future, he may approach me directly." Lin Nanfeng glanced at the layout of the entire top floor, noting that even the adjacent corridor was adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, affording a commanding view of the entire Jiangsheng. "Knock, knock, knock." Wei Yue gently tapped on the door of the president's office. "Please come in." A cold, feminine voice resonated from within, leaving Lin Nanfeng somewhat perplexed. Wei Yue softly pushed open the heavy door, leading Lin Nanfeng inside, and respectfully announced, "President Yi, Mr. Lin has arrived." Upon entering, Lin Nanfeng was taken aback to find not Yi Fei, but rather the back of Yi Anren seated at the desk, which elicited a look of astonishment on his face. He was surprised to see her back in Jiangsheng. At that moment, Yi Anren turned around, and, upon seeing Lin Nanfeng, a flicker of delight passed through her eyes. However, her expression remained stoic as she instructed, "Secretary Wei, you may leave. I need to speak with Mr. Lin privately." Following her words, Wei Yue gently exited the room and closed the door behind her. The instant the door shut, Yi Anren's previously icy demeanor melted away, revealing a joyful smile as she briskly approached Lin Nanfeng, embracing his arm while gazing at his face. "Be careful, you're still in high heels. What if you twist your ankle?" Lin Nanfeng remarked, astonished by the rapid transformation in Yi Anren's expression. "Brother, what do you think? Are you surprised? Or did I perform well just now?" Yi Anren chuckled playfully. "Why put on such a frosty facade? You should smile more often," Lin Nanfeng replied, affectionately stroking Yi Anren's hair. In response, Yi Anren pouted her tempting lips and said slowly, "I can't act like this. I can't suppress the old geezers in the corporation, and over time, I've simply grown accustomed to it." As she spoke, she playfully extended her hands, mimicking claws. Lin Nanfeng observed the girl leaning against him, his expression filled with concern. At just over 20, she had lost both parents and now bore the weight of managing the vast Yi Corporation alone. To the outside world, she appeared to be thriving, yet in his eyes, Yi Anren treaded carefully, as if walking on thin ice. In stark contrast, Yun Zhiyi seemed to be living a much happier life. "Why don't you come help me at the city corporation, brother?" Yi Anren gazed up at Lin Nanfeng, her eyes brimming with hope. Upon hearing her, Lin Nanfeng hesitated to meet her gaze, his eyes darting as he said, "Well, I'm okay with fighting, but if you want me to manage the corporation, I might just run the Yi Corporation into the ground." "Brother, you simply don't want to manage it. I heard from Uncle Yi that you displayed remarkable business acumen during the acquisition of Huading at Jinzhong Corporation." Yi Anren released his arm, her eyes filled with skepticism. "I was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. It was also Yun Zhiyi who alerted me," Lin Nanfeng replied. Upon hearing Yun Zhiyi's name, Yi Anren's eyes glimmered with mischief as she fixated on him. Lin Nanfeng, noticing her expression, pondered what mischievous scheme this spirited girl was concocting. Yi Anren cleared her throat, handing him a document from the desk. "This is the information regarding our collaboration with Huading. Next week, the corporation will send members to inspect the factory in Huading County. Why don't you accompany the people from Huading? After all, you're quite familiar with them. Collaborating with Huading is a significant matter. Can you take it so lightly? I believe sending Secretary Wei and Uncle Yi would suffice." Lin Nanfeng remarked with a hint of exasperation. Noticing Lin Nanfeng's reluctance, Yi Anren pouted, and said slowly, "The reason I want you to go is to help you gradually take control of the management of the Nanfeng group. If you wish to marry Yun Zhiyi, given your current status, the Yun family would not consent." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression momentarily froze. With his present family background and occupation, proposing to the Yun family would surely be met with disapproval. After all, the 5,000-year history of Huagua emphasizes social compatibility, and he firmly believes that Yun Zhiyi would stand by him, facing familial pressures together. However, if Yun Zhiyi were to experience a rift with her parents because of him, it would undoubtedly cause her distress. Seeing Lin Nanfeng slightly swayed, Yi Anren wrapped her arm around his and continued, "Brother, if you take charge of the Nanfeng group and become the president, I believe the Yun family, no matter how affluent, would not hinder your union with Yun Zhiyi. Please, just go." After saying this, Yi Anren playfully shook his arm. All right. Next week I'll go to the county with the Huading team," Lin Nanfeng replied, somewhat resigned. "That's wonderful," Yi Anren exclaimed, pushing Lin Nanfeng towards the office computer. "The detailed cooperation documents are in there. Take a look first. I stayed up late last night, so I'll catch a quick nap on the sofa." After finishing her sentence, Yi Anren, feeling drowsy, fell asleep on the sofa. This girl, Lin Nanfeng thought, shaking his head in helplessness. He draped his coat over her and then focused intently on the relevant materials from Huading. An hour passed. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Lin Nanfeng glanced at the still sleeping Yi Anren on the sofa and quietly approached the door, opening it. Wei Yue appeared surprised when she saw Lin Nanfeng at the door and was taken aback upon noticing Yi Anren asleep on the sofa. Waves of emotion surged within her. She had never seen Yi Anren so at ease with a man, able to sleep in his presence. Although she was already aware that Lin Nanfeng and Yi Anren shared a special relationship, she was still quite astonished. Could it be that Lin Nanfeng is Secretary Yi's assistant? Is there something urgent? Lin Nanfeng, noticing the subtle change in Wei Yue's expression, spoke softly. "It's nothing urgent. There's just a document that requires President Yi's signature." Wei Yue, coming back to her senses, replied quietly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Nanfeng slowly said, "Please come back later. She stayed up late last night and is still catching up on her sleep. Let her rest a while longer." He spoke in a low tone, concerned about waking Yi Anren. Upon hearing this, Wei Yue noticed the tender affection in Lin Nanfeng's gaze, which further solidified her resolve. Blushing slightly, she said, "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I want to divulge the secret between you and President Yi." After saying this, she gently closed the office door. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing her words, felt inexplicably confused. What secret could there be between him and Yi Anren, other than their sibling bond? Chapter 53. The Odious Brother at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Anren awoke from her slumber, feeling a delightful warmth as she noticed Lin Nanfeng's coat draped over her. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng was engrossed in drafting a developmental plan concerning the collaboration with Huading. With sleepy eyes, Yi Anren rubbed them gently and approached Lin Nanfeng quietly, placing the coat upon his shoulders. "I'm awake now," Lin Nanfeng remarked softly, glancing at Yi Anren. "It has been quite a while since I slept so soundly." "Were you writing, brother?" she inquired. "Just a few more words to finish. Take a look. It pertains to the supply chain plan for the development of new energy materials in collaboration with Huading." He handed her the computer after speaking. Lin Nanfeng stood, stretching his shoulders, which ached from prolonged typing. "Brother, this development plan is excellent. You claim you cannot manage a business?" Yi Anren exclaimed joyfully after reviewing it. After taking a sip of water to soothe his dry throat, Lin Nanfeng replied softly, "I am merely familiar with Huading. This is just a rough outline. The specifics depend on how Nanfeng Group proceeds. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier, Gu Yunhe wishes to dismiss a sales female supervisor from the group. I would like your assistance in retaining her." "Who is it?" Yi Anren asked, tilting her head in confusion. Lin Nanfeng rubbed his nose and replied, somewhat begrudgingly, "Su Ro, an old classmate of mine. Gu Yunhe is pursuing her, but she has not acquiesced, so he intends to force her out of Nanfeng Group. Isn't that your ex-girlfriend? Are you not concerned that Yun Zhiyi might feel jealous?" Yi Anren teased with a smile. Lin Nanfeng shot her an exasperated glance in response. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Anren picked up the office phone and spoke coldly. Secretary Wei, please summon Zhu Chongjio from the HR department to the CEO's office immediately. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback by Yi Anren's sudden shift in demeanor, which transformed from the warmth of spring to the chill of winter in an instant. After giving her directive, she continued to examine the plan Lin Nanfeng had drafted, asking him for clarification on any points she found perplexing. Yi Zong, Manager Zhu from the HR department has arrived, Wei Yue announced as her voice filled the room. Yi Zong, you summoned me, a respectful voice echoed within the office, belonging to a middle-aged man who stood there. He was in his 50s, balding with only a few strands of hair left, and wore a sycophantic smile, an individual who seemed to have navigated the corporate world for years. Yi Anren looked up at Zhu Chongjio and spoke in a grave tone. Manager Zhu, I sense that you do not wish to continue your employment with Nanfeng Group. Her voice was as chilling as ice in winter, piercing and frigid, enough for even Lin Nanfeng to feel the coldness in her tone. At that moment, Zhu Chongjio was sweating profusely, his back drenched, and he trembled as he responded. I am unaware of any wrongdoing that might have displeased you, Yi Zong. Upon hearing the words, Yi Anren's face turned icy as she sternly interrogated. The group currently has no plans for layoffs, yet your Human Resources Department audaciously dismisses the mid-level sales supervisor Su Ro. Is the Nanfeng Group under your dominion, Zhu Chongjio? Zhu Chongjio's expression shifted dramatically, fear evident in his gaze as he looked at Yi Anren, while inwardly cursing Gu Yunhe. Having served as the Deputy Human Resources Manager at the Gu Corporation for many years, he had maneuvered his way into becoming the manager of the Human Resources Department after the acquisition transformed the entity into the Nanfeng Group. When Gu Yunhe approached him with a request to dismiss a supervisor from a sales department, he had consented, believing that the Gu Corporation still held some prestige within the group. However, this matter had reached the president's ears. President Yi, this was orchestrated by Deputy Manager Gu Yunhe, and I had no involvement in it. Zhu Chongjio hastily deflected blame onto Gu Yunhe. Yi Anren merely scoffed in response. How could a mere Deputy Manager of Human Resources wield such authority? Without your consent, he could not have executed this. You have been with the group for a long time. It seems you are still inclined to align with the Gu Corporation. Zhu Chongjio trembled at her words. Since Yi Anren's ascension, she had dismissed many who sided with the Gu Corporation, and being labeled as such could easily lead to his own termination. He quickly asserted, President Yi, I am loyal to the Nanfeng Group, loyal to the Yi family. Meanwhile, Lin Nanfeng stood beside, astonished by Yi Anren's formidable tactics, which had effectively subdued a General Manager of Human Resources with mere gestures. Considering that Zhu Chongjio had managed to rise to the position of General Manager in the Human Resources Department under Yi Anren's oversight, he must possess some remarkable qualities. Lin Nanfeng lightly cleared his throat and approached Zhu Chongjio, extending a piece of paper to him. Zhu Chongjio, having been entirely focused on Yi Anren, only now noticed the presence of an unfamiliar young man in the office. Lin Nanfeng spoke gently beside Zhu Chongjio. President Yi, it is possible that Manager Zhu was unaware of the full circumstances. Might the group offer him a chance for redemption? Upon hearing this, hope ignited in Zhu Chongjio's eyes. He was uncertain why this young man would advocate for him, yet he eagerly responded, What this gentleman says is true. President Yi, could you grant me an opportunity for reform? Yi Anren regarded Lin Nanfeng for a moment, contemplating, before addressing Zhu Chongjio. How has Su Ro performed in terms of work metrics? Supervisor Su has consistently ranked among the top in the sales department over the past few months, Zhu Chongjio replied. I will promote Su Ro to Deputy Manager of the Sales Department. As for you and Gu Yunhe, your performance bonuses for this month will be forfeited, and you must transcribe the group's regulations 10 times and submit them to Deputy General Manager Yi Fei. Zhu Chongjio exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. This punishment was quite tolerable for him. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Nanfeng, though he felt perplexed about this young man's influence over Yi Anren's decision. After Zhu Chongjio departed, only Lin Nanfeng and Yi Anren remained in the office. The two had effectively played their roles, one as the enforcer and the other as the negotiator, to subdue Zhu Chongjio. Today, I have witnessed your formidable prowess, Lin Nanfeng jested with a smile. Brother, You mustn't provoke my anger in the future. Otherwise, I might treat you just as I do Zhu Chongjiu. Yi Anren smiled sweetly while linking her arm with his. Her gaze toward Lin Nanfeng brimming with mischief as she spoke playfully. Lin Nanfeng found himself caught between laughter and tears, gently patting her head. Is there any issue with transferring Su Ro to the sales department as deputy manager for the group? He worried that Yi Anren might be acting on his behalf, insisting on promoting Su Ro despite her capabilities. With her competence, Su Ro could undoubtedly excel as the deputy manager, and it seemed she had previously been stifled by Gu Yunhe, which kept her in her current position. Lin Nanfeng sighed softly upon realizing that Su Ro had endured considerable oppression over the years. Oh no, it's almost 5 o'clock. Zhiyi is about to finish work. I need to pick her up from school, he said, glancing at the watch gifted to him by Yun Zhiyi. Anxiously, he released the embrace of Yi Anren. What is it about Yun Zhiyi that captivates you so much? You can't bear to be apart from her for even an afternoon. Yi Anren pouted, her tone sulky. Lin Nanfeng chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek as he responded, What? Are you still jealous of your sister-in-law? He tousled her hair and promptly escaped the office. That troublesome brother. Yi Anren muttered, pouting in the office. Chapter 54. The red string 3 days quickly passed. In the weekend of Jiang City, October had arrived, bringing a slight chill to the air. Yet, within the confines of the room, Lin Nanfeng felt an overwhelming warmth. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, he gazed at the chattering Yun Zhiyi, a gentle smile gracing his face. Wife, there's no need to pack so many bags, he said, rising to embrace her from behind, burying his face in her fragrant hair, greedily inhaling her alluring scent. Yun Zhiyi posed had movements, turning to face Lin Nanfeng with a serious expression. Yi Anren is truly something else. Among so many people at Nanfeng Group, why did they have to send you? In response, Lin Nanfeng tenderly caressed her beautiful face, chuckling softly. I'll only be gone for 2 days. I'll be back by Wednesday. You needn't worry. Their relationship had blossomed into a romantic affair. While he had prior experience in love, it was Yun Zhiyi's first foray into such emotions. Perhaps akin to fine wine that grows more exquisite with age, her affection for him deepened as time passed. The county was situated on the far western edge of Jiang City, nearly 400 kilometers away, with treacherous mountainous roads, the only district in Jiang City lacking a highway, necessitating passage through desolate, uninhabited forests. I'm a bit worried, Yun Zhiyi voiced her concerns. Have you forgotten I was once a special forces soldier? I've navigated far rougher terrains than this. I'll be just fine, Lin Nanfeng reassured her in a soft, soothing tone. Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance, warning him, I must caution you to be careful while working outside. Don't act impulsively. You now have a family. After hearing her words, Lin Nanfeng felt a lingering calmness wash over him as he enveloped the girl in his arms. They embraced for a prolonged moment in the living room. At that juncture, Yun Zhiyi's gentle voice resonated in his ear. In truth, I am fully aware that, given your nature, you would typically not acquiesce to Yi Anren. You are concerned that my parents might thwart our union, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression momentarily froze. He had not anticipated Yun Zhiyi's remarkable intuition. Zhiyi, rest assured, I will undoubtedly make a grand proposal to the Yun family. Fool, regardless of whether you are impoverished or affluent, I, Yun Zhiyi, will choose you to face any adversities in this life, no matter how daunting. Yun Zhiyi released Lin Nanfeng from her embrace and gazed softly at his face. Deeply touched by her words, Lin Nanfeng lowered his head, yearning to kiss her. Suddenly, Yun Zhiyi placed her hand over his lips, whispering now, Close your eyes and extend your hands. Lin Nanfeng gazed at her with a hint of confusion, but as he met her hopeful gaze, he gradually shut his eyes. After a brief moment, he heard Yun Zhiyi's cheerful voice. All right, you may open your eyes. Slowly, Lin Nanfeng opened his eyes to discover a red string woven with golden threads tied around his left wrist, adorned with several jade beads. Puzzled, he inquired, Isn't this the red string from your wrist? How did it end up on mine? Yun Zhiyi linked her arm with his, observing the red string on his wrist, and softly replied, During my sophomore summer break, I sought you in Jiangsheng, But when I received no word from you, I visited the Huayan temple to pray. Beneath the Bodhi tree there, I encountered an elderly monk who mentioned that 500 glances in a past life result in a mere brush of shoulders in this life. However, I believe our past encounters were far more than 500, and in this lifetime, we shall meet again. Hence, I sought a red string from the temple. Lin Nanfeng, recognizing the profound significance of the red string on his wrist, let out a quiet sigh. Zhiyi, what if you never see me again? Wouldn't that mean your 10 years of waiting were in vain? Yun Zhiyi shook her head with a smile, saying, it will not be in vain. The old monk imparted a saying to me as I departed, under the Bodhi tree. Many lifetimes of glances yield the bond of this life. I believe the heavens will grant us another meeting. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng leaned close to Yun Zhiyi's ear, chuckling. It seems I must have been a virtuous person in my previous lives to have encountered you in this one. Yun Zhiyi feigned a fierce expression and retorted, you must take good care of it. I weave a new golden thread into this red string every year and add a jade bead every 2 years. If you lose it, I shall not forgive you. Meanwhile, in the top-floor presidential office of the Jinzhong Group, located in the South Jiang Financial Business Center of Jiangxing, Xiao Chuluo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the tumultuous river below, his expression remarkably serene. Has any news emerged from within the Nanfeng Group? Xiao Chuluo calmly inquired upon hearing footsteps approaching the door. President Xiao, according to reliable sources, the Nanfeng Group will dispatch members to conduct an inspection with Xie Yuani from Huading on Monday. After speaking, the assistant handed a tablet filled with information to Xiao Chuluo. Xiao Chuluo took the tablet and slowly settled into his office chair. Lin Nanfeng? How could Nanfeng Group send him? Surely, he is not affiliated with them, Xiao Chuluo remarked, astonished as he examined the documents in his hand. Upon hearing this, the assistant quietly replied, according to intelligence from our informants embedded within Nanfeng Group, Lin Nanfeng's relationship with Yi Anren is rather extraordinary. A wicked smile crept across Xiao Chuluo's face, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light as he spoke disdainfully. It seems my junior sister has rather poor judgment. This Lin Nanfeng is intriguing. Not only does he rely on the favors of Yun Zhiyi, but he also has entangled himself with Yi Anren. After speaking, he lightly tapped his fingers against the desk, producing a crisp sound. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chuluo slowly continued, let the news of Lin Nanfeng's trip to the county be relayed to Gu Yunhe. Does he not harbor a grudge against Lin Nanfeng? Mr. Xiao, do you intend to use Gu Yunhe to eliminate Lin Nanfeng? The assistant asked solemnly from the side. Rising from his seat, Xiao Chuluo moved to the window and said slowly, Huading's factory in the county is crucial to our group's layout in the new energy industry chain. Presently, Nanfeng Group is the only entity in Jiangxing capable of competing with us. If we can disrupt the collaboration between Huading and Nanfeng and successfully acquire Huading, then we can surpass Nanfeng and establish ourselves as the leading enterprise in Jiangxing. Turning to face the assistant, his voice turned cold. Spare no effort in ensuring that Xinjiang society conveys this information to Gu Yunhe. Urge him to intercept Lin Nanfeng on his way. I care not whether Lin Nanfeng lives or dies, but he must not reach the county. Simultaneously, expedite the communication with Huading's Vice General Manager, Tian Yuanzhou, and ensure the acquisition proposal is finalized within the week. Chapter 55. A True Struggle on a Weekend Night. The largest bar in the heart of Jiangxing was alive with beautifully dressed young men and women dancing and reveling, seeking to release the oppressive feelings that the city had burdened them with during the day. How is it, Gu Xiao? Is it not far better here than at other bars? Li Tianxing, the vice president of Xinjiang Society, remarked to the sullen Gu Yunhe. At that moment, Gu Yunhe was at the bar, sipping on a strong cocktail prepared by the bartender, his mood particularly grim. Originally, Zhu Chongzhou had assured him that Su Rou would be dismissed, yet the outcome was that not only was she not terminated, but she was promoted to deputy manager of the sales department. Meanwhile, he faced punishment from the group, publicly reflecting on his shortcomings in a human resources meeting, utterly humiliated. Lin Nanfeng. At the thought of this name, anger flared in Gu Yunhe's eyes. The fact that Su Rou had not been dismissed was undoubtedly due to Lin Nanfeng's visit to the group that day. Upon hearing Gu Yunhe muttering Lin Nanfeng's name, Li Tianqing's eyes flickered with a strange light as he pondered something in his mind, glancing at the strong liquor in his glass. He contemplated for a moment before chuckling lightly. Gu Xiao, I understand your concerns. I have a way to alleviate your worries. Oh, I wonder what method Vice President Li possesses to ease my troubled mind. Gu Yunhe replied somberly. With a hearty laugh, Li Tianqing responded, Isn't your desire simply to eliminate Lin Nanfeng? Then, as the beauty was embraced, I have first-hand information about Lin Nanfeng. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunhe was momentarily taken aback, slowly lowering his wine glass, and said with keen interest, What news do you have about President Li? Li Tianqing swirled his drink and replied in a lowered voice. Lin Nanfeng, representing the Nanfeng Group, is scheduled to meet Xie Yuani of Huading for an inspection in the county this Monday morning. As long as you, young Master Gu, can intercept him on the way to the county. After finishing his sentence, Li Tianqing made a slashing motion across his throat in front of Gu Yunhe. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunhe fell into deep contemplation. Despite holding a nominal position within the group, he had heard of the impending collaboration between the Nanfeng Group and Huading. However, why was Lin Nanfeng representing the group when he was not an internal member? Li Tianqing, perceiving Gu Yunhe's thoughts as he pondered, continued to entice him. Young Master Gu, Lin Nanfeng shares a special relationship with Yi Anren from your group, which is precisely why your group has entrusted him with the negotiations. If Lin Nanfeng successfully conducts the inspection with Huading, given the animosity between him and you, does the Gu family still have a place in the Nanfeng group? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunhe's expression twisted in rage, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. If Lin Nanfeng truly had a connection with Yi Anren, and if this collaboration were to succeed, he would inevitably be ousted from the Nanfeng group, leaving him with nothing before Su Rou. With this thought, Gu Yunhe downed his drink in one go and, with a darkened face, addressed Li Tianqing. Thank you for the information, President Li. I know what must be done. As soon as Gu Yunhe's voice fell, a conspiratorial smile crept onto Li Tianqing's face, though he quickly concealed it, responding with a smile. Do you require assistance from the Xinjiang Association? No need. Your Xinjiang Association has failed several times. Although my Gu family is not what it once was in Jiangsheng, we still possess some strength. Gu Yunhe cast a disdainful glance at Li Tianqing before swiftly departing. After Gu Yunhe exited the bar, a man wearing a cap emerged from behind the bar and halted in front of Li Tianqing, removing the cap that concealed much of his face. It was none other than Assistant Duan, who had been in Xiao Chiluo's office earlier that day. It is often said that a tiger begets no dog. While Gu Tianyang has thrived in the Jiangshang business sphere, establishing a vast enterprise, he has unfortunately sired such a foolish son, destined to ruin the Gu family by succumbing to a woman. The Gu family, by the time it reaches Gu Yunhe's generation, is certainly doomed. Seeing that the visitor was Assistant Duan, Li Tianqing, sipping his drink, expressed his reflections. Assistant Duan, observing the direction in which Gu Yunhe had departed, coldly snorted. He wishes to charge forth in a fit of rage for a woman, yet he lacks the requisite strength and will merely serve as a blade in our hands. The Gu family has already lost its qualification to compete for dominance in Jiangsheng and can only be relegated to a mere pawn. Mr. Xiao has summoned you personally. Is there any further instruction? Li Tianqing inquired in a low voice. After a moment of contemplation, Assistant Duan replied with a grave expression. The acquisition of Huading is of paramount importance to the Jinzhong Group. It cannot afford even the slightest error. Prepare your men. Should Gu Yunhe fail, you must ensure that Lin Nanfeng is intercepted. He must not be allowed to appear in the county. Li Tianqing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Please inform President Xiao that I shall take care of the aftermath. No one could have anticipated that the most prominent underground gang in Jiang City would be supported by the illustrious Jinzhong Group, a leading enterprise in the region. Simultaneously, as the Jinzhong Group was strategizing in the upper echelons of the Nanfeng Group's office, Yi Anren was intently typing on her laptop. President Yi, I have conveyed the information to Jinzhong Group, Wei Yaowei softly announced as she entered the office. Yaowei, you have done well. Jinzhong Group believes that by placing their people within Nanfeng Group, they can access the right information. Yi Anren replied with a subdued smile, her tone laced with icy sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Wei Yaowei's expression revealed hesitation. her lips poised to speak, yet holding back. Yahweh, do you have anything else to discuss? Yanan inwidit ganti. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Yahweh quickly responded, President Yi, you're using Mr. Lin as bait, drawing Jinzhong Group's attention to him and Huading. Are you not concerned that he might become angry once he learns of this? Upon hearing Wei Yahweh's words, Yi Anren paused mid-typing, her expression forlorn as she murmured, the business world is akin to a battlefield. It is either their demise or ours. Our competition with Jinzhong Group has reached a critical juncture, where no errors can be afforded. Only you and Uncle Yifei are aware of this matter. As for him, he will understand my reasoning in due time. Wei Yahweh wished to respond further, yet was immediately interrupted by Yi Anren. All right, I will clarify this matter with him later. Please call Uncle Yifei to inquire about the progress of the Tianyuan acquisition. With a silent sigh of resignation, Wei Yahweh exited the office, harboring concerns about her relationship with Lin Nanfeng. Yi Anren, with demeanor somber, lifted her coffee cup and approached the window. Outside, the city of Jiang was ablaze with lights, a myriad of homes illuminated. Alone in the room, remnants of coffee lingered at the corners of her enticing lips. Father, it is truly difficult. Yi Anren's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her left hand tightly clutching a piece of red paper that had been cut down. Chapter 56. The Threat Early Monday Morning. The sun shone brightly, hanging resplendently in the eastern sky of Jiang City, a fiery orb. Teacher Yun, I must be on my way. Please be cautious in school and during your commutes over the next few days, Lin Nanfeng said, dragging his cumbersome suitcase with a sense of helplessness. The previous night, he had already informed Zhang Yuan to assign someone to protect Yun Zhiyi during his absence in the county. Although the overseas organization had not engaged in any terrorist activities against Yun Zhiyi for quite some time, caution was still warranted. After all, until her father's research was publicly unveiled, Yun Zhiyi remained in a precarious state. Upon hearing his voice, Yun Zhiyi set aside her unfinished light makeup and approached him. Lin Nanfeng, cradling the reluctant Yun Zhiyi in his arms, listened as she softly urged, You must also take care of yourself. You must call me every night to report your safety. He smiled gently as he tousled Yun Zhiyi's hair, softly assuring her, Do not worry. If there is any urgent matter at home, feel free to call me or seek out Yi Anren. Initially, Xie Yuandi was somewhat astonished to discover that Lin Nanfeng was a representative of the Nanfeng Group. However, upon recalling that it was Lin Nanfeng who facilitated the collaboration between Huading and the Nanfeng Group, she set aside her doubts. As Lin Nanfeng and Xie Yuandi drove away from Jiangcheng, various factions within the city stirred with hidden intentions, their gazes fixated upon Lin Nanfeng and Xie Yuandi. Young master, our watchers at Lin Nanfeng's residence have reported that he is about to leave Jiangcheng in Huading's car with Xie Yuandi, came the urgent message. Excellent. Immediately inform Qi Yi to follow Lin Nanfeng and eliminate him in the remote mountains of Jiangcheng. Remember, do not leave a trace. Gu Yuna's face contorted with malice, his words dripping with a frenzied anticipation. He understood this was his final opportunity, a matter of survival, either he or Lin Nanfeng. Simultaneously, Xiao Chuluo received intelligence from the Xinjiang Society, his eyes fixated on the chessboard before him, black pieces poised in his hand. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the yellow oriole behind, he mused. Unfortunately for Huading, the Nanfeng Group, and the Gu family, they are but pawns in my game. This competition for the new energy industry in Jiangcheng will ultimately end with me. Xiao Chuluo, triumphant. With a contemptuous smile, he let a black piece fall, akin to a soaring dragon that lunged at the white pieces on the board. Notify Li Tianxing to follow the Gu family closely. If they fail, ensure they intercept Lin Nanfeng. Xiao Chuluo instructed, his demeanor calm as he turned to his assistant, Duan. Rest assured, President Xiao, Li Tianxing is prepared and awaits your command. Duan replied, turning to relay the message. Wait, Xiao Chuluo interjected, furrowing his brow to halt Duan's departure. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low tone. Should the Gu family fail, let Li Tianxing eliminate Lin Nanfeng and frame the Gu family for it. Then, arrange a bouquet of white roses to be delivered to Yun Zhiyi after Lin Nanfeng's demise. I wish to present them to the widow. An insidious smile crept across Xiao Chiluo's face. After all, heroes often falter at the hands of beauty. Initially, he intended merely to thwart Lin Nanfeng's progress. But due to Yun Zhiyi's influence, he now resolved to eliminate him entirely. Meanwhile, Wei Yaowei had arrived at the president's office to report Lin Nanfeng's departure from Jiangcheng to Yianren, expressing her concerns. President Yi, if they disregard the laws of Huagua and act directly against Mr. Lin, wouldn't that put him in grave danger? Yi Anren furrowed her brow at this, her voice low and grave. You must understand, the Yi family has only recently established itself in Jiangcheng, and the Nanfeng Group's foundation remains tenuous. If we had even a slight basis for concern, I would not take such risks. Moreover, given his capabilities, he should be safe. Yet her voice trailed off, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Rising from her seat, she approached the window, her gaze icy. Xiao Chiluo, I hope you do not overreach this time. Otherwise, I shall ensure the Jinzhong Group finds no foothold in Jiangcheng. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng was driving along the highway with Xie Yuandi, oblivious to the two currents of lethal intent emanating from Jiangcheng. A sinister intent stealthily approached him. Mr. Xie, what prompted you to consider establishing a factory in the county, especially given its underdeveloped transportation infrastructure? Lin Nanfeng inquired, his boredom manifesting as they had been driving for several hours. Having exited the highway, they now navigated a remote mountain road. Upon hearing the question, Xie Yuni chuckled lightly and replied, although the county's road transport is indeed lacking, devoid of an expressway network, it is in proximity to Changjiang, which offers a natural waterway for transporting goods directly across the nation. Additionally, the county is very close to the neighboring city, characterized by flat terrain. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, realizing that the county might indeed be a hidden gem, suggesting that the acquisition of Huading by Jinzhong was not merely driven by the production line, but also by the regional advantages of the Huading factory's location. Mr. Xie, please find a place to stop. I would like to take the wheel, Lin Nanfeng suggested, noting the increasingly steep mountain road. Xie Yuani nodded, and after they switched positions, Lin Nanfeng noticed a rugged vehicle trailing closely behind them. His brow furrowed in concern as he pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. What's wrong? Xie Yuani asked, sensing the sudden surge in velocity. There appears to be someone following us. Our journey to the county may not be as smooth as anticipated, Lin Nanfeng replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the car behind them. On this narrow mountain road, vehicles were scarce, yet the SUV persistently shadowed them, accelerating in tandem with their own vehicle. Such a coincidence seemed implausible. Xie Yuani's expression grew tense. Being a businesswoman, she understood the lengths to which individuals might go in pursuit of their ambitions. Realizing that their trip to the county could be perilous. Watch out for the truck ahead, she exclaimed. Lin Nanfeng noticed a large truck barreling toward them. The narrow mountain road barely allowed two vehicles to pass side by side. At the last moment, he sharply turned the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a collision. His heart momentarily relieved. However, the pursuing SUV circumvented the truck and crashed directly into their vehicle, delivering a jarring impact. Lin Nanfeng, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming force push him forward. Their car was sent hurtling toward the cliffside. Be careful, he shouted, attempting to regain control while shielding the visibly alarmed Xie Yuani. Yet, the vehicle continued its descent down the steep cliff, plummeting into the raging river below. Shortly thereafter, a man emerged from the overturned truck. Upon witnessing their vehicle succumb to the waters, he swiftly boarded the SUV and departed. Not long after, another vehicle arrived, from which 3 men disembarked, one of whom was Li Tianxing, Assistant Duan. The operation was successful. Lin Nanfeng and Xie Yuani's vehicle has been swept away by the flood, leaving no chance of survival, he reported. Excellent. President Xiao has instructed you to report this immediately. Not only will it exonerate you, but it will also undermine Lin Nanfeng Group's operations, came the response as the plan unfolded in tandem with the chaos. Far away at Jiangxing University, Yun Zhiyi felt a sudden pang of anguish as her mind was unsettled. Gazing anxiously towards the county while tightly clutching the peach blossom pendant gifted to her by Lin Nanfeng. Chapter 57. From the celestial realm to the underworld, an urgent news bulletin interrupts. According to reports from the citizens of Jiangsheng, a vehicle bearing Jiang license plates plunged into a river along the Pan Mountain Highway around 10:30 this morning. The driver of the truck responsible for the incident has fled the scene. Currently, county police and the Tianlan rescue team are fully engaged in search and rescue efforts. But no victims have been discovered thus far. Let us now turn to our correspondent for a detailed report. In the cafeteria of Jiangsheng University, the news of Lin Nanfeng's car accident was being broadcast. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi saw the detailed coverage on the television, and her expression turned vacant. The news struck her like a bolt from the blue, causing the tray in her hands to clatter to the ground. Frantically, she took out her phone to dial Lin Nanfeng, but the voice on the line informed her that the number she dialed was turned off. After a few moments of disbelief, her trembling hands redialed Xie Yuan's number, only to receive the same message. Panic engulfed Yun Zhiyi further. "Zhi, what's wrong?" Jiang Shi, standing behind her, looked on with concern at her dazed demeanor. As Yun Zhiyi caught sight of the car and its belongings being recovered, particularly a familiar suitcase, she could no longer brace herself. Tears streamed down her face as her body crumpled to the floor. Jiang Shi, witnessing this scene, quickly supported Yun Zhiyi, her voice laced with urgency. "Zhi, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "Shi, something has happened to Nanfeng." Yun Zhiyi wept, her eyes still fixed on the news report on the television. Jiang Shi followed her gaze and, seeing the footage of the car being retrieved, softly reassured her. "Don't worry just yet. The news hasn't confirmed his status, so there is still hope." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi steeled herself and murmured to herself, "Yes. If he hasn't been found in the news, there is still a chance." With renewed determination, she dialed her phone once more. "Uncle, I need your help," she cried through her tears. After hanging up, her previously tearful eyes now gleamed with resolve as she solemnly stated, "Lin Nanfeng, from the celestial realm to the underworld, Yun Zhiyi, shall bring you back." Meanwhile, upon receiving the news of Lin Nanfeng's accident, various factions in Jiangsheng reacted differently. At Nanfeng Group, Wei Yaowei burst into the office, her phone in hand, anxiously reporting, "President Yi, Mr. Lin, and Xie Yuan's phones are off. The Huading factory in the county has reported that they have yet to arrive. Furthermore, the news has reported a vehicle plunged into the river on the road to the county, suspected to be the one Mr. Lin was in." Upon hearing this, Yi Anren's complexion drained of color, her body slumping against the desk as she coldly uttered, "Xiao Chuluo, prepare the car immediately. I must go to the scene." Regret coursed through Yi Anren's mind. She lamented her decision to use Lin Nanfeng as bait. If something were to happen to him, she would be unable to face the deceased Yi Xuanan. All she could do now was silently pray for Lin Nanfeng's safety. At the Jiangsheng National Security Headquarters in the conference room, Qi Ting received an urgent call from Zhang Yuan, instructing him to immediately dispatch personnel to follow Yun Zhiyi, while simultaneously mobilizing the county rescue team to search for Lin Nanfeng. An investigation was also to be launched into the perpetrators, as it was unacceptable for any force in Jiangsheng to threaten the security personnel. Qi Tongwei's countenance resembled a winter's frost, his eyes blazing with fury at the audacity of others to harm those under the aegis of national security. As various factions in Jiangsheng stirred with hidden currents, Lin Nanfeng, cradling Xie Yuan in his arms, had drifted through the turbulent waters for what felt like an eternity before finally reaching the shore. Xie Yuan had sustained a minor impact during the car's plunge off the cliff, and after being swept along by the current, her strength had waned, rendering her unconscious. They found themselves disoriented, the raging river having carried them deep into the heart of Shun Nongjia Mountain, where solitude reigned, interrupted only by the calls of distant birds. The weather in the primordial forest shifted unpredictably. Mere moments ago, the sky had been clear, but now a gentle rain began to fall. Lin Nanfeng gently laid Xie Yuan on a dry patch of ground, observing her unconscious state with furrowed brows. He had just examined her injuries, noting only a slight abrasion on her arm and a minor sprain on her foot, with no impact to her head. Her current state of unconsciousness might be due to a touch of drowning. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply, realizing that rescuing her was of utmost importance, and that the circumstances were beyond his control. Carefully, he removed Xiaoyundi's outer garment, her wet clothing clinging to her form, revealing her graceful silhouette. The sight was breathtaking. Hastily, Lin Nanfeng shut his eyes, silently chastising himself. Do not gaze upon what should not be seen. He gently pressed on Xiaoyundi's chest, clearing her mouth and nostrils of debris, preparing to administer artificial respiration when she suddenly coughed violently, expelling a considerable amount of water. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiaoyundi noticed her outer garment had been removed, and Lin Nanfeng was watching her intently. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly requested, "Please turn around." Complying with a hint of embarrassment, Lin Nanfeng turned away, awkwardly explaining, "I apologize, Ms. Xie, for the impropriety, but you had been submerged for so long that I had no choice but to take such measures to save you." Xiaoyundi, her voice soft, reassured him, "I do not blame you. Your actions were born from a desire to save me." Relieved by her words, Lin Nanfeng retrieved his phone, intending to call for help and report their status to Yun Zhiyi, only to find that the device had shut down from water exposure. "Ms. Xie, can your phone still function?" "Mine has powered off," he inquired. She sighed in response. "After being submerged for so long, my phone is also inoperable." After a moment of silence, Lin Nanfeng produced a waterproof lighter gifted by Yun Zhiyi, grateful for its continued functionality. "Otherwise, I would have to resort to the ancestral skill of striking fire from wood," he mused. Turning to Xiaoyundi with a serious tone, he instructed, "This location can shield us from the rain. I will gather some dry twigs to start a fire and dry our clothes. Please remain here and do not move." By the riverbank, we await the rescue team, stranded deep within the Shinnong Mountain. It is impossible for the two of us to escape on our own. In truth, had I not brought Xiaoyundi along, he could have safely navigated out of Shinnong Mountain alone. However, Xiaoyundi is currently injured. With him in tow, our chances of escape are diminished. Thus we must wait for assistance here. Lin Nanfeng has faith that Yun Zhiyi will undoubtedly search for him fervently after learning of his predicament. Yet he feels a pang of guilt for causing her distress and tears. "Zhi, how are you faring at this moment?" Chapter 58, found in the Shinnong Mountain region. The county's rescue team is traversing downstream along the river, methodically conducting their search. 5 hours have passed since Lin Nanfeng and his companions fell into the river, and it is now nearly 4:30 in the afternoon. As the rescue team ventures deeper into the Shinnong Mountain, the darkness increases, compounded by a light drizzle that renders the paths treacherous, where a moment's inattention could lead to a plunge into the raging waters. "Captain, we have searched 20 kilometers downstream. The likelihood of survival for those who fell into the river is exceedingly low. Should we continue our search downstream?" Some members of the rescue team, feeling disheartened, posed this query. Upon hearing this, the team leader, Su Yuanqing, gazed upon the pale, beautiful woman at the front of the line, a look of helplessness crossing his features. This rescue team was the first to arrive at the scene of the accident, initially tasked only with retrieving vehicles. However, under orders from superiors, including a direct call from the director of the Jiangxing mayor's office, they were compelled to search vigorously to find the living or recover the deceased. Additionally, it was rumored that a prominent business leader from Jiangxing was organizing another rescue team. Reflecting on this, Su Yuanqing spoke sternly, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. What kind of training do you undergo? You, a group of strapping men, should not be outdone by a frail woman." He felt a measure of admiration for Yun Zhiyi, who, despite their 3-hour trek along the river, remained silent, meticulously searching for any sign of the missing. Yet, as time marched on and the search distance grew, her hope began to wane. She now trudged forward, a mere shell of her former self, towards a distant flicker of hope, her face streaked with tears, her expression one of despair and anger. "Lin Nanfeng, you treacherous scoundrel! Did you not vow a lifetime of commitment to me? Now you abandon me, just as you did in the past." Approximately 5 kilometers downstream, Lin Nanfeng had kindled a fire, using its warmth to dry their clothes. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, an eerie silence settled, broken only by the distant roars of wild beasts from the depths of the forest. "Nanfeng, are there really no wild beasts lurking in these mountains?" Xiaoyundi instinctively drew closer to Lin Nanfeng. "Rest assured, the flames will ward off any beasts that might approach." He reassured her, handing her a roasted rabbit. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the events of the day, realizing that both vehicles involved had been premeditated arrangements. He had already inquired of Xie Yuani, and she alone was privy to their trip to the county. The information must have leaked from within the Nanfeng group, with only a select few, including Yi Anren, privy to it. Could it be her? Lin Nanfeng's face betrayed disbelief. As he contemplated, Xie Yuandi exclaimed loudly beside him, "Nanfeng? Could that be the rescue team?" At 5:30 in the afternoon, deep within the Shenangjia Mountains, dusk had begun to settle. Lin Nanfeng rose to his feet. Catching sight of distant lights from the rescue team and hearing voices calling out to him and Xie Yuandi, he hurriedly retrieved a torch from the fire and ascended to a higher vantage point, shouting aloud. Cloud Zhiyi, who had nearly lost hope, suddenly heard that familiar voice, causing her heart to leap as her gaze fixated on the distant glow. The vague silhouette in the distance resonated with the deepest impressions in her memory, that figure having once illuminated her dark existence. Ignoring the pain in her feet, her face alight with hope, she sprinted toward the light. "Miss Yun, slow down and watch your step," Su Yuanqing cautioned, having also noticed the distant illumination. A sense of relief washed over him. They had finally located the missing persons. A miracle indeed. As the rescue team drew closer, Lin Nanfeng recognized Cloud Zhiyi running at the head of the group. By the dim light, he could see her tear-streaked face, instantly filling him with guilt and sorrow. Cloud Zhiyi halted before him, gazing blankly, her expression a mix of anger and concern. "Zhiyi," Lin Nanfeng chuckled foolishly, brushing his hand across his head. Before he could finish his sentence, Cloud Zhiyi, in tears, rushed into his embrace, sobbing fiercely. "Lin Nanfeng, you big idiot, you've made me worry for so long." With that, she bit down hard on his shoulder. Lin Nanfeng winced at the pain in his shoulder, gritting his teeth and slowly closing his eyes, holding the woman tightly in his arms. They remained in that embrace for what felt like an eternity, the tranquil mountain forest echoing only with her weeping, resonant with longing. Struggling to stand, Xie Yuandi observed the couple entwined together, a look of melancholy crossing his face, his heart a tumult of emotions. In Lin Nanfeng's arms, Cloud Zhiyi could no longer maintain her composure. Her body, once taut, fell softly into his embrace, gradually slipping into unconsciousness. Noticing the diminishing strength of her sobs, Lin Nanfeng's expression changed drastically. He called out her name anxiously, gazing at her closed eyes. "Mr. Lin, allow Miss Yun to rest a while. She has fainted from exhaustion and the strain of her emotions. Her determination to find you surpasses that of any of the boys in our team," Su Yuanqing gently interjected. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng tenderly caressed Cloud Zhiyi's tear-stained face, his expression one of profound concern. After identifying himself, Su Yuanqing contacted the command center, requesting the dispatch of a rescue helicopter. Having sent their location via satellite phone, they awaited assistance on the spot. Meanwhile, outside the rescue command center, Yi Anren gazed anxiously at the darkening sky, her expression fraught with worry as she cast her eyes toward the distant mountains. The rescue team she had meticulously organized had already set out for the search. Although she wished to accompany them, the team leader had intercepted her. "Good news, Miss Yi," Wei Yue exclaimed, rushing out from the command center. "Mr. Lin Nanfeng and the others have been located, and they are unharmed." Upon hearing this, Yi Anren's previously tense demeanor relaxed, yet her voice trembled as she inquired, "When will they return?" "The command center has dispatched a helicopter to retrieve them. It's south quite close to the county, and they will be taken directly there. Should we go to the county to await their arrival?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Anren replied coldly, "No, we shall return to Jiang City first. The matter of cooperation with Huading is his responsibility. As for the Jinzhong group, it is time for us to retaliate." Wei Anren expressed her astonishment. "Are we not supposed to feign cooperation with Huading? Our objective is merely to sabotage Jinzhong group's acquisition of Huading. Having come this far, I do not wish to jeopardize our relationship with him. Let Huading be included as well." Yanan responded cryptically. Chapter 59. Live well at 6 in the evening, the weather cleared. The night had fully descended. and Lin Nanfeng and his companions had ignited a large bonfire in an open area to guide the approaching rescue helicopter. Lin Nanfeng cradled the sleeping Yun Zhiyi beside the fire, her grip firmly clutching the hem of his garment. Yuanqin approached, offering him a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. Is Xie Yuanyi's injury serious? Lin Nanfeng asked softly as he accepted the food, glancing at Xie Yuanyi, who was being treated in the distance. Her wound is fine. It has been disinfected with alcohol and should heal within a few days. Su Yuanqing replied with a smile, handing over his medical supply kit to Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng shook his head with a smile, gently saying, I am uninjured. A first aid kit is unnecessary. Mr. Lin, this is not for you. Miss Yun has walked nearly 4 hours on mountainous terrain in search of you. Even we, the trained rescue team members, have blisters on our feet. She, being a city girl, must surely have many blisters, Su Yuanqing explained. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing Su Yuanqing's words, felt a pang of concern and looked at Yun Zhiyi with a mix of tenderness and worry. He gently removed her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate feet, red and covered in blisters. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi awoke from the pain, her eyes fluttering open as she called out, Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng softly patted her back, reassuring her, I am here. I am fine. As Yun Zhiyi lifted her gaze to meet his cheek, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and her expression turned grave as she struggled to rise. Seeing her distress, Lin Nanfeng held her tightly, whispering, You have injuries on your feet. You cannot walk right now. Upon hearing the words, Yun Zhiyi pouted her lips, resembling a small tiger in a fit of rage, and exclaimed, You scoundrel, let go of me. I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. With that, she began to struggle violently in Lin Nanfeng's embrace. Lin Nanfeng, feeling a surge of irritation, swiftly delivered a gentle slap to her rear. This foolish woman was still throwing a tantrum, utterly oblivious to the blisters forming on her feet, showing no regard for her own well-being. The crisp sound echoed in the stillness of the night, drawing the attention of the others gathered around the campfire, their eyes turning to Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi's face flushed a deep crimson, a rosy hue blooming upon her ears, as she hurriedly buried her head into Lin Nanfeng's chest. With a huff, she muttered, You big bully, all you do is pick on me. Beside them, Su Yuanqing smiled as she observed the playful banter between Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi. After handing Lin Nanfeng a first aid kit, she chuckled, Ah, to be young again. You two certainly know how to have fun. With that, she discreetly made her exit, leaving only Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi by the fire. Lin Nanfeng, gazing at the now docile Yun Zhiyi in his arms, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do not be angry anymore, teacher Yun. I promise I shall never cause you worry again, he cooed softly. After speaking, he carefully placed her on a clean mat, preparing to tend to the blisters on her feet. Does it hurt? With each blister he punctured, Yun Zhiyi's body trembled slightly. A little, but it doesn't compare to the heartache I felt when I couldn't find you. She stubbornly kept her eyes shut. Yet, Lin Nanfeng could see the tears welling at the corners of her eyes from the pain. His heart ached once more as he delicately disinfected her feet. It may sting a bit, just bear with it. Once he finished bandaging her, he cradled Yun Zhiyi in his arms again, gazing at the myriad stars above. He gently inquired, Teacher Yun, what would you have done if you hadn't found me? Yun Zhiyi replied, her voice wistful, I would have continued to live well, coming to this riverbank every day to scold you. And when I grow old, I would throw myself into the river, in the depths of the underworld. I would continue to berate you for not keeping your promises. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Nanfeng, taken aback, hastily said, Do not cry. Am I not here now? Are you made of water? How can you have so many tears? He then made a silly face at her. Yun Zhiyi wiped her tears away, chuckling at his antics, but then, with unwavering resolve, she stated, I do not know what I would do if I had not found you, but my ultimate destination is this river. Therefore, Lin Nanfeng, you must live well from now on, even if it is for my sake. Upon hearing her words, Lin Nanfeng set aside his playful demeanor, responding with a firm conviction. Very well, I shall live my life well for the sake of Yun Zhiyi. Beneath the vast starry sky, Lin Nanfeng once again pledged his promise to the girl in his arms. At that moment, a rescue helicopter arrived, ready to transport them to the nearest county hospital. Night fell. Lin Nanfeng and Xie Yunyi were undergoing a comprehensive examination at the county people's hospital. Initially, Lin Nanfeng was reluctant to visit the hospital, yet he could not withstand the piercing gaze of Yun Zhiyi beside him. A night passed in silence. However, the news of Lin Nanfeng's survival sent shockwaves through Jiangxing. What? Lin Nanfeng is still alive? Did Qi not claim that Lin Nanfeng had plunged into the river, leaving no chance for survival? Gu Yunhe bellowed with a twisted expression of rage. After his outburst, he sank limply onto the sofa. Lin Nanfeng had evaded death this time, and there would be no further opportunities to eliminate him. Simultaneously, the Gu family would face retribution from Lin Nanfeng, especially considering his special connection with Yi Anren. The Gu family might find themselves ousted from the Nanfeng group by Yi Anren. In a flurry, Gu Yunhe turned to the butler beside him and inquired, "Have Qi Yi and the others escaped the confines of Jiangxing?" Not yet. This time, the police response has been remarkably swift. With law enforcement present at all entry and exit points, the butler replied. Then why are they still here? Are they waiting to be apprehended by the police? Gu Yunhe shouted in frustration. At the same moment, Xiao Chuluo received the news of Lin Nanfeng's successful rescue. His somber face betraying his agitation as he cast the chess piece in his hand to the ground. Lin Nanfeng, you truly are difficult to kill. How is the negotiation with Tian Yuanzhou from Huading progressing? After a moment of contemplation, Assistant Duan responded, Tian Yuanzhou is still somewhat hesitant. That old fox. He won't act until he sees the rabbit. Increase the acquisition price by another percentage point, and inform him that this is the only opportunity for this transaction. Xiao Chuluo said in a low voice. At the same time, Assistant Duan, you must head to the county overnight, while Lin Nanfeng and Xie Yunyi are still unaware. Pressure Tian Yuanzhou to finalize the contract by tomorrow. In the corridor of the county people's hospital, Lin Nanfeng seized the moment while Yun Zhiyi and Xie Yunyi were engrossed in conversation to retreat to the smoking room. After extinguishing the cigarette but in his hand and pondering for a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Tianqi, do you have a moment? I need you to investigate 2 pieces of information for me. After ending the call, Lin Nanfeng gazed out the window at the full moon, his heart unsettled. Chapter 60. A False Front, a hidden passage. The following morning, Lin Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes, awakening from slumber. He looked tenderly at the sleeping Yun Zhiyi beside him and carefully draped the blanket over her, gently loosening her grip around him. Are you going to Huading's factory this morning with Xie Yunyi? As soon as Lin Nanfeng got out of bed, he heard Yun Zhiyi's melodious voice behind him. Lin Nanfeng smiled broadly. After discussing with Xie Yunyi the previous night, they planned to visit Huading's factory early that morning to finalize a cooperation plan. Based on the information he had gathered, Lin Nanfeng speculated that their recent ambush was likely an attempt to thwart their arrival at the county. If the Nanfeng group failed to secure a partnership with Huading, the greatest beneficiary would be the Jinzhong group, which had already been secretly liaising with the heads of the county factory. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, he spoke earnestly, We must expedite the agreement with Huading. I fear the delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Although Xie Yunyi appears to be in control of Huading, a significant portion of the actual power rests in the hands of others. Upon hearing these words, Yun Zhiyi fell into a moment of reflection before softly expressing, Is it possible that even if we reach an agreement with the Nanfeng group, it may not save Huading? In that case, it might be preferable for Huading to be acquired by Jinzhong, as Xie Yunyi could potentially receive a substantial compensation. Lin Nanfeng's face bore an expression of astonishment as he stared blankly at Yun Zhiyi on the bed, unable to comprehend her line of thought. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, If we collaborate with the Nanfeng group, Huading could escape the business interference from Jinzhong, and the Nanfeng group would also gain upstream suppliers in the new energy industry. Isn't that a win-win for both parties? Yun Zhiyi moved behind the bed and handed her phone to Lin Nanfeng, whispering, Yi Anren's intention in bringing you to the county may merely be to divert Jinzhong's attention or to sabotage their acquisition of Huading. Her true objective lies with the Tianyuan group in Rongqing. Upon seeing the news on the phone, Lin Nanfeng's brow furrowed. He was aware that Tianyuan Group, which was almost identical in business to Huading, was a large enterprise, albeit one that had encountered difficulties in its transformation in recent years. Surely, Yi Anren wouldn't deceive me, he thought, swallowing nervously and questioning uncertainly. Yun Zhiyi shook her head in exasperation, casting him a disapproving glance. You deserve to be this naive. You're completely oblivious to your sister's betrayal. Yi Anren is renowned in the business world, having taken control of the Yi family at the age of 21, and is celebrated for her cunning. Moreover, the business realm does not prioritize personal relationships. She wouldn't hesitate to forsake the interests of the Nanfeng Group simply because you are her brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression dimmed. If Yi Anren were indeed feigning collaboration with Huading while covertly acquiring Tianyuan, he would find himself powerless, as the Nanfeng Group was not his to command, and he could not dictate its corporate strategies. Yet, he couldn't shake the guilt towards Xie Yun, as it was he who facilitated the collaboration between Huading and the Nanfeng Group. However, he resolved to draw a clear boundary with Yi Anren moving forward. Seeing Lin Nanfeng's despondent demeanor, Yun Zhiyi let out a soft chuckle. Come now, lift your spirits. Perhaps Yi Anren will genuinely consider collaborating with Huading out of respect for you. Go to the factory with Xie Yun to discuss the partnership, and we shall see how Yi Anren reacts once the contract is signed. After saying this, she playfully nudged the dejected Lin Nanfeng towards the hotel bathroom to freshen up, before sitting on the bed with an indifferent expression. Yi Anren, had I been the person I once was, I might have chosen Tianyuan, but now I would make a different choice. So which will you choose this time, Tianyuan or Huading? Meanwhile, in the office of the vice president at Huading's factory on the outskirts of the county, the atmosphere was tense. Mr. Tian, have you made a decision this time? I am here with sincerity, and the acquisition price can be raised by 1 percentage point, Assistant Duan stated in a low voice, glancing at the smiling Tian Yuanzhou beside him. Assistant Duan, it's still early. We can take our time discussing this, Tian Yuanzhou replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Duan Chang's expression changed. It appeared that this old fox would not yield without some pressure. Xie Yun from Huading has arrived in the county. Her presence undoubtedly signifies the reclamation of your authority, even if you are an esteemed elder within Huading. Moreover, you are acutely aware of the extent of your greed over these many years. The acquisition of Huading by Jinzhong Group offers you an opportunity to extricate yourself. Upon hearing this, Tian Yunzhou's expression darkened, gradually sinking into contemplation as time passed slowly. Duan Changhe feigned a sigh, smiling as he remarked, Since General Tian has chosen not to accept Jinzhong's offer, I must take my leave. I hope to see you again at Huading. With that, he rose to depart. Wait. I agree to the acquisition of Huading by Jinzhong, Tian Yuanzhou hastily interjected, standing up. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Duan Chang's lips. Congratulations, General Tian, on making the right choice. Let's finalize the contract immediately. Suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing the frostbitten visage of Xie Yun, followed closely by the solemn expression of Lin Nanfeng. A wave of relief washed over Lin Nanfeng. He had made it just in time. The two individuals inside the office visibly shifted at the sight of Lin Nanfeng and his companion. Xia, my dear niece, it has been a while. What brings you to the factory today? Tian Yuanzhou quickly masked his somber demeanor with a cheerful facade. Xie Yun glanced at Duan Changhe, her voice devoid of warmth as she stated, If I hadn't come today, I assume Uncle Tian would have sold Huading. Her cold words resonated in the office, causing Tian Yuanzhou's expression to darken further. Manager Xie, the acquisition of Huading by Jinzhong is a means of assistance. Given Huading's operational status, it would face closure within 6 months, Duan Changhe asserted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Nanfeng stepped forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Jinzhong Group truly exhibits false benevolence, openly suppressing Huading while brazenly seizing its market, leading to its operational struggles, and now claiming to offer assistance. Duan Changhe listened to Lin Nanfeng's words with a grim countenance, choosing not to engage in a dispute. He addressed Tian Yuanzhou in a low voice. The actual control of Huading's factory resides with you. You have the authority to sign this contract on behalf of Huading. He then reached into his briefcase to retrieve the acquisition contract. Uncle Tian, Huading is a legacy built through the relentless efforts of you and my father's generation. How can you now hand over this hard-earned foundation to others? Xie Yuni implored urgently. I regret to say that selling the Huading factory benefits both you and me. So please forgive me. Uncle Tian Yuanzhou replied solemnly, preparing to sign the acquisition contract. General Tian, I believe you will not be able to sign this acquisition contract today. Lin Nanfeng's voice echoed softly in the room. In the office, Lin Nanfeng stood resolutely in front of Tian Yuanzhou, obstructing his path to sign the contract with Jinzhou. Lin Nanfeng, it appears you have no authority to prevent General Tian from signing the acquisition contract for Huading, Duan Changhe remarked darkly. Lin Nanfeng coughed lightly. Responding with a smile, I may not, but the law does. He then glanced at his watch, calculating the time. They should be arriving soon. Yun Zhiyi entered the room accompanied by 2 uniformed police officers. Upon seeing them, Tian Yuanzhou's body quivered slightly, and a look of worry crossed his face as he glanced at the expressionless Xie Yuandi and the sullen Duan Changhe. Forcing a calm smile, he inquired, Comrades of the police, may I ask the purpose of your visit to Huading? Tian Yuanzhou, you are suspected of organizing criminal gang activities and need to accompany us to the police station for an investigation. As for your unlawful appropriation of company assets, Huading will be initiating a lawsuit against you, and given the substantial amount involved, you will be held criminally liable, one of the officers stated solemnly. At these words, Tian Yuanzhou's complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed loudly, Comrade police, I am innocent. Someone must be framing me. Manager Tian, do not lament your innocence here. The evidence of your crimes is clearly documented, Lin Nanfeng remarked, throwing a stack of documents before him. Confronted with the irrefutable evidence before him, Tian Yuanzhou's body went limp as he sank to the ground. He turned to Xie Yuandi, pleading, I watched you grow up. Do you truly wish to bring your uncle to ruin? Xie Yuandi cast a glance at Lin Nanfeng and replied solemnly, Uncle Tian, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. After the police escorted Tian Yuanzhou away, Lin Nanfeng regarded the shadowed face of Duan Changhe and remarked sarcastically, without even the lead actor for this performance, might you consider departing from Huading? Duan Changhe, still disheartened, turned to Xie Yuandi and said, President Xie, should you agree to the acquisition proposal from Jinzhou, please feel free to contact me. Xie Yuandi shook her head resolutely, stating, Huading was founded by my father, and I have invested much effort into it. I will not consent to its acquisition. After completing his investigation, Yun Zhiyi finished the report and promptly sent it to Yi Anren. Before long, he received confirmation from Yi Anren to sign the cooperation agreement. Following the signing with Xie Yuandi, she would need to regain control of the factory, thus temporarily remaining in the county. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi drove back to Jiangcheng, as he intended to personally clarify the true circumstances with Yi Anren and ascertain whether Nanfeng Group was genuinely committed to collaborating with Huading. In the car, Yun Zhiyi inquired with some confusion, how did you uncover the evidence of Tian Yuanzhou's crimes? Lin Nanfeng chuckled mysteriously, a secret. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhiyi expressed his concerns. When you meet with Yi Anren, ensure you communicate effectively. Do not argue with her. Lin Nanfeng smiled in response. Rest assured, I merely wish to ascertain the truth of the matter, so I can inform Xie Yuandi in advance. After a brief pause for contemplation, Lin Nanfeng added solemnly, based on your understanding of her, what kind of person do you believe she is? With a composed demeanor, Yun Zhiyi replied gravely, cold-blooded and ruthless. Lin Nanfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment, finding it hard to believe that Yun Zhiyi would characterize Yi Anren in such a manner. During their time together, Yi Anren always appeared to possess the demeanor of a young girl, making it difficult to associate her with cold-blooded cruelty. Yun Zhiyi observed Lin Nanfeng's astonished expression and gradually elucidated. Upon returning from her studies abroad, Yi Anren exerted an iron-fisted control over the Yi family, eliminating many of its senior members, including several uncles and cousins. Externally, she forcefully acquired numerous enterprises, establishing the Yi family as the sole dominant force. which has incited profound animosity among many local business families. If it were not for your influence, the Nanfeng group would never consider collaborating with the Yi family. Yi Anren would undoubtedly devour Huading. The more Yun Zhiyi spoke, the more alarmed Lin Nanfeng became. Therefore, do not be deceived by Yi Anren's exterior. My senior brother Xiao believes himself astute, yet his perspective is not on par with Yi Anren's. He remains oblivious to the fact that he is but a pawn. Lin Nanfeng cast a glance at the seemingly frail Yun Zhiyi and teasingly inquired, "Who is more formidable, you or her?" Yun Zhiyi shot him a disapproving glare, but confidently replied, "We are evenly matched." Afterward, an unexpected thought crossed her mind, and a look of concern spread across her face as she hesitantly said, "Nanfeng, my mother may be coming to Jiangqing." What? Lin Nanfeng's expression turned tense, as if he had heard something truly alarming. The SUV came to a gradual halt at the roadside, and he gazed anxiously at Yun Zhiyi. "Your mother wants to meet her son-in-law, but it is highly likely she is coming to disrupt our relationship." He tightly grasped Yun Zhiyi's hand and softly reassured her, "Regardless of what Annie says, I will not leave you. All right, we will face any difficulties together." Simultaneously, Xiao Chuluo received the news that the acquisition of Huading had failed and cast a somber glance at Duanchanghe. The Nanfeng group had prepared thoroughly this time, possessing incriminating evidence against Tian Yuanzhou, and Xie Yuanyi had regained control of Huading. Duanchanghe lowered his head, speaking in a subdued tone. After contemplating for a moment in his office chair, Xiao Chuluo slowly raised his head and said gravely, "This acquisition of Huading can be deemed a failure. Tomorrow, you will contact the Tianyuan group in Rongqing to facilitate a collaboration with them." Xiao Chuluo felt quite powerless. Cooperating with Tianyuan might place them at a disadvantage. However, the group had no excess liquidity available, having invested in the construction of the upstream supply chain for new energy. "President Xiao, I just received news that the Nanfeng group has acquired Tianyuan." Duanchang's voice grew even more somber. "What?" Xiao Chuluo turned on the television, where the Jiangxing Economic Channel was reporting the acquisition of Tianyuan by the Nanfeng group. Well, Yi Anren openly laying the groundwork while secretly maneuvering. Xiao Chuluo's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, overwhelmed with anger, he coughed up blood and collapsed into his chair. "Presidente, Presidente. Call for an ambulance quickly." Urgent cries echoed through the office. Downstairs at the Nanfeng group, Lin Nanfeng ascended alone to meet Yi Anren. Upon exiting the elevator, he encountered Wei Yuwei, who appeared entirely unfazed by his presence and smiled. "President Yi is already waiting for you in her office." Lin Nanfeng's heart sank at her words. It seemed Yun Zhiyi's assessment was indeed accurate. Yi Anren was astutely cunning. Lin Nanfeng inquired in a hushed tone, "You were the one who disclosed my trip to the county to the Jinzhong group, weren't you?" Wei Yaowei felt a profound shock within her, never having anticipated that Lin Nanfeng could uncover such information. Yet, she maintained a smile on her face and replied softly, "Mr. Yi will clarify everything for you." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Nanfeng refrained from pressing Wei Yaowei further. He gradually approached the door of the president's office, unaware of the tempest that awaited him and Yi Anren. Chapter 62. Sister-in-law with a grave expression, Lin Nanfeng pushed open the office door and stepped inside. His gaze immediately fell upon Yi Anren, who stood by the window, her face betraying signs of fatigue. Upon hearing the door creak open, she turned to see Lin Nanfeng's solemn countenance, and a smile broke across her face as she beamed at him. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, with the autumn sun streaming through the glass, casting a warm glow upon them. Breaking the silence that enveloped the office, Lin Nanfeng spoke in a low voice. "Did you inform the Jinzhong group about my trip to the county?" His tone carried a hint of coldness and skepticism. Yi Anren glided gracefully towards him, her gaze fixed intently on his cheek. With a playful smile, she responded, "It seems you figured it out, but it wasn't Tian Zhiyi who told you, was it?" Observing the childlike demeanor of Yi Anren, Lin Nanfeng found it hard to reconcile this version of her with the cold, ruthless figure described by Yun Zhiyi. He sighed inwardly, his expression softening as he spoke slowly. "Did you send me to the county merely to divert the Jinzhong group's attention?" while your true aim is to acquire the Rongqing Tianyuan group. As his words hung in the air, Yi Anren's smile faded, and after a moment of silence, she replied softly, "Sometimes, being too clever can be detrimental, brother. If you marry her, Yun Zhiyi will have you tightly under her control." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of anger, realizing that he had come to seek the truth from Yi Anren, yet she was now admonishing him. Noticing the growing fury on Lin Nanfeng's face, Yi Anren decided to refrain from provoking him further. She reached out to grasp his arm, attempting to pull him into the office. However, Lin Nanfeng remained impassive at the doorway, refusing to budge, while Yi Anren, lacking sufficient strength, could not move the robust Lin Nanfeng. Seeing her sulking, she huffed, "Brother, I am the president of both the Yi family and the Nanfeng group. Don't you have any regard for my authority? We ought to discuss matters inside the office rather than letting the employees gossip outside." After a brief silence, Lin Nanfeng, feeling resigned, stepped into the office. As he did, Yi Anren's previously angry expression transformed into a radiant smile. She approached Lin Nanfeng with a demeanor of restrained formality after closing the office door behind her. In a low voice, it was stated, "The Jinzhong group has consistently set its sights on the Nanfeng group. My primary purpose for coming to Jiangshan this time is to acquire Tianyuan." Yun Zhiyi was not mistaken. I initially feigned cooperation with Huading to delay Jinzhong's acquisition of Huading. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's gaze towards Yi Anren grew increasingly frosty. Realizing that the truth aligned with Yun Zhiyi's assertions, he turned to leave. Since Yi Anren had no plans for collaboration with Huading, he felt it necessary to inform Xie Yuandi to make early arrangements. Lin Nanfeng was not genuinely angry with Yi Anren, even if she did not collaborate with Huading. Nanfeng Group had its own developmental trajectory. As the president of the group, Yi Anren bore responsibility for the thousands of employees under Nanfeng Group. Yet, it was precisely Yi Anren's deceit that incited Lin Nanfeng's true ire. Seeing Lin Nanfeng attempt to depart, Yi Anren, filled with urgency, implored, "Brother, can you please let me finish?" She then presented a document from her desk before him. It detailed the group's proposed collaboration with Huading, expressing the desire for him to serve as the project's lead. "You would be responsible for the specifics of future cooperation with Huading." Lin Nanfeng, glancing at the project proposal in his hands, was taken aback by Yi Anren's actions. According to Yun Zhiyi, after acquiring Tianyuan, she was unlikely to pursue collaboration with Huading. He spoke in a deep tone. "Do you truly wish to partner with Huading? Or is this another trap for me?" Yi Anren, linking her arm with Lin Nanfeng's, shot him a playful glare and, feigning annoyance, replied, "I originally had no intentions of collaborating with Huading, but who can resist when you are my brother?" Lin Nanfeng, slightly bewildered, remarked, "Weren't you once cold and unyielding? Don't you adhere to the principle of no sentiment in business? It was Yun Zhiyi who instigated this, wasn't it? She's trying to sow discord between us siblings." Yi Anren retorted fiercely, "She is not to be trusted." Lin Nanfeng, like the Cohabit, Yi Anren's Vorderhat, to which she glared at him with mock anger. "In the future, show some respect to Zhiyi. She will be your sister-in-law." Lin Nanfeng said with a hint of resignation, "I absolutely do not want her as my sister-in-law." Yi Anren pouted, murmuring softly. Lin Nanfeng sighed inwardly, pondering how in other households, it's often the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who clash, while here it seemed to be the sister-in-law and sister-in-law. He could already envision their future encounters, fraught with tension. "Seeing your sincerity in revealing the truth today, I shall forgive you," Lin Nanfeng said softly. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile illuminated Yi Anren's face. Observing her whimsical demeanor, Lin Nanfeng pretended to scold her, saying, "If you dare deceive me again, I shall deliver a blow to your head." He then raised his fist, resembling a sandbag. Yi Anren instinctively leaned in, and then mustering her courage, retorted, "Humph, I, the esteemed heir of the Yi family, fear no one. Given your demeanor, who would dare marry you in the future?" Lin Nanfeng replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Yi Anren cast a sidelong glance at Lin Nanfeng, letting out a cold huff before responding in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "No one is marrying me, so I shan't marry anyone." Lin Nanfeng, upon overhearing Yi Anren's whispered words, deftly shifted the topic, speaking softly. Have you confirmed whether the assailants from yesterday were affiliated with the Jinzhong group? A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Anren's eyes as she replied solemnly. The individual who collided with you yesterday was sent by the Gu family. The Gu family? Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, perplexed as to how this matter was intertwined with the Gu family. Despite his conflicts with Gu Yunhe, would Gu Yunhe truly resort to sending someone to kill him? Would the elder of the Gu family consent to such an act? Given their long-standing experience in the business world, Yi Anren released Lin Nanfeng's arm, presenting him with the investigative documents on the table. I discovered that Li Tianxing from the Qingjiang Association met with Gu Yunhe last weekend, and it was Li Tianxing who reported your accident. I suspect that the Qingjiang Association is colluding with the Jinzhong group, and that Xiao Chuluo from the Jinzhong group is using Gu Yunhe to eliminate you while reaping the benefits for himself. Lin Nanfeng scrutinized the documents in his hand and inquired gravely, "What do you intend to do regarding the Gu family's actions?" Naturally, I plan to expel every member of the Gu family from within the Nanfeng group. I could previously tolerate their presence, but now I have no reservations. Yi Anren's icy voice resonated throughout the office. After hearing this, Lin Nanfeng could envision the considerable upheaval Yi Anren's cleansing of the Nanfeng group would undoubtedly incite. Chapter 63. The dog in the lobby of the Nanfeng group. Lin Nanfeng and Wei Yaowei had just exited the elevator when they were met with a cacophony of noise. Tell Yi Anren, the Nanfeng group belongs to the Gu family. You have no authority to expel me. Lin Nanfeng turned in the direction of the uproar, spotting Gu Yunhe, behaving like a mad dog, creating a scene in the lobby. A few security personnel stood beside him, prepared to escort him out. At this peak hour of the workday, a crowd of Nanfeng group employees had gathered around Gu Yunhe. The tides had turned. Who would have imagined this would be his fate? He had often wielded his family's influence to bully others within the company, and this was the outcome he deserved. The employees of the Nanfeng group, who had long endured Gu Yunhe's tyranny in silence, now whispered among themselves, voicing their opinions on his downfall. Your CEO is indeed decisive, swiftly initiating the expulsion of the Gu family members from the organization. Lin Nanfeng remarked gravely to Wei Yaowei as he observed Gu Yunhe's rapid dismissal. Wei Yaowei cleared her throat quietly, casting a sideways glance at the man beside her. He was not unattractive. She pondered what charm he possessed that had captured the CEO's favor. Yet, maintaining a professional smile, she replied, originally, Gu Yunhe was to be arrested by the police. But it seems the Gu family employed some cunning scheme. The three who fled the scene took full responsibility without implicating Gu Yunhe. Upon hearing the words, Lin Nanfeng's expression turned grave as he gazed at Gu Yunhe. Since the Gu family was resolutely protecting Gu Yunhe, it was evident they had incurred significant costs. Without the support of the Nanfeng group, Gu Yunhe and the Gu family would no longer pose a threat. Contemplating this, he slowly smiled and remarked, regarding our collaboration with Huading, I would appreciate Secretary Wei's diligent efforts in the future. Yi Anren had assigned him the responsibility of overseeing the partnership with Huading, which now caused him considerable distress, as he had initially intended to decline. However, Yi Anren had threatened him with the termination of the collaboration should he refuse to take charge of the project. Thus, Lin Nanfeng reluctantly acquiesced. Wei Yaowei, upon hearing this, teasingly remarked, "You must have a word with President Yi about raising my salary, as I am currently juggling multiple roles." Lin Nanfeng felt quite embarrassed, but nodded in agreement. He then carefully navigated through the crowd, wishing to avoid conversing with the unpredictable Gu Yunhe, who was destined to face the consequences of his actions. Outside the Nanfeng group parking lot, Lin Nanfeng was strenuously searching for Yun Zhiyi's figure. Upon spotting her, his expression momentarily froze. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi was engaged in a cheerful conversation with Su Ro, who stood beside her. His current girlfriend and ex-girlfriend conversing amiably. He cautiously approached Yun Zhiyi and cleared his throat, inadvertently drawing the attention of the two women. Upon recognizing Lin Nanfeng, Yun Zhiyi shot him a disapproving glare. Have you resolved matters with her? Lin Nanfeng nodded and, with a stern expression, placed his hand on Yun Zhiyi's shoulder. Did I not ask you to wait for me in the car? You should not be running around with your foot injury. Ignoring Lin Nanfeng's dark demeanor, Yun Zhiyi softly replied. I encountered Su Ro in the car and decided to step out and chat for a bit. Intrigued, Lin Nanfeng inquired, what did you discuss? Do share with me. You are not even a girl. Why are you so interested in others' gossip? Yun Zhiyi playfully tugged at Lin Nanfeng's waist. Be gentle, that hurts. You are merely acting in front of Su Ro. I haven't even applied any force, yet you claim hurts. How did you manage to fall into the river with the car yesterday, without feeling pain? Su Ro observed the flirtation between the two, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Nanfeng, are you planning to go to the hospital for a checkup? Is your health all right? She inquired with genuine concern. I am as strong as an ox. My health is perfectly fine. That minor incident yesterday was trivial. Had I not been with Xie Yuanyi, I wouldn't have needed the rescue team at all. I could have easily exited Shun Nong Mountain by myself. Lin Nanfeng animatedly recounted the details of yesterday's events. However, during his narrative, he felt a chilling gaze fixed upon him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. The volume of his voice diminished as he noticed Yun Zhiyi's darkened expression, glaring fiercely at him. Lin Nanfeng quickly cleared his throat, hastily changing the subject. For Yun Zhiyi's icy stare felt as though it could pierce through him. Su Ro, noticing the shift in Yun Zhiyi's mood, deftly redirected the conversation. After Su Ro departed, the vast parking lot was left with only Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi. Yun Zhiyi gazed at him with an expression that was half smile, half serious. Lin Nanfeng, drenched in sweat, felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having spoken so thoughtlessly in her presence. Tentatively, he inquired, Wife, the sky is darkening. Shall we return home? Return home? Tonight you shall recount your grand achievements right here in this parking lot. Yun Zhiyi replied in a low voice. We could discuss it at home. It's not particularly safe to talk in the parking lot. Lin Nanfeng chuckled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi shot him a fierce glare and took a few steps forward before stopping abruptly. What is the matter, wife? Lin Nanfeng asked, puzzled. Carry me, Yun Zhiyi demanded, her voice laced with irritation. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Nanfeng's mood lifted as he realized that Yun Zhiyi was rather easy to placate. He gladly crouched down before her. As she climbed onto his back, Yun Zhiyi bit down hard on his left shoulder when he stood up. Pain shot through Lin Nanfeng, causing him to grit his teeth. After she released her grip, he grimaced and said, Yun Zhiyi, are you part dog? Why do you enjoy biting so much? Can't I bite you? I'm merely helping you remember to keep you alert. Heaven forbid I end up at home, heavily pregnant, and still worrying about you. Yun Zhiyi retorted angrily from his back. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing this, felt as if he had been struck down, his expression turning woeful. On their way, in an attempt to appease the irate Yun Zhiyi, Lin Nanfeng made a special stop to buy candied chestnuts. He had discovered that the secret to bringing a smile to her face lay in this delightful treat, a method that proved infallibly effective. Upon returning to their apartment complex, they discovered that the elevator was out of order, leaving Lin Nanfeng feeling utterly exasperated. He exchanged a glance with Yun Zhiyi, noting her injured foot. I suppose I'll have to carry you, he conceded, embodying the gentlemanly demeanor of a boyfriend as he ascended the 10 flights of stairs with her on his back, breathing heavily by the time they reached the door. Yun Zhiyi wiped the sweat from his forehead with her sleeve and slowly dismounted from his back. As she unlocked the door, the living room lights flickered on, revealing a woman sitting on the sofa, her features strikingly similar to Yun Zhiyi's. Watching them with an odd expression. Chapter 64. The mother-in-law meets her son-in-law mom. Why did you arrive in Jiangsheng a week early? Just yesterday. You said you'd come next week. Yun Zhiyi exclaimed, her face reflecting shock as her bag fell to the floor, the chain clinking against the hard surface. Clearly, she was unprepared for her mother, Shun Qingming's surprise visit. Hearing Yun Zhiyi's voice, Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his demeanor turning stiff. During their drive back, Yun Zhiyi had shared details about her family and discussed strategies to handle her mother. At that moment, he had laughed nonchalantly, saying, What is the big deal about meeting the mother-in-law? There is nothing to be nervous about. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son. However, upon truly encountering Yun Zhiyi's mother, Lin Nanfeng felt a flicker of trepidation. What if Shun Qingming did not recognize him as her son? He exchanged a glance with Yun Zhiyi, for which he discerned her inner anxiety. Supporting the injured foot of Yun Zhiyi, Lin Nanfeng slowly made his way from the shoe cabinet to stand before Shun Qingning. At that moment, they resembled high school students caught in a romance, heads bowed, too timid to meet Shun Qingning's gaze. Lin Nanfeng could sense the intensity of Shun Qingning's scrutinizing eyes, which rendered him quite uncomfortable. Xiao Yi, what happened to your foot? How did you sustain this injury? Lin Nanfeng paused for a few seconds. It was his first encounter with Shun Qingning and the first time he had heard her voice, which was somewhat different from his expectations. Shun Qingning's appearance and voice, like Yun Zhiyi's, exuded the gentle grace of a woman from the Jiangnan water towns. Her voice crisp and refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. It's just some ill-fitting shoes and walking for too long. I have a few blisters. Yun Zhiyi replied softly, while subtly tugging at Lin Nanfeng's sleeve, her eyes fixed intently upon him, her lips trembling slightly as if urging him to think of a solution quickly. Lin Nanfeng's expression mirrored his helplessness. What could he do? He could only brace himself for the situation. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shun Qingning's gentle voice from a sofa. You must be Nanfeng. Xiao, he often mentions you on the phone. After that girl Xiaoya returned to Hangsheng, she frequently brings you up in conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng felt a surge of joy. Evidently, Xiaoya was not unappreciated, and it appeared that Shun Qingning was not as difficult to approach as he had imagined. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Shun Qingning's, a woman in her 50s, yet her complexion remained remarkably well-maintained, with only the faintest crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. With utmost politeness, Lin Nanfeng replied sweetly, Hello, Annie. I often hear Teacher Yin speak of you. This is my first time meeting you in person. You look incredibly young. If you and Teacher Yun stood together, outsiders would surely mistake you for sisters. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng's words flowed as if coated in honey, drawing upon all the compliments he had learned over his 20-plus years of life to shower upon Shun Qingning. She smiled warmly at him, seemingly pleased with his flattery. Yun Zhiyi, relieved, murmured softly beside Lin Nanfeng, smooth talker. I'm not old. I'm in my 50s. Certainly not comparable to the youth of today. Shun Qingning chuckled. Auntie, you are hardly old. With your current appearance, you could easily pass for someone in their 30s. Lin Nanfeng sweetly countered, just as Lin Nanfeng and Shun Qingning were engrossed in their lively conversation. Yun Zhiyi cast him a meaningful glance. Lin Nanfeng discreetly gestured back to her. Auntie, I assume you haven't had dinner yet. Teacher Yin mentioned you enjoy Jiangxing cuisine. I could prepare something for you. Lin Nanfeng understood Yun Zhiyi's intent and quickly shifted the topic. It's quite a burden for you to cook often since Xiao Yi lives with you. Shun Qingning remarked with a gentle smile. Yun Zhiyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted and asserted, Mom, what are you saying? I can cook too. Shun Qingning cast a sidelong glance at Yun Zhiyi, responding coolly, Do we not know each other well enough? You could easily set the house ablaze with your cooking skills. Your culinary abilities are evidently lacking, and every time you're upset, you insist on retreating to the kitchen. The meals you prepare are so unpalatable that even the dog we keep at home refuses to eat them. Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. It turned out that Yun Zhiyi truly possessed this peculiar quirk. He had first-hand experience of her cooking, and the taste lingered in his memory even now. Since that day, he had resolutely barred Yun Zhiyi from the kitchen, rendering it a forbidden domain for her. With his face flushed and an effort to suppress his laughter, Lin Nanfeng stole a glance at Yun Zhiyi, who appeared somewhat irked by his current demeanor. Why don't you hurry up and cook? She urged. In response to her piercing gaze, Lin Nanfeng hastily vacated the living room, while Yun Zhiyi engaged Shun Qingning in conversation. Lin Nanfeng fervently showcased his culinary prowess in the kitchen. He understood profoundly that to leave a favorable impression on Shun Qingning, he must capture her heart through her stomach. Let us get started. It's time to demonstrate the culinary skills of a man from Jiangsheng. Lin Nanfeng motivated himself as he wielded the knife. At that moment, the ingredients in his hands appeared as intricately crafted works of art, coming together seamlessly. Soon, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Lin Nanfeng was confident in his cooking skills. He often prepared meals for Yun Zhiyi and was adept at the less spicy Jiangxing cuisine. At the dining table, Shun Qingning took a few delicate bites, her eyes lighting up in delight as she remarked, "Your cooking is truly commendable. Little E is in for a treat." As her words hung in the air, Lin Nanfeng's heart soared with joy. He exchanged a glance with Yun Zhiyi, and they both recognized the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Shun Qingning's praise was a clear affirmation of his abilities, indicating that he had successfully navigated the initial approval of his future mother-in-law. While Lin Nanfeng basked in his elation, Shun Qingning continued to eat and inquired, "Nanfeng, what do your parents do? Mom, do you have to ask so much on your first meeting?" Yun Zhiyi interjected, her tone tinged with irritation. Shun Qingning merely shot her a mild glance, her expression serious as she replied, "Shouldn't I clarify? You both live together now. What if one day an unexpected little grandson appears?" Yun Zhiyi, upon hearing this, blushed, yet her small hand gripped Lin Nanfeng's tightly beneath the table, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Lin Nanfeng understood that Yun Zhiyi was worried about his family's standing compared to hers, as societal norms in Huagua often dictated that families should be of equal status, and it was rare for women to marry beneath themselves. He offered Yun Zhiyi a reassuring look and softly replied, "Annie, I come from a blended family. My mother is a neurologist at the county hospital, and my stepfather is a section chief at a state-owned enterprise in the county. Although I belong to a blended family, Lin Wenxuan treats me as his own son, and I do not wish to deceive you in front of Shun Qingning." Chapter 65. A good impression in the dining room. After a moment of silence, Shun Qingning asked, "Are there any others in your family? I have a half-sister who is currently in her final year of high school and is about to take the college entrance examination. All my family members have already met her teacher. What do you do for a living now?" Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, inquiries about the male partner's profession are inescapable in today's world of matrimony. Yet he understood the necessity of such questions. After all, no parent would wish to marry their daughter off to someone with an unstable job. Just as he was about to respond, Yun Zhiyi interjected, "Nanfeng is the director of the security department at Jiangxing University and is also concurrently responsible for the business projects of the Jiangxing Nanfeng Group." Upon hearing Yun Zhiyi mention the Nanfeng Group, Lin Nanfeng noticed a slight tremor in Shun Qingning's hand as she held her chopsticks. He also observed her contemplative gaze fixed upon him. "Mom, please refrain from asking. You sound as if you were conducting a household registration check," Yun Zhiyi pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. After her remark, Shun Qingning ceased her inquiries, and Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was still adjusting to Shun Qingning's questions, which felt akin to an interrogation. After dinner, Lin Nanfeng washed the fruits from the refrigerator and placed them in the living room. Shun Qingning offered to help him clear the dishes, but he politely declined. In the kitchen, while washing the dishes, Lin Nanfeng sensed someone entering. Assuming it was Yun Zhiyi, he turned around only to find Shun Qingning, exuding a warm and gentle demeanor. "Annie, what brings you to the kitchen? Shouldn't you be in the living room catching up with Teacher Yin? It's been a while since you last saw each other," Lin Nanfeng said amiably. "Xiaoyi is getting ready in the bathroom, and I found myself with nothing to do in the living room. So I thought I'd come take a look in the kitchen." Shun Qingning replied with a kind smile. "You must have something you wish to discuss with me," Lin Nanfeng remarked as he removed his apron, ready to converse. "You're the one whom Xiaoyi has been waiting for over a decade, aren't you?" Lin Nanfeng's face registered surprise as he gazed at Shun Qingning. How could she possibly know? Yun Zhiyi had confided that this secret had been kept in her heart for more than 10 years. Seeming to perceive Lin Nanfeng's puzzled expression, Shun Qingning chuckled softly. "Do you think I would know my own daughter? Since her university days, until now, she has never had a close male friend. Even when I tried to set her up for blind dates, she refused to go. At times, I began to doubt whether she would ever marry. But how did you come to know that it was me she was waiting for?" Lin Nanfeng inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Given Yun Zhiyi's stubborn nature, had she not awaited him, it was possible that she would never marry at all. "A few years ago, when she was studying abroad, I stumbled upon her diary while tidying her room at home. The pages were filled with your name. Therefore, when Xiaoyi mentioned the name of her boyfriend, I immediately recognized it as yours," Shun Qingning explained slowly. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback by her words. He was aware that Yun Zhiyi had been searching for him for many years, but he had not imagined that she had documented it in her diary. Gathering his courage, Lin Nanfeng declared with unwavering conviction, "Annie, I will not allow Xiaoyi to wait in vain for these 10 years. Please trust me with her. I will ensure that she is never hurt again." After a few moments of silence, Shun Qingning, with a grave expression, remarked, "I am aware that during these past few months, while Xiaoyi's identity has been exposed, it has been you who protected her. However, remaining by her side may invite innumerable dangers." Lin Nanfeng felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly realized that the Jiangshang National Security Agency would undoubtedly inform her of his role in safeguarding Yun Zhiyi. With a solemn tone, Lin Nanfeng replied, "I will protect Zhiyi diligently, even at the cost of my own life." Shun Qingning nodded in satisfaction, her gaze towards Lin Nanfeng becoming more affectionate. "Originally, my visit to Jiangshang was merely for business. I also intended to take her back to Hangsheng. However, seeing you by her side brings me great comfort." At that moment, Yun Zhiyi, with her damp hair cascading down, peeked from the kitchen door, her face a mask of confusion. "What are you two discussing?" "Oh, nothing of importance." "You silly girl. Why haven't you dried your hair after your shower? You might catch a cold," Shun Qingning admonished, her eyes fixed on Yun Zhiyi. Yet, Yun Zhiyi disregarded Shun Qingning's words and walked directly to Lin Nanfeng, her expression somewhat anxious as she inquired, "Is that true?" Understanding her concern for her mother's treatment of him, Lin Nanfeng gently reassured her, "Aunt Shun and I merely exchanged pleasantries. She did not impose upon me. You, my dear girl, are not even married yet, and you're already siding with him. Do you not consider me your mother?" Shun Qingning said, her expression stern. Lin Nanfeng could only manage a wry smile in response. As night approached, around 10 o'clock, Shun Qingning returned to Lin Nanfeng's room after freshening up. It had now been repurposed as a guest room by Yun Zhiyi. After tidying up the living room floor, Lin Nanfeng made his way back to Yun Zhiyi's room. Since they had acknowledged their relationship, Lin Nanfeng had consistently shared a room with Yun Zhiyi. Upon entering, he found her reclining against the bed, intently focused on her laptop. "What captivates you so thoroughly?" he asked, slipping off his slippers and snuggling under the covers beside her. "I'm reviewing materials for a business gathering in Jiangshang tomorrow," she replied. "A business gathering? How come I wasn't aware of it?" Lin Nanfeng inquired, taken aback. "This gathering invites prominent leaders from major enterprises in Huagua and relevant scholars. Yi Anren is definitely going to attend." Lin Nanfeng paused, perplexed as he asked, "Is Aunt Shun also attending this gathering?" After nodding with a smile, Yun Zhiyi softly explained, "My mother is a renowned economist in Huagua. She arrived early in Jiangshang specifically for this event, and I have also been invited." Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat, but his embrace around Yun Zhiyi grew rather bold, his hands wandering despite the silkiness of her nightgown. Yun Zhiyi shot him a disapproving glance. "Stop it. My mother is in the next room." Lin Nanfeng chuckled awkwardly, his hands ceasing their mischief as they both turned their attention back to the materials on the computer. The following morning, Lin Nanfeng awoke earlier than usual, eager to make a favorable impression on his mother-in-law. He prepared milk and eggs in advance, and even ventured out to buy fried dough sticks and soy milk. At the dining table, Yun Zhiyi glared at Lin Nanfeng with indignation. Last night, this insufferable man had kept her awake until the early hours, and today he had the audacity to wake her up at dawn. With a shameless grin, Lin Nanfeng said, "Teacher Yun, please have an egg to replenish your energy." After uttering these words, he placed a peeled egg into Yun Zhiyi's bowl. Unable to bear the scene, Shun Qingning admonished Yun Zhiyi in a low voice. "What are you angry about so early in the morning? Nanfeng has prepared breakfast for you, and yet you still fume. You've truly become spoiled by my indulgence." "Mom, you don't know." Yun Zhiyi's words trailed off, her cheeks flushed as she shot a fierce glare at Lin Nanfeng. After breakfast, Yun Zhiyi and Shun Qingning departed early for a gathering. Once Lin Nanfeng tidied up the room, he prepared to head to school when he received a call from Yi Anren. Chapter 66. Speaking of love, at the Crystal Hotel in Jiangshang, situated at the confluence of two rivers, it occupies a central position in the city. Upon receiving Yi Anren's notification, Lin Nanfeng was asked to represent Nanfeng Group alongside her at this business gathering. He had initially intended to decline, feeling utterly unqualified in the realm of business. Yet he could not resist Yi Anren's persistent pleas and reluctantly acquiesced. He arrived at the entrance of the Crystal Hotel by taxi, and while waiting for Yi Anren, he observed that numerous scholars and renowned entrepreneurs from Huagua had already gathered. The presence of patrolling security underscored the event's high profile. Lin Nanfeng had learned from Yun Zhiyi the previous night that this gathering was organized by the Jiangxing municipal government, aimed at fostering the development of high-tech industries in the western region. In recent years, Jiangxing had experienced remarkable growth, with its GDP and per capita disposable income steadily increasing. However, a significant gap still persisted compared to the eastern coastal regions, and this informal business gathering sought to discuss the future direction of Jiangxing's development. As Lin Nanfeng pondered these matters, a mocking voice broke through his thoughts. Lin Nanfeng, do you not have an invitation to enter? Startled, Lin Nanfeng turned to see Xiao Chuluo not far from him, a disdainful expression etched on his face. Ignoring him, Lin Nanfeng continued on his way. But Xiao Chuluo pressed further, taunting, I almost forgot, with your status, you can only stand at the door, lacking even the qualification to enter. Lin Nanfeng chuckled softly, recalling that the last time he had been in a car accident, it was Xiao Chuluo who had leaked information to Gu Yunhe. He strolled alongside Xiao Chuluo, firmly gripping his shoulder and whispering, Mr. Xiao, it seems you hold quite the opinion of me. The pressure of Lin Nanfeng's hand caused Xiao Chuluo's expression to shift dramatically as he exclaimed in a panic, Security. What are you doing? There are unauthorized personnel on the premises. Xiao Chuluo's outburst drew the attention of the security personnel, who frowned at the disturbance. Yet two of them approached Lin Nanfeng, adhering to their professional ethics. Lin Nanfeng, not wishing to inconvenience the staff present, gently placed his arm around Xiao Chuluo's shoulders and remarked, It's nothing. I was merely jesting with President Xiao. Xiao Chuluo shrugged off Lin Nanfeng's hand, her expression darkening as she replied, You would do well to keep your distance from Yun Zhiyi. You and she inhabit entirely different worlds, and regardless of today or any day thereafter, you shall not pass through this door. Then I shall await the outcome, President Xiao, Lin Nanfeng replied calmly. After Xiao Chuluo departed, Lin Nanfeng handed a 10-yuan pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes to a nearby security guard. Impressive, my friend, you just stood your ground against the big boss. One of the security personnel remarked, mistaking Lin Nanfeng's casual attire for that of a driver. Upon receiving the cigarettes, he gave Lin Nanfeng a thumbs up. Is the salary for driving these executives substantial? Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback by the question, then chuckled softly, It's decent enough to support a family. As Lin Nanfeng engaged in casual conversation with the security personnel, a pair of long legs approached him, accompanied by a somewhat irritated voice. Is this how you choose to dress for such a formal gathering? Turning around, Lin Nanfeng found himself face to face with Yi Anren and Wei Yuwei. My friend, I must continue this conversation another time. My guest has arrived. The security guard stood there, utterly astonished. Dude, you were just playing the fool to catch the tiger. Noticing Yi Anren's displeased expression, Lin Nanfeng chuckled. Isn't this gathering merely an excuse to indulge in food and drink? I'm only here to make an appearance. Yi Anren, speechless at Lin Nanfeng's nonchalance, replied sternly, Fortunately, I prepared a suit for you. With that, she took hold of Lin Nanfeng's arm and led him toward her vehicle, which he reluctantly followed. Wei Yuwei, witnessing the scene, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Once in the car, Lin Nanfeng changed into the suit and emerged looking sharp. Quite dapper. It appears you are indeed a fine clothes hanger, Yi Anren remarked, her eyes appraising him with a soft laugh. Lin Nanfeng smiled, admitting that he seldom donned a suit, typically reserving it for client meetings, and that his previous suit had long been discarded by Yun Zhiyi. Yi Anren, wrapping her arm around Lin Nanfeng's, began to stride towards the hotel entrance. Anren, mind the occasion. Secretary Wei is still observing us. Lin Nanfeng gently coughed and whispered. Yi Anren pouted in retort. What's wrong with me holding my brother's arm? I heard Yun Zhiyi will be attending. Are you concerned she might feel jealous? She teased with a giggle. Lin Nanfeng shot her a disapproving glance, knowing Yun Zhiyi was well aware of his relationship with Yi Anren. His true concern lay in the potential misunderstanding from his future mother-in-law, should he encounter Shen Qingning. Inside the hotel, the trio ascended to the large conference room on the second floor. This particular business conference in Jiangsheng was divided into two phases. The first involving formal presentations by representatives from relevant enterprises and scholars. Guided by the event staff, Lin Nanfeng and his companions arrived at the designated seats for Nanfeng Group, conveniently located next to the Jinzhong Group, where Xiao Chuluo glared at Lin Nanfeng with a brooding expression. Xiao Chuluo was taken aback by Lin Nanfeng's unexpected entrance, especially alongside Yi Anren, which suggested that Lin Nanfeng held a significant place in Yi Anren's heart. Yun Zhiyi was also present at the scene. Had she been aware of Lin Nanfeng and Yi Anren's current proximity, her expression would likely have betrayed her thoughts. Upon realizing this, an unusual glint appeared in Xiao Chuluo's eyes as he regarded Lin Nanfeng. Your gaze seems rather unsettling, Yi Anren whispered to Lin Nanfeng. I encountered him at the entrance earlier, and he had the audacity to mock me. Lin Nanfeng responded nonchalantly. No need to worry, brother. Let him prance around for a few more days. I shall exact vengeance for the car accident. Yi Anren's voice was icy as she spoke. Lin Nanfeng cast a glance at her, surprised by her ability to hold a grudge. At that moment, he caught sight of Shun Qingning and her daughter seated ahead and intended to greet them. However, Yi Anren tugged at his sleeve, huffing, You represent the Nanfeng Group now. Lin Nanfeng offered an awkward smile. Just then, Wei Yaowei, returning after submitting documents, noticed the scene and hurriedly interjected, President Yi, you and Mr. Lin should be mindful of the occasion. This is neither the time nor place for romantic exchanges. After speaking, Wei Yaowei quickly covered her mouth, seemingly regretting her words. Romantic exchanges? Lin Nanfeng was perplexed, wondering if Yi Anren had failed to inform her of their sibling relationship, leading Wei Yaowei to misconstrue their connection. Meanwhile, Yi Anren's expression darkened, her icy gaze fixed on Wei Yaowei. Chapter 67. A clash of wits around 9:30 in the morning. The meeting commenced formally, beginning with a representative from the Jiang City government addressing the purpose of the gathering. Following, there were speeches from various enterprise and academic representatives. Lin Nanfeng, who seldom participated in such formal meetings, felt drowsy as he listened to the representative speak, reminiscent of the time spent in high school, enduring lectures from teachers. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, a familiar, gentle voice resonated in his ears, jolting his mind awake. He lifted his gaze to see Yun Zhiyi presenting on stage. Energized, Lin Nanfeng watched her intently, while Yi Anren murmured beside him, You seem rather captivated by Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng shot her a disgruntled look upon hearing this, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yun Zhiyi. As she concluded her presentation, the audience erupted into warm applause. And as she descended from the stage, she caught sight of Lin Nanfeng, her expression tinged with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nanfeng resolved to find a way to explain himself to Shun Qingning and her daughter. Brother, could you please hold my bag for a moment? Yi Anren's voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you also going up to speak? Lin Nanfeng inquired softly as he observed her rising. Yanan rolet hereyes dramatijai. Beside them, Wei Yaowei patiently clarified, President Yi is representing Jiang City enterprises in her speech. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the women around him were exceptionally accomplished. Yun Zhiyi representing scholars from Huagua, and Yi Anren embodying the nation's entrepreneurs. It left him feeling, as Xiao Chuluo had aptly put it, like a mere beneficiary of the affluence of powerful women. Yi Anren's discourse, much like Yun Zhiyi's, offered remarkable insights into the developmental trajectory of enterprises in Jiangxing. The subsequent meeting extended until noon, marking the commencement of the second phase of the gathering, wherein attendees congregated in the hotel's designated dining area, primarily intended for interaction among representatives of various enterprises and business scholars. At this juncture, Lin Nanfeng's stomach grumbled with hunger. Having feigned composure before Shun Qingning and consumed but a meager portion in the morning. Upon arriving at the restaurant, unlike others who raised their glasses of red wine and toasts, he directly accepted a platter from the server and proceeded to select delicacies for himself. You ought to consume less of that fatty pork. It's too greasy and detrimental to your health, he was reminded as he gazed longingly at the enticing, succulent slices of pork belly. Just as Lin Nanfeng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the delectable dish, a familiar voice abruptly doused his enthusiasm. A few pieces of broccoli were deposited onto his plate, and he cast a disheartened glance at Yun Zhiyi, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. "Teacher Yun, this broccoli will hardly suffice. I would prefer a bit more pork belly," he lamented. Yun Zhiyi shot him a disapproving look yet with the tongs from the serving cart, placed a slice of pork belly onto his platter. Lin Nanfeng's heart swelled with joy at this gesture. "You didn't even inform me of your attendance at this gathering," she murmured softly. "I was compelled to attend right after leaving for school, and didn't have the chance to notify you," he replied quietly as he continued to eat. "And what do you think of my speech?" Yun Zhiyi inquired with a smile. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Yi Anren had posed a similar question after concluding her address. He set down his platter, surveyed his surroundings, and, noticing no one nearby, leaned closer to Yun Zhiyi and whispered, "It was exceptionally well delivered, and I do not regret spending last night assisting you with your materials." A faint blush crept onto Yun Zhiyi's ears at his words, and she playfully contemplated stepping on his foot in retaliation. Lin Nanfeng quickly dodged her playful intent and gently admonished her, "You've only just healed from your foot injury. If you were to hurt again, I certainly wouldn't carry you upstairs." At that moment, Yi Anren approached them, marking Yun Zhiyi's second encounter with her. "Teacher Yun, I wish to express my gratitude for your unwavering efforts in searching for my brother after his accident, despite the dangers involved. I never found the opportunity to thank you until now." With that, Yi Anren extended her glass of red wine towards Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat, sensing an assertive undertone in Yi Anren's words. Just as he was about to interject, he heard Yun Zhiyi's voice. "Nanfeng is my boyfriend, so it is only natural for me to seek him out. However, Miss Yi, as his sister, placing him in perilous situations is hardly the conduct expected of a sibling." Unperturbed, Yi Anren smiled charmingly and replied, "If my brother were to face any misfortune, I would pursue vengeance against the instigators, ensuring he would not find himself in danger again. Furthermore, it seems you have yet to formally join the Yi family." To which Yun Zhiyi responded with a light laugh. "I am marrying into the Lin family, and as of now, he does not belong to the Yi family either. He will undoubtedly be inscribed in the Yi family lineage in due course," Yi Anren stated with a serious expression. After the conversation, both women turned their gaze towards Lin Nanfeng. He suddenly felt a wave of perspiration. He could hardly contend with either of these formidable ladies and yearned for a savior to emerge. "Ah, Nanfeng, when did you arrive?" At that moment, Shun Qingning approached with a middle-aged man, and her eyes fell upon Lin Nanfeng beside Yun Zhiyi. A surge of joy filled Lin Nanfeng's heart, for it truly was as described in the novels. Having a daughter-in-law is akin to having a mother. He hurried to Shun Qingning's side and warmly remarked, "I am here on behalf of the Nanfeng group to participate in this gathering. Your speech earlier was truly remarkable, Aunt Shen. It incisively addressed the future development of Jiangqing's industries." Lin Nanfeng lavished praise upon Shun Qingning, who beamed with delight in response. Indeed, he thought, as long as he could keep his mother-in-law pleased, there would be no impediment to his relationship with Yun Zhiyi. "Do you know Miss Yi?" Shun Qingning suddenly inquired. After a brief exchange of glances with Yun Zhiyi, Lin Nanfeng was about to formulate a response. Yi Anren, with an air of confidence, interjected, "Aunt Shun, I am Lin Nanfeng's sister. When I was young, my father brought me to your home, and you once held me. You were his sister?" Though a hint of surprise flickered across Shun Qingning's face, she seemed unfazed. Her demeanor grew warmer towards Yi Anren, but a touch of sadness crept in as she remarked, "Xianen left us too soon. I used to work with him, but I never expected to become family." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng felt a weight settle in his heart. At that moment, Shun Qingning introduced the middle-aged man beside her to Lin Nanfeng. The man looked at Lin Nanfeng with a benevolent expression, smiling as he said, "You may not know me, but I have known you for quite some time. Little E has mentioned you several times." Lin Nanfeng stood momentarily perplexed, gazing at the refined man before him, who exuded an air of authority. Shun Qingning, noticing Lin Nanfeng's confusion, chuckled softly and said, "Xiaofeng, this is Yun Xiaozhou, Little Yi's uncle. You may call him uncle." Lin Nanfeng was taken aback for a few seconds. Was not Yun Xiaozhou the mayor of Jiangcheng? He often heard the mayor's name on the local news. Meeting him in person, he had momentarily failed to recognize him. Suddenly, Lin Nanfeng recalled the incident at the police station when Zhang Yuan mentioned that the mayor's secretary had personally called to request his release. He glanced at Yun Zhiyi beside him, realizing that she must have solicited Uncle Yun Xiaozhou's assistance. With a warm expression, he said, "Uncle, thank you for your help at the police station last time." Yun Xiaozhou smiled gently, his demeanor kind as he replied, "It was a trivial matter. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards little E." She was quite anxious after the incident. "Not at all. I wasn't worried about him," Yun Zhiyi shyly responded. Beside them, Yi Anren chimed in with a smile, "Mayor Yun, we are grateful to the Jiangxing government for the favorable policies that have allowed the Yi family to flourish here. In that moment, I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Yi for his decision to develop in Jiangxing. His presence not only promises to invigorate our local economy, but also to generate a multitude of employment opportunities, thereby addressing the job concerns of our citizens." Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing this, recognized the current economic downturn, which has led to the bankruptcy of numerous enterprises and a surge in unemployment. Even the once thriving computer industry is now experiencing a chilling decline. The civil engineering sector is particularly bleak, compelling Jiangxing's industries to pivot towards renewable energy and other high-tech fields. At that juncture, Lin Nanfeng noticed Xiao Chuluo approaching from a distance. It must be said, Xiao Chuluo is undeniably handsome, capable of captivating any ordinary girl. Lin Nanfeng gently grasped Yun Zhiyi's small hand, and following his gaze, she too spotted Xiao Chuluo, her expression instantly turning frosty. Simultaneously, Yi Anren's eyes flickered with a hint of malice, though Yun Xiaozhou caught onto it. After casting a glance at Lin Nanfeng, Xiao Chuluo's eyes momentarily reflected a chill. Yet he turned to Yun Xiaozhou with a smile, stating, "Mayor Yun, I would like to express my gratitude for the government support during Jinzhong Group's many years of development in Jiangxing." Yun Xiaozhou, noticing Lin Nanfeng's presence and glancing at Yi Anren, replied with a smile, "Both Mr. Xiao and Mr. Yi are the promising young talents of Huagua. Moving forward, we must collaborate for the mutual development of Jiangxing, provided we remain within the bounds of the law." Lin Nanfeng discerned the subtle warning embedded within Yun Xiaozhou's gentle tone, clearly cautioning Xiao Chuluo that the competition between Jinzhong Group and Nanfeng Group must adhere to legal standards. Likely due to Yun Xiaozhou's awareness of the previous incident involving Lin Nanfeng's car accident, which was attributed to Jinzhong Group. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuluo's expression faltered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. His pursuit of Yun Zhiyi was, to some extent, motivated by her uncle being the mayor of Jiangxing. Now, receiving a warning due to Lin Nanfeng's situation, he cast a darker look towards Lin Nanfeng. "Xiao Ning, let the younger generation converse among themselves. We should refrain from interrupting," Yun Xiaozhou suggested softly. Shun Qingming nodded in agreement and turned to Yun Zhiyi, saying, "After the gathering, I plan to visit your aunt at your uncle's house. You and Xiao Feng should return home early tonight." "Understood, Mom," Yun Zhiyi replied, and with that, Shun Qingming and Yun Xiaozhou departed. Xiao Chuluo's countenance grew even more clouded. He pondered his own status, feeling like an outsider. Yet, he quickly masked his expression. "Junior sister, why didn't you introduce me when your mother was here?" Yun Zhiyi, her face icy after witnessing Shun Qingming and Yun Xiaozhou leave, retorted, "Mr. Xiao, I have made it clear that we are no longer associated. The attack on Lin Nanfeng during his car accident was orchestrated by your people, wasn't it?" Xiao Chuluo's expression shifted momentarily, but quickly returned to normal as he hastily replied, "Junior sister, I have investigated the incident involving Mr. Lin's accident. It was Gu Yunha from Nanfeng Group who was envious of Mr. Lin's ex-girlfriend, Su Ro. Gu Yunha feared that Mr. Lin might rekindle ties with his former lover, which led to the orchestrated car crash." Lin Nanfeng observed Xiao Chuluo feigning innocence, his demeanor more disingenuous than the green tea he resembled. If Gu Yunha possessed even half of Xiao Chuluo's cunning, he would not have become a pawn in Xiao Chuluo's schemes. On his way, he received a call from Zhang Yuan, confirming that it was Li Tianxing from the Qingjiang Society who instigated Gu Yunha to attack him. with the Xinjiang Society backed by the Jinzhong Group. Zhang Yuan had informed him that the Jiangsheng National Security Council would soon collaborate with the police department to launch a decisive operation to eradicate the underground forces in Jiangsheng, uprooting the Xinjiang Society entirely. Lin Nanfeng noticed the icy demeanor of Yun Zhiyi and was about to speak when he quickly grasped Xiao Chuluo's hands. Feigning deep gratitude as he said, "I am thankful for your investigation, President Xiao, as it has made me aware of the lurking threat behind me. Otherwise, should it emerge again to bite me one day, my life would be in peril." Lin Nanfeng looked at Xiao Chuluo with apparent appreciation, contemplating allowing him a few more days of freedom to prevent any desperate actions from Xiao Chuluo that could harm those around him. Once the Xinjiang Society was dealt with, he would settle the score. The others beside Lin Nanfeng regarded him with peculiar expressions, while Xiao Chuluo appeared utterly bewildered. His earlier remarks were intended not only to exploit Su Rou to drive a wedge between Lin Nanfeng and Su Rou, but also to provoke Lin Nanfeng, achieving a dual purpose. However, witnessing the reactions of Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi, it seemed he had failed. With an awkward smile, Xiao Chuluo said, "You are a friend of Sister Yun. Assisting you is only right. Is there anything else, President Xiao? If not, my colleague Yi and I have matters to discuss." Lin Nanfeng responded flatly, simultaneously issuing a subtle dismissal. Xiao Chuluo, who had just been smiling, suddenly froze, realizing that Lin Nanfeng, who had previously held his hand with warmth, was now coldly signaling his departure. He forced a dry laugh, saying, "Sister, I shall take my leave." At this moment, Yun Zhiyi did not even glance at him. After Xiao Chuluo turned to leave, his expression darkened. Yi Anren maintained a stoic demeanor and, once Xiao Chuluo had departed, expressed her displeasure to Lin Nanfeng, saying, "Brother, you were just shaking hands with him. He nearly took your life in that last accident." Lin Nanfeng gently tapped Yi Anren's head and replied slowly, "Let him bask in his pride for a few days. There will come a time for him to weep." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi appeared contemplative and warned Lin Nanfeng, "If you engage in any perilous actions, do not expect to enter my home again." Yi Anren echoed, "Teacher Yun is right to warn you. If anything happens to you outside, it will only cause us distress." Lin Nanfeng was bemused. Moments ago, Yun Zhiyi and Yi Anren were at odds. Yet now they had united in opposing him. After the midday gathering, the Jiangsheng government invited representatives from various enterprises and scholars for site visits to schools and factories. Following the inspections, a summary meeting was held at Jiangsheng University, where Lin Nanfeng fought off drowsiness until the conclusion, which was nearing 5:30 in the afternoon. Before leaving, Yi Anren specifically reminded Lin Nanfeng to pay attention to the collaboration with Huading Group, and the Nanfeng Group had also assigned personnel to organize a team under his supervision. Under the gentle yet firm persuasion of Yi Anren, Lin Nanfeng reluctantly acquiesced. As he assisted Yun Zhiyi in stepping out of the venue, the sky unleashed a flurry of snowflakes, blanketing the ground with nearly a foot of snow. Having resided in Jiangsheng for over 2 decades, Lin Nanfeng had only witnessed such heavy snowfall on 4 occasions. The citizens returning home from work and children emerging from school joyfully engaged in snowball fights and the construction of snowmen, evoking a sense of wonder in Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi, who were accustomed to the milder climes of the south. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi yearned to release Lin Nanfeng's hand and dash out like a child to build a snowman. However, Lin Nanfeng held on firmly, his expression grave as he remarked, "You have been walking and standing for quite some time today, and your foot is still recovering." In response, Yun Zhiyi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, beseeched him just for 1 hour. With that, she extended her pinky finger towards Lin Nanfeng. Noticing his continued reluctance, she pouted and softly added, "Then half an hour before we head home." Observing her adorable and somewhat pitiful demeanor, Lin Nanfeng could only relent, saying, "Be cautious. Do not exert yourself too much." With a gleam of delight, Yun Zhiyi dashed towards the snow-covered square, prompting Lin Nanfeng to shake his head in resignation. He retrieved a cigarette from his pack, seated himself in a pavilion within the square, and watched as she frolicked with a group of children. A smile graced his lips. It was quite pleasant to stand vigil by her side, unbothered by the world around them. Yet, a flicker of menace crossed his mind, wishing that certain individuals would take the hint and refrain from disturbing his serene existence. Lost in thought, Lin Nanfeng was suddenly struck by a small snowball. Yun Zhiyi stood in the snow, hands on her hips, her eyebrows arched in a crescent moon shape as she laughed at him, pristine snowflakes adorning her dark tresses. "What are you dawdling for? Come and play," she urged, her cheeks slightly flushed and breathless. Lin Nanfeng offered a faint smile and approached her, joining in the snowball fight. Abruptly, a small boy raced towards Yun Zhiyi, too fast for her to react, causing her to tumble to the ground. Lin Nanfeng's expression shifted to alarm as he hurried to her side, helping her up while anxiously inquiring, "Did you hurt yourself? Where did you fall?" He immediately scrutinized her feet. Fortunately, only her arm bore a minor scrape. Yun Zhiyi rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair skin for Lin Nanfeng to inspect. After a thorough examination, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the mischievous little boy approached, clutching a worn leather ball, and sheepishly apologized. "Pretty sister, I'm sorry for bumping into you." Initially vexed, Lin Nanfeng had considered confronting the boy's parents to ensure they kept a better watch over their child. However, upon seeing the boy in his thin clothing and hearing his sincere apology, much of Lin Nanfeng's irritation dissipated. Beside them, Yun Zhiyi gently stroked the small boy's head and spoke softly, "Sister is fine. The road is rather slippery. You should walk slowly." Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat and, seeing only a child barely reaching his thigh, pretended to be somewhat annoyed, saying, "Why are you running so fast? What if you bump into this sister and cause her harm? I shall hold you responsible." The little boy looked up at Lin Nanfeng with a dismayed expression, pulling out a crumpled 10 yuan bill from his pocket. With reddened eyes, he quietly informed Lin Nanfeng, "There's a discount at the KFC across the street until 7 o'clock this evening. I want to buy a hamburger." Seeing the boy's demeanor, Yun Zhiyi shot Lin Nanfeng a reproachful glance. "What are you being so stern for with a child?" After saying this, she knelt down and used a tissue to wipe away the tears from the boy's eyes. Upon hearing Yun Zhiyi's admonishment and witnessing the child's flushed face, Lin Nanfeng let go of his stern expression and smiled. "Neither I nor the beautiful sister have had dinner yet. I will take you and the beautiful sister to eat KFC hamburgers." The little boy raised his head, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he glanced at Lin Nanfeng, before finally shifting his gaze to Yun Zhiyi. "Sister will take you to eat." After saying this, Yun Zhiyi took the boy's hand and walked ahead, leaving Lin Nanfeng to follow behind reluctantly. At the KFC, Lin Nanfeng purchased a family bucket and ordered cups of hot milk for both Yun Zhiyi and himself. The little boy sat at the table, bowing his head as he devoured a large hamburger. Beside him, Yun Zhiyi used a tissue to wipe the grease from the corners of his mouth, a sight that stirred a twinge of jealousy in Lin Nanfeng. Taking a sip of his hot milk, Lin Nanfeng added a sugar cube to Yun Zhiyi's cup, smiling as he asked, "What is your name, little friend? Where do you live? I have not seen you before." In that moment, Lin Nanfeng resembled a wolf with ill intentions, causing the boy to instinctively inch closer to Yun Zhiyi. Yun Zhiyi wrapped her arm around the boy's head and shot Lin Nanfeng an exasperated look before gently inquiring, "Tell sister, what is your name?" "My name is Song Kong. I am in the 3rd grade at the primary school affiliated with Jiangxing University. I just moved here with my grandmother," the boy replied. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Attending the primary school affiliated with Jiangxing University typically indicated a family of privilege, yet Song Song's attire suggested a different story. "Where are your parents?" Yun Zhiyi continued softly. "My mother works in a factory, and I haven't seen my father for over a year. My grandmother says my father is far away, watching over me and my mother, and he will return when I grow up," Song Song said, his face dimming with sorrow. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi exchanged glances, their expressions softening as they recognized the underlying pain in Song Song's words. It was evident that his father had passed away, but his family had chosen not to disclose this to him. Once Song Song finished eating, he handed his crumpled 10 yuan note to Yun Zhiyi. "Thank you, brother and sister. My grandmother says I cannot take things for free from others. I only have this 10 yuan, Song Song said shyly. After speaking, he embraced the old basketball beside him and dashed out. Lin Nanfeng supported Yun Zhiyi as they approached the entrance of the store. Gazing at Song Song's receding figure, Yun Zhiyi gently remarked, "Cross the street slowly, be cautious of the slippery ground." After settling the bill, Lin Nanfeng carried Yun Zhiyi along the snow-dusted path, flakes of snow alighting upon their hair. "In the future, I wish to have a charming little boy like Song Song," Yun Zhiyi whispered in his ear. "Boys are overrated. If we were to have a child, it should be a little girl like Ainin," Lin Nanfeng retorted, feeling a tinge of jealousy at the thought of how Yun Zhiyi cared for Song Song. "No, I want a boy, a girl, a boy, a girl." As they playfully bickered, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi strolled down the tranquil street. Chapter 70. Infidelity. After enjoying dinner out, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi returned home at 7:30. Upon arriving, Lin Nanfeng retreated to his study, racking his brain to draft a business proposal for the collaboration with Huading. At that moment, he completely forgot their agreement not to smoke at home, puffing away at cigarette after cigarette. The ashtray on the nearby table overflowed with butts, yet the document on his computer remained untouched. With a furrowed brow, Lin Nanfeng stared at the materials in his hands, oblivious to Yun Zhiyi, who entered the room holding a fruit platter, her face alight with anger. Suddenly, a delicate hand snatched the half-smoked cigarette from his lips. Lin Nanfeng snapped back to reality, turning to see the irritated expression on Yun Zhiyi's face and awkwardly chuckling as he tilted his head. "You've already smoked so much in just 1 hour at home," she remarked, glancing at the overflowing ashtray, her brow furrowed. Lin Nanfeng quickly stood up, taking the fruit platter from her hands while discreetly concealing the ashtray behind him. Grinning sheepishly as he promised, "I assure you, I won't smoke at home again." He then raised one hand, vowing in front of Yun Zhiyi. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi shot him an annoyed glare, slightly opening the study window, allowing a gust of cold air to sweep into the room. Lin Nanfeng, clad only in a thin nightgown, shivered at the sudden chill. Observing his discomfort, Yun Zhiyi, despite the lingering smell of smoke in the room, gradually closed the window. "From today onwards, you are forbidden to smoke. You must quit." No sooner had she spoken than she confiscated the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from the desk. Lin Nanfeng, with a mournful expression, pleaded, "Please, Teacher Yun, this is a man's sustenance." Yun Zhiyi shot him a look and sternly stated, "If you continue to smoke, Yun Zhiyi, shall become a widow at a young age." Lin Nanfeng mumbled in rebuttal, "My father smoked for over 30 years and is still in great health. He has no issues during his annual checkups. Besides, countless men around the world smoke and live just fine." Yun Zhiyi huffed in annoyance, her expression vexed. "Regardless, you're not allowed to smoke. I didn't see mine before, but from now on, you must quit. If I catch you smoking again, just last week, we bought a washboard. For every cigarette you smoke, you will kneel for an hour." Lin Nanfeng, upon hearing her words, gazed at Yun Zhiyi with sheer astonishment. Was it not said online that Southern women were like tender potatoes, gentle and soft as water? Yet now, she resembled a fierce dragon of Jiangsheng. Unfazed by his astonishment, Yun Zhiyi gradually seated herself before the desk, observing the project proposal displayed on the laptop with a hint of confusion. "You have been in the study for nearly an hour, and this is all you've written?" Lin Nanfeng gently massaged her shoulders from behind, chuckling awkwardly. "I lack inspiration. Tomorrow I have to discuss this project with Huading and Xie Yuani." After a moment of contemplation, Yun Zhiyi replied, "Send me the relevant materials, and I shall assist you in drafting it tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's face lit up with joy, with Yun Zhiyi's extensive knowledge. It would not take long for her to compose it. "Wife, this is splendid. I nearly forgot I have you, my economic genius, as my mentor." He then leaned down to kiss her cheek, but Yun Zhiyi pushed him away, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "You reek of smoke. It's utterly revolting. Go rinse your mouth immediately." After speaking, she opened the window and carried her laptop into the living room. Lin Nanfeng, begrudgingly picking up the fruit platter, followed her. In the living room, while assisting Yun Zhiyi in searching for relevant information, he fed her the peeled fruit, depositing it into her cherry-like mouth. By approximately 10:30 that evening, they had completed the project proposal. Yun Zhiyi, rubbing her sore shoulders, handed the laptop to Lin Nanfeng. He meticulously read the contents, impressed by her brilliance. Indeed, She was a former leader of a Fortune 500 company and now a returning professor from overseas. The business plan was impeccably crafted, complete with annotated data models. Featuring specialized economic terminology and data models he had only heard of in passing. After finishing, Lin Nanfeng joyfully embraced Yun Zhiyi and spun her around the room. "Take it easy. I'm getting a bit dizzy," she remarked. He halted, gazing at her flushed face, both acutely aware of each other's rapid breaths. Outside, snow swirled in a frigid tempest, while inside, they both donned light pajamas, the air conditioning providing a gentle warmth. Lin Nanfeng could feel the heat radiating from Yun Zhiyi. "Wife, why do I sense such warmth enveloping us?" He whispered softly in her ear. Her cheeks and earlobes flushed a deeper crimson. Her gaze, though dreamy, retained a semblance of clarity as she urged, "Carry me to the bedroom. Do not linger in the living room." Her words ignited a fervor within Lin Nanfeng. His eyes glimmered with longing as he looked upon the woman languidly resting in his embrace. Unable to contain himself any longer, they both succumbed to a haze of passion. At that moment, the door to the living room swung open with a sudden crack. The sound reverberated in their minds, snapping them back to reality as they hastily released each other. They turned in unison toward the doorway, where Shun Qingming stood, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. "Mom, no." Aunt Shun, Zi's eyes were bothering her. "I was just checking to see if a little mosquito had gotten in." Lin Nanfeng appeared flustered, hastily attempting to clarify the situation. He felt so awkward that he could dig a hole with his toes, standing before Shun Qingming alongside Yun Zhiyi, resembling two wayward children caught in a misstep. Beside him, Yun Zhiyi, her cheeks flushed, averted her gaze, unable to meet Shun Qingming's eyes, as she had never engaged in such indiscreet behavior in front of her mother throughout her life. When Shun Qingming approached them, Yun Zhiyi timidly inquired, "Mom, aren't you supposed to be staying at Uncle's house tonight?" Shun Qingming chuckled softly, casting an unusual glance at the pair. "I have an early flight back to Hangzhou tomorrow morning." Yun Zhiyi, still slightly blushing, clung to Shun Qingming's arm and whispered, "Can't we spend a few more days? Nanfeng and I were hoping to take you to see the sights of Jiangxing this weekend." With a maternal smile, Shun Qingming replied, "There is a national economic conference in Hangzhou this week, and I must return. I want to intrude on your time with Nanfeng. But you two must remember to prioritize safety measures before marriage." After saying this, her expression turned serious as she regarded the two. Yun Zhiyi, feeling shy, reddened further, while Lin Nanfeng awkwardly nodded in agreement. "Xiaoyi, you should head back to your room and rest. I need to discuss something with Nanfeng." Just as Yun Zhiyi was pulling Lin Nanfeng toward the room, Shun Qingming's voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. Chapter 71. Returning to the Yi family? In the living room, after Yun Zhiyi departed, Lin Nanfeng sat across from Shun Qingming, his face filled with confusion. "Xiaofeng, Auntie is leaving for Jiangxing tomorrow, and I will rely on you to ensure Xiaoyi's safety." Shun Qingming spoke in a serious tone. Observing the gravity of her expression, Lin Nanfeng replied resolutely, "Auntie Shun, you can rest assured, I will ensure Zi's safety. Xiaoyi can be quite stubborn at times, so please be a bit accommodating." "Thank you in advance," Shun Qingming added, recalling Yun Zhiyi's obstinate nature, which could occasionally prove unyielding, prompting Lin Nanfeng to chuckle and nod in agreement. "If you encounter any insurmountable issues in Jiangxing, you may reach out to Xiaoyi's uncle, who is particularly fond of her among the younger generation of the Yun family," Shun Qingming advised with a smile. "Rest assured, Auntie. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me?" Lin Nanfeng glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. After a moment of silence, Shun Qingming looked at Lin Nanfeng and said solemnly, "I hadn't intended to disclose this so soon, but after careful consideration, I've decided it's time you know. Are you aware of your biological father and the Yi family?" Lin Nanfeng gazed at Shun Qingming in bewilderment, uncertain why she would suddenly bring up his father. His understanding of the Yi family in Yi Xianen was rather superficial, primarily gleaned from inquiries made by comrades during his time in the military. With further information coming from Yi Anren, he shook his head in confusion. Shun Qingming spoke gently. "Your father and I were colleagues at the same university and shared a good friendship. He once playfully remarked about Xiaoyi becoming his daughter-in-law. Who would have thought that a mere jest from years past would ultimately materialize? Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng felt a sense of astonishment. Was fate truly so wondrous that over 2 decades ago, he and Yun Zhiyi had unknowingly forged a bond? Shun Qingning, with a hint of confusion on her face, continued. He taught for a year at university before returning home to inherit the family business. I have met his wife, but there were rumors circulating about the Yi family claiming she would remain childless for life. Yet now, you have a half-sister who manages the vast Yi family. After her words, Lin Nanfeng wore an expression of deep perplexity. From what he understood, the Yi family, a century-old lineage, placed immense value on legitimate bloodlines. If Yanren were not truly a child of the Yi family, they would never allow her to oversee the Yi group. Aunt Shun, didn't you mention that you once held Yanren when she was a baby? Lin Nanfeng queried. As time passes, our memories fade. Perhaps you have forgotten this detail. However, your father indeed visited my home later on. Lin Nanfeng fell silent for a moment, realizing that perhaps the passage of time had caused his mother-in-law to overlook this matter. The primary reason I sought you out today is to inform you that the internal strife within the Yi family is quite severe, with factions being exceedingly complex. Your father belongs to the main branch, and currently, only your sister stands as its pillar. If you decide to return to the Yi family, be thoroughly prepared. But rest assured, you are now a son-in-law of the Yun family. Should anyone dare to bully you, just inform Aunt Shun. In a soft voice, Shun Qingning spoke, her tone revealing the confidence and authority of the Yun family. Indeed, it seemed the Yi family might not truly rival the Yun family. Based on what Lin Nanfeng had learned from Yun Zhiyi that day, Yun Zhiyi's grandfather was a founding general of the nation, fathering 3 sons and 1 daughter. Her eldest uncle in politics, her second uncle in the military, and her younger aunt in business, while her father pursued scientific research. The Yun family held immense prestige across military, political, and commercial realms, far beyond the reach of ordinary families. Looking at Shun Qingning, whose demeanor radiated warmth, Lin Nanfeng kindly remarked, I have no intention of returning to the Yi family at present. Should I choose to do so, I will be adequately prepared. However, if trouble arises, I may need to trouble Aunt Shun. In the bedroom, Yun Zhiyi lay on the bed perusing a magazine. As Lin Nanfeng entered, she slowly closed the magazine and distractedly asked, What were you and my mother discussing in the living room? Nothing much. Just talking about when to marry you off to me. Lin Nanfeng replied with a playful grin as he stood by the bed. Yun Zhiyi shot him a mock glare, feigning anger as she retorted, Oh, you won't say, will you? Then you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. Unfazed by her threat, Lin Nanfeng swiftly dove into her warm blankets, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Get away! Don't come near me! Yun Zhiyi exclaimed in exasperation. I refuse to sleep on the floor. It's freezing outside, and the snow is falling heavily. After struggling in Lin Nanfeng's embrace for a while, Yun Zhiyi pouted and turned off the lamp beside the bed. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng's hands began to wander. What are you doing? Simply continuing what we left unfinished earlier, my dear wife. Lin Nanfeng replied with a mischievous grin in the dark. Outside, snow blanketed the world in a chilly silence, while inside, the room was ablaze with tender warmth. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, the snow has ceased, enveloping the riverside city in a pristine white cloak. The weight of the snow upon the bamboo creates a crackling symphony. The air is particularly frigid, and the roads are exceedingly slippery as Lin Nanfeng navigates carefully through the streets. Inside the vehicle, Yun Zhiyi inquires with a hint of concern, Mom, will the flight take off today? It should. The weather is clearing up, and the sun is emerging from the horizon. Shun Qingning replies with a smile. Upon their arrival at the airport, despite the considerable time spent, they managed to arrive just in time. Xiaofeng, since I did not get to see your mother this time, please send her my regards. I will visit her the next time I come to Jiangsheng. Shun Qingning says gently, looking kindly at Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng, with his arm around Yun Zhiyi's waist, notices her reddened eyes, and as Shun Qingning departs, only her silhouette remains. Yun Zhiyi gazes longingly in the direction of her mother's departure, her heart unsettled. Lin Nanfeng tenderly rubs Yun Zhiyi's somewhat cold hands and softly reassures her. Once your semester concludes, I will accompany you back to Hangsheng to see Aunt Shun during the Spring Festival. Really? She asks, to which he affirms, indeed, truly. All right. No more tears. If you cry any further, you will become a big, spotted cat. He embraces her gently and adds, let us get you back to school first. I need to head to Huading this morning to discuss the project I wrote with Xie Yuni last night. I'll go with you. I have no classes this morning anyway. What's this, Teacher Yun? Are you feeling jealous? Are you worried about me being alone with Xie Yuni? Lin Nanfeng remarks with a touch of vanity. Yun Zhiyi releases his embrace and shoots him an exasperated glare. Can you clarify those data models and economic terminologies in the proposal? Lin Nanfeng chuckles awkwardly, realizing there are indeed parts of the proposal written by Yun Zhiyi that he does not fully comprehend. Chapter 72. Quitting smoking. As Lin Nanfeng accompanies Yun Zhiyi to the entrance of Huading, she unexpectedly collides with a flustered Wang Hao. Lin Nanfeng quickly grabs Yun Zhiyi, preventing her from being knocked over, and sternly addresses Wang Hao. Are you being chased by a dog? You nearly collided with someone else. Fengzi, what brings you back to Huading to see old classmates? Wang Hao replies, adjusting his ill-fitted suit, his tie askew. Upon seeing Lin Nanfeng, a look of delight spreads across his face. Lin Nanfeng observes Wang Hao's appearance, feeling somewhat speechless. Wang Hao, who is already on the heavier side, appears awkward in a suit that does not fit his figure. The buttons on his chest seem ready to burst, clearly borrowed from a colleague in haste. Supporting Yun Zhiyi's arm, Lin Nanfeng inspects her shoulder where she was bumped and gently inquires, are you hurt? Yun Zhiyi shakes her head, having sidestepped before the impact. Teacher Yun, it has been a while. When are you and Fengzi getting married? Wang Hao asks with a cheerful grin. Yun Zhiyi's cheeks flush slightly as she softly responds, we will invite you and Xiaoye to the wedding. Just as Wang Hao is about to reply, Lin Nanfeng interrupts, why are you in such a rush? Just now, the Nanfeng group called to inform us that the project manager for our collaboration is about to arrive at our company. General Yi has asked me to go downstairs to greet him. Are you unaware of who the head of Nanfeng group is? I'm not sure. I was quite busy earlier and didn't have the time to check. You must have been preoccupied with gaming. Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's remark, Wang Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Nanfeng understood Wang Hao better than anyone. During their time at Huading, Wang Hao often slacked off at work and was caught. Had it not been for Wang Hao's competence and Yi Anren's connections, he would have been dismissed long ago. No need to go downstairs. I am the representative sent by Nanfeng Group. Upon this declaration, Wang Hao widened his eyes, his expression one of utter shock as he incredulously asked, is that true? Teacher Yun, is Fengzi playing a joke? It is indeed true. We have come to Huading today to discuss pertinent project matters. Yun Zhiyi explained from the side. Well, you've only been gone for a few months, and already you have become the project manager at Nanfeng Group. When will you recruit me to join Nanfeng Group? Wang Hao said, playfully nudging Lin Nanfeng while offering him a cigarette from his pack. Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat, noticing Yun Zhiyi's increasingly dark expression beside him. He quickly took Yun Zhiyi's hand and distanced himself from Wang Hao, saying hastily, I've already quit. Although the allure of smoking was strong, he knew that indulging in front of Yun Zhiyi would lead to dire consequences. He certainly did not want to face the wrath of his partner upon returning home. Wang Hao, upon hearing this, shot him an incredulous look and chuckled. You must be joking. Back in college, even when Su Ro urged you to quit, you couldn't manage it. Now you claim you've quit? I'd sooner believe in Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Wang Hao's voice grew louder, causing Yun Zhiyi's expression to darken further. Lin Nanfeng's heart raced, and he quickly covered Wang Hao's mouth. Lin Nanfeng felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. He always tried to avoid discussions about Su Ro and their college days when he was with Yun Zhiyi. Wang Hao, completely oblivious to the escalating tension, continued his chatter, failing to notice the growing darkness in Yun Zhiyi's expression. He realized that in the presence of Ding Xiaoye, he should definitely refrain from recounting Wang Hao's stories about his ex-girlfriend. Ding Xiaoye would undoubtedly take matters into her own hands. With a forced smile, Lin Nanfeng turned to Yun Zhiyi and suggested, let us head directly to General Yi Anren's office. Yun Zhiyi cast a glance at Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao before slowly walking into the company. As Lin Nanfeng watched Yun Zhiyi's retreating figure, he felt a wave of relief and gradually released Wang Hao's hand. "Fengzi, do you wish to suffocate me?" Lin Nanfeng shot Wang Hao an exasperated glare, exclaiming, "I see you're trying to drive me to my demise. Are you hoping to inherit my fortune? Can't you see Ziyi is here? Yet you brazenly recount tales of Su Rou? Honestly, how on earth did you manage to marry Ding Xiaoya with that mindset?" Wang Hao sheepishly scratched his head. "I spoke too quickly and nearly forgot that teacher Yun was present," he admitted. Lin Nanfeng shook his head in disbelief, shot Wang Hao another glare, and hurriedly ran towards the now distant figure of Yun Zhiyi. "Wife, Wang Hao isn't usually like this. He's rather simple-minded. He inadvertently brought up Su Rou just now." Lin Nanfeng cheerfully accepted the handbag from Yun Zhiyi, softly remarking. As his words fell, Yun Zhiyi halted her steps, gazing into his eyes with a huff, declaring, "I am not angry with Su Rou. You and she are merely remnants of the past." Lin Nanfeng teased. "Yet your face was as dark as the charcoal we used to burn back in our hometown." Instantly, Yun Zhiyi's cheeks flushed, and she feigned composure as she replied, "I am merely concerned about your struggle with quitting smoking. During your cessation period, it would be wise to avoid too much company with Wang Hao." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng firmly stated, "Quitting smoking is a trivial matter. I assure you I will succeed." Yun Zhiyi shot him a glance, offering him a piece of gum from her bag, and playfully warned, "You had better keep your word, or upon returning home, not only will you have to kneel on the washboard, but you shall also refrain from sleeping on my bed at night." Lin Nanfeng trembled slightly as he accepted the gum, glancing toward the approaching Wang Hao, suddenly feeling a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. "How's he? I truly misjudged you in the past, you humble man from Jiangcheng." At the Huading meeting, Yun Zhiyi and Yi Anren were deeply engrossed in discussing their collaborative project, leaving Lin Nanfeng unable to interject. They had been conversing for nearly 3 hours. Initially, he was attentive to their dialogue, but eventually found himself idly playing with his phone on the office sofa. Just then, Wang Hao entered, approaching Lin Nanfeng's side. "It's nearly lunchtime. Are they still not finished?" Wang Hao whispered. Lin Nanfeng nodded helplessly in agreement. "Fengzi, let us step out for a bit. I can see you're bored to death in here," Wang Hao suggested, after glancing at the intensely engaged Yun Zhiyi and her companion. Lin Nanfeng realized their discussion would not conclude anytime soon. He exchanged a knowing look with Wang Hao and quietly exited the office. Upon leaving, they encountered several recent graduates entering Huading. Upon seeing Wang Hao, they averted their eyes and greeted him, "Good day, manager," before hastily departing. Wang Hao glanced at Lin Nanfeng, his expression adopting a mock seriousness. "Not bad for someone who has reached the managerial level. Indeed, is there anyone in Huading's sales department with greater capability than me?" Wang Hao puffed out his chest with pride. Lin Nanfeng retorted, "It appears that in the absence of the old tigers, the monkeys have claimed the throne. It was Yi Anren who appointed you as manager, wasn't it?" Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly in response, offering Lin Nanfeng a cigarette. "I'm trying to quit smoking, and yet you tempt me with a cigarette," Lin Nanfeng remarked, his eyes gleaming at the sight of it. "Those who have smoked understand that quitting is no simple task. Come on, that guy doesn't smoke. We're contributing to the national defense here. You take one puff, I take one puff, and we'll have enough to build an aircraft carrier," Wang Hao proclaimed with righteous fervor. Lin Nanfeng clenched his teeth, hesitating momentarily as he reached for the cigarette in Wang Hao's hand, but Yun Zhiyi's warning echoed in his mind. Just as he contemplated giving in, the office door swung open, revealing Yun Zhiyi and Yi Anren emerging with smiles. Upon seeing Lin Nanfeng and Wang Hao together, Yun Zhiyi's previously smiling countenance darkened abruptly. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng was still in the act of reaching for a cigarette, but upon catching a glimpse of Yun Zhiyi, an icy chill coursed through his heart. Chapter 73. Consuming dog food after Yun Zhiyi's arrival, Lin Nanfeng froze for a few seconds, hastily retracting his outstretched hand. Yun Zhiyi approached slowly, her face clouded with displeasure. With each step she took, Lin Nanfeng's heart raced anxiously, his mind racing to devise a plan of action. Meanwhile, Wang Hao remained oblivious to Yun Zhiyi's approach. instead noticing the beads of sweat on Lin Nanfeng's brow, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Fengzi, why is your face covered in sweat on such a cold day?" Lin Nanfeng desperately signaled to Wang Hao, but to no avail. Wang Hao continued to speak, handing his cigarette over to Lin Nanfeng. Internally, Lin Nanfeng cursed Wang Hao to no end, but then an idea struck him. He grasped Wang Hao's left hand and feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Haozi, is it a new Rolex watch you've purchased? I saw online that it costs around 40,000 Huagua coins." His aim was to divert Yun Zhiyi's attention. Wang Hao, bewildered, noted that the watch on his wrist was merely a cheap trinket worth a few hundred. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Yun Zhiyi's darkened expression. He quickly tucked the cigarette away and, in a bid to align with Lin Nanfeng's ruse, added indeed, "Isn't it because of Manager Sheng? I bought this watch to complement my status." Lin Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief internally. Finally, Wang Hao had caught on. As Yun Zhiyi reached their side, Lin Nanfeng released Wang Hao's hand, gently massaging Yun Zhiyi's shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. He inquired, "Yun Lao Shi, when did you finish your discussion with General Manager Yi?" Feigning ignorance, Lin Nanfeng was met with a fierce glare from Yun Zhiyi as she coldly remarked, "Were you trying to smoke just now?" Lin Nanfeng felt panic surge within him, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he replied, "No, it was Wang Hao who wanted to smoke. I merely glanced at Wang Hao's watch." Wang Hao chimed in, "Fengzi is quitting smoking. Why would I give him a cigarette? Rest assured, Yun Lao Shi, if he dares to smoke, I will certainly inform you." An actor, indeed. He could perform even better than I. Lin Nanfeng observed Wang Hao's earnest expression, recalling how just moments ago this same fellow had tempted him to smoke. Now, as he spun a web of lies, he did so with unwavering composure. Following this exchange, Yun Zhiyi's expression softened, and Yi Anren, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, "I know Nanfeng. If he promised you he would quit smoking, he certainly will." At the compliment from Yi Anren, Lin Nanfeng felt a slight flush creep across his cheeks, his resolve nearly wavering. Fortunately, he had not accepted the cigarette from Wang Hao. "Is that so? Yet I sense a hint of guilt in you. With all that sweat on your brow," Yun Zhiyi stated, fixing her gaze firmly on Lin Nanfeng's eyes. Lin Nanfeng chuckled nervously, his heart racing. But he managed to maintain his calm facade as he replied, "Their company has central air conditioning. I'm dressed warmly, and it's a bit warm. Yet the three of us are also warmly dressed, yet none of us is sweating," Yun Zhiyi pointed out, leaving Lin Nanfeng momentarily stunned as he spoke and began to remove his down jacket. "From a young age, I have harbored an aversion to heat, sweating more readily than the average person." The moment Lin Nanfeng shed his down jacket, a wave of chill enveloped him. The thermal undershirt he wore offered little warmth. Yet, in a bid to avoid inciting Yun Zhiyi's ire, he stubbornly persisted in his facade. Observing Lin Nanfeng's predicament, Yun Zhiyi stifled a laugh, extending her hand to drape the down jacket back over him. In a gentle voice, she urged, "Do not be obstinate. Put it on quickly. If you catch a chill, I will be quite distressed. And remember, do not deceive me again." Lin Nanfeng nodded, feeling a pang of guilt. "President Yi, I cannot shake the feeling that I could forego lunch today. I am already quite satiated by this display of affection," he remarked. Upon saying this, Yun Zhiyi felt a faint blush creeping to her earlobes as she walked away, embracing the smiling Yi Anren. Wang Hao cast a glance at Yun Zhiyi's retreating figure, sighed softly, and shook his head before whispering to Lin Nanfeng, "Fengzi, you are lacking. You still need practice." Lin Nanfeng shot him an eye roll, recalling how this fellow nearly led him to disaster. Had it not been for Yun Zhiyi's magnanimity, he would have been doomed upon returning home. Wang Hao continued in a hushed tone, "Would you like me to impart some marital wisdom? I assure you, you shall navigate your interactions with Teacher Yun with the utmost ease." Lin Nanfeng regarded Wang Hao's self-important demeanor with a scoff. "You, who are frequently left outside by Deng Xiaoya, possess experience. Spare me. I have no desire to be left out in the cold this winter." With that, Lin Nanfeng hastened to catch up with Yun Zhiyi and her companions, avoiding Wang Hao as one would a plague. After lunch, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi concluded their discussions regarding the Huading business project and returned to Jiangxing University. In the security office, Zhang Shuji regarded Lin Nanfeng with a lingering gaze. When Lin Nanfeng had been assigned to their security department, Zhang had assumed it was a measure to rectify their operations. Yet, during Lin Nanfeng's 3-month tenure as chief of security, he had not even amassed a full month of attendance. Astonishingly, the school had not dismissed him, leaving all matters, great and small, to rest upon his shoulders. Perceiving the weight of Zhang Shuji's gaze, Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat softly. He had initially intended to escort Yun Zhiyi to and from work each day at Jiangxing University. However, unforeseen events had arisen, and his commitments to the Nanfeng Group's projects made full attendance impossible. Feeling somewhat remorseful, he said, "Captain Zhang, I must trouble you with the affairs of the security department. I have already requested a salary increase on your behalf from the school." Zhang Shuji, upon hearing this, felt a sense of resignation. Encountering such leadership was beyond his control. Despite the heavy workload, at least a raise was forthcoming. Before the end of the day, Lin Nanfeng transferred the details of the project discussed with Yun Zhiyi and Huading to Wei Yue, entrusting the subsequent operations to the assigned business team. He aspired to remain a hands-off manager. Having preheated the car, he awaited Yun Zhiyi in the parking lot. Once she entered the vehicle, he softly inquired, "Why have you finished work half an hour later today?" After a 30-minute meeting, she explained, "Tomorrow, the school will hold its annual ball, and all faculty and students are invited to attend." Lin Nanfeng paused for a few seconds, recalling the images of girls in delicate gowns from television broadcasts of such events. And he scoffed quietly. "The school seems rather absurd to me, holding a dance in such frigid weather." Yun Zhiyi shot him a glare and replied irritably, "Don't be ridiculous. The dance at Jiangxing University has been held for over a decade, always at this time of year. Do you intend to participate? It's a task assigned by the school, and I cannot refuse. Besides, I do enjoy dancing. But what about your injury? It has healed. I can show you when we get home." Seeing the worried expression on Lin Nanfeng's face, Yun Zhiyi smiled. Lin Nanfeng reluctantly nodded in agreement for her to attend. "Wait, let's not head home just yet. I need to buy a dress at the store." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression changed dramatically. The last time he accompanied Yun Zhiyi shopping, it lasted an entire morning. He could never understand why girls relished shopping so much. It left him quite exasperated. Chapter 74. Marriage? Inside Jiangxing's largest shopping center, Lin Nanfeng trudged along behind Yun Zhiyi, carrying bags with an air of despondency. He had been accompanying her for over 2 hours, while she remained spiritedly exploring various clothing stores. "How about this white gown?" Yun Zhiyi emerged from the fitting room, inquiring about her appearance to the dejected Lin Nanfeng seated in the store. He lifted his gaze to her dressed in a white gown and solemnly remarked, "Yun, doesn't this outfit seem a bit too revealing?" Upon hearing this, she shot him an exasperated glance. The shop assistant smiled and explained to Lin Nanfeng, "Sir, the design of this gown is meant to showcase the delicate beauty of Eastern women." After she finished speaking, Lin Nanfeng muttered under his breath, "Nonsense. That designer must be a lecher." His comment elicited awkward expressions from several beautiful salesgirls, while Yun Zhiyi regarded him in disbelief, handing a suit to Lin Nanfeng. Confused, he asked, "I don't usually wear suits. There's no need to buy one." "Very well. Then tomorrow, I shall find another male teacher from the school to accompany me to the dance," Yun Zhiyi replied calmly. With that, she attempted to return the men's suit to the nearby sales assistant. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng hurriedly stood up and snatched the suit from Yun Zhiyi's hands. What a joke. Of course, he would accompany her to the dance. Yet, the thought of her dancing with other male teachers from previous years left him with a twinge of regret, and he said somewhat jealously, "Alas, it's a pity the first man to dance with you isn't me." Yun Zhiyi let out a light laugh, wrapping her arm around Lin Nanfeng's, playfully saying, "I never expected you to feel jealous. I have never attended the school dance before. I've turned down their invitations every year." Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback and, with a touch of machismo, declared, "I am not jealous." When he emerged from the fitting room, Yun Zhiyi looked him over with delight, exclaiming, "You look great. Wear this suit to accompany me to the dance tomorrow evening." After purchasing their outfits, it was already 8 o'clock at night. After they exited the store, they intended to find a place to dine. Suddenly, Yun Zhiyi halted at the entrance of a bridal shop. Lin Nanfeng followed her gaze and saw the sign, a lifetime of wedding dresses. Observing the longing expression on Yun Zhiyi's face, he smiled and suggested, "Teacher Yun, shall we step inside and try on some wedding gowns?" The allure of a pristine white wedding dress is irresistible to every woman, and Yun Zhiyi was no exception. Yet, with a hint of hesitation, she replied, "Should we eat first and try on the dresses later?" Lin Nanfeng chuckled, the fatigue that had previously shadowed him dissipating as he took her hand and led her into the bridal shop. This marked the first occasion in his life accompanying a girl to try on wedding dresses. His previous relationship with Su Ro had ended before it could truly blossom. Now, he stood beside the woman he longed to cherish for a lifetime. Inside the bridal shop, Yun Zhiyi emerged before Lin Nanfeng, adorned in a radiant white gown, rendering him momentarily speechless. It is a universal sentiment among men to envision their beloved in a wedding dress. Noticing Lin Nanfeng's astonished expression, Yun Zhiyi playfully remarked, "You look foolish." Approaching her, Lin Nanfeng smiled and said, "Wife in my eyes, you're the most beautiful woman in the world when you wear that dress." Such flattery, Yun Zhiyi softly retorted, a joyful smile gracing her face. Women often beautify themselves for the admiration of those they cherish. And she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Pouting at Lin Nanfeng, she teased, "If you wish to marry me, you must act swiftly. I am already 27, and soon I may become a worn-out old woman." Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. Yun Zhiyi had awaited him for over a decade. Given her family circumstances, had she not encountered him in her youth, she would likely have married long ago, spending her formative years in anticipation. Gathering his courage, Lin Nanfeng grasped Yun Zhiyi's delicate hand and declared with unwavering conviction, "How about we obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow?" Sometimes, marriage necessitates a touch of impulsiveness. The euphoria of love flooded Lin Nanfeng's mind in that moment. Seeing the redness in his eyes, Yun Zhiyi was filled with tears of happiness. After waiting for more than 10 years, she finally received the answer she longed for. She slowly nodded, affirming, "All right." Her voice was resolute. Lin Nanfeng smiled gently and wiped away the tears on her face. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng's phone rang, and he glanced at the screen, puzzled by the number displayed. It was the phone number of Su Ro's mother, Sun Mei. He had saved it for convenience after their last meeting at the hospital. After a brief pause, the ringing continued, and Yun Zhiyi looked at him with curiosity. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Nanfeng softly informed Yun Zhiyi, "It's a call from Su Ro's mother." Concerned that Yun Zhiyi might feel jealous, he chose not to keep it from her, simultaneously seeking her approval to answer. "Go ahead. It might be something urgent," she replied. Lin Nanfeng leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Feeling a bit shy, Yun Zhiyi glanced at a nearby sales clerk, her cheeks flushing as she retreated to the changing room to change. Lin Nanfeng smiled faintly and upon answering the phone, gently inquired, "Aunt Sun, is there something you need at this late hour?" On the other end of the line, Sun Mei, upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's voice, asked anxiously, "Do you know Gu Yunha?" Lin Nanfeng's expression froze momentarily, filled with confusion as he responded, "Yes. Is he still causing trouble for you?" Sun Mei, her voice tinged with urgency, explained, "Xiaoro called me at 7 this evening, saying she was meeting Gu Yunha. If she hasn't returned by 8:30, I should call you. Now, I can't reach her." After a brief silence, Lin Nanfeng quickly reassured her, "Aunt Sun, please don't panic. I'll go find Su Ro right away." After hanging up, Lin Nanfeng furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for the cigarettes in his pocket, only to suddenly recall his promise to Yun Zhiyi to quit smoking. Instead, he popped a piece of gum into his mouth. The Gu family had already fallen from grace, and Gu Yunha had been expelled from the Nanfeng group. With Su Ro now involved with Gu Yunha, his reckless nature might indeed lead him to commit unlawful acts. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi emerged from the changing room, dressed and noticing Lin Nanfeng's somber demeanor. She softly asked, "Is something wrong?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Nanfeng looked at Yun Zhiyi and replied in a grave tone, "Su Ro might be in trouble." In the car, Lin Nanfeng recounted to Yun Zhiyi all the events involving him and Su Ro during their university days. Their relationship had progressed to the point of discussing marriage, and he felt no need to conceal anything from her. "Did you break up with Su Ro because of Gu Yunha?" Yun Zhiyi asked after a brief silence. Lin Nanfeng smiled wryly and responded. It was likely because of Gu Yunha. I got into a fight with him during our senior year because of Su Ro, though I lost my chance for graduate school. Gu Yunha, with his character, would have certainly coerced Su Ro into ending our relationship. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi did not express anger, but rather teased him. I never imagined you could be so passionate over a woman. Lin Nanfeng, forced to chuckle at her playful tone, replied, I was young and reckless, never considering the consequences. I still vividly remember the disappointed look from my advisor, wishing I could have done better. Yun Zhiyi's expression grew contemplative as she remarked, Gu Yunha has pursued Su Ro for so many years without success. I believe Su Ro still holds a place for you in her heart. Lin Nanfeng's expression faltered. After all these years, Su Ro had not accepted Gu Yunha's affections, nor had she entered a new relationship. He was uncertain whether Su Ro still thought of him. He replied solemnly, That seems impossible. We've been apart for so long. Yun Zhiyi shot him a knowing glance and gently said, You truly underestimate women. When a young woman encounters someone extraordinary, she may carry that memory for a lifetime. Moreover, you are Su Ro's first love. Lin Nanfeng sighed inwardly, pondering that regardless of Su Ro's feelings now, he was committed to his relationship with Yun Zhiyi. There exists no possibility between him and Su Ro. He cannot straddle two boats, gazing at the pot while feasting from a bowl. The primary concern now is to locate Su Ro and Gu Yunha. The entanglement among the three of them ought to reach a resolution. You must find a way to locate Su Ro swiftly. I fear for her safety concerning Gu Yunha, Yun Zhiyi stated solemnly. After a brief silence, Lin Nanfeng dialed Zhang Yuan's number. The National Security Bureau in Jiangxing possesses a Skynet system, making it relatively simple to find Su Ro and the others. Additionally, he was aware that since the last attack he suffered, the Bureau had been gathering evidence regarding the Xinjiang Society's illicit activities. Given Gu Yunha's connections with the Xinjiang Society, he would surely be within the Bureau's surveillance. Director Zhang, could you assist me in locating Gu Yunha's whereabouts? Lin Nanfeng inquired straightforwardly after the call connected. Please hold for a few minutes while I arrange for an inquiry. Zhang replied. After hanging up, Yun Zhiyi grasped Lin Nanfeng's hand gently and said, Would you like me to ask my uncle for assistance? Lin Nanfeng chuckled lightly. It is not a significant matter. I can handle it without troubling your uncle. Allow me to accompany you. I am uneasy about you going alone, Yun Zhiyi insisted softly, shaking her head. After waiting in the car for just a few minutes, Zhang Yuan called back. Approximately 3 minutes ago, Gu Yunha exited the Xiangyin bar, supporting a woman. We infiltrated Gu Yunha's phone and discovered that he reserved a luxurious room at the Xinyuan Grand Hotel. The room number is 9003. Following this, Zhang sent Lin Nanfeng the surveillance images. The woman Gu Yunha was supporting in the pictures was indeed Su Ro, albeit unconscious. Upon viewing the images, fury ignited within Lin Nanfeng's eyes, and he spoke icily to Zhang Yuan. I possess evidence of Gu Yunha's criminal activities. Can you arrange for his arrest immediately? Zhang responded gravely. I will coordinate with the Jiangxing police at once. After ending the call, Lin Nanfeng handed his phone to Yun Zhiyi and said with a deep voice, That scoundrel Gu Yunha is cornered and resorting to such despicable tactics. Su Ro must have been drugged by him. Yun Zhiyi furrowed her brow, her voice icy as she remarked, What a scoundrel. In room 9003 of the Xinyuan Grand Hotel, Gu Yunha cradled the unconscious Su Ro, a frenzied expression overtaking his face. I have lost everything, yet you still wish to leave me. Following the collapse of the Gu family, his relatives had devoured the family's assets. In a fit of rage, his father succumbed to a heart attack in the hospital, unable to cope with the stark transition from heaven to hell. His mother tragically took her own life by jumping from a building. Gu Yunha was cast out by his relatives, and his former friends now regarded him with disdain. Avoiding him entirely, he was truly a solitary figure. Gently caressing Su Ro's cheek, his gaze blended tenderness with a hint of madness as he revealed a sinister grin. Su Ro, although we were not together in life, we could become husband and wife in the underworld. Though they cannot share life, they can share death. Gu Yunha gently laid Su Ruo upon the bed, scattering rose petals over the sheets, adorning her in a pristine wedding gown, for he intended to conduct their final nuptials. Meanwhile, a copious amount of sleeping pills dissolved in a cup of water was administered to Su Ruo. At that moment, Lin Nanfeng and the police force swiftly breached the door. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Yunhe's expression turned tense as he pressed a knife against Su Ruo's neck. Hastily retreating towards the hotel balcony, a frenzied look etched upon his face as he exclaimed, "Once again, it is you, Lin Nanfeng. How do you persistently haunt my life? During our university days, Su Ruo chose you. Now that you have parted ways, why do you still linger before her? Why must you ruin my wedding with Su Ruo?" Lin Nanfeng surveyed the room with a steely gaze and responded calmly. "Gu Yunhe, step down and lower the knife. We can discuss this matter rationally." In response, Gu Yunhe erupted into laughter. "I never imagined the once unyielding Lin Nanfeng would now plead with me. It seems that in the end, I have triumphed." With that, Gu Yunhe buried his face into Su Ruo's hair draped over her shoulders. "Do not harm Su Ruo. Direct your anger towards me," Lin Nanfeng said softly as he cautiously approached Gu Yunhe. Behind him, Yun Zhiyi wore an expression of deep concern, urgently calling out to Lin Nanfeng, "Nanfeng, do not go any closer." In that moment, Yun Zhiyi felt a tumult of emotions. She yearned to save Su Ruo, yet feared for Lin Nanfeng's safety. Lin Nanfeng turned his head, signaling to Yun Zhiyi and the police not to advance. Gu Yunhe laughed maniacally. "Lin Nanfeng, I once admired you greatly during our university days. Had it not been for Su Ruo, we might have forged a strong friendship." Lin Nanfeng paused in surprise before he and Su Ruo became a couple. Gu Yunhe was a bright and sociable individual, harmonious with his peers, and had once spoken passionately during class meetings. Yet now, love had transformed into a bitter poison. Time slipped away, second by second. Outside the hotel, the special police force of Jiangsheng, rescue teams, and ambulances rushed to the scene. Inside, Lin Nanfeng remained in a standoff with Gu Yunhe, inching closer to the man who held Su Ruo hostage. Searching for the opportune moment to divert Gu Yunhe's attention and rescue the unconscious Su Ruo, Yun Zhiyi was on edge, desiring to stop Lin Nanfeng, but fearing it would provoke the unhinged Gu Yunhe. At that moment, Gu Yunhe had brought Su Ruo to the edge of the windowsill, poised to fall at any moment. "Gu Yunhe, let our entanglements end today. I will not pursue the past. Simply release Su Ruo and surrender for leniency under the law." Lin Nanfeng spoke softly, attempting to soothe Gu Yunhe's volatile emotions. Having witnessed the fragility of life during his military service, Lin Nanfeng was not devoid of compassion. Despite Gu Yunhe's repeated provocations, he did not wish for his demise, nor did he possess the right to seek it. Although Gu Yunhe is a criminal, he has not been stripped of his citizenship in Huagua, unlike the terrorists who infiltrate the nation's borders. At this moment, Lin Nanfeng only wishes to save Su Ruo and, within his capacity, prevent Gu Yunhe from continuing his criminal acts, ensuring he faces the consequences of Huagua's laws. Gu Yunhe smiled sorrowfully, his voice tinged with despair as he said, "There is no turning back now. The only regret I have in this life is towards my parents. I am an unfilial son, and now that they have passed away, life holds no meaning for me. Father, mother, I have awakened too late. I am sorry." Seizing the moment when Gu Yunhe was momentarily distracted, Lin Nanfeng swiftly snatched the knife from Gu Yunhe's hand while pulling Su Ruo towards the room. In the struggle, Gu Yunhe's knife grazed Lin Nanfeng's arm, and his body became unsteady, teetering over the railing. Ignoring the pain in his injured left arm, Lin Nanfeng hurriedly grasped Gu Yunhe, calling out, "Gu Yunhe, hold on tight." In an instant, the others in the room finally realized what was happening as they witnessed Gu Yunhe falling. At that moment, half of Lin Nanfeng's body was already outside the window, and Yun Zhiyi's face paled in shock. She rushed forward with two policemen to pull Lin Nanfeng back inside. Gu Yunhe, plummeting, looked up at Lin Nanfeng, his expression serene, devoid of fear, facing death with equanimity. Perhaps it was the last flicker of his conscience that allowed him to calmly say to Lin Nanfeng, "Please tell Su Ruo I am sorry." Gu Yunhe gradually released Lin Nanfeng's hand, his expression tranquil as he fell from the 9th floor to the ground below. "Lin Nanfeng, half dragged back inside by Yun Zhiyi and the others, shook his head slightly and murmured, "What a pity. He once had a chance at life." As Lin Nanfeng lifted his head, he saw Yun Zhiyi, her face streaked with tears. He forced a smile and gently touched her face, saying, "Teacher Yun, am I not fine now?" However, Lin Nanfeng's words did little to comfort her, causing her tears to flow even more freely. Without speaking, Yun Zhiyi choked back sobs as she used a scarf to bandage Lin Nanfeng's bleeding wound, her pristine down jacket stained with blood. When the doctor arrived, he quickly disinfected and treated Lin Nanfeng's injury. Supporting the injured Lin Nanfeng, Yun Zhiyi approached the unconscious Su Ro. Lin Nanfeng furrowed his brows, inquiring of the examining doctor, "What is her condition? Why is she still unconscious?" The doctor handed Lin Nanfeng an empty bottle of sleeping pills, gravely stating, "The patient has ingested a large quantity of sleeping pills. We must take her to the hospital immediately for gastric lavage." With that, he hurriedly carried Su Ro down to the ambulance. Lin Nanfeng sighed as he looked at the empty pill bottle, muttering, "Love can be quite harmful." Accompanying Lin Nanfeng to the hospital for treatment, Yun Zhiyi felt relieved when Su Ro was determined to be out of danger after a gastric lavage. Lin Nanfeng then informed Sun Mei of Su Ro's condition at the hospital, and it was only after Sun Mei arrived that he and Yun Zhiyi felt at ease to leave. On the way home, Yun Zhiyi remained silent, and despite Lin Nanfeng's attempts to converse, she continued to respond with silence. Upon entering his home, Lin Nanfeng, with a tone of regret, addressed the silent Yun Zhiyi. "Wife, I was wrong. Please do not be angry." Tears streamed down Yun Zhiyi's previously calm face, catching Lin Nanfeng off guard. With a heart full of concern, he gently remarked, "Wife, why are you crying again? Please stop. It does not suit you." After uttering these words, he tenderly caressed her cheeks. Yun Zhiyi, embracing Lin Nanfeng, choked on her words. "If something were to happen to you, what would I do?" Lin Nanfeng gazed at the weeping Yun Zhiyi in his arms, softly stroking her head as he reassured her, "I shall be more cautious in the future, ensuring that you no longer live in fear." Releasing Lin Nanfeng's warm embrace, she noticed his injured arm and, with a heart full of compassion, inquired, "Does it hurt?" Lin Nanfeng shook his head and replied gently, "Not at all." Just then, his stomach audibly rumbled. Neither he nor Yun Zhiyi had eaten since lunch. Their plans for dinner after shopping had been interrupted by the incident involving Su Ro. With an awkward smile, he raised his injured hand and suggested, "Yun, shall we order takeout?" Yun Zhiyi pouted, taken aback for a moment before responding, "What shall we order? Takeout lacks nutrition and is unsanitary." "What then? I am unable to cook with my injured hand," he lamented. Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance. "I did not suggest that you cook." With that, she set down her handbag and headed towards the kitchen. Lin Nanfeng, drenched in sweat at the thought of her culinary skills, recalled her disastrous attempts at cooking, which, as Shen Qingming aptly put it, were unpalatable even to dogs. He hastily retrieved his phone to order takeout, reasoning that unhealthy food was preferable to Yun Zhiyi's cooking. At least it would fill his stomach. After sitting on the sofa for a few minutes, he grew increasingly anxious and ventured into the kitchen, fearing she might unintentionally set the house ablaze. Upon entering, he found Yun Zhiyi following a recipe on her phone, cracking eggs with a flurry of activity. Noticing Lin Nanfeng's presence, she declared, "I have been studying culinary skills recently. My cooking has greatly improved." As she clumsily cracked the eggs into a bowl, Lin Nanfeng peered in to see eggshell fragments floating atop the mixture, and watched in disbelief as she added a spoonful of salt. Alarmed, he cleared his throat and said, "Yin, perhaps you're adding a bit too much salt." Yun Zhiyi, undeterred, consulted her phone once more and confidently replied, "It's not too much. The recipe calls for 1 spoonful of salt." She then handed the phone to Lin Nanfeng for him to verify. After reading the recipe, Lin Nanfeng's expression darkened. The spoon she used was 5 times larger than what was indicated in the recipe. In the dining room, Lin Nanfeng surveyed the array of disastrous dishes prepared by Yun Zhiyi, his heart heavy with bitterness. Meanwhile, Yun Zhiyi furrowed her brow, perplexed by the disparity between her creations and the recipe she had followed, muttering, "I made it according to the menu on my phone. Why does it look so different?" Lin Nanfeng's face was etched with worry. The tomato and egg dish could easily ruin one's appetite, while the shredded potatoes stir-fried with meat were charred beyond recognition. The only remotely appetizing dish was the stir-fried green beans. However, upon tasting them, he discovered they were undercooked. Consuming raw green beans could lead to poisoning. Tonight, he had not perished alongside Gu Yunhe, yet he was nearly poisoned by the meal prepared by Yun Zhiyi. This simply would not do. He resolved to return to the kitchen for further investigation. Yun Zhiyi stood up and turned towards the kitchen, but Lin Nanfeng hastily grabbed her hand, clearing his throat softly and forcing a chuckle as he said, "My dear wife, it's quite late. Perhaps we should not labor over cooking tonight. Let's first satisfy our hunger." With that, he revealed the takeout he had hidden in the living room before her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yun Zhiyi replied solemnly, "Very well, I shall delve into culinary arts another day." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least today was concluded, though the next few days might require reliance on takeout. The following morning, Yun Zhiyi accompanied Lin Nanfeng to the hospital. As she departed, she reminded him not to forget the ball that evening. Due to the events of the previous night, their plans to obtain a marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau were thwarted, and they would have to find another time. After changing his dressings at the nurse's station, Lin Nanfeng stood outside Su Ro's hospital room. By that time, Su Ro had awakened, lying in bed with a vacant gaze directed at the window. The sound of the door creaking open interrupted her reverie. She turned her head to smile at Lin Nanfeng, who was holding a basket of fruit. "My body still has its discomforts, but I just asked the doctor, and he assured me there are no lingering effects," she said. Lin Nanfeng picked up a fruit knife from the table and sat before her, peeling an apple as he gently spoke. Su Ro accepted the apple he had prepared, a faint smile gracing her pale features as she softly expressed, "Thank you and Teacher Yun for last night. We are merely friends. There is no need for thanks." Lin Nanfeng replied with a smile. After a moment of silence, Su Ro slowly asked, "Gu Yunhe, has he truly fallen to his death?" Lin Nanfeng found himself at a loss for words. The entangled fates of the three of them had begun in university, and with Gu Yunhe's passing, their shared grievances had finally reached a resolution. After so many years of entanglement, they had arrived at an end, providing a definitive closure to their tumultuous past. With a sigh, Lin Nanfeng softly responded, "In his final moments, he wished for me to convey his apologies to you." Although Gu Yunhe had caused Su Ro much pain, Lin Nanfeng felt compelled to share his last words with her. Su Ro gradually closed her eyes, as if she had long anticipated Gu Yunhe's demise. With a trembling voice, she said, "Last night, Gu Yunhe called me, saying he would be leaving Jiangshang tomorrow and wished to see me one last time. I agreed, hoping to bring closure to our years of entanglement. Upon meeting him, he had already conceived the desire to depart from this world." Tears welled at the corners of her eyes, and Lin Nanfeng offered her a tissue, comforting her with the words, "He regretted his choices in the end. He merely did not have the chance to tell you in person." Su Ro gazed at Lin Nanfeng by the bedside, her voice tinged with melancholy as she recounted. "The true reason for our breakup during university graduation was that my father required financial assistance for surgery. Upon learning of this, Gu Yunhe offered to lend me the money, but under the condition that I end my relationship with you. After graduation, I worked tirelessly to repay his debt, often reflecting on my gratitude toward him for supporting me during my most challenging times. He confessed his feelings for me multiple times, yet I could never bring myself to reciprocate those emotions, as my heart remained steadfastly loyal to you." Lin Nanfeng, having overheard Su Ro's conversation with Gu Yunhe during their last encounter in the hospital, had already surmised that her decision to part ways might have stemmed from her father's illness. Hearing Su Ro articulate it now struck him with an unexpected pang. They were akin to two intersecting lines, crossing at a singular moment before diverging indefinitely, growing ever apart. "Su Ro, perhaps we have missed our chance, and there is no hope for a return," he lamented. After speaking, Lin Nanfeng felt like a cad, his countenance a complex tapestry of emotions, guilt evident in his gaze as he looked at Su Ro. As Yun Zhiyi had suggested, Su Ro likely harbored feelings for him still. But after spending the past few months with Yun Zhiyi, he had moved on, now viewing Su Ro solely as a friend. Thus, he resolved not to provide her with any false hope, choosing instead to convey his refusal gently. Seemingly understanding his unspoken thoughts, Su Ro smiled softly and replied, I did not intend to disrupt your relationship with Teacher Yun. I merely wished to unburden the words I have long kept within. Now that my father's health has recovered, I plan to resign after leaving the hospital and return to our hometown to pursue a stable position while I am still young. As Lin Nanfeng stepped through the hospital doors, the day's sunlight enveloped him in a warm embrace, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of relief. The resolution of matters between him and Su Ro seemed to signal a positive outcome, and her return to the county indicated that she had finally moved beyond the entanglements involving the three of them. With a buoyant spirit, Lin Nanfeng dialed Yun Zhiyi's number, playfully inquiring, Teacher Yun, are you thinking of me? Yun Zhiyi paused for a few seconds, taken aback, and responded with a hint of skepticism. What on earth are you talking about? We just parted ways 2 hours ago, but I find myself missing you, he replied, his tone teasing. How cheesy. Please don't speak to me in that tone. I have goosebumps all over, she retorted, a mix of annoyance and amusement in her voice. Overcome with delight, Lin Nanfeng couldn't help but chuckle, unable to restrain himself from calling Yun Zhiyi. Could you please pick up Chen Tianyu at the airport? Sure, he has a meeting at noon and cannot go, Yun Zhiyi suddenly stated. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback and quickly asked, Is Jiang Shi with him now? Why the surprise? Is sure not deserving of your brother? Yun Zhiyi responded, a hint of irritation in her tone. She certainly deserves someone as outstanding as Teacher Jiang. She is more than a match for Chen Tianyu. Lin Nanfeng replied with a forced laugh. Of course, Jiang Shi is well matched with Chen Tianyu. But that fellow is a notorious playboy, masquerading as innocent and demure, he added with a knowing smile. After his last visit to the hospital, he repeatedly probed Chen Tianyu, only to discover that this fellow had dated over 10 girlfriends in the span of 4 years, clearly embodying the quintessential playboy. No wonder he remained unmarried in his 30s. He flitted through the flowers without a care. It was imperative that Chen Tianyu received a stern talking to during his time in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, it would result in his breakup with Jiang Shi, causing collateral damage to others. Chapter 78. It was you who took the initiative at the airport. Lin Nanfeng had been waiting for over 2 hours since arriving at noon, his stomach growling with hunger. Finally, at 2:30 in the afternoon, he spotted Chen Tianyu, who sported a middle part, wore large black sunglasses, and dragged a bright red suitcase behind him. Hey, my old buddy, aren't you thrilled to see me? Chen Tianyu exclaimed, a red rose gripped in his mouth as he enveloped Lin Nanfeng in a hearty embrace. Passers-by slowed their pace, casting curious glances at the two of them. Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wished he could sink into the ground and disappear, as this was a blatant affront to Jiangqing's image. He chuckled awkwardly, pushing Chen Tianyu away, and, with his head bowed to avoid the stairs, made his way to the adjacent parking lot. Don't call me. I don't know him, he muttered himself. Behind him, Chen Tianyu looked bewildered, his eyes darting around as he called out loudly, Dear Feng Ge, why are you leaving me here, all alone? Chen Tianyu's voice had a melodramatic lilt, and Lin Nanfeng felt goosebumps creeping over him, quickening his pace. Feng Yi, why are you running away? Chen Tianyu, struggling with his cumbersome suitcase, hurried to catch up to Lin Nanfeng. Upon reaching the BMW 5 Series belonging to Yun Zhiyi, Lin Nanfeng finally halted. Chen Tianyu arrived breathless beside him, panting as he asked, Why are you avoiding me like a plague? Lin Nanfeng shot him an exasperated glare. Am I really avoiding you? Do you lack self-awareness? The onlookers in the airport had likely assumed they were a couple, and he certainly did not wish to find himself on the gossip columns of Jiangcheng the following morning. Why are you dressed so flamboyantly for the ball? Lin Nanfeng inquired, his expression one of incredulity. Chen Tianyu was clad entirely in red, donning a striking red suit and a large red hat that made him impossible to overlook. He brushed off the dust from his jacket and presented himself with a flourish. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? I bought this suit specifically to surprise Jiang Shi. A surprise? It might just turn into a fright by the time of the ball, Lin Nanfeng remarked, surveying Chen Tianyu from head to toe. He possessed little apart from his good looks, and his fashion sense paled in comparison to Lin Nanfeng's. It baffled him how this man had managed to date so many women in just 4 years. With a firm voice, Lin Nanfeng warned. I caution you against misleading Jiangxi in matters of the heart. Should complications arise, I shall not bear the blame. Chun Tianyu, upon hearing this, reacted with fervor. Am I the sort of person who would do that? I take every relationship seriously. Lin Nanfeng shot Chun Tianyu a dismissive glance, remarking on his numerous ex-girlfriends while feigning innocence. Taking every relationship seriously? Perhaps only in bed, he thought. As the clock struck 6, the night enveloped Jiangxing, and Lin Nanfeng accompanied Yun Zhiyi to the grand auditorium of their school. Everywhere they looked, well-dressed teachers and alumni from previous years filled the venue for the dance, the atmosphere rivaling that of Jiangxing University's anniversary celebration. Ms. Yun, I didn't realize you earned your master's degree from Jiangxing University, Lin Nanfeng remarked with a hint of surprise. Yun Zhiyi, gently entwining her arm with his, replied softly, my mother was against my application to Jiangxing University. Why choose a school so far from home then? Lin Nanfeng teased, a playful grin on his face. With a huff, Yun Zhiyi retorted, her cheeks flushed with irritation. You know very well why. I came to find you, yet you are nowhere to be found. Lin Nanfeng chuckled heartily, recalling that during her time at Jiangxing University, he had been serving in the military, making it impossible for her to locate him. Their serendipitous reunion was, in fact, thanks to her uncle, who had recently been appointed as the mayor of Jiangxing. With his assistance, she was able to track Lin Nanfeng down. Otherwise, in the vast sea of people, it would have been nearly impossible to reconnect after so many years. Upon reaching the auditorium, Lin Nanfeng raised his left hand slowly, his expression filled with regret. I may not be able to dance with you tonight. The doctor advised against any vigorous activity, and yet you took advantage of me last night, Yun Zhiyi said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, appearing endearingly bashful under the streetlight's glow. Casting a glance around to ensure their privacy, Lin Nanfeng leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, it was you who initiated it last night. I was merely a willing participant. Shall we continue tonight? Yun Zhiyi's cheeks reddened further, resembling a tempting red apple. She shot Lin Nanfeng an exasperated look and playfully replied, no way. We must heed the doctor's advice. You're not to engage in any strenuous activity until you heal. Her shy demeanor, coupled with her pristine white dress, stirred Lin Nanfeng's heart. He leaned in closer, savoring the thrill of the moment, thinking to himself, in a public setting, yet no one is around, just a kiss wouldn't hurt. After all, she is my girlfriend. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice broke the tranquility, causing Yun Zhiyi to hastily push Lin Nanfeng away. Turning in a fit of anger, Lin Nanfeng saw Chun Tianyu and Jiangxi approaching, dressed in his signature red suit. Chun Tianyu grinned mischievously. Next time, I'll be more considerate and not interrupt your little rendezvous. Yun Zhiyi shot a shy glare at Lin Nanfeng upon hearing this. Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat softly and remarked, Teacher Jiang, do you not think that the attire of this handsome gentleman beside you is somewhat questionable? Chun Tianyu, since you have shown no mercy, I shall ensure you face humiliation before Jiangxi today. After saying this, Lin Nanfeng scrutinized Chun Tianyu intently, yet his mischievous grin revealed no hint of concern. Not at all. I quite adore red. The last time I was in a hotel room with Tianyu, I was also clad in red, Jiangxi said, affectionately leaning against Chun Tianyu's arm. Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized he was the true fool in this scenario. Observing Jiangxi closely, he noted her calm demeanor, devoid of a blush or racing heart. Lin Nanfeng gaped, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his teeth clenched as he managed to utter, you two truly complement each other. Previously, he had worried about Jiangxi being mistreated, but it seemed she was equally adept in matters of the heart, matching Chun Tianyu in every way. Chun Tianyu wrapped his arm around Jiangxi's waist and approached Lin Nanfeng, winking at the utterly flabbergasted Lin Nanfeng before proceeding with Jiangxi into the auditorium. Chapter 79, a dance that captivates the city outside the auditorium. Yun Zhiyi's light laughter interrupted Lin Nanfeng, who was still in shock, gradually regaining his composure. He turned to see Yun Zhiyi, stifling her laughter with her hand. Realization dawned upon Lin Nanfeng. It turned out he was the only one unaware of Jiangxi's prowess. He quietly inquired, Has Jiangxi had a multitude of boyfriends in the past? Yun Zhiyi shook her head, chuckling lightly as she replied, since I met her. She has had at least 20. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng felt his perception of the world shatter. Jiangxi was even more formidable than Chen Tianyu. He had been oblivious to the fact that both of them were seasoned players in the realm of romance. Casting a glance at Yun Zhiyi, he hesitantly asked, "How many boyfriends have you had, Teacher Yun?" Yun Zhiyi shot him a cold glance that sent a shiver down Lin Nanfeng's spine. "Be gentle, my dear wife. I'm still a patient." He winced as Yun Zhiyi pinched his waist painfully. With a cold smile, she replied, "I once had a boyfriend, but he was lost along the way, though I eventually found him." Lin Nanfeng realized she was referring to him and smiled awkwardly. "Let me make this abundantly clear. I, Yun Zhiyi, am not divorced. I am widowed. Should you dare act like Chen Tianyu, you might find yourself accompanying me to the edge of a building," Yun Zhiyi said solemnly. Lin Nanfeng chuckled nervously, pulling Yun Zhiyi into an embrace, softly saying, "Do you really believe the man you favor would be like this? Were it not for you, I would undoubtedly still be mired in my feelings for Su Ro. Did you visit Su Ro today? Has she awakened?" "She has regained consciousness and plans to return to her hometown after being discharged," Yun Zhiyi replied after a moment of silence. "When she departs from Jiang City, we shall see her off together." Agreed. Inside the auditorium of Jiang City University, the ball had already commenced, and Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi were the last couple to arrive. As Lin Nanfeng stepped inside, his gaze fell upon Xiao Chuluo, seated beside the school's leadership, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. Xiao Chuluo was a formidable adversary. Beneath his cultured facade lurked a cunning and treacherous nature, akin to a venomous serpent concealed in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Nanfeng had encountered peril several times in Jiangcheng, each time shadowed by Xiao Chuluo, who always managed to evade capture. However, it seemed that information from Zhang Yuan hinted at a close connection between the Jinzhong group and the underworld forces of Jiangcheng. The Qingjiang Society. "Do you know who that middle-aged male teacher sitting next to Xiao Chuluo is?" Yun Zhiyi suddenly inquired softly. Lin Nanfeng shook his head, admitting that he hardly recognized the faculty from various departments at Jiangcheng University. "I don't know. I have no impression of him," he replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi slowly elaborated. "That middle-aged teacher is Professor Wu Qingfeng from the School of Energy and Power, renowned for his profound research in renewable energy. My senior brother Xiao is not one to be stirred without gain. He has never attended dances in the past, and his presence this time could likely be due to the Jinzhong Group's interest in renewable energy research." Lin Nanfeng fell silent for a moment. The Jinzhong Group had always lagged behind the Nanfeng Group in renewable energy research, and Xiao Chuluo's interest in Wu Qingfeng surely aimed at accelerating their advancements in this field. He leaned closer to Yun Zhiyi and whispered, "Why didn't the Nanfeng Group invite Professor Wu to participate in the renewable energy research?" Yun Zhiyi regarded him with a peculiar expression and replied somewhat irately, "Are you completely oblivious to the happenings of the Nanfeng Group? Professor Wu Qingfeng is the leader of the renewable energy research there." Furrowing his brow, Lin Nanfeng stole another glance at Wu Qingfeng, this unremarkable middle-aged man who was, in fact, the technical head of the Nanfeng Group. Was Xiao Chuluo attempting to court him today? Wu Qingfeng, being the head of renewable energy at the Nanfeng Group, undoubtedly possessed a wealth of confidential information. Should such secrets be compromised, it would be a devastating blow to the Nanfeng Group. Surely not. These professors value their reputations above all else and would not destroy their own credibility, Yun Zhiyi remarked quietly in response to his concerns. "Fengzi, Yun Laoshi, what are you two doing lingering by the entrance? Come over here." Chen Tianyu's voice interrupted Lin Nanfeng's contemplations. Upon hearing Chen Tianyu, Lin Nanfeng cast aside thoughts of Wu Qingfeng, extended his hand towards Yun Zhiyi, and smiled. "Let us go. Tonight, you're my princess." By 7:30 in the evening, the ball had reached its most fervent stage. After Zhou Anjia's speech at Jiangxing University, the free-form ballroom dancing commenced. As enchanting melodies filled the air, male teachers began seeking out their dance partners. "Z, aren't you and Director Lin going to dance?" Jiangxi inquired softly. Yun Zhiyi shook her head and pointed to Lin Nanfeng's injured arm, gently responding, Nanfeng has an injury. The doctor advised against vigorous movement. You and Dr. Chun should go dance. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi sat aside, observing the others gracefully waltzing across the floor. During this time, numerous young men approached Yun Zhiyi, inviting her to dance. As Yun Zhiyi raised Lin Nanfeng's hand, the boys who had approached to strike up a conversation were left with expressions of disappointment upon witnessing the scene. They turned away to seek other dance partners. Noticing the perplexed look on Lin Nanfeng's face, Yun Zhiyi chuckled and explained, the annual dance held by Jiangxing University is referred to as the Qiao Qiao dance, mainly because there are numerous older male and female teachers at the school. The purpose of the dance is primarily to assist single teachers in finding companionship, providing them an opportunity to meet one another. Lin Nanfeng sighed in response. How convenient it is for the school to facilitate such matchmaking. The dance continued until 9 o'clock in the evening, at which point Yun Zhiyi had fallen asleep, her head resting on Lin Nanfeng's shoulder. He draped his jacket over her shoulders. Although the auditorium was cooled by central air conditioning, he worried that she might catch a cold in her slumber. Once the dance concluded, the other attendees had departed, leaving only Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi, along with the cleaning staff who had come to tidy up the hall. Stealing a glance at the slumbering Yun Zhiyi leaning against him, Lin Nanfeng, despite his numbed arm, gently lifted her onto his shoulder. Upon reaching the school parking lot, the surroundings were eerily silent, with a full moon hanging in the sky, casting its soft glow upon the two of them. Has the dance already ended? Yun Zhiyi murmured, rubbing her eyes as she slowly opened them. It ended over 10 minutes ago. Chan Tianyu and Jiangxi have already gone home, Lin Nanfeng replied softly. Please put me down. Your arm is injured, she insisted. Lin Nanfeng gently crouched down, allowing Yun Zhiyi to descend from his back. Whereupon she took hold of his arm to inspect it closely. Is your wound okay? Notating? She inquired. He shook his head. The moon is so beautiful tonight, Yun Zhiyi exclaimed, gazing up at the luminous orb in the night sky. It's the 15th day of the month, so the moon is particularly full, Lin Nanfeng said, wrapping his arm around her waist gently. Yun Zhiyi turned to look at Lin Nanfeng's cheek and smiled. Tonight, I shall dance for you. Taken aback by her words, Lin Nanfeng smiled and nodded in agreement. As graceful melodies echoed across the open expanse, beneath the radiant moonlight, a woman clad in a flowing white dress swayed elegantly, dancing in harmony with the music. The moonlight shimmered upon her gown, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that belonged solely to Lin Nanfeng. In the north, there is a beauty whose dance captivates all. Chapter 80, Improving Culinary Skills. On a weekend morning, Lin Nanfeng awoke with fatigue etched across his face. Yun Zhiyi had already risen, leaving behind a faint scent of peach blossoms in the room. After sitting up and stretching lazily, he rubbed his sore back. The previous night had been wild with Yun Zhiyi, completely disregarding the doctor's advice. Upon rising, he caught sight of his reflection in Yun Zhiyi's makeup mirror beside the bed. Dark circles encircled his eyes, his mouth was adorned with stubble, and he bore an exhausted expression. At this rate, I will surely exhaust myself, Lin Nanfeng muttered to himself. Pushing open the bedroom door, he found no trace of Yun Zhiyi in the living room, but the kitchen was filled with the sound of clattering pots and pans. Lin Nanfeng shook his head in resignation. Once Yun Zhiyi's stubbornness flared up, it was as if not even 8 oxen could pull her back. During his days of recuperation from injury, he had allowed her into the kitchen, only to find that she had truly taken to cooking with fervor. He couldn't help but admire her stamina. After such a wild night, she still rose early. The thought of having to endure another round of Yun Zhiyi's culinary experiments filled him with a sense of impending headache. Pushing open the kitchen door, he caught sight of her slender figure and couldn't help but smile. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, closing his eyes to relish the tenderness she brought him. In that moment, he understood why ancient men frequented brothels and neglected their morning duties. How could any man resist a woman as enticing as the one before him? Don't touch me. Can't you see I'm making breakfast? Yun Zhiyi was completely engrossed in a cooking tutorial on her phone, unfazed by Lin Nanfeng's presence. Dear teacher, there is no need to learn how to cook. I'll always be here to assist you, Lin Nanfeng said softly. Absolutely not. I refuse to believe that. Having completed my undergraduate and postgraduate studies, I cannot master the art of cooking, Yun Zhiyi retorted, her cheeks flushed with determination. No sooner had she spoken than she lifted a box from the floor and placed it on the counter. This is the secret to enhancing my culinary skills, she declared confidently. Lin Nanfeng stared in bewilderment at the box before him. How could this possibly improve her cooking? Over the past few days, Yun Zhiyi had watched every cooking tutorial available online and perused all the books on culinary arts she could find in stores. When she revealed the contents of the box, Lin Nanfeng was utterly astounded. Beakers, test tubes, graduated cylinders, thermometers, and a balance scale. An array of chemical instruments lay before him. Was she conducting a chemistry experiment or preparing a meal? Dumbfounded, he eventually regained his composure and, with a tone of disbelief, asked, "Where on earth did you acquire these items?" Yun Zhiyi diligently washed the array of instruments, her expression serious as she replied, "I borrowed them from the chemistry department. With these tools, I can precisely measure the grams of salt, the volume of soy sauce, and the amount of water needed." Lin Nanfeng couldn't help but chuckle. If the chemistry professors at Jiangxing University were to discover that Yun Zhiyi was using their laboratory equipment for cooking, they might very well faint in despair. Utilizing such elaborate instruments for culinary endeavors was akin to using a cannon to catch a mosquito, a gross misallocation of resources. "Please step outside. I need to focus on my cooking," Yun Zhiyi said, rolling up her sleeves and shooing Lin Nanfeng out of the kitchen. In the living room, Lin Nanfeng felt a flicker of anticipation, eager to see what culinary marvels Yun Zhiyi would conjure. After washing up, he had little faith in her ability to prepare a breakfast worthy of his expectations. Turning on his heel, he grabbed his keys and headed out the door to buy breakfast downstairs. On that wintry morning, as dawn broke, Jiangxing lay shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Relying on his memory, Lin Nanfeng sought out the sole breakfast shop illuminated in the neighborhood. The proprietors were a middle-aged couple, and due to his frequent visits, he had grown quite familiar with them. "Brother Zhou, as usual, I would like 2 servings of tofu pudding, one sweetened, without chili or Vietnamese coriander, and the other generously spiced with chili and Vietnamese coriander." Yun Zhiyi has resided in Jiangxing for several years, relishing sweet tofu pudding for breakfast. Yet she finds it difficult to acclimate to the local specialty, spicy tofu pudding, particularly when it includes Vietnamese coriander. However, as a native of Jiangxing, Lin Nanfeng thoroughly enjoys tofu pudding with Vietnamese coriander. "Brother Lin, judging by your accent, you are also from Jiangxing. Is it palatable to have white sugar in tofu pudding?" The breakfast shop owner, perplexed, extended a cigarette towards Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng shook his head in refusal, smiling as he replied, "My wife is not from Jiangxing and cannot quite appreciate the spicy tofu pudding, especially with Vietnamese coriander." "Your wife is from somewhere that doesn't indulge in Vietnamese coriander?" "It is considered one of the most delectable delicacies here in Jiangxing," the owner inquired while packing the tofu pudding in round containers. At that moment, the owner's wife emerged from the back room, handing Lin Nanfeng steaming soy milk and shao mai, playfully chiding, "Enough with the inquiries. I have met Brother Lin's wife. She is as beautiful as a celestial being, and her accent reveals she is not a local." The owner quickly fell silent, handing over the 2 servings of tofu pudding to Lin Nanfeng, whispering, "It's fortunate your wife isn't from Jiangxing. Otherwise, she would be another fierce Jiangxing woman." "Old man, what are you mumbling about? Hurry and help out. With a wife here, you have a bit of work today." With that, the breakfast owner, beaming with joy, dashed back into the shop. Lin Nanfeng observed this scene with a gentle smile, feeling grateful for a life lived alongside his beloved, growing old together. How wonderful it is! With light steps and a cheerful tune, he strolled back home. As he unlocked the door, a burnt odor wafted towards him. Alarmed, Lin Nanfeng hurriedly removed his leather shoes and dashed inside. To his relief, he found Yun Zhiyi seated at the dining table, her expression grave as she stared at a dark concoction in a bowl. He sighed, realizing that next time he must supervise her cooking. Should he ever be absent, she might inadvertently set the house ablaze. After opening the dining room windows, Lin Nanfeng approached Yun Zhiyi's side. She glanced at him, pouting with an air of grievance. Another failure. Seeing her forlorn expression, Lin Nanfeng struggled to stifle a laugh, covering his mouth. No laughing, please. However, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter before her, doubling over at the sight of the charred breakfast. Teacher Yun, is this what you concocted this morning using your chemistry instruments? Yun Zhiyi huffed, rising to grab her car keys and heading for the door. Lin Nanfeng quickly grasped her small hand, softly apologizing. Dear wife, please don't be upset. I promise I won't laugh next time you cook. I just couldn't hold it in. Upon seeing her disheartened demeanor, Lin Nanfeng once more succumbed to laughter. Yun Zhiyi cast a disapproving glance at Lin Nanfeng, her voice unwavering as she declared, the ingredients at home have been exhausted. I intend to visit the supermarket to procure some groceries and then continue my research. Observing Yun Zhiyi's earnest demeanor, Lin Nanfeng ceased his laughter, and after a brief moment of silence, he replied, once you return from the grocery store, I shall teach you. Really? Can you teach me how to cook? Yun Zhiyi regarded Lin Nanfeng with an expression of disbelief. With a light cough, Lin Nanfeng adopted a serious tone, stating, before you stands the third-generation heir of Sichuan cuisine. Are you aware of how delectable my mother's dishes are? This is due to my grandfather having been a master of Sichuan banquet cuisine. In the dining hall, Yun Zhiyi gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Lin Nanfeng felt a swell of pride. It is perhaps a natural inclination for men to aspire to be more competent than the women they cherish, a manifestation of his innate masculinity. While Yun Zhiyi excels in various fields, he cannot match her prowess in those areas. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his culinary skills in a domain where she lacks expertise, Lin Nanfeng declared, let us hasten to the supermarket. Yun Zhiyi grasped Lin Nanfeng's hand, eager to depart and returned swiftly with the ingredients for him to instruct her in cooking. Lin Nanfeng cleared his throat, raising the container of sweet tofu pudding he held. With a gentle smile, he remarked, not so fast. We haven't had breakfast yet. I'll just buy your favorite sweet tofu pudding downstairs. At that moment, Yun Zhiyi's stomach audibly protested, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. All right, but we must be quick. Lin Nanfeng smiled at her response, finding her rather endearing. Although she appeared approachable to others, she often maintained a demeanor of aloofness. It was only in his presence that she shed her facade, revealing her authentic self. Yin Laosher, would you care to try some zhrgn? Lin Nanfeng playfully lifted a piece of the herb, teasingly. Yun Zhiyi quickly recoiled, exclaiming, take that away. I cannot tolerate it. It has a fishy taste. Lin Nanfeng erupted in laughter. Recalling the last time he had tricked her into tasting zhrgn, she had taken one bite and promptly regurgitated it, rinsing her mouth 3 times to rid herself of the lingering fishy flavor. After you finish, you must rinse your mouth immediately. Otherwise, you're forbidden from kissing me. Yun Zhiyi shot Lin Nanfeng an exasperated glare as he laughed heartily. After breakfast, Yun Zhiyi returned to her bedroom to apply makeup and change her attire. Lin Nanfeng surveyed the messy kitchen, a wry smile spreading across his face as he tidied up. Once she was ready, Yun Zhiyi emerged in a white short-down jacket paired with a light yellow plaid midi skirt, her feet adorned in black loafers. Is there something wrong with my outfit today? She inquired, noticing Lin Nanfeng's gaze assessing her from head to toe. Leaning against the shoe cabinet and pondering for a moment, Lin Nanfeng softly suggested, Yin Laosher, perhaps you should wear the shoes you typically don for class. They would be more comfortable for walking. No need for that. We are merely going to the supermarket outside our community. It won't be a long walk. With a mysterious smile, Lin Nanfeng bent down and removed the shoes from her feet. Today, we shall not visit the supermarket. I will take you to a special place. What place? You will understand in due time. Inside the car, Yun Zhiyi hung up the call from Jiangxi and softly addressed Lin Nanfeng. She and Dr. Chen will be coming over tonight. After retrieving the car keys and starting the engine, Lin Nanfeng slowly replied, what brings the two of them to our home? They went to the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday to register their marriage, and they're coming to express their gratitude to me tonight, Yun Zhiyi remarked, glancing at Lin Nanfeng with a calm demeanor. Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face registering profound shock. The two had actually married? If anyone else had uttered such news, he would have deemed it implausible. Chen Tianyu and Jiangxi had only known each other for just over a month. whereas he and Yun Zhiyi had been together for 6 months, still basking in the throes of romance. "Are you certain they are married?" he inquired. "She is already expecting Dr. Chen's child, which is why they registered for marriage yesterday," Yun Zhiyi replied, somewhat exasperated. Lin Nanfeng was taken aback. Indeed, they were akin to the ocean's king and queen. Having met only twice, they were already expecting a child. Such rapidity was astonishing. Stealing a glance at Yun Zhiyi, who was visibly irritated, Lin Nanfeng couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't that he was incapable. Rather, his mother-in-law had mandated that precautions be taken before marriage. "Dear, do not be upset. Once we are wed, we can have several children for you to enjoy," he gently consoled. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi's expression fell, resembling a withered flower. "Who knows how long we must wait to get married?" she lamented. Lin Nanfeng sighed. They had intended to register for marriage last time, but were delayed due to Gu Yun's matters. Just yesterday, Shun Qingning had called, and when Yun Zhiyi casually mentioned the marriage registration, Shun Qingning had vehemently opposed it. They were required to return to Hangsheng for the new year and have both families meet before they could proceed with the marriage. "Darling, we could follow their lead and act first before reporting," Lin Nanfeng suggested with a hint of mischief. Yun Zhiyi looked at him in surprise and slowly asked, "Do you dare?" Recalling Shun Qingning's words, Lin Nanfeng realized that premarital pregnancy was historically seen as disgraceful, especially for a family as esteemed as the Yuns. He deflated like a punctured balloon, shaking his head and murmuring, "I dare not." At the farmer's market adjacent to Jiangxing University, Yun Zhiyi, linking her arm with Lin Nanfeng's, inquired with curiosity, "I've been at Jiangxing University for so many years and never realized there was such a large farmer's market here. How did you discover it?" Lin Nanfeng grinned. "When I have no classes, I enjoy wandering around, and I become quite familiar with the area surrounding the school." Upon entering the market, Yun Zhiyi was filled with wonder. Having never visited such a place, she enthusiastically attempted to haggle with the vendors, imitating Lin Nanfeng's style. "Miss, your bargaining skills are quite ruthless. You cut the price in half for 5 yuan per pound," the vendor remarked with a frown. If it weren't for Yun Zhiyi's beauty, he would have likely dismissed her outright. Lin Nanfeng chuckled behind her and quickly apologized to the vendor, settling on a price of 4 yuan and 50 cents per pound. Yun Zhiyi's expression soured, clearly vexed by the vendor's comment about her bargaining tactics. When purchasing tomatoes, Yun Zhiyi negotiated a slight discount from the original price. After settling the payment, she raised the tomatoes in her hand and smiled at Lin Nanfeng, conveying her message that she could also bargain for groceries. With her phone in hand, Yun Zhiyi roamed the market stalls, while Lin Nanfeng followed closely behind, laden with bags. As they passed a fish stall, they encountered a crowd, where the angry shouts of a man mingled with the desperate pleas of an elderly woman. Onlookers pointed fingers, expressing their disdain. These market managers are truly despicable, exploiting their connection with the Xinjiang society to extort sanitation fees. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that the Xinjiang society had deeply entrenched roots in Jiangxing, explaining why the National Security Bureau and the local police were biding their time. Curious, Yun Zhiyi tugged Lin Nanfeng towards a throng. Among the crowd, 2 men with menacing appearances were pressuring a nearly 60-year-old woman for sanitation fees. "Director, we just paid the sanitation fee a few days ago. Why are we being asked to pay again today?" the elderly fish seller implored. "You old hag, after you sell your fish, we have to spend a great deal of time cleaning up your stall. If you don't pay today, my brother and I will smash your stall." One of the men, known as Ahu, shouted angrily. "Strong brother, let us take action and destroy this old woman's stall," he declared, preparing to strike. The surrounding crowd, fearing the Xinjiang society, dared not intervene. A few brave souls attempted to step forward, but were intimidated into retreat by the 2 thugs. Some discreetly opted to call for help. "Don't bully my grandma." At that moment, a child standing beside the elderly woman bit Ahu's arm. "Ah, you little brat. You're asking for death," he snarled, raising his hand to strike the boy. Song Song, Yun Zhiyi, who had just pushed her way into the crowd, recognized the boy as Song Song, whom she had met before. She called out loudly and rushed to his side, shielding him from Ah Chong's impending blow and placing him behind her. After missing his strike, Ah Hu shouted, "Where did this little girl come from?" daring to disrupt our business. He raised his hand again, aiming to slap Yun Zhiyi across the face. With her eyes tightly shut and without retreating, Yun Zhiyi stood resolutely, protecting the boy behind her. After a few seconds, feeling no pain, she slowly opened her eyes to see a tall, familiar figure like a mountain standing before her, shielding her from all harm. Lin Nanfeng had firmly grasped Ahu's wrist, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Yun Zhiyi was his Achilles heel, and his heart burned with righteous indignation. Chapter 82. The Play God. Farewell to Brother Dao hurts. You little brat. Are you trying to find death by flashing a lantern in the restroom? Ahu, caught in Lin Nanfeng's grip, found himself powerless to resist. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he cursed loudly. A cold glint flashed in Lin Nanfeng's eyes, and a slight smirk played at the corners of his mouth. The last person who spoke to him in such a manner was Brother Dao from the Qingjiang Society. He wondered if he had been released from the police station yet. With a forceful kick, Ahu was sent flying 3 meters, landing heavily on the ground, causing the surrounding crowd to hastily retreat. Fortunately, Lin Nanfeng had restrained his strength. Otherwise, Ahu would have either met his demise or been left crippled. A well-placed kick indeed. He deserved it, truly a disgrace to society. Witnessing this spectacle, a few audacious young onlookers hurled scathing insults at the fallen Ahu. After breaking free from Chang's grip, the elderly fish vendor hurriedly rushed to Song Song's side, squatting down to examine the child's body with a look of deep concern. Song Song, are you hurt? He inquired anxiously. Song Song shook his head and, with a youthful voice, replied, "This beautiful sister saved me. She is the same one who took me to Kentucky last time." The elderly man stood up and promptly expressed his gratitude to Yun Zhiyi. She smiled gently and shook her head, but her expression turned grave as she glanced at Lin Nanfeng. Upon witnessing that even the formidable Ahu was no match for Lin Nanfeng, Chang refrained from recklessly approaching and instead helped the groaning Ahu to his feet. In a serious tone, he addressed Lin Nanfeng, "Friend, this area is under the jurisdiction of the Qingjiang Society. If you leave now, I can overlook the fact that you injure my brother." Chang invoked the Qingjiang Society, hoping to intimidate Lin Nanfeng into retreating. "Brother Chang, we can't let him leave. Call the others to teach him a lesson and capture that girl with him." Ahu grinned lewdly, clutching his aching abdomen. "Shut your mouth, you brainless fool." Chang shot a fierce glare at Ahu. He knew that the higher-ups had instructed them to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he would not allow Lin Nanfeng to depart unscathed. Lin Nanfeng, hearing these words, snorted coldly and slowly approached Chang, sneering, "Do not attempt to intimidate me with the Qingjiang Society. Your kind, who bully the weak and exploit the vulnerable, will eventually face retribution. Brother Chang, stop wasting breath on him. Just call the others to deal with him and take that girl," Ahu urged with a smirk. Seeking death, Lin Nanfeng's expression turned icy as he clenched his fists and landed a punch squarely on Ahu's face. Blood gushed from Ahu's nose, and several of his teeth were knocked out. "Friend, time and again you have shown disrespect to the Qingjiang Society. The consequences of inciting their wrath are beyond your capacity to endure." Chang suppressed his fury, assisting the injured Ahu as they left in disgrace. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Lin Nanfeng, reflecting on Chang's departure, contemplated the man's cunning nature and ability to gauge the situation. If he remained on the right path, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. As the crowd dispersed, the elderly fish vendor shook his head, offering a rueful smile. "We all come from humble beginnings. Why must we make life difficult for one another?" Chang also started out selling fish here. Lin Nanfeng paused, struck by a sense of familiarity with the unfolding narrative, and called out to the elderly vendor, "Old man, what is Chang's full name?" "He seems to have a surname Gao. I'm not sure of his full name," the vendor replied. "Does he have a brother and a sister?" Lin Nanfeng inquired further. "I wouldn't know about that." Yun Zhiyi approached Lin Nanfeng, carefully rolling up his sleeve to examine his wound. Upon noticing that it was not bleeding, she softly inquired, "What did you discuss with the elderly vendor moments ago?" "Nothing much, just reminiscing about a popular television drama from a while back," he replied. At that moment, the elderly man returned with Song Song, expressing his gratitude to Lin Nanfeng while wearing a worried expression, urging them to leave quickly. "Do not fret, dear grandmother. We are not afraid of them," Yun Zhiyi reassured her gently. Lin Nanfeng crouched down, playfully pinching Song Song's chubby cheeks, and asked with a smile, "Little chubby one, do you remember who I am?" Song Song hesitantly glanced at Yun Zhiyi beside him and replied, "You're the fierce brother from last time." With that, he hurriedly scurried behind the elderly man, peeking out with his little face at the bewildered Lin Nanfeng. Yun Zhiyi stifled a laugh upon hearing this. Lin Nanfeng, feeling quite embarrassed, looked at Yun Zhiyi, who was playfully making Song Song laugh, and thought to himself that it would be wonderful to have two daughters as beautiful as Yun Zhiyi in the future. After assisting the elderly man in tidying up his stall, Lin Nanfeng noticed the two remaining grass fish and softly said, "Grandmother, I will buy these two fish. You and Song Song should pack up early. Brother Lin, please accept them as a token of gratitude for your help with Song Song," the elderly man insisted. "That cannot be. I must pay for them," Lin Nanfeng insisted earnestly, prompting the old man to reluctantly agree to accept the payment. Just then, a gang of thugs wielding clubs swaggered into the market, causing pedestrians to scatter in fear. Yun Zhiyi hurriedly stepped closer to Lin Nanfeng, gripping his hand tightly, her face etched with concern. "Do not worry. Nothing will happen," Lin Nanfeng reassured her in a soothing tone. "That little brat actually dared to injure my brother Dao. He does not take the Xinjiang society seriously," the leading thug shouted angrily. Upon seeing the foremost thug's face, Lin Nanfeng was taken aback, recognizing a familiar face in this unexpected encounter. He regarded Brother Dao with a peculiar look. At that moment, Brother Dao spotted Lin Nanfeng not far ahead, his body trembling slightly, his face paling as if he had seen a ghost. "Dao, this is the kid who hurt me. You must help me seek revenge." Ahu limped toward Brother Dao, pointing furiously at Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng chuckled softly, stepping forward with a smile directed at the terrified Brother Dao. "Isn't this Brother Dao? When did you come out? Do you wish for me to send you back in? You brat, do not try to be friendly here. You are doomed today." Ahu yelled from aside. Brother Dao, visibly frightened, slapped Ahu across the face, scolding him, "Get out of here. Do you want to get me killed?" "Brother Dao." Ahu clutched his face, looking aggrieved. Brother Dao turned to Lin Nanfeng, respectfully offering a cigarette from his pack. "Master Lin, please show mercy and do not hold it against me." Lin Nanfeng waved his hand, declining the offered cigarette. "Were you seeking revenge for your brother just now?" His voice was icy, resonating with a chilling authority. Upon witnessing the sheer terror etched across Brother Dao's face, he stammered, "How could I dare to seek vengeance against you, Lord Lin? It was merely my subordinate who, in his ignorance, inadvertently offended you." At that moment, Brother Dao had already berated Ahu to the brink of despair, lamenting the misfortune of provoking such a formidable figure. He was acutely aware of the prowess this deity possessed, having seen many come to his rescue at the police station. Moreover, he had narrowly escaped a fatal encounter with this individual, vowing thereafter to steer clear of him. Yet today, he had foolishly wandered into the line of fire. Chapter 83. Soldiers sacrifice for their country. Souls bless the land. Lin Nanfeng, observing Brother Dao's anxious demeanor, recognized that the fear instilled in him from their last encounter was still fresh, and thus decided not to press him further today. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "Is this market under your management? Are you also responsible for collecting the sanitation fees?" "My dear subordinate," Brother Dao replied with an ingratiating smile. "Ever since I was released from the police station, I have been assigned here. The sanitation fees are a long-standing rule." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng pointed towards the elderly and Song Song, speaking firmly, "In the future, your Xinjiang society is forbidden from troubling them. Furthermore, sanitation fees must be charged according to government standards. No arbitrary increases are permitted." From Song Song's grandmother, Lin Nanfeng had learned that while the market did collect a sanitation fee for cleanliness maintenance, the Xinjiang society's management had exploited this, varying the fees for each vendor. Honest and easily bullied vendors faced steep hikes in their charges. For instance, Song Song's family's fish stall had seen a 40% increase this month alone. "Lord Lin, your word is law," Brother Dao assured. "I will ensure they face no trouble from me, and I will advocate for their sanitation fees to be waived entirely. After my departure, should you persist in pursuing them, you are aware of the consequences. Lin Nanfeng clenched his fists, his voice laced with coldness. For ruffians like Brother Dao, who thrived on preying upon the weak, it was essential to apply pressure through force, instilling fear. Recalling the pain of his previous encounter with Lin Nanfeng, during which he had spent a month recuperating in the hospital, Brother Dao felt a wave of dread wash over him. Lord, I assure you, I will never trouble them again, much like the national football team will never reach the World Cup. He spoke with earnest conviction, raising his hand to the heavens in a solemn vow. Brother Dao, a timid voice interjected, yesterday the national football team actually qualified for the top 18 in Asia, thanks to Thailand and Singapore. At this revelation, Brother Dao's forced grin faltered as he glanced at Lin Nanfeng, cautiously lowering his raised hand. Enough. Take your men and leave, Lin Nanfeng said slowly. He had observed the recent matches of the national team, surprised that they could advance despite a 0-1 defeat to South Korea, while Thailand's 3-1 victory over Singapore led to their elimination. It was primarily due to the Singaporean goalkeeper's remarkable saves that the national team had managed to progress. As Brother Dao noticed Lin Nanfeng lost in thought, he carefully turned to exit with his subordinates. Wait, are you leaving just like that? Brother Dao's expression froze, and turning back, he managed a rueful smile. Lord, do you have further instructions? Lin Nanfeng cast a glance at Yun Zhiyi behind him and spoke in a deep tone. My wife was just frightened by your actions. Do you intend to leave without offering her an apology? Upon hearing this, Brother Dao hurriedly brought his followers to Yun Zhiyi's side, bowing in unison as he exclaimed, Sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize. Glancing at Lin Nanfeng, who wore a smug grin from a distance, Yun Zhiyi rolled her eyes in exasperation. After Brother Dao and his entourage departed, she approached Lin Nanfeng and teased with a smile, I never imagined you possessed the potential to mingle in society. If I were to become the leader, wouldn't you be the sister-in-law? How impressive it would be to strut about with a crowd of followers behind you. Lin Nanfeng chuckled indeed. Yun Zhiyi shot him a stern look and warned, let me make it clear, you must refrain from engaging in unlawful activities. If you do, you can forget about marrying me. My parents would never approve. Fear not, my dear wife, he replied with a grin. I am, after all, a veteran educated in patriotism during my 4 years in the military. I would certainly avoid any illegal actions. Lin Nanfeng understood that a family like Yun's valued reputation above all else. Should he commit any crimes, the Yun family would never permit his union with Yun Zhiyi. After speaking, he moved to assist an elderly woman, helping to tidy the disheveled fish stall, and smiled warmly as he said, Grandma, you can rest assured to set up your stall here. The people of Xinjiang will not trouble you in the future. I'm deeply grateful for your and Miss Yun's assistance today. The elderly woman expressed her gratitude, her face radiant with appreciation. Lin Nanfeng glanced at the child, Song Song, who was playing with Yun Zhiyi nearby, and softly inquired, last time, Song Song mentioned that his father went to a faraway place. Has he passed away? Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's face fell with sorrow as she gazed lovingly at Song Song in the distance. She retrieved a delicate box from her embrace, opening it to reveal a military medal. His father was a soldier who sacrificed his life while defending the borders of our nation. This medal was a gift he gave me during his lifetime. I've kept it close ever since, she recounted, pride gleaming on her face. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Song Song bore such a profound background. As a veteran himself, he understood the ever-present risk of death that soldiers faced. They were among the most honorable individuals in Huagua, sacrificing personal interests for the greater good, safeguarding the nation with their very lives. Should the country require it, he too would be prepared to answer the call to arms, forever ready to fulfill the honor bestowed upon veterans. Lin Nanfeng regarded the mother of the fallen soldier and offered her a crisp military salute. Upon witnessing the precision of his gesture, the elderly woman's expression softened, and she kindly remarked, Brother Lin, you are also a soldier just like my son. Only soldiers salute with such formality. Nodding, Lin Nanfeng replied in a solemn tone, I once served as a soldier, much like your son. However, I am now a veteran. During those 4 years, He had witnessed many comrades fall while defending the homeland and in foreign lands, much like Song Song's father, who never returned to reunite with his family. The elderly woman continued, "In truth, the country has treated us well." They secured a job for his mother in a state-owned enterprise after her elementary school graduation and allowed Song Song to attend Jiangxing University affiliated primary school. It's merely my wife's restless nature that drives her to sell fish. Earlier, regarding the incident at Xinjiang, the state has already extended considerable assistance to our family. I refrained from troubling the authorities, hence my decision not to report it. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng solemnly remarked, "The widow of a martyr shall not be subjected to indignity. My dear mother-in-law, I will provide you with my phone number shortly, should any issues arise. Please contact me directly." After leaving the market, Lin Nanfeng drove through the urban roads of Jiangxing. Inside the car, he wore a contemplative expression, silent and pensive. In the passenger seat, Yun Zhiyi observed Lin Nanfeng's furrowed brow and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "What troubles you? You seem downcast after your conversation with Grandma Kong." In response, Lin Nanfeng spoke gravely, "I was merely reflecting on certain matters from my time in the military." Teacher Yun. Song's father was a soldier who sacrificed his life at the nation's border. Yun Zhiyi appeared taken aback and softly replied, "I had no idea that little Song had grown up without a father." "My dear wife," Lin Nanfeng continued, "what would you do if, one day, I were to sacrifice myself for our country?" He parked the car at the roadside, anxiously gazing at Yun Zhiyi. The unit he once served in was unique. During his final mission before retiring, all his comrades perished, leaving him as the sole survivor, while their adversaries still pursued them. Each night, he found himself haunted by memories of his beloved comrades and a moment when his former squad leader shielded him from a bullet, sacrificing himself before Lin Nanfeng's very eyes. At this thought, a cold glimmer flashed in Lin Nanfeng's eyes, recalling the world-renowned ace sniper, Scorpion. Yun Zhiyi gently caressed her abdomen, a loving expression gracing her face as she softly declared, "When we have children, I will tell them that their father is a hero who protects the warmth of countless families in our homeland." Chapter 84. A House of Flame? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Nanfeng was in the kitchen showcasing his culinary skills in Sichuan cuisine, instructing Yun Zhiyi on how to cook, though in reality, he simply wished for her to observe. Yun Zhiyi, biting into a raw cucumber, looked on with dissatisfaction as Lin Nanfeng sliced the vegetable. Ding dong. The doorbell echoed from the living room. "Teacher Yun, it must be Chun Tianyu and the others. Please finish slicing that cucumber," Lin Nanfeng said, noticing Yun Zhiyi's displeasure. With a sigh, he tied an apron around her waist. "You may answer the door now." Yun Zhiyi set down the cucumber with a brightened expression and eagerly took the knife. In the living room, Lin Nanfeng retrieved the slippers from the shoe cabinet, having purchased the adorable Ding Dang Cat slippers earlier that morning with Yun Zhiyi. Just as he opened the front door, he was met with the sight of Chun Tianyu. Grinning mischievously, one arm cradling a large bouquet of roses and the other holding a bottle of red wine. Beside him stood Jiang Shi, her face beaming with joy. "Happy weekend," Chun Tianyu exclaimed, presenting the roses to Lin Nanfeng with a cheerful smile. "Why are you gifting me, a grown man, roses? Surely, this isn't the same bouquet you intended for your proposal to Jiang Shi yesterday?" Lin Nanfeng observed that several blooms appeared slightly wilted, clearly indicating they were not freshly purchased. As he spoke, he noticed a faint blush creeping across Jiang Shi's cheeks. Chun Tianyu's gaze betrayed a hint of guilt as he avoided meeting Lin Nanfeng's eyes, retorting loudly, "How could it not be? Sure, and I specifically went to the flower shop today." "Is that so?" Lin Nanfeng replied, his expression one of disbelief. "Oh, stop fixating on the details. It's perfectly normal for roses to wilt a bit in the dead of winter. Did you not see that I brought a bottle of red wine that Shi's family has cherished for years?" With that, he took Jiang Shi's hand and led her toward the room. "You're such a miser, refusing to spend a dime. And yet you're a doctor at a top-tier hospital. If it weren't for Teacher Jiang, I wouldn't have let you through my door," Lin Nanfeng remarked, closing the door behind them, feeling exasperated. "What do you mean you're home? This is Teacher Yun's residence. You two aren't even married yet." "I confirmed that with Chun Tianyu smirked, a mischievous grin on his face. Lin Nanfeng rolled his eyes. Indeed, Yun Zhiyi had made this place her own, so it was undeniably his home as well. Zhiyi, where is she? I haven't seen her around, Jiang Shi asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Lin Nanfeng discreetly pointed toward the kitchen, whispering, she's being stubborn and insists on cooking in there. He sighed, his expression a mix of resignation and concern. Will we even be able to eat tonight? Biang Shi Yi Gospit in Shuk. Darling, Director Lin, let us eat out instead. What is wrong with eating? Teacher Yun appears to be a paragon of domesticity. Her cooking must surely be delightful. You've hit the jackpot marrying her, Chun Tianyu declared. Making his way toward the kitchen, Lin Nanfeng and Jiang Shi exchanged knowing glances. Both were aware that Yun Zhiyi's culinary skills left much to be desired. Having tasted her cooking before, watching Chun Tianyu's retreating figure, Lin Nanfeng could only think that once he experienced Yun Zhiyi's cooking, he would surely change his tune. In the kitchen, as Chun Tianyu pushed open the door, a cloud of smoke billowed out. Yun Zhiyi rushed out holding a spatula, coughing violently as the thick smoke choked her. The sight left both Chun Tianyu and Jiang Shi in stunned silence. Lin Nanfeng's face drained of color upon seeing Yun Zhiyi emerge and the smoke pouring out from the kitchen. Surely, she hadn't set the kitchen ablaze? He quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher from the living room and dashed into the kitchen. Upon entering, he sighed in relief. It was merely the cucumbers in the pan that had burned, and no fire had erupted. He swiftly turned on the kitchen's exhaust fan and lifted the charred cucumber slices. Addressing Chun Tianyu at the kitchen entrance, "Do you still want to eat what Teacher Yun cooked?" Chun Tianyu shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng rinsed the burnt cucumber slices under cold water before discarding them in the trash. Meanwhile, in the living room, Jiang Shi was wiping the soot from Yun Zhiyi's face as she gulped down water from her cup. Lin Nanfeng approached Yun Zhiyi, taking the spatula from her hands, feeling both frustrated and amused at her disheveled state. "Didn't I tell you to just slice the cucumbers? Why did you turn on the stove?" "Well, the fire had broken out," Lin Nanfeng exclaimed, a mix of anger and exasperation in his voice. In the future, it would be prudent to keep Yun Zhiyi away from the kitchen, lest she inadvertently injure herself while cooking. Pouting, Yun Zhiyi lowered her head in silence, her expression a portrait of grievance. "Fengzi, why are you shouting? Teacher Yun is quite intelligent. She will master cooking in no time," Chun Tianyu remarked with a smile, encouraging Yun Zhiyi to persist in her culinary endeavors. Lin Nanfeng shot a fierce glare at Chun Tianyu, irritated by his attempts to bolster Yun Zhiyi's spirits. Hastily, Jiang Shi tugged Chun Tianyu towards the living room balcony, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Observing Yun Zhiyi's woeful demeanor stirred a pang of sympathy in Lin Nanfeng's heart. Gently grasping Yun Zhiyi's hand, she inquired softly, "Did you hurt yourself?" Yun Zhiyi lifted her gaze, tears welling in her eyes, and with a distressed tone, she revealed, "It hurts." Upon noticing the redness in her palm, Lin Nanfeng felt a rush of compassion and, with a hint of exasperation, questioned, "Why didn't you mention it earlier? You were just scolding me." Lin Nanfeng sighed inwardly, reflecting on how, at home, Yun Zhiyi resembled a little girl, devoid of the authoritative aura she exuded as a teacher at school. Guiding Yun Zhiyi to the sofa, Lin Nanfeng retrieved some burn ointment and an ice pack from the medical kit to treat her injury. "Is it still painful?" she asked. Yun Zhiyi shook her head, replying with a touch of grievance. "Not as much as when you were scolding me. You two should spare us your displays of affection and figure out what we are having for dinner. She and I are about to starve." Chun Tianyu and Jiang Shi chimed in as they returned from the balcony, their expressions devoid of amusement. Hearing this, Yun Zhiyi's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly unsettled by the thought of disrupting dinner. Rising from her seat, Lin Nanfeng made her way towards the kitchen but paused midway to address Chun Tianyu. "What are you still doing there? Come help me in the kitchen." Chun Tianyu averted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Shi, and chuckled. "I don't know how to cook." "No more excuses. You have mastered Cantonese cuisine to perfection. Since teacher Jiang cannot consume spicy food due to her pregnancy, you could prepare some Cantonese dishes for her," Lin Nanfeng admonished him. He was clearly feigning ignorance, During their time in the military, he and Chen Tianyu were renowned for their culinary skills. Had it not been for their exceptional military capabilities, they might have been reassigned to the kitchen brigade. At the dining table, Lin Nanfeng, unable to hold her liquor, was prohibited from drinking by Yun Zhiyi, while Jiang Shi was cautioned against alcohol by Chen Tianyu due to her pregnancy. The exquisite bottle of red wine that Chen Tianyu had cherished for years was entirely consumed by him and Yun Zhiyi. Aware that Yun Zhiyi seldom drank and could not handle much, Lin Nanfeng consistently reminded her to limit her intake throughout the meal. Although Yun Zhiyi seemed cheerful and agreed to the advice, she ultimately disregarded Lin Nanfeng's cautions. With a resigned look, Lin Nanfeng prepared and handed her the hangover tea she had purchased previously. Slightly tipsy, with rosy cheeks, Yun Zhiyi leaned against Lin Nanfeng's shoulder and gazed enviously at Jiang Shi's slightly rounded belly, saying, "Shi, once the baby is born, I want to be the godmother. You promised me this long ago." After exchanging a glance with Chen Tianyu, Jiang Shi smiled and said, all right. Once the child is born, I shall certainly appoint you as the godmother, as per our agreement made during our postgraduate studies. However, considering how long you have been with Director Lin, isn't it about time for marriage and children? You're not getting any younger." Upon finishing her words, Jiang Shi fixed her gaze intently on Lin Nanfeng. "This is bad. Why is she looking at me?" Noticing Yun Zhiyi's resentful expression, Lin Nanfeng wore a bitter smile. Could he really be blamed for this? Chen Tianyu also wore a mischievous grin. "How about we arrange a betrothal between our two families' children? If we have a boy and a girl, they could become in-laws." What a delightful thought. "Do you expect me to raise your daughter-in-law?" Lin Nanfeng retorted directly. After marriage, he wished to have a daughter with Yun Zhiyi. After nurturing a daughter for over 20 years, he would not allow Chen Tianyu to take advantage of him. Yet, a flicker of interest crossed Yun Zhiyi's face as she shot Lin Nanfeng a glare, displeased, and declared, "I do not want to bear a girl. It would be best to have a boy." Her eyes sparkled with dreams and aspirations. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng coughed lightly, helplessly raising his hands. Ever since she met Song Song, Yun Zhiyi had developed a fondness for little boys. Was so good about boys. They are mischievous and troublesome. Wouldn't a lovely, caring little girl be preferable, even if she might be a handful later on? You and teacher Yun should hurry. Otherwise, by the time my child grows up, yours might not even be born yet, Chen Tianyu joked, wrapping his arm around Jiang Shi's waist. After dinner, as Chen Tianyu and Jiang Shi prepared to leave, having sobered up, Yun Zhiyi suddenly said, "Aren't you curious about Professor Wu Qingfeng? You can ask Shi. She is a master's advisor at the College of Energy and Power, specializing in the field of new energy. She is quite familiar with Professor Wu." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng appeared astonished, looking at the elegantly dressed Jiang Shi, who seemed worlds apart from an engineering PhD, and incredulously remarked, "You are actually in engineering. I never would have guessed." "What? Director Lin, doesn't he believe me? Completed my Bachelor S, Master S, and doctoral studies in a new energy major at Jiangxi University with excellent grades, and I remained at the university," Jiang Shi huffed. Slightly irked, Lin Nanfeng forced a dry smile, hastily apologizing to Jiang Shi. "Do you know Professor Wu Qingfeng well?" "Of course. Old Wu is my advisor's junior, and my research aligns with his field," she replied. "What kind of person is he?" Lin Nanfeng pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Initially, he had not paid much attention to Wu Qingfeng, but last night, Yi Anren called from a city, informing him that some data from the South Wind Group's new energy research had been leaked. Yi Anren was concerned that it might be an insider leak, prompting her to have Wei Yue investigate within the group. However, thus far, they had not identified the source of the data leak. Yi Anren was delayed in the city and could not return personally, so she sought Lin Nanfeng's assistance in the investigation. A few days prior, at the Jiangxing University ball, Lin Nanfeng had seen Wu Qingfeng with Xiao Chuluo, which raised his concerns about the possibility of Wu Qingfeng being involved in the data leak. Jiang Shi pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Old Wu is exceedingly rigid and pedantic, yet he places immense value on his reputation. He routinely refuses any gifts from students. His wife has passed away, and he is burdened with an unworthy son who frequently gambles. accruing considerable debts, and often soliciting money from old Wu. Is there something you wish to discuss regarding him, Director Lin? After speaking, Jiang Shi regarded Lin Nanfeng with a hint of curiosity. Yun Zhiyi glanced at Lin Nanfeng, who appeared lost in thought, and with a smile, clarified. His cousin is preparing for graduate studies and wishes to inquire about Professor Wu. She gently tugged at Lin Nanfeng's sleeve, pulling him back to the present. He awkwardly smiled and replied, "Yes, my cousin hopes to study under Professor Wu next year." Following this exchange, he shared a knowing glance with Yun Zhiyi, surprised at her ability to tell a fib without a hint of embarrassment. Lin Nanfeng preferred to keep the investigation into Wu Qingfeng discreet, as it pertained to the professor's reputation. Thus, any inquiries about Wu Qingfeng needed to be conducted privately. Why would one choose to study under old Wu? It's utterly tedious, devoid of any enjoyment. If your cousin surpasses the admission threshold for Jiangxing University next year, she should consider me as her advisor. Jiang Shi remarked with dissatisfaction. Lin Nanfeng forced a smile, resorting to deceit as he replied, "All right, once she completes her entrance exams next year, I will suggest she choose you as her advisor." Jiang Shi nodded in approval. After Chen Tianyu and Jiang Shi departed, Lin Nanfeng looked at Yun Zhiyi with a mixture of surprise and amusement, teasingly stating, "I never would have imagined that the seemingly sincere teacher Yun would resort to lying for your dear friend. Are you two not merely plastic sisters?" Yun Zhiyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully kicked Lin Nanfeng, responding with mock annoyance, "I lied for your sake. Don't you appreciate it? Fine. I shall call Shi immediately to apologize." Lin Nanfeng quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Please don't call Jiang Shi." With a huff, Yun Zhiyi remarked, "Is it possible to ascertain whether the issue pertains to Professor Wu Qingfeng?" After a brief silence, Lin Nanfeng sighed. "I doubt Professor Wu would have leaked the experimental data. From what Jiang Shi conveyed, he is indeed very concerned about his reputation. However, given his son's substantial gambling debts, a thorough investigation seems warranted. I hope it's not him." A look of concern crossed Yun Zhiyi's face. Wu Qingfeng is a professor at Jiangxing University. If he is indeed implicated, it could tarnish the university's reputation. In this modern age, the speed of information dissemination is alarmingly swift. Good deeds rarely travel far, but misfortunes can spread like wildfire, inciting public outcry. Enough of this. Tomorrow we must rise early to see Su row off at the high-speed rail station. She has completed her resignation procedures and is returning to her hometown, Lin Nanfeng said with a smile. Chapter 86, The Cat. Sunday morning. Lin Nanfeng rose early and tidied up the bedroom in the adjacent room, which had remained untouched since Shun Qingming's last visit. The previous night, Lining had called him to inform that their younger sister, Lin Xinxue, would be visiting Jiangxing next week to participate in the independent admissions of Jiangxing University. She might stay for 2 or 3 days, and since Lin Nanfeng was her only relative in the city, he naturally took on the responsibility of looking after her. He had not anticipated Xinxue's academic prowess. During her last visit to the county, he had caught her skipping classes and assumed she was merely a rebellious student. It seemed that the Lin family would soon welcome another university student. A smile involuntarily spread across Lin Nanfeng's face. "Are you ready yet? It's almost 8:30. Didn't you say Su Ro's high-speed train is at 10? Yun Zhiyi exclaimed anxiously while applying her makeup. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression mirrored her urgency. He had risen at 7 to prepare the room. After Yun Zhiyi awoke at 8, she had been busy with her makeup and changing outfits, trying on 5 or 6 different ensembles before finally settling on the 7th. Lin Nanfeng had already waited half an hour in the living room, perplexed at why it took girls so long to prepare. Previously, Yun Zhiyi had only worn light makeup when going out, but this time she was evidently putting in considerable effort to select her outfit and apply her cosmetics. At the north station of Jiangxing, Lin Nanfeng had made arrangements with Su Ro the day before to see her off when she departed the city. On their way to the high-speed train station, they encountered traffic congestion and finally arrived at the station at 9:30. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi hurried to the northern square entrance, where they spotted Su Ro in the center, dragging a black suitcase. At that moment, Disappointment was etched across Su Ro's face as less than 10 minutes remained before the train's ticketing deadline. As she turned to scan her surroundings, Lin Nanfeng noticed and called out to her just as she was about to swipe her ID to enter the station. "I thought you two wouldn't come to see me off, my old friends," Su Ro exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing them. Lin Nanfeng grinned and approached her alongside Yun Zhiyi, saying, "Of course, as my old classmate, I had to come see you off. We almost arrived earlier." But Yun Zhiyi took a bit longer getting ready at home. Yun Zhiyi's cheeks flushed slightly at his remark as she shot him a glare and took Su Ro's hand. "Don't listen to him. We girls must take great care in our makeup before going out. It's the boys who are slovenly, leaving their scruffy beards unshaven. Indeed, it takes time for us to look our best," Su Ro chimed in agreement. Lin Nanfeng rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat exasperated as the two women stood united against him. "Have you found a job in the county yet?" Lin Nanfeng asked softly. Su Ro shook her head and replied slowly, "Not yet. Jobs are hard to come by now. I plan to help out in my mother's shop for the time being and see if there are any civil service examinations available in her hometown." The pursuit of civil service positions seemed to be an arduous path, but Su Ro was determined to tread it nonetheless. The current economic climate is bleak, with numerous enterprises facing bankruptcy. Next year, over 10 million university graduates will enter the job market, and many will be competing for civil service examinations, an endeavor more arduous than even the Gaokao or postgraduate entrance exams. It is truly a case of countless soldiers attempting to cross a narrow bridge. If you encounter any difficulties at home, do not hesitate to contact me, Lin Nanfeng spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi turned to Su Ro and remarked, "If anything arises, reach out to us. If you are short on funds, he is a reliable source, as he possesses considerable wealth. It is likely that in the future, Nanfeng Group will belong to him." Su Ro smiled gently, unfazed by Yun Zhiyi's words, as she had already heard whispers about this during her time at the company. Rumors circulated that Lin Nanfeng shared an unusual relationship with Yi Anren, the president of Nanfeng Group. Some colleagues speculated they were lovers, while others suggested Lin Nanfeng was being supported by her. Only she knew that Lin Nanfeng had such an exceptional girlfriend, and given his character, it was clear that they could not possibly be in a romantic relationship. "Is Yi Anren a relative of yours? I had not heard you mention her before," Su Ro inquired, deducing from the group's name that Yi Anren might be a close relative of Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng fell silent for a few seconds. The office gossip, coupled with Yun Zhiyi's reminder, indicated to him that Su Ro might already be aware of his connection to Yi Anren. Thus, he chose to reveal the truth, responding with a smile. "Yi Anren is my half-sister. We had no contact before, but we recently reunited." Su Ro was taken aback by this revelation. She had known that Lin Nanfeng came from a blended family, but she had not anticipated that Yi Anren from a Yi family would be his sister. After a moment of silence, she glanced at her watch, lifting her wrist adorned with it towards Lin Nanfeng. "I shall not return this watch to you. Let it remain as a cherished memory." Lin Nanfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He and Su Ro had exchanged watches during their university days. At that time, he had been financially constrained, subsisting on steam buns for an entire week to afford it, losing 3 to 4 pounds in the process, while Wang Hao mocked him as a sycophant. However, the watch Su Ro had gifted him had long ceased to function and lay abandoned in a box. The one he now wore was a new gift from Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng discreetly hid his hand behind his back, stealing a glance at Yun Zhiyi beside Su Ro. Noticing her calm demeanor, he managed a dry laugh. A keepsake is indeed worthwhile. He understood that he and Su Ro might never cross paths again in this lifetime. Su Ro smiled radiantly, embracing Yun Zhiyi, and whispered in her ear, "Love him well for me." With that, she departed without looking back. As she turned away, Lin Nanfeng caught a glimpse of tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, and he sighed inwardly, aware that Su Ro was leaving the city with a heavy heart. "Yin Laosher, are you staring at my face? Is there something amiss?" Lin Nanfeng inquired, touching his face to check. Scoundrel," Yun Zhiyi retorted angrily before turning to leave. Lin Nanfeng felt perplexed and called out after her, "How am I a scoundrel? I am far better than Chen Tianyu." In the faculty housing of Jiangxing University, accompanied by Yun Zhiyi, Lin Nanfeng intended to pay a visit to Wu Qingfeng's residence. As they approached the entrance of the small courtyard, they were met with the sounds of a fierce argument and the cries of a little girl emanating from within. "How dare you return? You've nearly brought disgrace upon the Wu family. Father, please give me some money. The debt collectors are at our door." "You beast! I have no money to repay you. Leave me Xiaoping and get lost." The sound of objects crashing echoed through the courtyard. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi exchanged glances, and just as they were about to knock, a disheveled man in his 30s rushed out of the courtyard in a state of desperation. Chapter 87. The trap outside the courtyard. The young man, having been expelled, straightened his disordered clothes and looked with surprise at Lin Nanfeng, who stood cradling a potted plant. He then shouted back into the courtyard, "Father, you truly care nothing for your own son? I have nowhere to go. Those people come knocking for debts every day. Get lost, you worthless wretch. You've even lost your wife. It would be best if you perished outside. I do not acknowledge you as my son." As soon as the words left his mouth, a thick, pale yellow book flew out from the courtyard. Lin Nanfeng quickly pulled Yun Zhiyi back. After dodging, the young man wore a look of resentment as he departed. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi exchanged another glance. Surprised to see the usually genial Wu Qingfeng in such a furious state, evidently greatly angered by his son. Bending down to retrieve the English edition of the book on partial differential equations from the ground, Lin Nanfeng gently rapped on the ajar door. "Knock, knock, knock. Unfilial son, I told you to leave. Do you still wish to enter my home?" Both of them were taken aback by the rebuke before Lin Nanfeng had even entered. Yun Zhiyi stifled a laugh behind her hand, cleared her throat softly, and said gently, "Professor Wu, I am Yun Zhiyi from the School of Management. I would like to discuss something with you today." A minute later, the courtyard door swung open to reveal Wu Qingfeng, whom Lin Nanfeng had met at the previous ball. A little girl, about 5 years old, stood behind him, her curious gaze fixed on Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi. Upon noticing the unfamiliar visitors, the little girl clung to Wu Qingfeng's leg and hid behind him, peeking out with her round head and tear-filled eyes, instantly melting Lin Nanfeng's heart. "Professor Wu, what can I do for you?" Wu Qingfeng inquired, his face etched with confusion as he looked at Yun Zhiyi. They belonged to entirely different faculties at Jiangxing University and had little interaction. However, Yun Zhiyi was well known, often hailed as the most beautiful professor at the university, while the unfamiliar man beside her was unknown to Wu Qingfeng. Noticing the perplexity on Wu Qingfeng's face, Lin Nanfeng extended the book on partial differential equations toward him with a smile, saying, "Professor Wu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Nanfeng from the Security Department of Jiangxing University." "Ah, it's Director Lin. I apologize for the domestic disturbance that caused you and Professor Yin to witness such a scene." Wu Qingfeng responded warmly as he accepted the book from Lin Nanfeng. Upon finishing his words, Wu Qingfeng invited Lin Nanfeng and his companion into the courtyard. Lin Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating his notoriety within the school. Wu Qingfeng recognized him merely upon hearing his name. Unbeknownst to Lin Nanfeng, his fame stemmed from the recently sensationalized corruption case involving the vice president of Jiangxing University, where he had single-handedly sent the most promising candidate for the presidency, Qian Tong, to prison. Meanwhile, outside Jiangxing University on the main thoroughfare, Xiao Chuluo and his assistant were conspiring within a parked luxury Mercedes. "Assistant Duan, have all the arrangements been made?" Xiao inquired. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao. We have recruited thugs from outside Jiangxing City, ensuring no ties to the Qingjiang society. If anyone attempts to trace it, they will find no leads," replied the assistant. Satisfied, Xiao Chuluo nodded. During the last ball at Jiangxing University, he had sought to entice Wu Qingfeng into joining the Jinzhong group, but Wu's stubbornness led him to refuse the generous offer outright. Consequently, he had to seek weaknesses among Wu Qingfeng's associates, and fortuitously discovered that Wu Qingfeng's son, Wu Lei, had a penchant for gambling. Xiao devised a plan to ensnare Wu Lei in substantial gambling debts, intending to leverage this against Wu Qingfeng. Simultaneously, he aimed to exploit Wu Lei's access to Wu Qingfeng's computer to pilfer sensitive data from Nanfeng Group. The decision to avoid involving the Qingjiang society was born from Xiao Chuo's instinctual sense of impending danger. It was a long-honed intuition that change was imminent in Jiangxing. The Qingjiang society might soon face a formidable crackdown from the local police, which was part of a nationwide effort against organized crime. The Jiangxing police were likely poised to strike at any moment. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chuluo coldly instructed Assistant Duan, "Do everything in your power to obliterate any evidence and records linking us to the Xinjiang society, as well as any financial transactions. For now, we must sacrifice the vehicle to protect the commander." With a worried expression, Xiao Chuluo gazed into the distance, where storm clouds were gathering on the horizon, sensing that he was merely experiencing the calm before the impending tempest. In the courtyard, upon entering, Lin Nanfeng was greeted by a lush array of greenery that adorned Wu Qingfeng's garden. Despite the autumn chill, the flowers and plants thrived vibrantly, meticulously arranged, with some rare species that Lin had never encountered before. Earlier that morning, Lin had contacted Jiang Zhiyi to inquire about Wu Qingfeng's preferences, ensuring he arrived for the visit with a thoughtful gift. Upon witnessing the flourishing flora, he confirmed Zhang's description was entirely accurate. Wu Qingfeng had a particular fondness for cultivating plants at home. This morning, as Lin pondered what flowers or plants to present to Wu Qingfeng, Yun Zhiyi had pointed to a potted gladiolus in a corner of their home. Yun mentioned it was a housewarming gift from a friend upon their move last year, valued at 100,000. Now, with dust accumulating on its leaves under Yun's care, it was on the verge of demise if left unattended, making it the perfect gift for Wu Qingfeng. Observing Wu Qingfeng preparing tea, Lin Nanfeng smiled and said, "Professor Wu, I arrived in haste today and only brought a potted plant as a token of my visit." With that, he removed the covering from the pot and placed it on the table. Take it back, I never accept gifts from others." As Wu Qingfeng turned around and beheld the languid sword orchid resting on the table, his eyes sparkled with intensity. He exclaimed, "Who has allowed this precious orchid to wither in such a state?" A pained expression enveloped his face as he tenderly wiped the leaves of the flower. Upon hearing his words, Yun Zhiyi felt a flush creep onto her cheeks, exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Nanfeng. Lin Nanfeng, instantly comprehending the unspoken sentiment, chuckled awkwardly and said, "It was a gift from a friend. I've been too busy to care for it properly, which has led to its current condition." Wu Qingfeng, enamored, examined the orchid closely before reluctantly pushing it towards Lin Nanfeng. "One cannot accept a gift without merit. I cannot take this orchid." Observing the wistful gaze of Wu Qingfeng, Lin Nanfeng understood his fondness for the sword orchid and recognized his concern that accepting the flower might impose an obligation that could tarnish his reputation. "Professor Wu, I have come merely to inquire about some information today. I would never ask you to compromise your principles. If you refuse this orchid, Yun and I will have no choice but to discard it, as we lack the ability to nurture it," Lin Nanfeng stated with a hint of resignation. Yun Zhiyi echoed his sentiments. "Professor Wu, please accept it. Nanfeng and I surely won't be able to keep it alive for long." After a moment of contemplation, Wu Qingfeng softly replied, "Then I shall accept this sword orchid." Just as Lin Nanfeng's face brightened with anticipation to broach the topic of the data loss, a cacophony of aggressive knocking resounded from outside the courtyard. "Wu Qingfeng, come out and settle your debts. If you don't, we shall break down the door." Lin Nanfeng's brow furrowed deeply as he cast a grave glance toward the courtyard gate, intending to discuss the data leak with Wu Qingfeng, only to be interrupted by the intrusion. Today truly felt ominous. A little girl playing in the courtyard hurriedly dashed into the room, collapsing into Wu Qingfeng's arms, tears glistening in her eyes as she whimpered, "Grandpa, I'm scared." Wu Qingfeng's expression darkened, yet he gently stroked the girl's head, his voice warm and reassuring. "Xiaoping, there is no need to fear. Grandpa is here." Yun Zhiyi, noticing Wu Qingfeng's intention to step outside, gently extended her delicate, fair hand and softly said, "Xiaoping, come to your sister." After a moment's hesitation, bolstered by Wu Qingfeng's encouragement, the little girl slowly approached Yun Zhiyi. Watching her embrace the child, Lin Nanfeng stated firmly, "You and Xiaoping stay inside. I will accompany Professor Wu to investigate." "Be careful, both of you," she replied. A flicker of irritation surged within Lin Nanfeng. The Jiangxing University staff quarters were situated within the campus, and he was officially the head of the university's security department. The audacity of local ruffians to stroll into Jiangxing University was alarming. Should they harm any faculty or students, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Captain Zheng, gather a few capable men and head to Building 7 of the staff quarters immediately, Lin Nanfeng instructed coldly over the phone. Just as Wu Qingfeng opened the courtyard door, Lin Nanfeng spotted 7 intimidating young men loitering outside, led by a bald man with a scarred face. Damn it, is the security guard at the school gate blind today? How could such a person be allowed inside the school? Lin Nanfeng's face was clouded with anger. Upon seeing the gate open, the bald man at the forefront pulled out a photograph from his pocket, scrutinizing it closely before arrogantly declaring, "You are Wu Qingfeng? Your son, Wu Lei, owes me money and has fled, leaving you to settle his debts." After speaking, he tossed a stack of loan documents at Wu Qingfeng. After reviewing the documents, Wu Qingfeng's gaze darkened as he replied in a low voice, "I do not recognize him as my son. If you seek money, go directly to him." What a joke. It is only natural for a son to repay his father's debts, and today you will return what is owed to me. The bald man laughed heartily. "Repay the debt. Repay the debt," shouted the bald man's lackeys from behind him. Lin Nanfeng glanced at the loan documents and was shocked to see that the borrowed sum exceeded 2 million, now escalating to more than 8 million. This was undoubtedly usury. The interest was exorbitant, and it was no wonder Wu Qingfeng's son sought his father's help. In a typical household, most people would struggle to earn 8 million throughout their entire lives. Wu Qingfeng's son had foolishly taken out a high-interest loan of 2 million to gamble. What family could withstand such a burden? Fortunately, I have no association with gambling. I have steered clear of such vices. Lin Nanfeng silently rejoiced. This is clearly usury. Are you not afraid of being taken to the police station for harassing us? Lin Nanfeng asserted, taking hold of the collection notice. Usury? This document bears Wu Lei's signature. We made the terms abundantly clear to him before he borrowed the money. The bald man retorted defiantly. Their commotion attracted the attention of nearby residents, who emerged to witness the unfolding drama. Unfilial wretch, you've almost brought disgrace upon the Wu family. Wu Qingfeng exclaimed, his hands clutching his chest in anger. Lin Nanfeng quickly supported the elderly man, who was on the verge of fainting from rage. "Old man, stop pretending to be ill before me. If you do not repay the money today, I will smash your home," the bald man threatened. "You dare?" Lin Nanfeng's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he replied, icily. For a moment, the bald man was taken aback by Lin Nanfeng's words, hesitating to step through the gate. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Xiao Ping rushed out from the courtyard, followed closely by Yun Zhiyi, her face filled with concern. "Professor Wu, you and Teacher Yun should go inside and lock the doors and windows. Let's see who dares to enter today," Lin Nanfeng commanded, brandishing a long wooden stick he had retrieved from the entrance, ready to defend against any intruders. Wu Qingfeng shook his head solemnly, saying, "They are here for me. This matter does not concern you or Professor Yin. You insolent brat, mind your own business, or I will make you regret it with this iron rod in my hand." The bald man sneered, taking the iron rod handed to him by one of his lackeys and pointing it at Lin Nanfeng with disdain. Lin Nanfeng's heart sank. While he was not afraid of them alone and could easily overpower them, he was concerned for Yun Zhiyi, the elderly, and the child behind him. He feared that if a fight broke out, they could be harmed. "You're going too far. Do you think Jiangxing University is a soft target? Dare to come here and act wildly? Old Wu fears nothing. If they dare to make a move here, I will have these little rascals carried out on stretchers. In my youth, I even fought on the battlefield. What is there to fear?" The bald man's words ignited the crowd's fury, inciting even the most composed individuals to unleash a torrent of curses. Those who reside here are all esteemed professors from Jiangxing University, and at this moment, they armed themselves with whatever useful items they could find in their homes. "Old man, don't grab the big stick. Take this feather duster instead. The smaller the area of force, the greater the pressure. It will hurt more when it strikes the body." From the conversation, Lin Nanfeng discerned that the elderly lady speaking was a professor from the physics department. Tears welled up in his eyes. "We, the people, possess strength." He felt a surge of formidable collective power gathering behind him and smiled as he called out, "Come on, bald little melon. Don't turn your head. I'm talking about you. Me? Yes, I'm referring to you. Short melon. Lin Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, for Zhang Shuji's security team had arrived, and he directed a barrage of insults at the scar-faced bald man. What now, Scarface? One of his subordinates exclaimed, panic evident on his face as they witnessed the imposing security team. Stay calm. Even if we get caught, our people will bail us out. The ruffians were no match for the fully armed security. In no time, all 7 debt collectors had been apprehended. Director, how should we handle them? Lin Nanfeng paused for a moment, then approached the scar-faced bald man, stepping on his fingers while speaking in a low voice. Who sent you? He had already inquired with Zhang Shuji, and these 7 had entered Jiangxing University through legitimate channels, albeit with forged credentials. Lin Nanfeng keenly sensed that there was a vast conspiracy behind Wu Qingfeng's son Sloan. If he could uncover who was orchestrating this, it might lead to the truth behind the data leak at Nanfeng Group. Chapter 89. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. With his foot pressing down, the bald man howled in agony, and his cries filled the air as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Nanfeng. Yun Zhiyi shielded Xiaoping's eyes and turned away. This was the first time Zhang Shuji had witnessed the typically gentle Lin Nanfeng display such brutality, stirring something within him. Little brat, if you have the guts, let me up. Let us settle this one-on-one. You're violating the laws of Huagua and resorting to extrajudicial punishment. I will report you to the police. The bald man shouted defiantly, gasping for breath. Lin Nanfeng chuckled coldly, revealing his white teeth, and said ominously, I never expected you to lecture me on the law. I will ask you once more. Who sent you? Lin Nanfeng showed no mercy. Had he and Yun Zhiyi not visited Wu Qingfeng's home today, the bald man and his gang would certainly not have spared the elder and his grandson. With that thought, he pressed harder on the bald man's fingers. The bald man emitted a heart-wrenching scream, and his pitiful cries sent shivers down the spines of all present, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. I'll tell you. Upon hearing the words, Lin Nanfeng lifted the heel of his foot that was pressing down on the bald man's fingers. His previously grim expression transformed into a broad smile as he helped the bald man to his feet, saying with a chuckle, You should have said so earlier. It would have spared you such torment. The bald man, gazing at the devilish figure before him, trembled as he replied, I will reveal everything. Will you let us go? Lin Nanfeng's demeanor darkened, and with a frigid tone, he retorted, Do you think you are in a position to negotiate? You can only obediently divulge what you know. Upon hearing this, the bald man quaked in fear, his voice quivering. I do not know who sent me. Lin Nanfeng let out a cold laugh, casting a chilling glance at the bald man. The latter nearly lost control of his bladder from fright and hurriedly explained, Brother, I truly don't know who sent me. A few days ago, someone contacted me online, offering a deposit of 100,000 yuan to find a man named Wu Lei in Jiangxing to collect a debt. I have never met this person. The loan documents were sent to me via express delivery. Lin Nanfeng frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, Aren't you with the Qingjiang Society? If you had mentioned that sooner, I wouldn't have had to step on your fingers. He initially believed the bald man and his associates were affiliated with the Qingjiang Society, which led to his harsh interrogation. Hoping to trace the theft of research data back to the Jinzhong Group, the bald man, on the verge of tears, lamented, Why didn't you ask earlier? I'm being wrongfully accused of being part of the Qingjiang Society, a group I have never even heard of. I'm not from Jiangxing and know nothing about them. After a moment of silence, Lin Nanfeng produced a forged maintenance worker's ID card that he had discovered on the bald man. Was this also sent to you via express? He asked, his voice steady. The counterfeit ID cards were so convincing that the security guard on duty at the school had even verified their authenticity online upon seeing the menacing bald gang. Today, coincidentally, there was a teaching building in need of repairs, and the school had issued a recruitment notice, allowing the security guard to grant them entry. The mastermind behind this plot had cleverly exploited this information to forge credentials, enabling the bald group to infiltrate Jiangxing University. The bald man nodded slowly in response. We were originally waiting for Wu Lei at his residential complex. 2 days ago, that person contacted me and instructed me to bring my brothers into Jiangxing University to confront Wu Qingfeng for repayment. even sending me Wu Qingfeng's photo and identification details. Oh, my wayward son, the Wu family has been passed down through 4 generations, and I never anticipated that my lineage would produce a gambling son. After a century, what face will I have to meet the ancestors of the Wu family beneath the Zhichuan? Wu Qingfeng lamented, holding his granddaughter Xiaoping close, glaring up at the heavens in fury. Yun Zhiyi softly consoled Wu Qingfeng from his side. Lin Nanfeng remained silent for a while. Though the bald man had now divulged all he knew, the true mastermind remained elusive. Yet, his instincts urged him to believe that this puppeteer was indeed affiliated with the Jinzhong Group. How could such a coincidence occur? The son of the head of the new Energy Technology Research Department at Nanfeng Group just accrued gambling debts, and now the research data has vanished. After all, Jinzhong is Nanfeng Group's most formidable competitor in Jiangxing. The investigation must now focus on Wu Lei's lending institution, online gambling websites, and contacts associated with the bald man, to ascertain if there is any connection to Jinzhong Group. Lin Nanfeng cannot believe that Wu Lei's misfortune is merely chance. Losing over 2 million in gambling is evidently the result of someone orchestrating this downfall. Let us turn them over to the police and allow law enforcement to handle it. Lin Nanfeng sighed and spoke to Zhang Shuji, acknowledging that no useful information could be gleaned at this moment. Furthermore, it is imperative to enhance the registration and inspection of unfamiliar individuals entering and exiting the school, and to intensify patrols around the faculty housing. Inform the team to bear with the increased workload. The adversary lurks in the shadows until the truth of the situation is uncovered. Lin Nanfeng can only strive to protect Wu Qingfeng. Given his current understanding of Wu Qingfeng, he is certain that he is not responsible for the theft of the research data, although his son Wu Lei should be considered suspect. Very well, Director. I will contact the police immediately. I will personally lead the patrols in the coming days, Zhang Shuji replied solemnly. After escorting the bald man away, Wu Qingfeng expressed his gratitude to the surrounding neighbors and Lin Nanfeng, then quietly addressed Lin Nanfeng. Is there something you and Professor Yun wish to inquire about today? Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng fell into contemplation. After the recent events, he was uncertain how to delicately approach his questions with Wu Qingfeng. Observing the silent Lin Nanfeng, Yun Zhiyi smiled knowingly and gently remarked, he is currently serving as a corporate security advisor for Nanfeng Group, tasked by President Yi Anren to investigate the leak of the new energy research data. As you're the technical head of Nanfeng Group, we seek to understand the fundamental circumstances from you. Wu Qingfeng, noticing Lin Nanfeng's embarrassed demeanor, replied in a serious tone, I am fully aware of the situation regarding the data leak and have already conveyed everything to Secretary Wei without any concealment. Professor Wu, can your family members access the technical data? Lin Nanfeng asked directly, realizing that there was no need for circumlocution at this point. Wu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. He understood that Lin Nanfeng was referring to his son Wu Lei, who had only brought home the data disk a few days prior. Wu Lei had no opportunity to access the data, as he never visits my home. Grandpa, a few days ago, Dad took me to Grandpa's house, and I saw him spending quite a while in Grandpa's study. Little Ping, nestled in Wu Qingfeng's arms, earnestly stated. Chapter 90. A connection of families. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingfeng's expression changed, and he exclaimed angrily, Wu Lei, you ungrateful son, I will sever our father-son relationship. Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi exchanged glances, confirming that his earlier suspicions were likely correct. The individual to whom Wu Lei owed gambling debts had threatened him, compelling Wu Lei to infiltrate Wu Qingfeng's home to steal the data. Little one, did your father say anything else? Lin Nanfeng took a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to the little girl, smiling gently as he spoke. The lollipop was a gift from Yun Zhiyi, intended to help him combat his cravings for cigarettes, yet it remained untouched in his pocket. Xiao Ping, holding the lollipop, pondered for a moment before softly stating, Father said that if we take the items from Grandpa's computer, those unscrupulous debt collectors will not block our home. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingfeng's expression darkened further. At this moment, Lin Nanfeng also concluded that the breach of research data was orchestrated by Wu Qingfeng's son, Wu Lei. He solemnly addressed Wu Qingfeng, saying, Professor Wu, You must safeguard the data on your computer to prevent any further leaks. After speaking, Lin Nanfeng appeared somewhat perplexed. Wu Lei had already stolen the data and should have been able to settle his gambling debts. Yet the puppeteers behind the scenes continued to send collectors. Observing the scattered debt collection notices on the ground, it was evident that Wu Lei had borrowed over 2 million without repaying a single cent. With a bitter smile, Wu Qingfeng glanced around to ensure no outsiders were present and whispered, "In truth, I am not the actual head of the new energy research at Nanfeng Group. I merely provide technical consultation." Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi were taken aback, as many in the outside world believed Wu Qingfeng was in charge of the new energy research at Nanfeng Group. Yi Anren had also publicly stated on television that Wu Qingfeng was the technical head of Nanfeng Group. Thus, the revelation that Wu Qingfeng himself claimed otherwise left Lin Nanfeng utterly bewildered. If you're not the head of Nanfeng Group, then why has Yi Anren repeatedly asserted that you are the technical director? Beside him, Yun Zhiyi seemed to grasp the implications, deep in thought. I am merely a smokescreen set by Nanfeng Group to mislead other competitors in the new energy sector. I cannot disclose the identity of the true person responsible for the research, as I have signed a confidentiality agreement with Nanfeng Group. Wu Qingfeng looked apologetically at both Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi. Was the leaked data not core information? Yun Zhiyi gently inquired. The data my ungrateful son stole was of little significance, Wu Qingfeng replied. Lin Nanfeng then experienced a moment of clarity. Since Wu Lei had pilfered inconsequential data, the debts remained unsettled. The hidden puppet masters had once again focused their attention on Wu Qingfeng, with the bald men who visited today merely serving as a forewarning. They would likely use Wu Lei's gambling debts to coerce him further. Professor Wu, we must find a way to clear Wu Lei's debts. I can assist you in determining whether we can eliminate the 600,000 in interest. Despite the familial bond, Wu Qingfeng's bravado masked a deeper concern, and Lin Nanfeng discreetly observed the worry etched on his face regarding Wu Lei's debts. Lin Nanfeng wished to shield Wu Qingfeng from the machinations of those behind the scenes, protecting the interests of Nanfeng Group. Thank you, Director Lin, but I will find a way to resolve my son's debts myself. With Wu Qingfeng declining his assistance, Lin Nanfeng felt it inappropriate to press further. After bidding farewell to Wu Qingfeng, Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi departed from his small courtyard. As he watched their retreating figures, Wu Qingfeng was lost in thought. The visage, courage, and insight bear a striking resemblance to that individual etched in my mind. Surely, future accomplishments shall not fall short of his esteemed junior. Yi Xianen, how tragic it is that you departed this world so young. Could you not have lingered a few more years? Your two offspring are remarkably gifted, having toiled throughout their lives, yet never savoring the joys of familial bliss. Wu Qingfeng's countenance revealed profound regret. Contemplating this, he recalled his son, who was of little merit, and a wave of anger washed over him. After calming his tumultuous emotions, he dialed a number. "Mr. Yi, we have ascertained the identity of the individual who pilfered the data." Wu Qingfeng relayed the matter concerning his son Wu Lei's theft of research data to Yi Anren, concurrently recounting the events of his encounter with Lin Nanfeng. "I never anticipated that my brother possessed such ability. Wei Yue spent countless days in investigation and only informed him yesterday. Yet today the truth has emerged." Yi Anren chuckled over the phone. "Niece, I'm deeply sorry. Our family has produced a prodigal son." After a brief silence, Yi Anren gently responded, "Uncle Wu, I can assist you in repaying the 8 million gambling debt owed by your brother, but you must acquiesce to one request of mine, which may encroach upon your principles." Wu Qingfeng sighed softly and replied, "Please convey your request. I am not an inflexible man. That scoundrel Wu Lei has amassed such a tremendous gambling debt that he may lose his life if the debts remain unpaid." Upon hearing this, Yi Anren's voice turned serious. "The gambling debts owed by your brother are evidently orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives, targeting the new energy research of the Nanfeng Group. The mastermind will undoubtedly threaten you. I wish for you to present the falsified experimental data to this individual." Casting a glance at his granddaughter, joyfully playing in the courtyard, Wu Qingfeng reluctantly consented to Yi Anren's request for the sake of his wayward son. After ending the call, Yi Anren picked up her coffee from the table and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the Huangjiang River. A scornful smile crossed her lips as she deduced the identity of the mastermind, shaking her head derisively at Xiao Chuluo of the Jinzhong Group, who still indulged in such underhanded tactics, lacking any semblance of sophistication. Since Xiao Chuluo had made his move, it was time to retaliate. This time, the objective was to mislead the Jinzhong Group's new energy research, propelling the Nanfeng Group to the forefront of the new energy sector, rendering them without rivals. A glint of cold determination sparkled in Yi Anren's eyes. Yet in an instant, her expression turned somber as she contemplated how to explain Wu Qingfeng's situation to her erratic brother. On the campus pathways of Jiangxing University, Lin Nanfeng was animatedly discussing the methods he intended to employ to uncover the mastermind. Yun Zhiyi halted in deep contemplation. "What troubles you, Teacher Yun?" Lin Nanfeng inquired, puzzled, as Yun Zhiyi had remained silent since their departure from Wu Qingfeng's residence. "There is no need to investigate the individual behind the data theft. I advise you to maintain your distance from Yi Anren in the future," Yun Zhiyi stated solemnly. Lin Nanfeng, taken aback, responded in bewilderment. "Why?" Yun Zhiyi, visibly exasperated, retorted, "I perceive you as simple-minded, with brawn but lacking intellect. Foolish. One day, you will be sold by Yi Anren, completely unaware as you count the money for her." Chapter 91, Graduate Examination. "Teacher Yun, I am quite intelligent. I scored over 120 on an online IQ test, so my mind is certainly not dull. Moreover, I have already deduced the identity of a mastermind behind the theft of the research data," Lin Nanfeng said with a beaming smile as he leaned in closer to Yun Zhiyi. Yun Zhiyi shot him a disapproving glance and replied solemnly, "This time, the mastermind is likely my senior brother. However, there is no need for concern. Yi Anren is not to be underestimated either. It is possible that Wu Qingfeng has already informed your sister of the investigation's findings." Upon hearing this, Lin Nanfeng's expression froze. Yi Anren had pushed Wu Qingfeng into the spotlight, using him as a shield for the true technical leader. Given Wu Qingfeng's emphasis on reputation, his willingness to comply with Yi Anren's request must indicate a significant connection with his sister. With a wry smile, Lin Nanfeng wrapped his arm around Yun Zhiyi's slender waist and whispered, "All right, I shall refrain from further investigation. After all, the mastermind is most likely Xiao Chuluo. I will inform Anren of what I already know and will not interfere further." Yun Zhiyi paused for a moment, her face clouded with concern as she said, "It is not that I wish to prevent you from managing Nanfeng Group. You may eventually take over Nanfeng Group, and even the Yi family. I just worry that the business world is akin to a battlefield, where it is either you or me who perishes. The path ahead may be quite arduous. Behind every successful man is a great woman. With you by my side offering counsel, I believe no obstacle is insurmountable," Lin Nanfeng stated earnestly. "And what if I am not by your side? Teacher Yun, once you have come into my life, you shall not think of leaving. The red thread of fate has tightly entwined us," Lin Nanfeng declared, holding Yun Zhiyi's small hand with a tender gaze. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyi's expression grew resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. At the same time, Xiao Chuluo received news that the bald man and his group had been captured, his countenance darkening. The arrest of the bald man indicated the failure of the plan to coerce Wu Qingfeng. According to reliable information, the plan faltered because Lin Nanfeng happened to be at Wu Qingfeng's residence. Assistant Duan stood nearby and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Chuluo quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation carefully. The relationship between Lin Nanfeng and Yi Anren was complex. His presence at Wu Qingfeng's home today suggested he might have caught wind of something. "Your identity remained concealed during your dealings with the Scarman S Group, correct?" "Yes." "Lin Nanfeng will definitely not uncover any useful information," Assistant Duan replied confidently. After a brief silence, Xiao Chuluo's voice turned somber as he instructed, "Do not be negligent in any matter. Arrange for me to meet with Wu Qingfeng tonight. We must obtain the core data of the new energy research before Lin Nanfeng discovers the truth." Xiao Chuluo understood that his adversary was formidable. Lin Nanfeng had thwarted his plans time and again, and he had come to regard Lin Nanfeng as a serious threat. In the afternoon, after Lin Nanfeng and Yun Zhiyi returned home, he conveyed the results of the investigation to Yi Anren over the phone. As surmised by Yun Zhiyi, Yi Anren has already discerned the truth behind the data breach through Wu Qingfeng and has deduced the identity of the instigator. She also shared a relationship with Wu Qingfeng with Lin Nanfeng. It is no wonder that Wu Qingfeng agreed to act as a smokescreen for the Nanfeng group. It turns out he is not only related by blood, but also a fellow disciple of Yi Anren's biological father. Lin Nanfeng had only seen photographs of Yi Xuanan from his youth, noted for his dignified appearance and commanding presence. Previously, Lin Nanfeng had considered Yi Xuanan merely a wealthy playboy. However, after several months of deeper acquaintance, he realized Yi Xuanan was indeed formidable. Having established the vast Yi group and maintaining an extensive network even after his passing, past grievances have been reconciled by their mothers. Why should he remain obstinate? He mused that he should pay respects at Yi Xuanan's grave when he has the opportunity to take Yun Zhiyi to the city. What are you searching for in the study? Upon returning home, Yun Zhiyi had remained in the study without coming out. When he entered, he found her rummaging through drawers and cabinets, numerous books strewn across the floor, and a thick stack of documents on the desk. Lin Nanfeng looked at her in bewilderment. Clutching a hefty pile of books and documents, Yun Zhiyi abruptly placed them before Lin Nanfeng with a thud. He gazed at the towering stack of study materials on the desk, the first book being Political Studies for Postgraduate Entrance Exams, with the subsequent texts also pertaining to the same academic pursuit. Yun Zhiyi, who are you gathering all these study materials for? Of course, they are for you. For me? Are you suggesting I could take the postgraduate entrance examination? Lin Nanfeng's face turned to one of shock, his eyes wide and incredulous. After a moment, he gently touched her forehead and muttered softly, "You don't have a fever, do you? On August 5th of this year, I will have turned 28. At this age, completing my master's degree would push me into my 30s. It's more sensible to pursue a civil service exam." Yun Zhiyi shot him an exasperated glance, patiently explaining, "I'm quite serious. Furthering your education will furnish you with invaluable theoretical knowledge essential for managing a business. My dear, I'm already working. Juggling between school and the corporate world leaves me with no time to study." Lin Nanfeng replied helplessly, raising his hands in surrender. Yun Zhiyi's expression turned slightly stern, and she coldly remarked, "I believe you simply lack the desire to learn. Do you think I'm unaware? While you were at school, you spent your days playing games instead of working, delegating tasks to Captain Zheng. The collaboration project between Nanfeng Group and Huading is being managed by Secretary Wei. Your sister has called me several times, urging me not to linger around you and waste your time." Lin Nanfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ever since he began working at Jiangxing University, he had mostly passed his time playing games in the office. He would clock in at 9 in the morning and leave promptly at 5 in the evening. Occasionally, when boredom struck, he would wander around the school. While he had superficially agreed for Yi Anren to manage the Huading project, in reality, he had been shirking responsibility. This enviable and leisurely job was abruptly disrupted by Yun Zhiyi's insistence. With a frown, Lin Nanfeng sighed and said, "Very well. I will strive to pass the written exam by December of next year. There is no need to wait until next year. Today, I have already assisted you in registering for the December graduate entrance examination." Yun Zhiyi softly remarked, pointing to the laptop beside her. "So soon? I have no foundational knowledge at all." Lin Nanfeng glanced at the examination schedule displayed on the computer, realizing that the exam was just 2 months away, and hurriedly spoke to Yun Zhiyi. After a brief silence, Yun Zhiyi thoughtfully analyzed, 2 months of preparation should suffice. Your English is quite proficient and requires little revision. Did you not reach the finals of the Ababa mathematics competition during your university years? This indicates your remarkable mathematical aptitude. Currently, the focus should be on revising political science and your specialized subjects. You have enrolled in the part-time business administration program at Jiangxing University, and I will assist you in your studies. With your military discharge plan, once you progress, you can choose me as your graduate advisor, and I am confident you will succeed in the examination next year. Upon hearing Yun Zhiyi's analysis, Lin Nanfeng could only force a smile. According to her assessment, he truly had a chance to succeed in the examination within 2 months. However, the upcoming 2 months would undoubtedly be grueling. "Keep it up, my future husband." I believe you will surely succeed in the examination. Yun Zhiyi gently kissed Lin Nanfeng on the cheek, smiling as she spoke. Afterward, she swiftly took Lin Nanfeng's phone from the table and exited the study, closing the door behind her. In the study, Lin Nanfeng was left in a state of disarray, the wind tousling his hair. Chapter 92. Green tea. On Monday morning, Lin Nanfeng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looked helplessly at Yun Zhiyi at the dining table. Last night, he had been confined to the study by Yun Zhiyi, reviewing business administration until midnight. This morning at 5, she woke him to memorize political materials, leading to a night of sleep worse than a dog's and an early rise akin to a rooster. He had never been this diligent even during his senior year. At the dining table, Yun Zhiyi was eating breakfast while drafting Lin Nanfeng's study plan for the day. Teacher Yun, I need to go pick up Lin Zhiyi at the station at 10 o'clock. Lin Nanfeng quickly reminded her as he glanced at the schedule she was preparing. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhiyi crossed out the study plan from 9 to 11 o'clock. Seeing the crossed-out plan, Lin Nanfeng, eager to gain more concessions, suggested, "Given that Zhiyi rarely visits Jiangcheng, I must accompany her for a nice lunch. You might as well cross out the study plan from 11 to 1 as well." "Should I cross out the entire afternoon study plan too?" Yun Zhiyi replied with a hint of melancholy. Lin Nanfeng, who had been focused on his steamed bun, looked up, his heart fluttering at the sight of Yun Zhiyi's slightly annoyed yet beautiful face, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he awkwardly placed the last xiaomai from his plate into Yun Zhiyi's bowl, chuckling nervously. "Zhiyi is grown up. She certainly does not need my company. She can find a place to eat at her convenience. Time is precious, and we must prioritize revising for the examination." Yun Zhiyi shot Lin Nanfeng a stern look, exclaiming with a hint of irritation, "Do not concoct excuses to evade your studies. If you fail this year, you may as well forget about sleeping in my room in the future. Please, dear wife, I promise to dedicate myself to my studies over these next 2 months." After listening, Lin Nanfeng wore a troubled expression and said urgently, "Go to the North Station to pick up Zhiyi and come directly to the school. Isn't she participating in Jiangda's independent admissions this week? Let her accompany you to the library for revision." Yun Zhiyi remained silent for a moment before responding in a low voice. Lin Nanfeng forced a bitter smile. Just yesterday morning, Lin Zhiyi had called him, and he had promised to spend quality time with her during her visit to Jiangcheng. Now he found himself ensnared by Yun Zhiyi's demands and inadvertently dragging Lin Zhiyi into it as well. At Jiangcheng North Station, Lin Nanfeng squatted in the corner outside the train station, painfully memorizing vocabulary for his graduate entrance exam, a study task assigned by Yun Zhiyi, which he would also have to recite upon returning to school at noon. "Brother, have you been kicked out? I thought you were begging sitting here." A light, sweet voice rang in Lin Nanfeng's ears. He looked up to see the quirky Lin Zhiyi, sporting a ponytail and dragging a large black suitcase. "Little girl, how can you say such things about your brother? I have hands and feet. Even if I were driven out by your sister-in-law, I wouldn't resort to begging on the streets," Lin Nanfeng retorted, standing up with a dark expression. "Not handsome for more than 3 seconds." Lin Nanfeng complained as his legs grew numb from squatting. "Zhiyi, lend your brother a hand. My legs are a bit stiff from squatting so long. Also, please help me pick up the books on the ground." Lin Zhiyi picked up the fallen study materials and, supporting Lin Nanfeng's arm, exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, what made you think of preparing for the exam? Mom used to insist you take it, and you were adamant about refusing." Lin Nanfeng's face flushed slightly. After losing his qualification for graduate recommendation in his senior year, Lining had repeatedly urged him to take the entrance exam. Frustrated by the situation with Su Ro, he had enlisted in the military. Recalling this, Lin Nanfeng assumed a facade of authority and said with forced calm, "Mind your own business. Your brother is pursuing the exam to enhance his qualifications. Is that so?" "Of course it is." Lin Nanfeng's response was tinged with insecurity. "You aren't being pressured by my sister-in-law to take the exam, are you? You little rascal, what are you saying? In our home, my word is law. If I tell your sister-in-law to go east, she wouldn't dare go west. Now, enough questions. If you ask more, your brother will have to leave." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhiyi ceased her inquiries. Lin Nanfeng sighed in relief. The girl was quite perceptive. If Yun Zhiyi weren't pressuring him to prepare for the exam, he wouldn't be seeking it out himself. At the entrance of Jiangxing University, Lin Qinxue looked at Lin Nanfeng with a puzzled expression and exclaimed, "Aren't we going straight back to your house?" Lin Nanfeng regarded her with sympathetic eyes. "Your sister-in-law issued a strict order that I must take you to the library for revision." Realizing this, he added in a serious tone, "With the independent admissions for Jiangda approaching the day after tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the library for thorough revision. So don't even think about going out to play. Brother, you're not keeping your word. You promised me yesterday that I could go out and have fun." Hearing this, Lin Qinxue's face fell, her lips pouting in frustration. "Once you finish the Jiangda independent admissions, I'll make sure your sister-in-law takes you out to explore Jiangxing." "Fine then." Lin Nanfeng inwardly chuckled at his plight. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but rather that his sister-in-law wouldn't permit it. It was quite pitiful that two people sharing the same surname at home were unable to outmaneuver one from a different surname. Lin Qinxue, filled with melancholy, entered the Jiang University library, clutching a book alongside Lin Nanfeng. This marked Lin Nanfeng's first visit to the university library since his graduation. Aside from the female dormitories and the library, he had thoroughly explored the rest of Jiang University. Finding an empty seat, they sat down, gazing at each other in silence. "Let us study," Lin Nanfeng remarked with a hint of resignation. At noon, he exclaimed, "Brother, the food at Jiang University truly lives up to my expectations. It's far tastier than what I had in high school." "Then eat more, for we must continue studying this afternoon," Lin Nanfeng said, using clean chopsticks to transfer the untouched 4 happiness meatballs from his lunchbox to Lin Qinxue's bowl. "Humph, I'll tell sister-in-law that you're bullying me," Lin Qinxue retorted, as she angrily devoured the meatballs. "It won't matter if you tell her. She was the one who sent you to the library," Lin Nanfeng whispered, his voice barely audible. "What are you mumbling about while you eat?" Yun Zhiyi asked as she slowly seated herself across from Lin Nanfeng. "Sister-in-law, brother is bullying me. I have only 3 days in Jiang City, and he is dragging me to the library to study," Lin Qinxue immediately complained upon seeing Yun Zhiyi. Yun Zhiyi felt her cheeks flush. She was the one who suggested that Lin Qinxue study at the library. "I'll talk to your brother and see if he can let you have a day off," she gently reassured Lin Qinxue after a brief pause. With that, she playfully kicked Lin Nanfeng's thigh under the table. "Actress, Yun Zhiyi, you little schemer," Lin Nanfeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You want me to be the villain while you play the good person? It was you who ordered me to take her to the library this morning." Yun Zhiyi met Lin Nanfeng's gaze, her eyes wide, as if to say, "Don't expose me, and don't let Lin Qinxue go out of play." Lin Nanfeng conceded. In response to Lin Qinxue's hopeful expression, he sternly declared, "No, begging your sister-in-law one tea help. You must finish your exams before you can go out." Mean brother. Chapter 93. A dog that can't lick is a wolf. A wolf that can is a dog. On Thursday morning, Lin Qinxue was set to participate in the independent admissions examination, under the strict supervision of Yun Zhiyi. The two of them had endured 2 grueling days. Rising at 5 in the morning and sleeping at midnight, they spent the entire day in the library, only pausing for meals and rest. At the dining table, Lin Qinxue appeared highly animated. "Brother, once I finish the exam today, I'll be free. You can study at your own pace." She stuffed a small steamed bun in her mouth, giggling softly. "Cough, cough, cough. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Can't you eat more slowly?" Lin Nanfeng responded, rolling his eyes at Lin Qinxue, hastily patting her back after she choked on the bun. "Today I'm excited. I can finally escape your clutches," Lin Qinxue exclaimed, taking a big gulp of soy milk after swallowing the bun lodged in her throat, and laughed heartily. Upon hearing these words, Lin Nanfeng cast a glance at Yun Zhiyi, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, a bitter smile involuntarily gracing his face. "You have only endured 2 days, yet my arduous days are just beginning. I must wait another 2 months to find liberation, enduring 8 to 9 weeks of torment." With a heavy heart, Lin Nanfeng let out a quiet sigh, his expression clouded with worry. "Brother, are you afraid of sister-in-law?" Lin Qinxue whispered as she stealthily approached Lin Nanfeng. "Nonsense. Which of your eyes has seen me fear her?" Lin Nanfeng shot a guilty glare at Lin Qinxue, speaking in a hushed tone. Lin Xinxue, unfazed, retorted, after my careful observation these past few days, your dynamic resembles that of mom and dad. Frankly, I believe you are afraid of sister-in-law. Lin Nanfeng's face flushed crimson as he softly clarified. This dynamic is not born of fear, but rather love. You, a mere child, know nothing of romance. With that, a radiant smile of happiness illuminated Lin Nanfeng's face, a testament to the insights gleaned from his interactions with Yun Zhiyi. Sometimes, a measure of concession between couples fosters better harmony. Come on, usually mom scolds dad like a dog, and dad still rushes over to appease her. You also resemble dad. A bit of a sycophant, akin to those characters in anime, like Fei Yangyang, Haixio, and Shui Mingui. Lin Xinxue was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering how her brother could elevate such servility to lofty ideals. Little girl, what of it if I play the sycophant? Your sister-in-law is stunning, and I have succeeded in my pursuits, far better than some who, for the sake of their goddess, rise at dawn to purchase breakfast, single-handedly supporting an entire dormitory. Wait a moment, Lin Nanfeng recalled. I too woke at dawn to buy breakfast to impress Yun Zhiyi. However, he had succeeded, unlike those who failed. To those who fail, they are but dogs. To those who succeed, they are howling wolves. Lin Nanfeng defended himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Nanfeng warned Lin Xinxue. It was your sister-in-law who pursued me. Henceforth, do not call me a sycophant, but rather a fierce wolf. Lin Xinxue erupted into laughter, her mirth causing her to double over. Brother, I see you as nothing more than a husky. Although you possess some wolf lineage, at heart, you remain a sycophant. Furthermore, I do not believe it was sister-in-law who pursued you. She is so remarkable, and you were once a nobody. I still cannot fathom how she could have taken a liking to you. Lin Nanfeng's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Xinxue. It is your brother's charm. You have yet to recognize my excellence. It was under inebriation that Yun Zhiyi brought me home, and that dignified and graceful woman turned out to be a knight in disguise. That night, I was utterly oblivious. To this day, I remain uncertain as to who initiated the contact, and when I inquired, Yun Zhiyi simply blushed and deflected the question. This matter shall certainly remain unspoken to Lin Xinxue. It is far too embarrassing. Upon hearing Lin Nanfeng's self-adulation of his charm, Lin Xinxue scrutinized him from head to toe. Brother, while you are indeed handsome, when paired with sister-in-law, it feels as though a beautiful flower is planted in a pile of dung. No, I must inquire with sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, Lin Xinxue called out loudly towards the kitchen. Brother said it was you who. Lin Nanfeng hurriedly covered her mouth. Woo-woo. In the kitchen, Yun Zhiyi, upon hearing the commotion, pushed open the kitchen door with a spatula in hand and inquired with a puzzled expression, What are you two siblings discussing? Did Xinxue call for something? Woo-woo. It's nothing. She says you needn't prepare fried eggs. The breakfast on the table is sufficient for the three of us, Lin Nanfeng replied, forcing a smile. The eggs are already beaten in the bowl. It would be wasteful not to fry them. Besides, Xinxue, you need to eat more. The independent admission exam at Jiang University this morning will last over 3 hours, Yun Zhiyi gently reminded. After saying this, she excitedly closed the door. Recently, under Lin Nanfeng's careful tutelage, Yun Zhiyi's culinary skills had improved somewhat. She could at least fry a complete egg now. Once Yun Zhiyi left, Lin Nanfeng felt his tense heart finally relax. He feared that if Lin Xinxue and Yun Zhiyi got to chatting, she might divulge some of his embarrassing past, which would compel him to seek refuge in the depths of the earth. He released his hand from covering Lin Xinxue's mouth. Brother, do you want to suffocate me here? I still wish to inherit our mother's estate. Lin Xinxue gasped, clearly irritated. I warn you, do not speak recklessly in front of your sister-in-law. Otherwise, after today's exam, I will send you back to our hometown immediately. Don't even think about staying in Jiangsheng. Lin Nanfeng pretended to threaten. Hearing this, Lin Xinxue pouted and clutched Lin Nanfeng's hand, saying, Brother, I swear I will not say anything reckless in front of sister-in-law. Just let me stay in Jiangsheng a few more days. Suddenly, a tremendous clap of thunder echoed from the sky outside, startling Lin Xinxue, who had just made her vow. Lin Nanfeng, observing her nervous expression, remarked with a hint of exasperation, You should refrain from swearing so often. Otherwise, heaven may punish someone who is not true to their word. Noon. in the cafeteria on the third floor of Jiangxing University. I never expected you would apply for independent admission in new energy science and engineering, Lin Nanfeng said, incredulous, as he watched Lin Nanfeng devour her meal ravenously. It was hard to believe that she, a girl, had chosen an engineering discipline. Is my major not good enough? There are so many liberal arts majors like those in black and blue robes online, and they only earn a salary of 2,000 to 3,000 after graduation. Lin Nanfeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Furthermore, I was recommended for Jiang University's independent admission because I won an award in a physics competition. I was merely concerned that as a girl studying engineering, you might face a more arduous work life after graduation, Lin Nanfeng said with a wry smile. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Our female engineers face no lesser employment challenges than their male counterparts, Jiang Zhiyi remarked as she accompanied Yun Zhiyi with a lunchbox. Her tone serious. What? Does Director Lin look down upon us female engineering students? Chapter 94. Falling into a trap upon seeing Yun Zhiyi. Lin Nanfeng quickly stood up to offer his seat, chuckling awkwardly. Teacher Jiang, I harbor no disdain towards you female engineering students. Jiang Zhiyi smiled radiantly, turning to the engrossed Lin Nanfeng and said, You must be Director Lin's sister, still such a sweet and obedient beauty. Lin Nanfeng set down her chopsticks, lifted her gaze to Jiang Zhiyi, and warmly remarked, This sister is so beautiful, just like my sister-in-law. The young girl's sweet words contrasted sharply with her brother's perpetually sullen demeanor. Lin Nanfeng, visibly embarrassed, cleared his throat and replied solemnly, Nanfeng, allow me to introduce you to Professor Jiang Zhiyi from the School of Energy and Engineering, who may become your teacher in the future. If you're successfully admitted to the new Energy Science and Engineering program, you'll have to learn from her. He recalled Jiang Zhiyi's past as a prominent figure in her field and was apprehensive about her potentially leading Lin Nanfeng astray. He feared that upon returning home, Lin might disown him as her son. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Make sure to study diligently under Professor Jiang, Yun Zhiyi advised, casting Lin Nanfeng a disapproving glance. What's wrong with having several boyfriends? I've only been with your brother. As long as a woman maintains her integrity, dating multiple partners can enhance emotional experience and guard against deceitful men, Jiang Zhiyi proclaimed with a charming flair. Coughing, Lin Nanfeng nearly choked on his drink, astonished by Jiang Zhiyi's candidness. Sister, you are so carefree, Lin Nanfeng exclaimed, her admiration evident. You little girl, I quite like you, Jiang Zhiyi responded with a smile, sitting beside Lin Nanfeng to share insights about the afternoon's interview for the new energy program. Enough of your worries. She knows her limits, Yun Zhiyi gently assured, noticing Lin Nanfeng's anxious expression. Afterward, she handed her phone to Lin Nanfeng, who accepted it with a puzzled look. Your sister Yi Anren has made her move. My senior Xiao is likely caught in her scheme. Lin Nanfeng scrutinized a news video on Jiangxing Economic Channel, which reported that Xiao Chuluo, the vice president of Jinzhong Group, had publicly announced a significant breakthrough in their new energy research. You suspect Anren had Wu Qingfeng provide Jinzhong Group with false research data, Lin Nanfeng said, frowning deeply. If I were your sister, I would likely do the same. Supply false data to mislead Jinzhong Group's new energy research down the wrong path, Yun Zhiyi replied softly, her calm voice sending a chill down Lin Nanfeng's spine. Yi Anren had previously learned that Wu Qingfeng's son had stolen research data. She might have devised a counter-strategy by providing false information. Those familiar with scientific research understood that such technological advancements in new energy could not be achieved overnight and often required prolonged periods of stagnation. Moreover, Jinzhong Group's new energy research lagged behind Nanfeng Group's, making such rapid breakthroughs implausible. With a sigh, Lin Nanfeng remarked, Why are girls so full of schemes? Now you see the cleverness of us women. If you ever dare to wrong me, I shall use these cunning strategies against you, Yun Zhiyi retorted with a haughty sniff. Lin Nanfeng chuckled as he wrapped his arm around Yun Zhiyi's slender waist from behind, realizing only now that she too possessed a cunning nature. Please let go. There's so many students and teachers coming and going in the cafeteria. It's inappropriate for you to hold me like this, Yun Zhiyi softly admonished, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing her words, Lin Nanfeng paused, recalling the last time he and Yun Zhiyi were together when they were photographed surreptitiously and the images were plastered on the campus walls for several days. I heard, Director Lin, that you're planning to apply for graduate studies under Zhiyi. You two should be mindful of your public image, Jiang Shi interjected after speaking with Lin Qianxue. Turning to offer her advice, Lin Nanfeng, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, released his hold on Yun Zhiyi's waist. Since it's rare to see your sister today, how about we all go to a bar tonight for karaoke? I can invite Tianyu as well, Jiang Shi proposed with a smile. Sound great. I've never been to a bar before, Lin Qianxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You, a minor, have no business going to a bar. After your exams, you should stay home and behave, Lin Nanfeng admonished, casting a stern glance at Lin Qianxue. You promised me, brother. You said I could go out to have fun after the exams. You're not keeping your word, Lin Qianxue retorted, hands on her hips, fuming. The idea of letting Lin Qianxue go to a bar was out of the question for Lin Nanfeng. Having frequented bars with Wang Hao during his university days, he had encountered all sorts of people and would not allow Lin Qianxue to partake in such activities, fearing the repercussions should anything go awry. Observing the siblings squabble akin to children, Yun Zhiyi shook her head in exasperation and gently remarked, you should avoid karaoke while pregnant. I know a fantastic place on Nanbin Road that serves delicious roasted lamb. Tonight, it's on me to celebrate Qianxue's success in her exams. Yay! My sister-in-law is the best. Unlike my brother, who is a deceitful scoundrel, Lin Nanfeng scoffed at Yun Zhiyi's words, dismissing her with a huff. It seems a single roasted lamb can buy your favor. I took care of you plenty when you were younger. Brother, sister-in-law, I've had enough. I need to go review for this afternoon's interview, Lin Qianxue said hurriedly, picking up her plate and hastening away, noticing her brother's displeasure. All right, tonight we shall indulge in roasted lamb, Jiang Shi mused, gently caressing her slightly rounded belly. Let's invite Dr. Chun as well, Yun Zhiyi suggested upon hearing Jiang Shi agree to her plan. Chen Tianyu had resolutely resigned from his position at the city hospital to work at the First People's Hospital in Jiangsheng for Jiang Shi. Lin Nanfeng had teased Chen Tianyu upon hearing the news, questioning why he would leave a stable position for Jiangsheng. After Jiang Shi departed, Lin Nanfeng leaned toward Yun Zhiyi, playfully grinning. Dear wife, does that mean I can scratch off my study plans for tonight? Yun Zhiyi fell silent for a few moments, then retrieved her study schedule from her bag and marked out the evening's plans. Lin Nanfeng's face lit up with joy upon seeing this. However, as Yun Zhiyi proceeded to shift the evening study plan to midday, his expression